When I tell this story, I always start with that one sentence that burned into me like a brand. "You're nothing but a burden," my brother snapped across the table, and my dad, my own father, nodded, adding calmly, "Maybe it's time you stop coming around." My name is Edgar. I'm 28. And in that moment, I didn't argue. I didn't shout. I just stood up, left my half-finished plate on the table, and walked out into the night air without looking back. The strange thing is, the silence felt heavier than any fight ever could. I could still hear my brother's voice echoing in my head, still see the way my dad had leaned back like a judge pronouncing a sentence. My hands were trembling as I reached for my car keys, but I wasn't sure if it was from anger or from something else, something closer to grief. I had always known I wasn't the favorite. My brother, Aaron, had been the golden child from the day he was born. He was the one who got the new bike, the praise, the extra slice of pie at dessert. I was the helper, the one who should be grateful, the one who should sacrifice. I remember being 10 years old when my parents took Aaron to Disneyland and told me I was too young to appreciate it. I stayed with my grandmother while they sent back photos of smiling faces and mouse ears. I never told anyone how I cried into her couch pillow that weekend, staring at the clock, wondering what was so wrong with me. By the time we were older, I thought I had grown out of it. I built a life of my own, found work, made friends who felt more like family than my own blood. Still, I kept showing up to family dinners, birthdays, holidays, because some part of me still wanted that approval, still wanted to believe that if I just stayed patient, one day I'd be treated the same. But sitting at that table, listening to my dad agree with Aaron's words, I realized it was never going to change. What stung most wasn't the insult, it was the casualness. Aaron hadn't said it in a rage. He'd said it like it was a fact, like calling me a burden was as ordinary as passing the salt. And Dad hadn't argued. He'd nodded. It wasn't heat-of-the-moment cruelty, it was belief. When I left, I didn't slam the door. I didn't say a word. That was my small act of rebellion. My silence. But when I got home, the weight of it hit me. I sat on the edge of my bed and just stared at my phone, debating if I should text someone, if I should unload. Instead, I let the hours crawl by. I thought about every little moment that had led here. The times I paid my parents overdue bills without being asked. The nights I picked Aaron up when he was too drunk to drive. The weekends I spent fixing things around their house when no one else bothered. And yet, somehow, I was the burden. I didn't realize I'd fallen asleep until my phone's vibration jolted me awake. It was barely dawn, the sun not even up, and my lock screen was filled with missed calls. 19 in total, most from Dad, a few from Mom, and even 2 from Aaron. My chest tightened as I scrolled through them, until I saw the single message waiting at the bottom. "Please, come back, we need you." I sat there, staring at those words, my heart caught between fury and confusion. Need me? After last night? After telling me to stop coming around? The contradiction dug under my skin, and I couldn't shake the thought that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't about love. Maybe it was about something else entirely. And that was the moment I realized this wasn't over. When I finally unlocked my phone and read that message again, "Please, come back. We need you." I couldn't decide whether to laugh or throw the thing against the wall. A part of me wanted to believe it meant they regretted what they'd said, that maybe Dad had replayed the night in his mind and realized how cruel it sounded. But another part of me, the sharper and less forgiving part, kept whispering, "Don't be naive." If they really cared, it wouldn't have taken 19 missed calls in one night for them to say so. I didn't answer. Not right away. Instead, I got up, made myself some coffee, and tried to shove down the ache in my chest. By mid-morning, though, the phone was buzzing again, Mom this time. Unlike Dad, she never came right out with insults. Her words were softer, polished with guilt, but they always had a hook in them. "Edgar," she started as soon as I picked up, "you shouldn't have left like that. You know your father didn't mean it the way it sounded." I stayed quiet, just letting her fill the silence. She always did. "You know your brother," she went on. "He has a temper. He says things he doesn't mean. But he was upset, and you walking out like that, it just makes things harder for everyone." There it was. Not an apology, not even an acknowledgement. Just the old family trick of flipping the blame onto me. I could picture her pacing the kitchen as she said it, twisting the story so my quiet exit became the real crime. "Mom," I finally said, my voice flat, "what exactly do you need from me?" There was a pause, too long, like she hadn't expected me to call her bluff. Then she sighed. Well, Aaron has that big interview next week, you know. He's nervous, and he asked if you could help him prep. You're better at that sort of thing. I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose. There it was. Not remorse, not reconciliation. A request. A favor, dressed up as family concern. Let me get this straight, I said slowly. He calls me a burden, Dad backs him up, and less than 12 hours later you're asking me to play coach for his interview? Edgar, don't be dramatic, she said quickly. You know he didn't mean it. He was just stressed. He's under a lot of pressure. Funny how Aaron's stress was always the explanation, but mine never even made the table. I ended the call before she could dig the hole any deeper. That should have been the end of it, but over the next few days, the phone didn't stop. Texts from Dad asking me to come over to talk it out. Messages from Aaron that weren't even close to apologies, just casual lines like, "Hey, so when are you coming by? I need to run some practice questions." As if insulting me one night and demanding my help the next was completely normal. And the worst part? A piece of me almost gave in. That old, familiar instinct to keep the peace, to be useful, to buy back a scrap of acceptance by doing whatever they needed. I thought about it more than I'd like to admit, but then I remembered the look on Dad's face when he nodded at Aaron's words. Like he truly believed it. So I stayed away. A week later, though, I caved. Not because I wanted to, but because Mom called again, her voice dripping with practiced worry. "Edgar, please. Just come for dinner. We'll all sit down and talk. It'll be good to clear the air." I should have known better. The second I walked through the door, the air told me everything I needed. There was no warmth, no apology waiting. Instead, Aaron was slouched on the couch, his tie undone, a half-empty beer on the table, smirking like he'd already won. Dad gave me a stiff nod, then immediately launched into small talk like nothing had happened. It was Mom who finally steered it toward the real reason I'd been summoned. "So," she said brightly, her eyes flicking between me and Aaron, "your brother has that big interview tomorrow. Edgar, you'll help him tonight, won't you? Just a quick run-through." Aaron leaned back, smirk widening. "Yeah, you're good at that kind of stuff, aren't you? Guess that's the one thing you're useful for." I swear the room tilted. Useful. As if my entire value boiled down to how well I could polish his answers. "Why don't you do it yourself?" I asked, my voice even. Aaron shrugged. "Because you're better at it. And, come on, it's not like you've got anything else going on. You might as well make yourself useful for once." Dad chuckled. Not harshly, not cruelly. Just that little laugh of agreement that cut deeper than a shout ever could. I didn't stay long. I walked out again, the sound of Mom's, "Edgar, don't be so sensitive," chasing me down the driveway. The pattern repeated itself over and over. Weeks bled into months, and every time I tried to hold my ground, they pulled me back with some new excuse. They needed help fixing something. They needed money for a bill that couldn't wait. Aaron needed a ride, a reference, a safety net. And every time I said no, the guilt calls rolled in. Family sticks together. You're just going to abandon us? Do you want Aaron to fail? Do you want us to lose the house? It was always framed as my responsibility, never theirs. And if I pushed back, Dad would slip in that same cutting line. "Maybe it'd be easier if you just stopped coming around." He'd say it like a test, like he wanted to see if I'd actually follow through. I started noticing little things, too. Subtle digs slipped into conversation. Jokes about how I never measured up, how Aaron was the real success, the one they could count on. Once, at a family barbecue, Dad raised his glass and toasted Aaron's bright future, then added with a smirk, "And to Edgar, who keeps the car running when it breaks down." Everyone laughed. Everyone except me. That night, lying in bed, I kept replaying the moment. The truth is, I wasn't even jealous of Aaron. I didn't want his spotlight. I just wanted respect. Acknowledgement that I wasn't the disposable one, the one they could mock, use, and discard when convenient. The tension grew thicker every visit. The more I resisted, the more blatant the favoritism became. Mom would set aside Aaron's favorite dessert while telling me there wasn't enough for everyone. Dad would hand him envelopes of cash with a wink while reminding me to be more responsible with money. Aaron himself seemed to thrive on it, picking at me with little remarks, always just sharp enough to sting but not enough to spark an outright fight. The breaking point came one night in early spring. I'd stopped by because Mom had insisted it was important, she said, a family matter. I should have smelled the trap, but part of me was still clinging to hope. We were sitting at the table again when Aaron leaned across, his voice dripping with smugness. You know, Ed, maybe Dad's right. Maybe you should stop coming around. Honestly, you just drag everyone down. Dad didn't even flinch. He nodded once, casually, like agreeing to pass the bread. I felt my throat tighten, heat creeping up my neck. I wanted to explode, to shout every hurt back at them, to finally put words to years of quiet resentment. But I didn't. I stood up, my chair scraping against the floor, and walked out without a word. Again. This time, though, I didn't go home and wait. I didn't check my phone for missed calls or texts. I turned it off, left it on the nightstand, and stared at the ceiling in the dark. And for the first time, I didn't feel grief. I felt something colder, something steadier. Because deep down, I knew this wasn't just cruelty. This was a pattern, and patterns could be broken. I always thought the worst my family could do was dismiss me, treat me like background noise, or lean on me when it was convenient, and shove me aside when it wasn't. That was my version of betrayal for years, small cuts that never stopped bleeding. But the truth? That was just the warm-up. The real wound came later, and it was something I couldn't have imagined, even on my most bitter nights. It started like most things with them did, with a phone call that wasn't really a request, more a command wrapped in polite words. Mom's voice came through the line one Tuesday evening. Edgar, we need you at the house this weekend. Your father wants everyone together. It's important. Important was her favorite word. Important never meant birthdays or milestones. It meant money. It meant favors. It meant I was about to be dragged into something whether I wanted to or not. I thought about saying no. I thought about hanging up, letting their important wait until it collapsed on its own. But some part of me, habit, guilt, the last scraps of obligation, said yes. When I pulled into the driveway Saturday afternoon, the house looked the same as always. The porch sagging in places, Dad's old truck parked at an angle like he'd been too tired to straighten it. But when I stepped inside, there was a strange energy in the air. Tense, excited, almost like before a big announcement. Aaron was there, of course, dressed too sharply for a casual family gathering. He had on a pressed shirt, shiny shoes, hair slicked back like he was auditioning for some role. Mom fluttered around him, smiling too wide, smoothing invisible wrinkles from his sleeve. Dad stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching me with that unreadable expression he always wore when he thought he had the upper hand. What's going on? I asked, setting my keys on the counter. Dad cleared his throat, stepping forward. We've made a decision as a family, something that affects all of us. That phrasing made my stomach tighten. Decisions were never really decisions. They were announcements. And as a family, usually meant without you. Aaron grinned, bouncing slightly on his heels. It's about the house, Ed. The mortgage. You know things have been tight. I nodded slowly. I'd heard that line before. Tight. Always tight. No matter how many bills I covered or weekends I spent fixing leaks. Dad continued. Your brother is ready to take on more responsibility. He's stepping up. So we've decided to put the house in his name. For a second, I thought I'd misheard. What? Mom jumped in quickly, her tone sugary, rehearsed. It makes sense, Edgar. He's the one with the future here. He'll be able to refinance, handle things. It's just practical. I stared at them, the words hanging in the air like smoke. The house. Our childhood home. The place I'd poured hours of sweat into, replacing shingles, repairing floors, repainting walls when everyone else was too busy. They were handing it over to Aaron like it was a gift basket. And what about me? I asked quietly. Aaron smirked, tilting his head. You? Come on, Ed. You don't even want this place. You don't have the money or the stability to take it on. Be real. I felt my chest tighten, heat rushing into my face. So all the work I've done here, none of that matters? All the times I bailed you out, covered bills, kept the lights on. What was that? Just practice. Dad's voice snapped like a whip. Don't twist this. This is about responsibility. Aaron's ready. You've always been well, you know. There it was. That unfinished sentence that said everything. You've always been the extra. The burden. The one who helps, but never holds. Mom laid a hand on Aaron's shoulder, beaming. This will give him a real chance. A home in his name, something to build on. And of course you'll always be welcome here. Welcome. As if I was a guest in the house I'd grown up in. My hands curled into fists at my sides, but I forced them open. So you're just giving him everything? No discussion, no fairness. Just, here you go, Aaron, take it all. Aaron chuckled under his breath. Don't act surprised, Ed. You've always known who Dad trusts more. The room tilted, my pulse loud in my ears. I opened my mouth, closed it again. Because what could I even say? They weren't hiding it anymore. The favoritism wasn't subtle, wasn't cloaked in excuses. It was out in the open, written in ink on the deed of the house I thought we all shared. I turned toward the door, ready to leave before the heat in my chest exploded into something I couldn't take back. But Dad's voice stopped me. One more thing, he said, casual, almost bored. Since Aaron will be covering the mortgage now, we're counting on you to help him get started. He'll need some support at the beginning. You'll chip in, won't you? I froze, my back to them, hand hovering over the doorknob. Chip in. Support him. After handing him the house, after calling me nothing, after years of scraping respect from the bottom of their barrel, they wanted me to bankroll his inheritance. Slowly, I turned back, my voice low. You're asking me to pay him, to support him, after you just gave him everything. Dad shrugged. Family helps family. Mom nodded quickly, as if that sealed it. Yes, exactly. And you've always been so reliable, Edgar. You'll do the right thing. Aaron leaned back in his chair, smirking wide. Don't worry, Ed. I'll make sure your money doesn't go to waste. That was it. The crack in the dam. The betrayal that burned hotter than any insult ever had. Not just taking the house, but expecting me to kneel and fund the very throne they'd built for him. Something shifted in me in that moment. The grief I'd carried for years, the desperate hope for scraps of love, it all hardened. I didn't shout. I didn't throw anything. I just looked at each of them, memorizing their faces, and walked out the door without a word. But this time, I didn't just leave. I left knowing something had changed. Something in me had broken, but not in the way they thought. Because betrayal has a strange way of sharpening things. And as I drove away from the house, their laughter echoing behind me, I realized I wasn't coming back the same man. Rock bottom doesn't announce itself with a bang. It creeps in like fog, soft and suffocating, until you realize you can't see more than a few feet in front of you. That's what the weeks after the house announcement felt like. Thick air, muffled days, and a constant heaviness pressing down on my chest. When I drove away that night, I didn't go home right away. I parked in an empty lot on the edge of town, killed the engine, and sat there with my hands on the steering wheel long after the dashboard lights went dark. The betrayal kept looping in my head, sharper with every replay. Dad's shrug, Mom's sugary, you'll do the right thing. Aaron's smirk as he leaned back in his chair. They had taken everything, my effort, my loyalty, even the roof over our heads, and twisted it into fuel for Aaron's success. I didn't cry. I thought I would, but I didn't. Instead, I felt hollow, like someone had scooped out everything inside me and left me walking around as a shell. The first real hit came a few days later when a notice showed up in my mailbox. Utilities for my parents' house. My name was still on some of the accounts, old arrangements that had never been changed because, of course, I was always the one who took care of that stuff. The bill was overdue, and scrawled across the envelope in my dad's handwriting was a note. Please pay ASAP. Aaron will settle later. I stared at it for a long time, gripping the paper so tightly it nearly tore. The audacity. They had taken me out of the house completely, handed it to Aaron, and now they were still routing the bills through me. Like I was their secretary, their walking wallet, their backup plan. For the first time, I didn't pay it right away. I set it on the counter and walked away. But every time I passed it, a war broke out in my chest. One voice hissed, leave it. Let them deal with it. The other whispered, if you don't pay, the lights will go out. Mom will call you crying. Aaron will blame you. You'll be the villain. That battle raged for 2 full days before I caved. I paid it. Not because I wanted to, but because the guilt had been hardwired into me for so long that ignoring it felt like holding my breath. That's what rock bottom looked like, writing checks I didn't want to write, not because I believed in them anymore, but because I didn't yet believe I had the right to stop. The loneliness was worse. Friends asked why I was so withdrawn, why I skipped out on gatherings, why I always looked like I hadn't slept. I shrugged them off, telling them work was busy, that I was fine. But the truth was, I wasn't fine. I was unraveling. Nights blurred into mornings where I woke up still in yesterday's clothes, the taste of bitterness coating my mouth. I stopped answering calls from my parents, then from Aaron, then even from people who cared. Every buzz of my phone felt like another weight pressing down, and it was easier to silence it than face the disappointment on the other end. The lowest point came one Friday evening. I'd worked a long shift, came home, dropped onto the couch, and stared at the ceiling for hours. My apartment was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels hostile, like it's daring you to fill it. Around midnight, I finally dragged myself up, opened the fridge, and realized I hadn't been grocery shopping in over a week. There was nothing but a carton of eggs and half a bottle of orange juice. I sat at the table, cracked an egg into a pan, and watched it sizzle. That was dinner. Just an egg, eaten in silence. And as I chewed, I thought, is this it? Is this what my life has come to? Pouring myself out for people who call me a burden, and then coming home to eat scraps alone. That night, for the first time in years, I thought about walking away completely. Not just from them, but from everything. A darker thought than I wanted to admit, even to myself. But here's the strange thing about hitting bottom. There's a clarity in it. Once you've sunk far enough, once the weight has pressed you down so low you can't go lower, there's a shift. You stop asking how much more you can take, and you start asking what it would look like to stop taking altogether. The first flicker came on a Sunday morning. I woke up groggy, made coffee, and opened my laptop. Without really thinking, I pulled up my bank statements. Line after line showed transfers, bills, payments tied to my parents' house, errands needs, little emergencies that had somehow always fallen to me. Thousands of dollars, quietly bled away over the years. I sat there scrolling, my coffee going cold, realizing I could have taken a vacation. I could have bought myself a new car. I could have built something of my own. But I hadn't. I'd kept their lights on, their water running, their mortgage afloat. And in return, they called me nothing but a burden. That realization hurt more than any insult. It wasn't just that they took from me, it was that I let them. I let it happen, over and over, because I thought it was what family meant. Something in me started to stir. A tiny ember, buried under months of ash. The next time Mom called, her voice was unusually frantic. "Edgar, your brother's car broke down on the way to work. He needs you to come pick him up." I almost said yes out of habit. My mouth was open, the words on the tip of my tongue. But then I looked at the growing stack of bills on my table, at the cold egg pan still sitting in the sink, and I said, no, just one word. But it changed the entire temperature of the conversation. No? What do you mean no? Mom's voice sharpened. I mean no, I repeated. I'm not picking him up. There was a long silence, then a scoff. So you're just going to let your brother sit on the side of the road? What kind of family does that? The guilt flared in me like always, but this time I swallowed it down. He's not my responsibility, I said, and hung up before she could twist the knife. My hands were shaking afterward, adrenaline coursing through me, but under the nerves was something else. Relief. Power. Like I had taken back a piece of myself that I didn't realize I'd lost. That night, lying in bed, I thought about every moment I'd been made to feel small. Every joke at my expense, every favor taken for granted, every dismissal of my worth. I thought about Dad nodding when Aaron called me a burden. And then I thought about my own voice, steady and firm, saying no. It was a small thing, but it was the first step. Rock bottom wasn't just where I was. It was the foundation I was standing on now. And maybe, just maybe, it was strong enough to build something new. Because if I could say no once, I could say it again. And if I could say it again, maybe I could finally break the cycle. I didn't know how yet. I didn't know what it would look like or what it would cost. But for the first time in a long time, I felt a spark of possibility. And that's when the idea began to form, quietly, in the corners of my mind. Not revenge yet, not even a plan. Just a whisper. What if I stopped playing their game altogether? What if I finally walked away, not just for a night, but for good? That whisper kept me awake, staring at the ceiling in the dark. And the longer I listened, the louder it grew. The strange thing about saying no for the first time is that it doesn't just end the favor you've refused, it plants a seed. That single word echoed in me for days. No. No to being their fallback. No to being the reliable one only when it benefited them. No to carrying the weight of a family that saw me as disposable. At first, it was terrifying. The silence after Mom hung up was heavy, a silence that seemed to stretch into the days that followed. She didn't call for 3 days straight, which was a record in our house. Normally, if I didn't pick up, she'd try again within hours. That quiet felt like a punishment, a reminder of how easily I could be iced out. But somewhere in that silence, I found something unexpected: space. With no requests flooding my phone, I actually had time to think. Time to breathe. Time to sit in my apartment and ask myself what I wanted. Not what they needed, not what would keep the peace, but what I wanted. And the scary truth was, I didn't know. I'd spent so long defining myself by their demands that the idea of living for me felt foreign. The first change was small. Groceries. Instead of grabbing the cheapest items on autopilot, I took my time, picking things I actually liked. Fresh vegetables, better coffee, even a cut of salmon I'd usually never waste money on because there might be another emergency call to cover. That night, I cooked for myself properly: seared salmon, roasted potatoes, a salad, and when I sat down to eat, it felt like more than a meal. It felt like a declaration. This was mine. I started going for runs again too. I'd run in high school, not competitively, just enough to clear my head. But I'd let it slip away over the years, replaced by exhaustion and obligation. One morning, I laced up an old pair of sneakers, stepped outside, and jogged until my lungs burned. The first attempt was ugly. I was out of shape, gasping by the second block, but when I stumbled back into my apartment, drenched in sweat, I felt lighter. Not just physically. Something had been released. Momentum has a way of building quietly. The more little choices I made for myself, the stronger I felt. I updated my resume, something I hadn't touched in years. I applied for jobs I never would have considered before, positions that felt slightly out of reach. Within weeks, I landed an interview for a management role at a logistics company. Walking into that office, dressed in a suit I'd ironed myself, I realized how different I felt from the man who once sat at my parents' table waiting for scraps of approval. The interview went well, better than I expected, and a week later, the call came. They wanted me. A higher salary than I'd ever earned, benefits that actually made sense, and a path upward. That night, I poured myself a drink. Not the cheap beer I usually stocked, but a bottle of whiskey I'd splurged on, and toasted silently to the empty room. This wasn't just a job. It was a door. A way out. Of course, my parents found out. They always did. Mom called within days, her voice too sweet. "I heard about your new job, Edgar. That's wonderful. We're so proud of you." Proud. The word nearly made me choke. Proud. After years of calling me a burden, after handing Aaron everything I'd worked to maintain. But I kept my voice even, only replying with, "Thanks, Mom." Then came the hook. "And you'll be able to help out even more now, won't you? Aaron's been looking into renovations for the house. Maybe you could." I cut her off. No. That single word again. Firm, sharp, final. The silence on the other end was delicious. The more I said no, the more control I gained. It wasn't easy. Every refusal came with guilt, with the echo of Dad's disapproving voice in my head, but it got easier. And with each no, I carved out more of myself. Work became my refuge. I threw myself into projects, learning fast, staying late, proving myself in ways no one in my family had ever acknowledged. My boss noticed. My coworkers noticed. Within 6 months, I was leading a team. For the first time, people looked at me with respect instead of expectation. They didn't see me as a burden. They saw me as capable. I started saving money too. Real money. Not just scraps left over after bailing my parents out. I built an emergency fund, then an investment account. I watched the numbers climb, each deposit a brick in the wall I was building between myself and the chains of my family's control. And with that financial freedom came another realization. I could choose where I wanted to live. My apartment was fine, but it felt temporary, transitional. For the first time, I started browsing real estate listings. Not for them, not for Aaron, but for me. Quietly, without telling anyone, I began planning a move. A place of my own, where no one could call me a guest. Meanwhile, my parents' calls grew more desperate. Aaron had lost the job he bragged about, the one they'd toasted over as proof of his bright future. He'd overspent on the house, sinking money into flashy renovations that made no sense. And as the walls started closing in, they turned their eyes back to me. "Edgar, just a little help this month. He's under so much stress. Edgar, you know the house needs a new water heater. Can you cover it? You're the reliable one. Edgar, family sticks together. Don't abandon us." Each time, I said no. Calmly, clearly, without rage. And each time, their disbelief grew. It was like they couldn't fathom a world where I wasn't their safety net. The real turning point came when my company sent me to a conference out of state. It was only 3 days, But those 3 days changed everything. Being in a new city, surrounded by people who saw me as a professional, not as a pawn, it lit something inside me. I met colleagues who talked about future plans, investments, travel. I realized how small my world had been, how much I'd limited myself by staying tied to people who only dragged me down. On the flight home, I stared out the window at the clouds below and made myself a promise. I wasn't going to waste my life proving myself to people who would never see my worth. When I landed, the first voicemail waiting on my phone was Mom's. "Edgar, please, we need you to come over. It's urgent. Erin's made some mistakes, and your father says you're the only one who can fix it." I didn't delete it right away. I listened twice, hearing the panic in her voice, the entitlement buried underneath. Then I hit delete, slipped the phone into my pocket, and walked out of the airport with my head high. Because I wasn't the same Edgar anymore. I had a new job, new money, new confidence. And for the first time, I wasn't afraid of losing them. I was starting to see that maybe losing them wasn't a loss at all. The rise wasn't complete. I wasn't standing on the mountaintop yet. But I wasn't in the valley anymore either. I was climbing, steady and sure, and every step away from them made me stronger. What I didn't know then, as I sat in my apartment that night drafting a list of properties I wanted to visit, was that the real test was still coming. Because when people are used to controlling you, they don't let go easily. And my family was about to prove just how far they'd go to pull me back in. By the time the summer rolled around, my life looked completely different from the one I had left behind at that suffocating dinner table. My job had become a cornerstone, structure, respect, and even admiration, things I'd never really known before. My savings were solid, my confidence sharper, and I'd even started looking at townhouses. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just surviving day to day. I was building something that belonged to me. But when you grow stronger, the people who used to feed on your weakness notice. And my family noticed. The calls had turned from requests into pleas, from pleas into demands, and from demands into something darker, anger. Dad left a voicemail one night that made my stomach knot, his voice hard and low. "You think you're better than us now? Don't forget where you came from, boy. Don't forget who made you." I replayed it twice, not out of fear, but because of the irony. Who made me? They'd spent years trying to break me, and now they wanted credit for what I'd become. I didn't return the call. Instead, I focused on work. That's where the opportunity came, quietly, almost by accident. One Monday morning, my boss pulled me aside after a team meeting. "Edgar," he said, "you've been doing excellent work. I'm impressed. I'm thinking of recommending you for the Regional Leadership Program." It took me a second to process it. Regional leadership wasn't just a promotion, it was influence. It meant overseeing multiple branches, handling budgets, contracts, negotiations, real decision-making power. I nodded slowly, trying to stay calm, but inside, adrenaline surged. "Thank you," I said. "I won't let you down." 2 months later, I was sitting in a conference room with senior managers, signing paperwork that officially put me in charge of a sizable chunk of the company's operations. The salary boost was nice, but it wasn't just about money anymore. It was about standing in a position where people had to listen to me, where my decisions mattered. I didn't realize how quickly that leverage would intersect with my family until I attended a networking dinner hosted by a local chamber of commerce. I wasn't even planning to go, but my boss insisted. It was good exposure. So I put on my suit, shook hands with strangers, and tried to smile through the small talk. That's when I overheard it. At a nearby table, 2 men were discussing contractors. One of them mentioned a small construction outfit struggling with mismanagement and debt. My ears perked up when I caught the name. It was the company Aaron had bragged about partnering with for his renovations, the one he said would take the house to the next level. I stayed quiet, just listening. Apparently, the company was in trouble. Missed deadlines, unpaid invoices, whispers of shady bookkeeping. They'd been blacklisted by a few bigger firms, and there was talk of lawsuits on the horizon. I didn't say a word at the dinner, but when I got home, I started digging. It wasn't hard. Public records, financial statements, local business forums. Within hours, I had pieced together a picture that was worse than I'd imagined. The company Aaron was tied to wasn't just struggling, it was sinking, and anyone attached to it could be dragged under too. That knowledge sat with me for days, heavy and electric. On one hand, it wasn't my problem. On the other, I couldn't ignore the fact that Aaron had probably sunk my parents' money into this mess. Their precious golden child had tied the family house to a failing contractor. It was leverage. I didn't know how yet, but I knew. Then came the second piece. One afternoon at work, I was reviewing contracts for a logistics hub project when I saw a familiar name listed among the subcontractors. Aaron. Not personally. He wasn't smart enough to land a contract on his own, but through a shell LLC he'd set up. He'd attached himself like a leech to a legitimate deal, probably thinking no one would look too closely. But I looked closely. The LLC was poorly structured, riddled with errors that any auditor would flag. It was the kind of setup that screamed incompetence and could tank a deal if exposed. My company hadn't caught it yet, but if they did, Aaron's little side hustle would go up in flames. That's when it hit me. I was standing in the very place where his reckless world intersected with mine. And for once, I had the vantage point. It wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about justice, balance. All the years I had been told I was nothing, that he was everything. They had built a house of cards for him, and now I was holding the wind. Still, I didn't act right away. I needed to be careful. If I moved too soon, I'd look vindictive. If I moved too late, the opportunity might slip away. So I did what I'd learned in my new role. I gathered information. I documented everything: contracts, public records, financial trails. I built a file that painted a clear picture of Aaron's recklessness, his failures, and the danger he posed to anyone foolish enough to trust him. In the meantime, I kept my distance. When my parents called, I let it go to voicemail. When Aaron texted, I ignored it. But I watched from the sidelines as their messages grew more frantic. Edgar, your brother needs help with some paperwork. Edgar, please call me back. It's urgent. Edgar, the bank is asking questions about the house. Can you step in? Each message was another confirmation that the golden child's shine was fading, that the pedestal they'd built for him was cracking. And with every plea, I felt the ember inside me burn hotter. One evening, I drove past the old family house. I hadn't been there in months. The porch light was flickering, the paint peeling, a half-finished deck leaning dangerously at the side. I sat in my car, watching the silhouette of my brother through the window, pacing with a phone pressed to his ear. He looked smaller than I remembered. Not the golden child, not the chosen one. Just a man flailing, trying to keep up the illusion. I should have felt pity. Instead, I felt clarity. This was the setup I'd never expected. Not one I engineered, but one that life had handed me because the truth has a way of surfacing eventually. And now I had to decide, would I let it pass, or would I finally take control of the narrative they'd written me out of for so long? I gripped the steering wheel tighter, eyes locked on that sagging house. For years, they had called me a burden. For years, they had taken and taken, while handing Aaron everything. But the ground was shifting now, and I was the one standing on solid footing. What I didn't know as I pulled away that night was how quickly the cracks would widen, or how soon I'd be forced to step into the role I'd been denied all my life. Not the helper, not the burden, but the one who finally held the power. Revenge isn't a lightning strike. It's not sudden or explosive. At least, not the kind that lingers. The kind that makes people replay their own downfall over and over in their heads doesn't come fast. It comes slowly, like a storm creeping in across the horizon. Quiet, steady, and impossible to stop once it's close enough. I knew I couldn't beat them by yelling or confronting them. That's what they expected, a blow-up, a tantrum, something they could point to and say, see? Edgar's unstable. Edgar can't be trusted. No, my revenge had to be the opposite. It had to be steady, calm, clinical, something they wouldn't even see coming until it was already done. The first move was the easiest. That file I'd built. The one filled with Aaron's sloppy LLC paperwork, his contracts, his tie to the failing construction company. I slipped it onto the desk of my company's compliance officer. No explanation, no fanfare. Just a neat folder labeled with everything they needed to know. Within a week, Aaron's little side hustle was flagged. The subcontract was pulled, his LLC blacklisted from any future bids. I didn't even have to touch it directly. The system swallowed him whole. The call started again. Mom, frantic. Edgar, something's gone wrong with your brother's business. They're saying he's under review, that he can't get more contracts. Do you know anything about this? I sipped my coffee in silence, the phone pressed to my ear, before answering simply, no, Mom. I don't. It wasn't a lie. I hadn't filed the report. I hadn't written the policies. I'd only nudged the truth into the light. And the truth did the rest. But I wasn't done. That was just the first thread. The second came from the house itself. Through the same business networks I'd been building at work, I found out more about that contractor Aaron had partnered with. They weren't just failing. They were being investigated for unpaid debts and fraud, which meant anyone with financial ties to them could come under scrutiny. And Aaron? He had tied the house to that sinking ship. I didn't go to him directly. Instead, I quietly reached out to the bank. Not as a brother, not even as Edgar. I went as a regional manager with a legitimate interest in risk assessment. I asked questions, flagged documents, highlighted the instability of the contractor and Aaron's LLC. I didn't push for action. I just pointed at the cracks and let the bank's own policies widen them. Within a month, Aaron's refinancing request was denied. Worse, the bank started looking closer at the existing mortgage. Letters piled up, the kind with official seals and bolded lines about review and potential foreclosure. I didn't need to be there to see the panic. I could picture it. Mom wringing her hands, Dad's jaw tight, Aaron pacing like a caged animal. For years, they had called me reliable only when they needed money. Now, when they needed stability, their golden child had left them dangling over a cliff. The best part? They couldn't pin it on me. They didn't even know where to start. But the sweetest move, the one I savored, came after I'd secured my own townhouse. It was small but modern, with clean lines and a backyard where I could drink coffee in the mornings. Mine, paid for by my work, my savings, my refusal to keep bleeding for them. One Saturday, I hosted a small housewarming. Friends from work, a few old classmates, people who knew me not as the burden, but as Edgar, competent, respected, someone worth showing up for. As we sat in my living room laughing over pizza and drinks, my phone buzzed on the counter. A message from Dad. Edgar, we need to talk. Things are bad. The bank. Aaron, please come. I stared at it for a long moment, then slid the phone face down without replying. My guests never noticed. They only knew me as the host, smiling and relaxed, a man building his own life. That was the real revenge, living in a world where their chaos no longer touched me. But still, I wasn't finished. Because revenge isn't just about freedom. It's about making them feel what they made you feel. For years, they had dismissed me, cut me out of decisions, treated me as less. Now, with everything crumbling, they needed me back in the fold. They needed my money, my stability, my name to fix the mess Aaron had made. And I had no intention of giving it. Instead, I began to plan a reveal. Not a loud one, not a dramatic confrontation at a dinner table, but a quiet, deliberate moment where the truth would crash over them and leave no room to spin or twist it. I started by consolidating the documents I had. Proof of Aaron's failures, the contractor's collapse, the bank's reviews. I organized them into a binder, clean, professional, undeniable. Then I added something extra, a copy of my townhouse deed, my bank statements showing the growth they had no idea about, my promotion letters. Evidence not just of their failures, but of my success. I wasn't going to shout at them. I was going to sit across a table, slide that binder forward, and let them choke on the realization that the burden had become the one thing they could never be: independent, strong, untouchable. The opportunity came sooner than expected. Mom called, her voice breaking. Edgar, please. We can't hold this together. Aaron's drowning. The house, it's slipping away. Just come. Please. Her desperation was real. I could hear it. And for the first time in my life, it didn't move me. It steadied me. All right, I said calmly. I'll come by tomorrow. When I hung up, I set the binder on my desk, resting my hand on the cover. This wasn't just revenge. This was closure. This was the moment I'd been walking toward since the night they called me a burden. And as I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: anticipation. Because tomorrow, they would finally see me. Not as the helper, not as the burden, but as the man they had tried and failed to keep small. I didn't sleep much the night before. Not because of nerves, at least not in the old sense, but because my mind kept replaying everything that had led me here. Every insult, every dismissal, every night I'd lain awake wondering what was wrong with me. They had chipped away at me for years, convincing me I was less, convincing me I owed them my loyalty, my wallet, my silence. But tomorrow, the balance would shift. When I pulled into the old driveway the next afternoon, the house looked even worse than the last time I'd seen it. Paint peeling, grass uncut, the half-finished deck sagging further into disrepair. For all their talk of Aaron being the one with a future, the place had aged 10 years in one. It was poetic, in a way. The house itself was wearing the weight of their favoritism. Inside, the scene was almost predictable. Mom perched at the edge of the couch, wringing her hands. Dad sat in his recliner, arms crossed, pretending at authority. Aaron paced the floor, his shirt untucked, hair disheveled, a phone clutched in one hand like a lifeline. They looked less like a family in control and more like people waiting for a verdict they already knew was guilty. "Edgar," Mom said quickly, relief flooding her voice when she saw me. "Thank you for coming." Dad gave a stiff nod. Aaron didn't even meet my eyes. I set the binder on the coffee table and sat down, leaning back as though I had all the time in the world. For once I did. "So," I said evenly, "you said you needed me." Aaron finally spoke, his voice sharp. "The bank's threatening foreclosure. The contractor messed me over, the refinancing fell through, and they're saying we're in violation of agreements. We need money. We need stability. And," he jabbed a finger in my direction, "you need to step up." The audacity would have floored me once. Now it almost made me laugh. I opened the binder and slid the first section toward them. Printouts of the contractor's lawsuits, the fraud allegations, the unpaid debts. "That's who you tied the house to," I said calmly. "A company everyone in the industry knew was going under." Dad's jaw tightened. Mom's eyes darted across the pages, her lips moving silently as she read. Aaron snatched them up, scanning quickly, his face reddening. This doesn't mean anything. They'll recover. It's just rumors." "Rumors?" I raised an eyebrow. "That's why they've already been blacklisted from half the banks in the state? That's why their CEO fled the country 2 weeks ago?" "Sure, Aaron. Rumors." He slammed the papers back down, his hand trembling. Next, I turned to the second section, copies of his LLC filings, riddled with errors. "This is yours. Your business. Or rather, the mess you called a business. You couldn't even set up an LLC properly. No wonder contracts are being pulled left and right." Dad frowned, finally leaning forward. "That's not fair, Edgar. He's trying. At least he's what?" I cut in, my voice sharper now. "At least he's failing with confidence? At least he's dragging you down with him instead of admitting he's in over his head." The silence was thick. Mom pressed a hand to her mouth. Aaron's fists clenched at his sides, but he didn't argue. Finally, I opened the last section. My deed. My savings. My promotion letters. All laid out in black and white. "This," I said softly, almost gently, "is what you told me I could never be. Independent. Stable. More than a burden." Mom's face crumpled. Dad's mouth opened, then shut again. Aaron just stared at the papers, his smirk long gone, replaced by something raw and ugly. "You see," I continued, my tone calm, steady, deliberate. "While you were pouring everything into Aaron, calling me useless, I built something real. I worked. I saved. I grew. And now I don't need you. Not your approval, not your scraps, not your chaos. I don't need anything from you." Dad tried to speak, his voice hoarse. "Edgar, you don't mean that." I looked at him, and for the first time in my life, I saw him not as a towering figure of authority, but as a man, small, flawed, clinging to an illusion of control that had already slipped away. "I do," I said simply. The fallout came fast. Aaron erupted first, pacing and shouting, his words tumbling over each other. "This is your fault. You've been sabotaging me, haven't you? You wanted me to fail so you could sit there and gloat. You think you're better than me now, just because you have a stupid little townhouse and some job?" I didn't answer. His rage didn't deserve fuel. Mom turned her pleading eyes on me. "Edgar, please. We're family. We've made mistakes, but this is bigger than pride. If we lose this house," her voice cracked, "this house is everything." I let the weight of her words hang in the air before replying. "It was everything to me too, until you handed it to Aaron and told me I didn't belong here anymore." Her face drained of color. She had no answer. Dad's anger finally surfaced, though it was hollow, brittle. "If you walk away now, Edgar, don't bother coming back. You'll regret it." I stood, gathering the binder and tucking it under my arm. "I already walked away, Dad, and I don't regret a thing." The room was silent except for Aaron's ragged breathing. They had no arguments left, no leverage, no golden pedestal to stand on. For the first time, They were exactly where they had always told me I was powerless. I walked to the door, my footsteps slow, deliberate. Mom whispered my name once, desperate, but I didn't look back. At the threshold, I paused, letting the weight of years press against me one last time. Then I said the words that had lived inside me since that night at the dinner table, the words that finally closed the circle. You call me a burden, but today, you learned the truth. I was the only thing keeping you standing. And now, you're on your own. I opened the door, stepped into the sunlight, and let it shut behind me with a quiet finality. And I didn't look back. You're always the embarrassment of this family. That's what my mother snapped at me the night of her birthday party, loud enough for the whole table to hear, as I stood there holding a modestly wrapped gift that apparently wasn't up to her standards. It wasn't the first time she'd said something like that, but it was the first time it truly stuck. I'm Alan, 29, and for as long as I can remember, my relationship with my family has felt like walking through a minefield. One wrong step, one misread tone, and I'm the problem again. I wasn't born into a warm household. My mom, Denise, had a way of masking cruelty behind tradition and appearances. Everything had to look perfect from the outside. Smiling Christmas cards, over-the-top parties, those coordinated outfits during family vacations that made us look like walking catalog ads. But if you were behind the curtain, you'd see that everything was performative. If it didn't serve her image, it didn't matter. Growing up, I learned quickly that love in our house had conditions. Unspoken rules. I was the youngest of three, the only son, and somehow the one who was always falling short. My two older sisters, Marissa and Jenna, were the golden girls. They knew how to play the game. Charm Mom, echo her opinions, fawn over her new haircut like it was a religious experience. Me? I was quieter, more independent, and I asked too many questions. Questions like, why do we spend so much on birthday parties when Dad says we're behind on the mortgage? Or, why does Jenna get a car for graduation when I got a lecture? That kind of logic didn't go over well. I became the difficult one, the moody child, and eventually, as Mom liked to say at parties when she was half a glass deep, our little disappointment. I moved out the week I turned 22. I packed everything I had into a rusty old Corolla and drove 3 hours north to a tiny apartment in a not-so-great neighborhood where I could finally breathe without walking on eggshells. I built a life for myself, slowly, quietly. It wasn't flashy, and it definitely wasn't Mom-approved, but it was mine. I got a job in web development, nothing glamorous, but it paid well enough. I met my now-fiancée, Elise, during a volunteer event she was running for a local animal shelter. She's the kind of person who doesn't need a spotlight because she shines anyway. Kind, grounded, brilliant in the calmest way. My mother never liked her. The first time they met, she gave Elise a once-over and asked, "So what do you do?" "Something artsy." Elise has a degree in nonprofit management. She smiled politely and explained, but Mom didn't really listen. She rarely does. Still, I kept trying. Some part of me always hoped for a turning point. That maybe, one day, she'd see me not as the underachieving son who didn't bring in trophies, but as someone worthy of her respect. Every family event felt like a test. I was doomed to fail. If I brought wine, it wasn't the right kind. If I complimented her outfit, I was being sarcastic. And if I didn't say anything at all, I was cold and ungrateful. Elise, bless her, would squeeze my hand under the table, whisper small jokes in my ear to help me get through the dinners. But it wore me down over time. Then came the birthday party. It was Denise's 60th, which meant she treated it like a coronation. She rented out this overpriced garden venue, complete with string quartets and custom-printed menus. Everything had to be perfect, and she made that very clear in the group text that had over 100 messages about dress code, gift expectations, and who was bringing what. "No cheap gifts this year," she wrote. "It's a milestone." I knew I was already walking into a trap, but I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. Elise and I had recently put a down payment on a small house, and money was tight. I picked out a necklace that I genuinely thought was tasteful. Simple gold, not flashy, but elegant. It reminded me of one Mom used to wear when I was a kid. When I arrived with Elise, dressed to the nines and gift in hand, I barely made it through the front door before I felt it. That tight air of judgment, like a pressure cooker in pearls. Jenna and Marissa were already there, surrounded by people laughing just a little too loudly at whatever they said. Mom spotted me from across the room, gave me that polished smile she reserves for company, and walked over with her champagne glass in hand. "Alan," she said, hugging me with one arm while inspecting the box in my hand. "You're late. I told Marissa we'd be here by 6:30, I said, already aware that any response would be wrong. She took the box like it was a receipt for a fine she hadn't agreed to pay and unwrapped it right there. Didn't even wait. Her expression shifted. Not dramatic, just subtle enough that I knew. The corners of her mouth tightened. Her nose flared slightly. Elise's hand found mine, fingers gently curling. "This is cute," Mom said. "Is it gold-plated?" "It's gold," I said quietly. "It reminded me of the one you used to wear to work when I was a kid." She blinked at me. "That was real gold, Alan. Not something from a flea market." There was a pause. One of those thick, sticky silences that coats the room like syrup. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I was too busy trying to keep my face from reacting. Then she added it. Casual, dismissive, cruel. "You're always the embarrassment of this family." I don't know why I expected anything different. A laugh rippled nearby. Probably someone who didn't know any better, thought it was a joke. But I knew it wasn't. And so did Elise. I looked at her, and her eyes told me everything I needed. "We don't have to stay. You don't have to put up with this." So we left. No scene. No shouting. I just turned, took Elise's hand, and walked out of that over-decorated venue with the string quartet still playing in the background. Mom didn't call after me. Nobody did. And that, somehow, was the loudest part of the whole night. The next morning, I woke up to a text from my sister. "You could have just smiled and dealt with it for one night." She was really hurt. Hurt. Right. Hurt because I didn't play along with the show. Hurt because I refused to be the prop that made her look like the gracious matriarch with a doting son. That's when the idea started to take root. Not revenge, not at first. Just a desire to start living on my terms, completely. No more half-truths. No more compromises. Elise and I had already been talking about skipping the big wedding. Something small, intimate, maybe even spontaneous. We joked once about eloping to Hawaii. But that morning, as we sipped our coffee and sat in silence, she looked at me and said, "Let's just do it. Let's stop waiting for them to care." That's when I made the call. And that's where everything really started to spiral. After the birthday party fiasco, you'd think there would be fallout. A phone call, an apology, even a passive-aggressive voicemail. But there was nothing. Just silence from my family, like they were collectively waiting to see if I would come crawling back. I didn't. Elise and I left town 2 days later for a quiet weekend upstate. No phones, no family group texts, no emotional landmines. It was peaceful. We made pancakes in the morning and read books on the porch like the world wasn't burning back home. It was the first time I let myself feel the absence of my family as a relief, not a loss. But of course, the silence didn't last. The first crack came in the form of a Facebook tag. Jenna posted photos from Mom's birthday dinner. Group shots, champagne flutes, her holding court at the center of the table like a monarch. The caption? "The most beautiful night for the most beautiful soul. Happy 60th, Mom. You deserve the world." I wasn't in a single photo, not even the wide shots. It was like I had never been there. Elise leaned over my shoulder, reading the caption aloud with that dry, sardonic tone she reserved for reality TV and my family's social media. You'd think she gave birth to the Virgin Mary, not a woman who once threw a salad bowl at your dad for buying the wrong brand of croutons. I laughed, but it stung. Not because I wanted to be part of the post, but because the erasure was so pointed, so deliberate. It was a digital reminder that I had failed to perform, and therefore I no longer existed. Over the next few weeks, I kept waiting for some version of reconciliation, maybe even a confrontation. But instead, what I got was avoidance. The family group chat, which had been mildly active before, suddenly exploded with wedding planning talk, but not mine. Jenna had decided to renew her vows with her husband for their 5th anniversary, and Mom was treating it like the royal wedding. There were spreadsheets, vendor mood boards, a dress-fitting Zoom call that I was accidentally left out of. Marissa texted me once with, "You're being dramatic. Just call her." I typed and deleted a reply at least 10 times before I settled on, "I don't think you understand what it's like to be treated like a PR problem in your own family." And then came the phone call. It was Elise's idea to invite a few close friends over for dinner and tell them we were planning to elope. No big announcement, just a quiet celebration. We cooked, popped a bottle of cheap champagne, and made a little toast. That's when my phone started buzzing. First Jenna, then Marissa, then, finally, Mom. I let it ring. Then came the message. Alan, I just saw your little dinner party announcement on Elise's friend's story. You're eloping? Without telling your family? Without letting me help plan? I gave birth to you. Do you have any idea how selfish this makes you look? No congratulations. No, I'm happy for you. Just outraged that she wasn't the one holding the clipboard and color palette. I didn't respond. I turned off my phone that night, and for once, slept deeply. Elise and I flew to Hawaii a week later. Just the two of us. A rented beach house, a simple ceremony barefoot in the sand, and a little dinner at a food truck court where we danced under string lights to a Bluetooth speaker. It was everything our families weren't. Easy, joyful, real. We took Polaroids instead of hiring a photographer. I wrote my vows in a spiral notebook. Elise cried when I read them. I did too. And for the first time, I felt like I was enough. Not the golden child. Not the disappointment. Just Alan. Her husband. We didn't post anything online. Not yet. We weren't trying to hide it. We just didn't want it tainted. But secrets, even innocent ones, don't stay hidden forever. 2 months after we got back, Elise posted a single photo. Us at the ceremony, laughing with lace around our necks and sand on our feet. The caption was simple, best decision of my life. The likes started rolling in. Friends commented. Old coworkers. Even my college roommate. And then my mother saw it. I got the call at 6:17 in the morning. You got married and didn't tell me. No greeting. Just that flat, seething tone she saved for betrayal. I was half asleep, groggy from a late-night coding session, and for a second, I thought I was dreaming. I said. Elise and I got married. It was beautiful. There was a pause. A long one. You robbed me. That word. Robbed. Like I had stolen a family heirloom, not made a personal decision about my own wedding. You took that from me, Alan. You took my right to plan, to be part of the most important day of your life. No, Mom, I said, sitting up, my voice still calm. I took it back. You made it about you. You always do. Click. That was it. She hung up. And from that moment on, it was open season. I started hearing from relatives I hadn't spoken to in years. Aunt Linda called to say she was disappointed that I hadn't included the family. My cousin Troy sent a 3-paragraph message about how family is everything and how I should have at least invited Mom. The kicker? He didn't even invite me to his wedding last summer because we weren't close enough. But Mom didn't stop at guilt trips. She started a narrative. On Facebook. In church. At brunches. Alan got married in secret because he's ashamed of us. He didn't want his family involved. I didn't even get to meet Elise's parents. She had. Briefly. And made sure to ask them how much money they made. The real tipping point happened during Marissa's baby shower. Elise and I had been hesitant to go. The tension had only gotten worse, and I wasn't sure I could stomach another family event where I was treated like the delinquent cousin in a Hallmark movie. But Elise, ever the peacemaker, suggested we go, just to show we weren't avoiding them. So we did. Big mistake. The moment we walked in, it was like a vacuum sucked the air out of the room. Conversations paused. Eyes darted. I felt like we'd walked into an intervention. Mom greeted us with a tight smile and said, "Oh, you made it. Thought you were too busy not inviting people to major life events." I forced a laugh. Elise squeezed my hand. We sat. We mingled. Or tried to. But the snide comments didn't stop. Jenna joked loudly that she hoped her kids wouldn't elope and post about it online like a YouTuber. Someone asked Elise, "Was it a shotgun wedding?" Marissa pulled me aside and said, "You could have told her. You know how she is. Why do you keep poking the bear?" "I didn't poke anything," I said. "I just stopped pretending." That's when Mom made her grand move. During the gift opening segment, after Marissa unwrapped some hideous crocheted baby booties, Mom stood up and tapped her glass with a spoon. "I just want to say something," she announced. The room quieted. "I raised 3 children," she said, voice trembling just enough to draw sympathy. "And I always try to be there for them. Every birthday, every achievement, every important moment. But sometimes, one of them forgets what it means to have a mother who cares." People shifted. Eyed me. Elise's hand went stiff. He got married without me. In Hawaii. Without even a phone call. And now, he acts like I'm the villain. I didn't move. I didn't speak. My face was stone. But inside, something snapped. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just quietly and permanently. Like a bone setting in a new place after a fracture. I stood up. I walked out. Elise followed. Neither of us said a word until we were in the car. "I can't do this anymore," I whispered. She looked at me. "Then don't." And that's when the plan started to form, not out of anger, but out of clarity. I was done playing the role they assigned me, done being the scapegoat for their dysfunction. And if they thought eloping was selfish, they hadn't seen anything yet. After that baby shower, I stopped trying. That may sound defeatist, but it wasn't. It was clarity. For the first time in my life, I truly understood that no amount of explaining, no amount of effort, no amount of bending over backwards was going to make my family see me for who I was. Not unless I stayed in the box they built for me. And that box, it was tight. It was airless. It was filled with expectations I never agreed to. I didn't go no contact. Not right away. But I went quiet. I muted the family group chat. I archived my sister's messages. I let calls go to voicemail and stopped justifying why I didn't pick up. At first, there was noise. Mom called 3 times in 1 week. Jenna sent a voice note that was basically just a guilt trip with jazz hands. "You're not just punishing her, Alan. You're punishing all of us." But then, the silence returned. A deeper, colder one. The kind that made you feel like a ghost in your own bloodline. Elise stood by me through all of it, but even that started to weigh on me. Not because she ever made me feel like a burden, far from it, but because I knew she hadn't signed up for this level of tension. When we got married, we thought we were starting a life, not entering a war of attrition with a matriarch who believed she'd been robbed of her throne. And then came the final kick to the ribs. It started innocently enough. Elise's parents were planning a small barbecue and invited us to join. I hadn't seen them much since the wedding, mostly due to distance, but they'd always been kind to me, supportive in ways I wasn't used to. They respected boundaries. They asked about my work, not to judge it, but because they were genuinely curious. I was looking forward to it, until I found out my mother had called them. Somehow, she'd found Elise's mom's number. I still don't know how, but she called her. And what did she say? She told my mom she was concerned. Elise said to me that night, face pale, that you've been acting out of character. That she was worried you were pulling away from family because of outside influences. Outside influences, I repeated. My voice was steady, but my jaw was clenched so tight it hurt. Like you're some kind of puppet master? She implied that I manipulated you into the elopement. That I isolated you. She called me calculating. That word. It hung in the air like smoke. Elise had never once raised her voice to my mother. Had never confronted her. Had never been anything but gracious, even when she had every right to walk out. And this was the thanks she got. I spent the rest of that night staring at the ceiling, thinking about my childhood, about the way my mother had used love like a leash, about how I'd learned to anticipate her moods like weather patterns, calm one moment, thunderous the next, and how I'd carried that hypervigilance into adulthood like a second skin. I was tired, not just of her, but of myself, of who I became around her, of the quiet, obedient version of Alan that kept showing up hoping this time would be different, hoping I would be enough. That was the fall, the quiet kind. No big breakdown, just a slow unraveling of illusions I didn't realize I was still holding on to. I started therapy 3 days later. It had been on my mind for months, but I always found reasons to put it off. Money, time, pride. But Elise helped me find a local clinic that worked on a sliding scale, and I booked the appointment before I could talk myself out of it. My therapist's name was Raj. He was calm, gentle. He didn't ask too much at first. Just let me talk. I remember the first thing I said. I think my family doesn't love me unless I'm doing something for them. He nodded. And what happens when you stop doing those things? They disappear, I said. Or they punish me. We unpacked that sentence for 3 weeks. And slowly, painfully, I began to see it for what it was, a pattern. One I'd been stuck in for so long that I thought it was just life. I realized that my mother didn't hate me, but she didn't see me either. She saw a role, a disappointment, a reflection of her own fears. And no matter how hard I tried, I was never going to be able to perform my way into her love. That understanding didn't make it hurt less, but it made it make sense. Meanwhile, life outside that emotional excavation started to change, too. My work, something I'd always been decent at but never truly invested in, became my outlet. I threw myself into it, not to escape, but to build. I started freelancing on the side, picking up web development projects that challenged me in new ways. I rebuilt my portfolio from scratch, cleaned up my GitHub, and started getting offers from clients I'd never dreamed would find me. I stopped asking for validation from people who never offered it freely. Instead, I started creating my own scoreboard. And then, something strange happened. I got noticed. One of the freelance projects I'd worked on, a sleek, user-friendly interface for a startup app that helped small businesses track inventory, got featured on a popular tech blog. The article mentioned my name. I didn't think much of it until my inbox exploded with inquiries. Suddenly, I was being offered remote contracts. Good ones. 6-month retainers. Creative freedom. I took one with a company in Portland that gave me full control of their UI redesign, and when it launched, their user engagement jumped by 40% in the first month. They sent me a bonus. A big one. And for the first time in my adult life, I wasn't just stable. I was thriving. Elise saw it before I did. The way I carried myself started to change. I stopped apologizing for my opinions. I stopped second-guessing myself before speaking. I no longer braced for judgment when I brought something to the table. I just spoke. And she'd smile at me across the kitchen island with this look, part pride, part relief, like she'd known this version of me was there all along. We started looking at houses again. The one we were renting was fine, but now we could afford more. Not just financially, but emotionally. We didn't need to tiptoe anymore. I wanted a place that felt like a home we built, not just one we borrowed. We found it in a quiet suburb about 20 minutes from the city. Nothing fancy, just a 2-story with a wraparound porch and a backyard that Elise immediately envisioned turning into a vegetable garden. I put down the offer the day after our 3rd visit. No hesitation. And when the offer was accepted, I didn't tell my family. Not out of spite, not out of secrecy, but because it wasn't their milestone to hijack. Elise and I celebrated quietly. We popped champagne in the empty living room, dancing on the hardwood floors with no furniture in sight. She played some corny playlist on her phone, and I twirled her around like we were in a rom-com. It was stupid. It was perfect. A week later, I got a letter. Not an email, not a text, an actual letter. It was from Mom. The envelope was cream-colored, thick, with my name written in blue ink. Inside was a folded note, handwritten. Not cursive, just her usual precise, controlled script. Dear Alan, it began. I saw your name in that article. Congratulations. I suppose you're too busy now to call your mother. That was the tone. The whole letter. It was 2 pages long. A mix of passive compliments and veiled criticism. Praise for my work, laced with bitterness that I hadn't shared the news with her directly. Comments about Elise being quietly influential. A closing line that read, "You've clearly decided to live your life without us. I only hope you don't regret shutting out your family when you finally realize how alone success can be." I stared at that line for a long time. Not because it hurt, but because it didn't. I folded the letter, put it back in the envelope, and slid it into the bottom drawer of my desk. I didn't respond. Not then. Maybe not ever. Because what she didn't realize was that I wasn't alone. I had Elise. I had a life I built from ashes. I had peace. And slowly, I was beginning to feel something I hadn't felt in years. Pride. Not the kind you wear like a badge, but the kind that sits quietly in your chest and reminds you that you didn't give up. That you found a way through the wreckage. I was rising. And soon, they'd see it. They just wouldn't be part of it. There's a strange kind of calm that comes after you've let something break completely. A silence that doesn't ache anymore. It just is. That's what life became after I put my mother's letter away without responding. No fights. No yelling. Just distance. The kind of distance I once feared, but now clung to like oxygen. The house Elise and I bought started to feel like a real home by spring. She planted tomatoes, cucumbers, even strawberries in raised beds in the backyard. I built her a greenhouse from a kit that arrived in 17 confusing boxes. It took 2 weekends and a lot of swearing under my breath. But when she stepped inside and squealed at the tiny sproutlings taking root, that moment made every blister worth it. Work was thriving too. My side freelance business had grown into something more. More clients, more referrals, and slowly, more vision. I wasn't just coding anymore. I was advising, leading, building systems from scratch. I even started mentoring a few younger developers who'd found me through LinkedIn. I liked helping them. I liked seeing someone light up when they finally understood a piece of logic that had been tripping them up. Life was good, but something still hung in the background. It wasn't bitterness. Not exactly. It was more like a score left unsettled. A chapter one hadn't finished writing. Not because I needed revenge to move on, but because they had never been held accountable. Not once. I kept thinking about that letter. You've clearly decided to live your life without us. I only hope you don't regret shutting out your family when you finally realize how alone success can be. It wasn't just the condescension. It was the nerve of it. That after everything, after the way she'd spoken to Elise, after the birthday party, the baby shower speech, the smear campaign she ran behind our backs, she still positioned herself as the victim, like I had abandoned her. That line echoed in my head for days. I'd be watering the plants or sketching out a new app design and suddenly hear it in my mother's clipped, rehearsed voice. When Elise noticed my silence one night, she asked if I wanted to talk. I hesitated. Then I told her everything. My urge not to strike back in anger, but to correct the record. To make sure the version of the story she was spreading didn't become the permanent one. Elise listened, nodded, and asked a single question. What would holding her accountable actually look like? That was the moment the plan started forming, not out of pettiness, but out of something sharper, colder, more precise. I didn't want to scream at her. I didn't want to write a scathing email or stand up at Thanksgiving dinner and make some viral speech. I wanted something undeniable, uneditable, something that made them squirm, not because I said something mean, but because I said something true. I didn't want revenge that was loud. I wanted it to be elegant. So I started with information. Over the next few weeks, I quietly reached out to people in the extended family, cousins I hadn't spoken to in years, second uncles, people who had drifted to the periphery. Some of them had already distanced themselves from Mom, too. Others were surprised to hear from me. But once I explained, they opened up. One conversation with my cousin Darren, who'd moved out of state after high school, was especially illuminating. You know, she tried to talk my mom out of inviting you to their anniversary party, right? He said, his voice low. What? I blinked. When? Last year. Said you were going through something, and it would be too awkward if you showed up. She made it sound like you'd had a breakdown or something. That landed like a punch. I hadn't even known about the party. She said I had a breakdown? I asked slowly. She didn't say it outright, but you know how she talks. Implying things. Dropping little poison breadcrumbs until people start assuming the worst. It all made sense now. The coldness from some relatives. The surprised faces when I mentioned the elopement like it was no big deal. The pitying tones. She hadn't just iced me out, she'd rewritten me. And people had believed it. For months. I got off the call with Darren and sat in silence for almost an hour. Then I opened my laptop. I created a folder and named it The Record. Inside, I began compiling everything. Photos from the wedding, voicemails, screenshots of texts, especially the ones Elise had gotten from my sisters, passive-aggressive jabs about being influential and secretive. Elise was hesitant about saving those, but I reassured her. We're not publishing this, I said. We're documenting it. For us. For truth. I wrote a long personal statement. Not for social media. Not yet. Just for myself. I titled it What Actually Happened. It took me a full week to finish. It wasn't a rant. It was clear. Measured. It walked through the events, the dynamics, the erasure. I included anecdotes, things they'd said to me growing up, moments they'd mocked Elise, dismissed my work, weaponized guilt. I even quoted the letter my mom sent me, ending with that final line about how success would be lonely. Then, I sent it to someone I trusted, my former professor from university, Dr. Keene. He'd always believed in me, even when I barely believed in myself. We'd stayed in touch over the years, and he'd followed my career with quiet pride. He called me the next day. This is powerful, he said. Are you planning to share this publicly? I don't know yet, I said. Maybe, maybe not. Either way, he said, you've found your voice. That's the hardest part. That phrase stuck with me. Found your voice. For so long, my voice had been wrapped around theirs. I didn't speak. I reacted. I didn't explain. I defended. I didn't live. I performed. But now I was writing the narrative. And once you start doing that, you start seeing other opportunities. That's when the timing got interesting. Around the same time, I was contacted by a podcast I'd listened to for years, one about work, growth, and family dynamics in high-achieving households. Apparently, one of the hosts had seen my featured article in the tech blog, followed me online, and reached out to see if I'd be willing to come on to talk about success after dysfunction. The phrase made me pause. Success after dysfunction. Not in spite of it. Not buried beneath it. After. I agreed. The recording was scheduled for mid-June. I didn't tell anyone. Not Elise. Not friends. I wanted to do it alone. The host, a kind woman named Samira, asked thoughtful questions. Not tabloid why. Not dramatic. Just honest. What did it feel like to realize your family didn't really know you? I thought about that for a long second before answering. Like walking out of a house you thought was yours and realizing it never had your name on the deed. We talked about boundaries, about love that comes with conditions, about how easy it is to lose yourself when the people closest to you insist on defining you for you. The episode aired quietly. No clickbait title. Just episode 83, Redefining Home. I didn't share it online. Not yet. But I sent it to my sisters. And my mom. No subject line. No message. Just the link. I didn't expect a reply. But I got one. Not from them. From others. The next morning, I woke up to a flurry of emails. DMs, LinkedIn messages. People I hadn't heard from in years reaching out to say they heard the episode. That they saw themselves in it. That it made them cry. That it gave them hope. And somewhere in that cascade of responses was a message from Aunt Linda. I had no idea, it read. I'm sorry, Alan. Truly. I should have asked more questions instead of assuming. Your mother made it sound like you just drifted away. I stared at that message for a long time. Then I sent her the document I'd written. What actually happened? Within 2 hours, she wrote back. I believe you. That was the moment the plan shifted. It wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about witnesses. About people seeing the truth, even if the ones who caused the damage refused to admit it. And the more people I showed, the more the narrative cracked. Elise helped me redesign the record into a password-protected microsite, one I could share with select people. Not to air dirty laundry, but to reclaim the story. The homepage was a single sentence. This is what actually happened, in my own words, without interruption. The rest? Well, let's just say the stage was finally set. The beauty of quiet revenge is that it doesn't require shouting. It doesn't demand center stage. It just happens. Slowly. Organically. Like gravity pulling the truth back into place. After Elise and I finished the microsite, the digital home for my story, we didn't rush to share it. I was selective. Intentional. Every time I sent it, I thought hard about the person on the receiving end. Were they part of the smear campaign? Did they believe Mom's narrative without ever hearing mine? Or were they just orbiting the drama in silence, too unsure or too polite to ask? The first group I sent it to was the extended family. Aunt Linda, Uncle Bruce, my cousin Darren again, a handful of others who had distanced themselves from me quietly after the elopement but were now beginning to ask questions. The podcast episode had stirred something. People were curious, but more importantly, they were listening. The responses trickled in, each one more validating than the last. I had no idea this was going on behind the scenes. Thank you for sharing your truth. It was brave. I feel like I owe you an apology. I believe the version I was fed. No dramatics. No performative apologies. Just honest, human acknowledgement. The kind that had been absent my entire life. And then, the real opportunity arrived. Jenna was planning a massive anniversary party for her 5th year of marriage. The one Mom had insisted on co-hosting, treating it like her personal PR comeback. It was to be held at the same garden venue as her 60th birthday, with a catered dinner, professional photographer, live band. Basically a rerun of the night, she humiliated me over a necklace and called me the embarrassment of the family. Aunt Linda, who'd become something of an ally since reading my letter, casually forwarded me the group email invite. Figured you wouldn't get one directly, she wrote. But I thought you might want to see it. Sure enough, my name wasn't on the guest list. Not even as an optional +1. Elise wasn't surprised. Same script, new act, she said. But I wasn't angry. I was focused. Because that party? That was the perfect opportunity to pull the curtain all the way back. And the timing couldn't have been better. 2 weeks before the party, I was invited to speak on a panel at a well-known tech conference in the city. The topic was Narratives in Leadership, how your personal story can shape your leadership style. My portion wasn't just about code or startups. It was about resilience, rebuilding, boundaries, finding your voice in environments that silence you. The conference filmed everything. High-quality footage, edited, captioned, and posted to their YouTube channel with my name and title in bold letters. The video took off. It wasn't viral in the TikTok sense, but in the professional world, it gained serious traction. Recruiters shared it. HR directors bookmarked it. I received 5 new client inquiries within 48 hours. And alongside that came comments. Real people resonating with what I said about navigating toxic family dynamics while trying to grow into your own. I took that video, and I embedded it on the homepage of the microsite. Below it, I added a new section. The truth in context. If you're here because you were told I abandoned my family, this is what actually happened. Unfiltered, unedited, and backed by the receipts. Underneath that, a button, read the full story. Then I created a new mailing list. Just one email, one link, no message, no commentary. And I sent it, not just to the extended family this time, to everyone. Old neighbors, church friends, family acquaintances who used to host us during holidays. My mom's friends from the garden club. Even the pastor from the church she'd been bragging to for years about her gifted son who lost his way. I didn't do it anonymously. I signed it. Alan Parker. Son. Husband. Builder. Not your scapegoat. Then I turned off my phone. The party was that weekend. I didn't go, but my letter did. Linda told me later that several guests showed up already having seen the microsite. A few had even printed pieces of it. One woman apparently walked up to my mother and said, "So this is the garden where you called your son an embarrassment. It's prettier than I imagined." Mom was blindsided. She didn't yell. She didn't throw a fit. She just went pale. Like the structure she had spent decades building had suddenly developed cracks she couldn't plaster over. Jenna tried to do damage control, claimed it was all taken out of context. But the problem with that defense is that context was exactly what the microsite provided. Dozens of screenshots, dates, quotes, messages, audio. It wasn't an attack. It was a record. And you can't argue with a record. Later that night, I got a call from Marissa. I hadn't heard her voice in over 6 months. "You made Mom cry," she said flatly. "Did she cry when she called my wife manipulative?" Silence. "She's devastated," Marissa added after a pause. "She says you turned everyone against her." "I didn't turn anyone," I said. "I just let people see what she's always hidden. If that feels like betrayal, maybe that's because she built her reputation on a lie." "I just wish you'd handled it differently," she said, tone brittle. "I handled it quietly, with facts. You all just never expected me to say anything." She didn't reply. She hung up. Over the next few weeks, things changed. The flood of messages slowed, but the impact remained. People started coming to me for the truth. I got emails from distant relatives asking to reconnect. Former mentors sent messages of support. Even Elise's parents, who had been caught in the crossfire of Mom's manipulations, thanked me for standing up, not just for myself, but for Elise too. Elise and I continued building our life, but now with something new in our foundation, closure. I no longer felt the need to prove anything, to defend, to explain. And then, finally, the last domino fell. I received a handwritten letter from my mother. The envelope was cream again, but the handwriting was shakier. It wasn't long, barely half a page. It didn't say, "I'm sorry," but it said this: "You were right. I didn't see you. I saw the version of you I wanted, and I punished you when you refused to be him. I don't know how to undo that, but I read every word, and I can't say you were wrong. Mom." I folded the letter slowly, placed it in the same drawer as the first one she sent. Then I closed the drawer, not because it didn't matter, but because it no longer defined me. In the months that followed, the silence from my family became permanent. No more guilt texts, no more performative invites, just peace. Elise and I celebrated our second anniversary with a small backyard dinner under fairy lights. A couple friends, some wine, and laughter that didn't feel borrowed or fragile. We were whole, not because we burned bridges, but because we chose to stop crossing the ones that always led to pain. My family had built a house of mirrors, but I built a home of my own. And in the end, I didn't need them to admit defeat, because the truth stood taller than their silence ever could. The day I stopped waiting for their love was the day I finally made room for my own. My name's Eli. I'm 27, and up until a few months ago, I thought I had my future figured out. I wasn't rich or particularly flashy, but I worked hard, saved every dollar I could, and believed in showing love through the little things, remembering her favorite snack after a long day, folding the laundry the way she liked, listening when she needed to vent even if I didn't understand half of what was going on. Her name was Marissa. She had this effortless charm that made everyone lean in a little when she spoke, and I was no exception. We met when I was still working 2 jobs to get through school. She was bartending at a lounge downtown, the kind of place with live jazz and overpriced drinks. I remember the exact joke she told me the first time we spoke. It wasn't even that funny. But the way she laughed after telling it, like she didn't care if anyone else got it, made me feel like I wanted to hear every laugh she ever had in her for the rest of my life. I moved in with her after a year. We split rent, though I paid a little more to cover utilities and groceries since her hours fluctuated. I didn't mind. Honestly, it made me feel useful, needed. She had dreams of launching her own online boutique, something about minimalist fashion with sustainable fabrics, and I cheered her on every step. She never had to ask me to support her. I just did, because that's what love was to me. She'd wake up late some mornings and find coffee already brewed and her favorite muffin on the counter. I thought those things mattered. Her birthday was coming up, her 26th, and I wanted it to be unforgettable. She used to joke about how no one had ever really made her feel special on her birthday, so I took that as a mission. I picked up extra shifts at the warehouse, took on more freelance projects, even skipped going out with friends just to put more away each month. She'd mentioned something in passing, a rooftop venue she loved, a certain cake she saw online, a custom necklace she'd admired, and I made mental notes of it all. By early spring, I'd saved enough to pull it off. I booked the rooftop, hired a local band she followed on Instagram, ordered the cake, and commissioned a custom ring. I hadn't planned on proposing that night initially, the idea came later, as I sat in bed next to her while she scrolled through TikToks. I looked over and realized I couldn't imagine another person I'd rather build a life with. It wasn't a grand, movie-style moment. It was quiet. Real. I told no one, not even my best friend. I wanted it to be our moment. The day before her birthday, I picked up the ring from a jeweler 2 towns over. It wasn't massive, nothing gaudy, but it was designed exactly how she liked it. Oval cut, thin band, vintage style. I tucked it into my coat pocket like it was sacred. That night, she said she was going to her friend Alicia's for a girls' pre-birthday wine night, and I told her I might be out early in the morning getting things ready. Don't stress too much, she smiled, sipping her wine as she got ready. Whatever you do will be amazing. I remember that exact sentence. It felt good to hear, like she saw my effort. The next morning, I left the apartment around 7 and drove back to the venue to double-check everything. I was running on barely 3 hours of sleep, but I didn't care. I picked up the flowers, confirmed the band's arrival time, and even drove across town to grab a last-minute bottle of the rare wine she once mentioned loving. After all that, I thought I'd swing by Alicia's to see if Marissa was still there. Not to spy, I genuinely wanted to surprise her with breakfast. I had the ring in my pocket, a bouquet in my hand, and plans racing through my head for how to ask her, maybe during the slow song, maybe after the toast. I hadn't decided yet. I knocked lightly at the door. No one answered, but I saw her car in the driveway, so I figured they were just inside. Alicia's place had one of those modern layouts with large front windows. The curtains weren't drawn fully, and I could hear them talking. Laughing, actually. I was about to call Marissa when something stopped me. It wasn't suspicion, it was just the sound of my name, tossed out in the middle of a sentence, followed by laughter. You know when your brain starts paying more attention than your heart wants it to? She's just my safety net until someone better comes along, Marissa said, casually, like she was discussing what show to watch next. Her voice had that light, joking tone she always used when she thought she was being witty. Alicia burst out laughing. Then hurry up, or he's gonna start thinking this is forever. There was more laughter. Light. Cruel. Comfortable. I froze. Not dramatically. Not like in the movies. I just paused. My fingers loosened around the bouquet. My body didn't feel like mine. It wasn't even heartbreak, not immediately. It was disbelief. My first reaction wasn't anger. It was shame. Like I just walked into a room naked and everyone had seen me for what I really was, a fool playing house in someone else's game. I didn't knock. I didn't throw the flowers or yell through the glass. I didn't make a scene. I just turned around, got back in my car, sat there for a minute with my hands on the steering wheel, the ring burning a hole in my pocket. My phone lit up with a text from her. A selfie of her and Alicia with the caption, "Can't wait to see you later. You're the best." I didn't reply. Instead, I put the car in gear and started driving. No destination. No plan. Just distance. By noon, I had 12 missed calls. By the time I hit the state line, there were 23. The first voicemail was cheerful. "Hey babe, where are you? I woke up late. Sorry. You didn't tell me where to meet you." The second was less bubbly. "Seriously, Eli, answer your phone." The third, she was crying. Or pretending to. But I wasn't listening anymore. I was too busy rewriting my future without her in it. I drove for hours, past cities I'd never planned to visit, through small towns where no one knew my name, across state lines with nothing but a duffel bag in the back seat and the soft clink of the ring box against my jacket zipper every time I adjusted in the seat. Somewhere outside Nashville, I pulled off the highway and parked behind a gas station. I didn't cry. I wanted to. My chest felt like it was holding back a storm, but all that came out was silence. I just sat there with the engine off, watching the sun creep down behind a row of distant trees, trying to figure out who I was now. Marissa was still calling. At one point, I counted 38 missed calls. Then texts. Dozens. Some were sweet, others frantic, and a few, toward the end, borderline angry. One simply said, "Eli, stop being dramatic. We were joking." That one stung more than the rest. Joking. Right. Like it was funny that I had spent months planning the one night she'd remember forever, and she had spent that same time treating me like a placeholder. I wasn't her forever. I was her for now. Just steady enough to rely on, just soft enough to manipulate. My brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe she didn't mean it. Maybe she got carried away. Maybe. But no. I had heard it. Her words. Her tone. Her laugh. I turned my phone off. That night, I slept in the car just outside a roadside motel. Not because I couldn't afford a room, but because I wasn't ready to be in a space with four walls. Not yet. I needed air. I needed to feel like I could leave at any moment. Everything I had been building, every vision of a future, every quiet hope I hadn't even said out loud, had been shattered in a single sentence. That kind of break doesn't heal overnight. The next morning, I drove to a cafe I used to stop at during road trips with my dad. A small place in Kentucky, barely big enough for a dozen people, but it smelled like fresh biscuits and burnt coffee, the kind of comfort that doesn't ask questions. I sat down at the corner booth and ordered breakfast. The waitress didn't ask why I looked like I hadn't slept. She just refilled my cup twice and slipped an extra muffin onto the plate. While I ate, I pulled out the ring. I hadn't even opened the box until then. It looked beautiful in the morning light. Classic, understated, exactly what she described back when we first started dating. I ran my thumb over the edge and then closed it slowly, like sealing away a version of myself I didn't recognize anymore. I didn't hate her. That's what made it worse. Hate would have been easier. But what I felt was something more complicated, betrayal mixed with a deep, aching sadness. Like realizing the person you thought knew your soul was only ever memorizing a script. I wondered how long she'd been pretending. If she ever really loved me. If any of it, the midnight drives, the shared playlists, the talks about names for future kids, had ever been real. By day 3, I found a small cabin listed on a local rental site. It was tucked into the woods, quiet, and came with an old wood-burning stove and a shelf full of books I'd never heard of. I booked it for a week. Then 2. I needed time, not just from her, but from the world that had watched me bend over backward to be the perfect partner while she stood there with one foot out the door. Marissa never stopped trying to reach me. When she realized I'd turned off my phone, she moved on to email. Then my work inbox. Even my mom got a message. That one was the final nail. "Hi, Mrs. Jacobs," it began. "I'm worried about Eli. He hasn't come home, and I think something's wrong. I know he can be emotional sometimes, but please tell him I love him. He's being really unfair. Unfair. Unfreaking fair." I forwarded it to my own inbox just so I could reread it whenever I needed to remind myself why I left. Because it wasn't enough for her to tear me down behind my back. Now she was trying to play the victim. Twist the narrative. Make it about my emotions and her worry. As if her words hadn't cut me to the bone. I never replied. I started hiking in the mornings. The cabin had a trail behind it, and after a few days, I found a lake, still, quiet, perfectly blue. I'd sit there for hours, thinking about everything I'd given and everything she'd taken without ever intending to give anything back. And I realized something. The version of me she loved wasn't real either. It was a version that catered, adapted, swallowed feelings, and forgave too quickly. I didn't want to be that version anymore. I called my landlord. Told him I wouldn't be renewing the lease. Then I called my friend Caleb, the one person who had always said, "I don't trust her, man," even when I didn't want to hear it. He didn't say "I told you so." He just asked, "Where are you? I'll come get you." "I'm good," I said. And I meant it. 3 weeks after I left, I checked my voicemail. The last message was from her. Her voice cracked halfway through. "Eli, please. Just tell me where you are. I get it, okay? I messed up. But we were building something. You don't get to just throw that away." Call me. Please. I didn't. Because here's the truth. I didn't throw anything away. I took back what was mine, my love, my loyalty, my future. And I was building something new. Something better. Without her. It had been just over a month since I left. The call stopped eventually, or maybe she gave up when every number she tried ended in voicemail. I'd gotten a new phone, new number, and with it, a strange new sense of freedom. Like I'd finally cut the cord to a life I didn't realize had been quietly draining me for years. I'd kept the same number for a decade, since high school, but when I tossed the old SIM card into the lake behind the cabin, it felt like shedding a second skin. I wasn't running away anymore. I was stepping out. I ended up staying at the cabin longer than planned. A lot longer. The owner, an older woman named Lenora, was happy to rent it out month to month. Most people stay for a weekend, she said the day I extended. But the ones who need healing? They stay longer. You take all the time you need, sweetheart. I did. And in that silence, I began to hear myself again. Not the version Marissa needed me to be, always agreeable, always soft-spoken, always a cushion for her moods, but the real me. The one who used to write songs and never showed them to anyone. The one who used to spend whole afternoons sketching plans for a dream business I'd buried beneath someone else's ambitions. I picked up my guitar again. I started writing. Not love songs. Just songs. Honest ones. Some nights I'd build a fire and sit under the stars with a notebook on my lap, scribbling down whatever came to mind. Regret. Anger. Gratitude. Clarity. It all poured out. And with every page, the fog that had followed me for years began to lift. It was around that time I realized I hadn't really had friends. Not real ones. Most of my friends were extensions of Marissa's circle. People who tolerated me because I paid for brunch or offered rides or helped them move without complaint. But Caleb? He called once a week. No pressure. Just, "You still breathing out there?" And a laugh. He never pushed me to explain myself. He just let me be. That meant more than he'll probably ever know. One day, out of sheer curiosity, I logged into an old shared account Marissa and I had for groceries. I figured she'd removed me, but she hadn't. Maybe she thought I'd come crawling back. What I found made my stomach twist, not in sadness, but in quiet disgust. She was using the card like nothing had changed. Weekly wine orders, high-end skincare, takeout nearly every day. I'd funded that card originally, setting it up so our food and essentials would be covered automatically. It wasn't much, but apparently it had slipped my mind in the chaos of leaving. I disabled the card immediately. 5 minutes later, I got an email to my old account with the subject line, "Why would you do that?" I stared at the screen. Not, "Where are you?" Not, "Are you okay?" Just a demand. No context. No apology. Just confusion over why the free ride had ended. That email said more than all her voicemails combined. I didn't reply, but I did something else. I opened a blank message, attached a picture of the ring, still in its box, sitting beside a fire pit with the woods behind it. No caption. No words. Then I deleted the draft. Not because I didn't want her to see it, but because she didn't deserve that satisfaction. She didn't deserve a metaphor, or a final message, or proof that I was still thinking about her. She'd already taken enough of my mind. A week later, I got a message from Caleb. She reached out to me. Said you vanished, and she's worried. Wants to talk. I told him the truth. He didn't reply for a few minutes, then sent, "Want me to tell her anything?" I paused, then typed, "Tell her I'm doing fine. Tell her I'm building something she was never invited to." That was the first time I truly meant it. Around that time, Lenora mentioned the local community center was looking for someone to help with a music program. Nothing fancy. Just a few kids learning guitar. She said they were short-staffed and underfunded. "Thought you might be interested," she added, almost shyly. I hesitated. Not because I didn't want to, but because I wasn't sure if I was ready to be visible again. Part of something. But I went. I showed up. And the first day, I walked into that rec room, with mismatched chairs and cheap amps buzzing with static, something inside me clicked back into place. There was this one kid, Marcus, maybe 13, who wouldn't meet anyone's eyes. Head down, hoodie up, fingers stiff on the fretboard. But by the third session, I caught him humming along, then laughing, then staying late to ask if I could show him how to write a chord progression. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't cinematic. But it mattered. And for the first time in a long time, so did I. I still kept the ring. Not out of hope. Not out of sentiment. Just as a reminder. A reminder that the version of me who bought that ring, who planned that night, who put someone else's happiness above his own every time, deserved better. Deserved someone who saw him not as a safety net, but as a whole damn person. One night, after class, I sat by the lake again. The same lake where I'd first opened the box. The wind was cold, the stars sharp, and the ring set heavy in my palm. I took one last look, and then I closed the box, stood up, and didn't throw it. Not because I couldn't. I thought about it. For a long moment, I stood there at the edge of that still lake, the water like glass, my breath curling into the cold air. The ring box felt heavier than it should have, not in weight, but in memory. Every inch of it was packed with moments I could still picture too clearly. The night I saw her scrolling through engagement rings on Pinterest with that absent, dreamy smile. The time she made a joke about how men always get it wrong. The way she used to look at me when she thought I was the one who'd made her world better. But none of those memories were real. Not fully. They were parts of a performance. One I was too blinded by love and hope and quiet desperation to see through. And I realized, standing there on the edge of that lake, that throwing the ring wouldn't erase anything. It wouldn't undo what happened. It wouldn't make her regret what she said or turn me back into the person I was before her. So I didn't throw it. I walked back to the cabin, placed the ring box in the bottom drawer of my desk, and locked it away, not as a keepsake, but as a gravestone. A marker for the version of me that died the moment I heard her say, "He's just my safety net." And then I started living. Over the next few months, I poured myself into the music program. What started as a volunteer gig turned into a part-time role, then a full-time one. The center offered me a stipend and eventually helped me get certified so I could officially teach. I began organizing weekend workshops, small performances, open mic nights. Kids who barely spoke started showing up early just to rehearse. Parents began asking if I could offer lessons. For the first time in my life, my passion wasn't just a private escape. It was something that gave others hope too. I stayed in that town longer than I ever imagined. Rented a small place closer to the community center. Nothing fancy, one bedroom, a creaky porch, a yard full of stubborn weeds, but it was mine. Every corner of it was something I built, arranged, chose. No compromises. No walking on eggshells. No pretending. I reconnected with old friends. Not the ones from Marissa's circle, but people I'd drifted from over the years. Friends from college, from my first job, from a world that existed before I fell into the black hole of her orbit. Some of them had heard what happened. A few reached out with cautious sympathy, unsure of what to say. I told them the truth. I was better now. Stronger. Wiser. And surprisingly, more at peace than I'd ever been. I even started posting my own music online. Originals, mostly. Raw recordings of songs I wrote in the cabin or on the lake dock. No flashy production. Just me, a guitar, and my voice. To my surprise, people listened. Some commented. Others shared. And slowly, a small audience began to grow. One evening, nearly a year after I left, I was closing up the center after a late music session. The halls were quiet, the lights dimmed. I had just locked the back door when I checked my email on a whim. An account I barely used anymore. The same one Marissa had messaged once before. There was a new email. From her. Subject line, "It's been a year." I opened it. Not because I wanted to reconnect. I was long past that. But because some part of me needed to see if she'd changed. If she'd finally understood. The message was short. "I don't know where you are. I've stopped trying to find out. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I was stupid. Selfish. You were good to me. Too good. I didn't deserve you. Maybe I still don't. But I think about you a lot. I hope you're happy. I hope you found something better." That was it. No manipulation. No begging. No drama. Just a quiet admission. And for the first time since I walked away, I didn't feel anything. No anger. No heartbreak. Not even satisfaction. Just stillness. Like reading the final line of a book you no longer cared about. I closed the email. Deleted it. Emptied the trash folder. Not as a gesture. Just because I didn't need it. My closure hadn't come from her. It came from the life I'd built without her. That weekend, we held a spring showcase at the center. A performance by the kids who had worked all year to learn their instruments, write their own songs, and overcome the fears that once kept them quiet. Parents packed the seats. There was laughter, applause, even a few tears. And at the end of the night, one of the parents came up to me and said, "I don't know what you did, but my son actually believes in himself now. He says he wants to be like you." I smiled and thanked her. But inside, I was reeling. Because if someone had told me a year ago The night I stood outside that apartment with a ring in my pocket and a future crumbling in my hands. That one day a stranger's kid would say those words, I'd have laughed. Or cried. Or both. But here I was. Alive. Whole. And wanted. Not by someone who saw me as a placeholder, but by a room full of kids who looked at me and saw music and patience and belief. I went home that night and pulled the ring box out of the drawer. I sat with it for a while. Not in grief. Just in reflection. And then I drove to the same lake, walked to the edge where the water was calm and moonlit, and opened the box one final time. This time, I didn't hesitate. I threw it. Hard. The splash was small. The ripple disappeared within seconds. I stood there a while longer, listening to the night sounds. And for the first time, there was no weight in my pocket, no ache in my chest, no bitterness in my throat. Just peace. A few weeks later, I started dating again. Slowly, carefully, not out of loneliness, but curiosity. A quiet, steady belief that maybe, just maybe, love didn't have to come wrapped in control or games or conditional affection. Her name was Danny. She worked at the library, wore flannel like a uniform, and laughed too loudly during bad movies. On our third date, she asked why I left my old life behind. I told her the truth. All of it. When I finished, she looked at me for a long moment, then said, You didn't lose anything. You just made room. And that night, for the first time in a long time, I slept soundly. Because she was right. I hadn't lost a thing. I'd made room. For growth, for healing, for music, for purpose, and maybe, one day, for love again. But this time, I'd know the difference between being chosen and being convenient. And I'd never settle for less. Not again. I'm Josh, 29, and the type of guy who likes things quiet. Not in a I hate people way. More like I prefer calm over chaos. I'm the middle kid, sandwiched between my older sister Emily and my younger brother Ryan. Emily's always been the golden child, homecoming queen, married by 25, now pregnant with her first baby. Ryan? He's the wild card, for jobs in 2 years and somehow still finding himself. Me? I'm the boring one, apparently. I work in finance, save too much, and avoid drama like it's an unpaid invoice. So when Emily invited me over for a quiet family dinner last Saturday, I actually looked forward to it. Things had been weird lately. Mom kept acting overly nice, and Dad avoided eye contact during our last FaceTime. I figured maybe they were finally trying to make an effort. After all, I'd just gotten my yearly bonus from work, and I hadn't told anyone how much it was. Just that it came in. I thought maybe they wanted to celebrate or catch up. I should have known better. I pulled into their driveway around 6, carrying a bottle of wine I knew they wouldn't even touch. The curtains were drawn, the lights inside looked unusually bright, and I could swear I heard music. Not soft jazz, either. Bass. I paused at the door, adjusted my tie, and stepped inside. It hit me all at once. The smell of catered food, the buzz of loud conversation, and the flash of phone cameras. People. Everywhere. A banner stretched across the living room wall in glittery script. Welcome, baby Ashley. Tables with baby-themed cupcakes, stacks of gifts, pastel balloons tied to chairs. My eyes darted around, trying to make sense of it. A woman I didn't recognize handed me a pink cup and said, Congratulations, Uncle Josh, before disappearing into the crowd. Then I saw Emily, standing near the cake, 8 tiers of pink and gold frosting, with her hands on her belly like she was posing for a magazine. She grinned like I'd just delivered her the moon. You made it, she squealed, walking over and pulling me into a hug. We weren't sure if you'd figure it out. But you're here, finally. Figure what out? I asked, still frozen at the doorway. That's when Mom appeared from the kitchen, arms outstretched. Sweetheart, isn't this amazing? She said, wrapping me in a hug before I could say a word. We used your bonus. It was just meant to happen. You weren't supposed to know until next week, but surprise. My brain took a second to process what she just said. We used your bonus. I looked over at Emily. She was nodding like this was a normal sentence. Yeah, we had the planner hold off on finalizing everything until we were sure it wouldn't max out your card. But it didn't, so she gestured around. Tada. My throat went dry. I hadn't told anyone where my bonus landed. I hadn't shared numbers. But Emily had access to one of my shared credit cards from years ago, back when she was building her credit and needed help opening a new line. I had forgotten it even existed, since I never used it. Clearly, someone else had. Emily. I started, trying to keep my voice level. What do you mean use my bonus? Oh, don't be dramatic, she said, turning away. It's not like you were going to do anything fun with it anyway. And it's for the baby. You wouldn't be that guy, would you? Yeah, Mom added with a light laugh. Don't make a scene. It's already paid for. Just enjoy the night. Something about that phrase, already paid for, sank into my ribs like cold water. My bonus was nearly $10,000. And they spent it without asking me. On this. For a child that isn't mine, during an event I wasn't even told about. They weren't sorry. They were smug. Triumphant. Even. I looked around. People were laughing, playing baby shower games, opening pink goodie bags. Some even nodded at me like I should be proud of what I helped make happen. And for a second, I almost smiled. Almost. But deep inside, something cracked. Not a full break, just a hairline fracture. The kind that grows with time, with pressure. I stayed long enough to not raise suspicion. I smiled, made small talk, even gave Emily a half-hearted hug when she handed me a slice of cake with a little plastic baby on top. You're such a great brother, she whispered. Seriously, I owe you. I didn't respond, just nodded. That night, I went home, poured myself a glass of scotch, and sat down in front of my laptop. I pulled up the credit account, still active, still very much in my name. There it was, 14 charges totaling $9,800. Event planning services, catering, custom cake, DJ, decor, photography, all billed within the last 3 weeks. My heart was pounding, but my hands were steady. First, I froze every linked account. Then I called the card company and explained the situation. Unauthorized charges, family member access, no verbal or written consent. The representative was sympathetic. It looks like these were processed very recently, she said. You're within the dispute window. We can file a full reversal request for all 14 charges. Do it, I said. Immediately. As I clicked through my accounts, something else caught my attention. My name was still listed as a secondary on Mom and Dad's mortgage autopay. I'd set it up years ago during a rough patch they had, just until they got back on their feet. But they never took it off. I hovered over the toggle for a moment, then hit pause. The next payment, due Monday, wouldn't go through. For good measure, I also found the utility bill Emily had piggybacked onto my old bank account. Canceled that too. One by one, I reversed every trace of my financial goodwill. Then I waited. By morning, the group chat started buzzing. Emily's text came first. Hey, random question. Do you know why the venue is trying to charge me again? Thought you paid already. Then Mom chimed in. Your card declined at the bakery. Is something wrong with your bank? Then came the voicemail from Dad. His voice tight, irritated. Josh, we're having some issues with the mortgage company. Said the autopay bounced. Just give me a call. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. I didn't call back, but I did check my email. And right there, in my inbox, was a forwarded notice from the mortgage lender. Past due, immediate attention required. It had been less than 24 hours. And things were just getting started. I didn't answer any of their calls. Not at first. The thing is, I needed them to feel it. Not just the inconvenience, but the fear. The same kind that punched me in the gut when I realized that $9,800 had quietly vanished without a whisper of permission. The same kind of hollow, creeping dread that comes when the people you trust most smile while gutting you financially and act like it's no big deal, like it's owed to them. By Sunday afternoon, I had 27 missed calls. 11 from Mom, 5 from Emily, 2 from my dad. He hates calling, and the rest were numbers I didn't recognize. Probably vendors. A couple of voicemails sounded panicked. Emily's was tearful, though I didn't buy it for a second. Josh, I'm begging you, just call me back. I don't know what happened, but everything's falling apart. The decorator said the check bounced, the photographer canceled, and the planner just left. Mom said you're upset, but please, this was supposed to be for Ashley. Don't do this to her. Do this to her? She wasn't even born yet. The only person who'd been done dirty here was me. Monday morning, I finally responded, but not how they expected. I sent a single group text to the family chat. All unauthorized charges have been disputed. Mortgage and utility autopays are no longer linked to my accounts. Do not contact me again unless it's through legal representation. 3 minutes later, Emily was calling. I declined. Then she tried a voice note. Are you serious? You're gonna mess over your own family over some party money? It's not like we stole it. You weren't even using that card. And now our entire baby shower is ruined because your feelings got hurt. I didn't respond, but I did forward her message to the bank, just to reinforce the unauthorized nature of the charges. Ironically, her own words made the dispute stronger. By Tuesday, the fallout was in full swing. My parents' mortgage company had sent a default notice, and they were panicking. Apparently, they'd missed a previous payment before mine failed to go through. So now, the bank was flagging their account. I found that out through Ryan, who texted me completely out of the loop. "Yo man, what's going on? Mom and Dad said you sabotaged the house. Did you really cut off their mortgage payments?" I didn't answer at first, but eventually I called him. He, at least, had never tried to take from me. I owed him honesty. "Yeah," I said. "I did. Because they've been draining me dry for years, and I didn't even realize it." The bonus was just the last straw. There was a long pause before he said, "They told me you offered to help pay the mortgage long term." I laughed once, low and bitter. I offered to help once. They never stopped the auto pay after that. They didn't even ask. He didn't argue, just hung up. Later that day, Emily showed up at my office. I work in a mid-rise downtown, not the kind of place you just stroll into, but somehow, she got past the front desk. I was walking back from a client meeting when I saw her standing outside the elevators, arms crossed, eyes bloodshot. For a second, I thought she might cry, but she didn't. "You're not even gonna look at me?" she snapped. "I'm working," I said calmly, brushing past her toward my office door. "You could have just told me you were mad. You didn't have to go nuclear." I turned to face her, finally letting the frustration in my chest rise to the surface. "Mad? Emily, you stole from me. Then threw a party to celebrate it like it was a gift." "I didn't steal. I was gonna tell you. You used my money without asking. That's theft, no matter how you spin it." She scoffed. "Oh, come on. Like you don't blow money on pointless stuff all the time. This was for family. For my baby. I thought you'd be happy to help." That word again. Help. As if I'm a walking ATM. "Don't talk to me about family," I said. "Real family doesn't exploit you behind your back, then expect a thank you card." For a moment, I saw a flash of something in her face. Maybe regret, maybe just embarrassment. But she buried it fast, rolled her eyes, straightened her coat, and hissed. "Well, congratulations. You made your point. You win." Then she stormed off. That night, I sat alone in my apartment, watching the city lights flicker outside my window. It wasn't triumph I felt. Not really. It was more like clarity, like someone had finally wiped the fog off the glass. Years of subtle manipulation, guilt trips, and emotional blackmail had built a wall between me and reality. I used to justify their behavior, saying things like, "That's just how mom is," or "Emily means well, she just gets carried away." But not anymore. Now I saw it plainly. They didn't respect me. They only respected what I could give them. And once I stopped giving, they had no idea how to handle me. I didn't sleep much that night. Too many thoughts, too many scenarios running through my head. But by morning, I knew what I had to do next. I wasn't going to wait for them to spin the story their way, paint me as the villain to every aunt and cousin willing to listen. I needed to make things official, documented, and irreversible. That morning, I opened my laptop, drafted one email, attached a few PDFs, and hit send. Within that email was something that would make their jaws drop harder than the canceled party ever did. The email was addressed to 3 recipients: my parents, Emily, and almost as an afterthought, our family's longtime financial advisor, Mr. Denholm. He'd handled everything from my parents' refinancing to helping Emily and her husband budget for their starter home. He'd also been the one who originally recommended I open that shared credit card with Emily back when she was fresh out of college and trying to build trust with lenders. Subject line: clarification on financial boundaries, effective immediately. I kept the tone measured. Cold, maybe, but not cruel. The body of the email read like a corporate disengagement letter, precise, polite, and legally unambiguous. Going forward, I am formally withdrawing from all financial arrangements involving any member of the family. This includes, but is not limited to, mortgage auto-pay contributions, utility accounts in my name, shared credit lines, and emergency fund transfers. Attached are statements verifying the canceled accounts and removed payment links. All pending reversals have been initiated through my credit institutions and flagged as unauthorized usage. If any charges remain outstanding, you may address them directly with the vendors. For clarity and documentation, I've CC'd Mr. Denholm so all parties are aligned regarding the discontinuation of financial involvement from my side. Any further contact regarding these matters should be directed to my legal representative, whose information will be provided upon request. This is not up for discussion. No sign-off. No love, Josh. No regards. Just the facts. I hit send at 9:47 a.m. By 9:52, Emily was calling again. I didn't pick up. At 10:03, Mom replied. Her message started out polite, almost rehearsed. Josh, we understand you're upset. But this feels extreme. You don't have to take such a cold, public approach with family. We've always tried to do what's best. But halfway down, it pivoted, just like I knew it would. You think you're punishing us, but you're really just proving how petty and selfish you can be. This was for Emily's baby. For your niece. You'll regret this when you're alone. There it was. The guilt grenade. Funny thing is, it didn't hit this time. Not even a dent. I wasn't 15 anymore, begging to be understood. I was 29, and I just cut off a financial leak that had been draining me for years under the name of family loyalty. But the real kicker came that evening. Around 6 p.m., my doorman called up to say someone was trying to leave a package for me. Some woman. Says she's your sister. She seemed tense. I told him to send her away. An hour later, I got a text from Emily. It was a photo of the package, my childhood photo album, my high school yearbooks, and a ceramic trophy I'd won in 7th grade for a regional math competition. The caption read, "If you want to cut us off, don't expect to still be part of the family. These are the only things left with your name on them." I stared at the photo for a long time. Not because I wanted any of that back, but because it confirmed what I'd always suspected, deep down. In this family, love came with a price tag. And when you stopped paying, they boxed you up and left you at the curb. That night, I didn't feel sad or angry. I felt light, like I'd finally set something down after carrying it way too long. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over, not even close. And I was right. The next morning, I woke up to 6 new emails. 5 were account recovery attempts, someone trying to log into my banking and credit platforms using security questions that only family might guess. The 6th was from Mr. Denholm. His email was brief, but careful. Josh, received your documentation and understand your position. I've advised your parents to seek their own financial counsel. Unrelated, you may want to monitor your credit reports. There have been some new applications under your name in the last 48 hours that raised red flags. I froze. New applications? I immediately logged into my credit monitoring app. 2 recent inquiries. One from a home renovation lender. Another from a personal loan service. Both filed under my name, with my social, but with an address that wasn't mine. Emily's. She didn't just spend my bonus. She was still trying to bleed me dry. I stared at the credit report on my screen, heart pounding. 2 hard inquiries. Both within the last 48 hours. Both using my name, my social, and most damning Emily's home address. It didn't make sense. She had no access to my bank passwords, and I'd already frozen all the cards. But then it hit me. She didn't need the old accounts. She was trying to open new ones in my name. For most people, this would have been the final straw. But for me, it was something else. A confirmation. Not just of her desperation, but of her entitlement. That same toxic belief that if something had my name on it, it was still hers to use. Just like when she took my bonus. Just like when she let our mother weaponize guilt to keep me footing the bills. The difference now? I had proof. And I was done being polite about it. I took screenshots, compiled every document, bank logs, dispute records, email threads, even the voicemail where she said, "You weren't even using that card." I sent it all to my lawyer, Naomi, a former law school friend who now specialized in financial fraud and ID theft. She read through everything and called me within the hour. Her voice was steady and calm. "You have enough here for a criminal complaint, Josh. I'll file a cease and desist and send a formal notice of identity theft. If she doesn't respond appropriately, we escalate." "What if she plays dumb?" I asked. "She won't get the chance," Naomi replied. "We'll notify the lenders, freeze your credit, and alert the FTC. And if she tries anything else after that, it becomes a felony. Not just fraud. Wire fraud. That's prison time." It felt surreal. Less like revenge, more like waking up. Like finally seeing a storm for what it was instead of pretending it was just a little rain. By Thursday morning, Emily received the legal notice. She didn't respond directly. Of course she didn't. Instead, I got a call from my mom. Again. This time, I answered. "You're going to destroy this family," she said flatly. "No, Mom," I said calmly. "I'm just finally refusing to let this family destroy me. You're putting Emily's unborn child at risk." I almost laughed. "You're telling me that the child's safety depended on credit fraud?" Really? There was a pause. Then the Real voice came out, the one she saved for moments when guilt didn't work. Cold. Entitled. Brutally direct. You always thought you were better than the rest of us, just because you made a little money and moved out. But guess what, Josh? Money doesn't buy love. And when you have no one left, don't come crying to us. I let that hang for a moment before responding. I never had you in the first place. Then I hung up. The next few weeks were quiet. Almost too quiet. The charges were reversed. The inquiries blocked. The lenders flagged my social so no further credit applications could be submitted without direct authorization. Naomi took care of everything clinical, efficient, and airtight. But the silence from my family? That was different. No texts. No voicemails. No group invites. They'd erased me like a typo. I knew what they were telling people. That I'd turned on the family. That I was unstable, or greedy, or just plain cold. I didn't care. Because for the first time in my adult life, my accounts were mine. My future was mine. And no one else had a hand in it. I even went back through old statements and realized how far the rot went. My parents had used my account to cover at least 4 years' worth of utility bills, often without even mentioning it. Emily had quietly linked one of her Amazon profiles to my debit card. And Ryan, though innocent for the most part, had at one point used my Netflix login and added 3 extra profiles, one of which was named "Thanks Josh" with a smiley face. I changed all of it. Every password. Every account. I even got a new number. Then, just when I thought it was finally over, I got a letter in the mail. A physical envelope. No return address, but I recognized the handwriting instantly. Emily's. Inside was a single page. "Josh, I messed up. I know that. I shouldn't have touched your money. I thought you wouldn't care. I thought you had enough. And I figured, if you ever noticed, you'd just yell and then let it go. Like always. But you didn't. And I guess that scared me more than I expected. You're serious now. You're not just mad, you're done. And honestly, you should be. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even expect a reply. But I wanted you to know something." When I told Mom what I did, she laughed. She said, "That boy always was too soft." And I think that's what finally hit me. None of us ever really saw you. Not as a person. Just as a resource. I'm sorry. If you want to send this to your lawyer, go ahead. Just, if Ashley ever asks why she doesn't know her uncle, don't lie to her. Tell her the truth. Tell her her mom was selfish. And that her mom paid the price. That last line sat with me longer than anything else. She didn't ask for mercy. Didn't ask for a second chance. She just told the truth. For once. I folded the letter neatly and slid it into a file folder labeled "Closed." No rage. No grief. Just a sense of quiet completion. Like setting down a novel after reading the final sentence and realizing you don't need to know what happens after. Because the ending is clear. 6 months later, I moved into a new place. A little condo with a balcony and too much sunlight. But I liked it. I adopted a dog, an old rescue mutt named Benny with graying fur and eyes that reminded me to slow down. No more family emergencies. No more surprise charges. No more toxic strings dressed up as love. I didn't hear from Emily again. Not on my birthday. Not on Ashley's birth. Not at Christmas. And that was fine. I wasn't angry anymore. I didn't need revenge. Just boundaries. Sometimes healing doesn't look like a warm embrace. Sometimes it looks like locking the door, changing the locks, and walking away without a single glance back. And if you ask me, that's the best piece I've ever bought. My name's Chris, I'm 27, and I've always been the quiet kid in my family. Not shy exactly, just the one who doesn't cause waves. I've always been the guy who shows up when asked, does what's expected, and keeps the peace, even when it's uncomfortable. For most of my life, I convinced myself that was just how family worked. You bite your tongue, you go along, you laugh when you're supposed to. But this year, something changed. Maybe it was getting older, maybe it was finally starting to feel proud of the life I was building on my own, but I started noticing the way my family treated me in a way I hadn't before. Little comments, little jokes, the way my accomplishments were brushed off like they didn't matter. And it all came to a head on my birthday. The morning started with a text from my mom that just said, "Skip your plans. We're doing a family game night. 6 p.m. No, happy birthday. No, we'd love to celebrate with you." Just a directive, like I was expected to drop everything. It wasn't the first time they'd done something like this, making plans without asking if I was free, but it stung a little more because, well, it was my day. I stared at my phone for a long time before replying with a simple "okay." What I wanted to say was, I already had plans. I wanted to spend the evening with friends who actually make me feel like I matter. But I didn't. I showed up right at 6, like I always do. They were already gathered in the backyard, music playing, drinks in hand, everyone laughing. For a moment I thought maybe, just maybe, they'd planned something nice for me after all. But as soon as I stepped onto the patio, my brother grinned, tossed me a pair of grill tongs, and said, "Make yourself useful, birthday boy." The whole table laughed. My mom clapped her hands like it was the funniest thing in the world. I wish I could say I stood up for myself right then, but old habits die hard. I smiled, made a light joke about being promoted to chef, and started cooking. I grilled for nearly 2 hours, burgers, hot dogs, chicken, while everyone else played board games, took group selfies, and posted them online. Occasionally, someone would yell from the table, "Don't burn mine," or "Chris, grab me another drink while you're up." Inside, I was boiling. I could feel my face getting hot, not just from the grill, but from humiliation. They hadn't even set aside a plate for me. When I finally sat down with my own burger, everyone was already halfway through dessert, laughing about a game I hadn't been invited to play. My mom looked at me and said, "You should smile more. You look so serious all the time." That's when something shifted in me. I didn't argue, didn't lash out. I just smiled. A small, quiet smile that no one really noticed, and finished my food. When it was over, I stayed behind to clean up. I scraped plates, packed leftovers, took out the trash. The whole time, I could hear them inside laughing, playing, having the time of their lives. And the whole time, I stayed quiet. When I was done, I grabbed my jacket, said a polite, "Thanks for dinner," and headed out. My mom barely looked up from her card game to wave goodbye. As I drove home, I felt oddly calm. Not sad exactly, not even angry. Just done. Done being the punchline. Done being the reliable background character in my own life. Because what they didn't know, what no one in that backyard knew, was that I'd been planning something for months. Something they would all find out about very soon. That night, as I sat in my apartment scrolling through the pictures they'd posted without me, I finally felt the first spark of satisfaction. I knew that when the time came, they wouldn't be laughing anymore. And when their phones all lit up at the same time, there'd be no going back. I woke up the next morning to my phone buzzing, not with happy birthday messages or belated well wishes, but with notifications from social media. My brother had posted a picture of himself holding the burger I cooked with the caption, "When your little brother's only talent is grilling." It already had a thread of laughing emojis from cousins, and a "LOL, he's so good at it though" comment from my aunt. I just sat there staring at it, my thumb hovering over the screen. I didn't like it. I didn't reply. I just locked my phone and set it face down on the table. The thing about moments like that is they stick with you. I carried that feeling through the whole week, like a splinter under my skin. Every time my phone buzzed with another notification, another photo, another little joke about me, I felt it drive deeper. It wasn't just the one night. It was every night they'd ever volunteered me to be the one cooking, cleaning, driving, setting up, watching the kids. Every time I'd been expected to help out because I was single and had the time. Every family event where my accomplishments were brushed aside in favor of whatever my brother or sister had done. On Wednesday, Mom texted again, "Game night Friday. Don't be late this time." No question mark. No, does that work for you? I had plans to go out with friends that night, but when I told her I might not make it, she replied with a single line that made my stomach twist. "Family comes first, Chris. Don't make me explain that to everyone." That last part, "Don't make me explain that to everyone," felt less like a reminder and more like a warning. I could picture it already, her sighing dramatically at the table, telling everyone I was too busy for my family, painting me as the selfish one. So I canceled my plans and showed up again. This time it wasn't grilling. It was being sent to pick up food for everyone because apparently no one else felt like cooking. I walked in just in time to hear my brother joke, "Perfect timing. Our delivery boy has arrived." Everyone laughed like it was the most natural thing in the world. I set the bags down on the counter, and before I could even sit, Mom said, "Chris, can you grab plates for everyone?" I wish I could say I told her no. I wish I could say I walked out right then. But instead, I did what I always did. I grabbed the plates, passed them around, and sat in the one empty chair in the corner. That night I noticed something different though. While they laughed and played, I didn't feel like part of the room. I felt like an observer, like I was outside looking in. I noticed how my brother always interrupted me when I tried to speak, how my sister rolled her eyes when I mentioned something about work, how mom and dad exchanged glances like they had a private joke whenever I talked about my apartment or my friends. And I noticed something else, how happy they all were, completely unaware that I was sitting there quietly taking mental notes. The next weekend was worse. Mom asked me to come by early to help set up. I thought maybe it would just be putting out chairs or setting the table. Instead, I was handed a list of groceries and told to run to the store. By the time I got back, everyone else was there, already drinking and talking. My bags were barely unpacked before someone shouted from the backyard, "Chris, can you make the sangria?" I remember standing there with my hands still full of groceries, staring at the back door. It wasn't even anger at that point. It was something heavier. Resignation, maybe. I put the groceries away, made the sangria, and brought it outside. My sister took a sip, smiled, and said, "See? This is why we keep him around." They laughed. I smiled. But this time, my smile felt different. After everyone left that night, I stayed behind again to help mom clean. I was standing at the sink, scrubbing a pan, when she said casually, "You know, Chris, your brother and his wife are trying to save for a house. You should think about letting them rent your apartment for a while. You can move back in with us. It would help them a lot." I froze, my hands still in the soapy water. "Move back in?" I asked, keeping my voice as even as I could. "It'd be temporary," she said quickly, "just until they get on their feet. You don't really need that much space anyway." I turned around slowly. "I just signed a 2-year lease." Mom shrugged like that was a minor detail. "Well, you can always break a lease. You'd be with family, and we'd all be together again." The idea of moving back into that house, the same house where I'd spent years being the errand boy, the peacekeeper, the afterthought, made my chest tighten. "I'm not doing that," I said quietly. Mom looked offended, like I'd just turned down a reasonable request. "It's just for a little while. Don't be so dramatic." I didn't argue. I didn't yell. I just finished washing the dishes, dried my hands, and left without saying much else. But when I got home, I sat on my couch for a long time staring at the wall. I thought about every time I'd bent over backward to make them happy, every time I'd put my own life on hold to make theirs easier, and how it had never once been enough. That was the night I opened the folder on my computer labeled Project. It wasn't really a project in the traditional sense, not yet, but it was an idea I'd been quietly building, piece by piece, ever since I started realizing how my family treated me. Financial documents, screenshots, plans. It had started as a way to get my life in order. But as I sat there adding to it, I realized it had become something else entirely. Something that was going to change everything. And as much as part of me wanted to slam the laptop shut and forget about it, I didn't. Because for the first time, I didn't feel powerless. The following week was my sister's birthday. We all gathered at the house again. I handed her a gift card. Nothing extravagant, just something thoughtful. She opened it, smiled faintly, and said, "Thanks. I mean, it's not as nice as what you got last year, but thanks." Mom shot me a look, like she agreed, but wasn't going to say it out loud. My brother grinned and said, "You know, you should really go bigger for birthdays. Make people feel special." I almost laughed. Almost. Instead, I just nodded and said, "You're right. People should feel special on their birthdays." That night, as I drove home, I felt that quiet smile creep back onto my face. Because they had no idea what was coming. And this time, I wasn't just planning on cooking. The turning point came sooner than I expected, and it was so casual, so matter-of-fact, that it almost didn't register at first. It was a Sunday afternoon, 2 weeks after my sister's birthday. Mom texted me early that morning. "Dinner tonight. Bring dessert." No question, no could you. Just the usual assumption that I'd comply. I picked up a cake from the bakery near my apartment, a nice one, because despite everything, I still wanted to be the person who shows up with something thoughtful. When I got to the house, everyone was already seated around the dining room table. My dad was at the head, swirling a glass of wine, talking loudly about some work thing. My brother and sister were laughing at a video on his phone. Mom was setting out plates. "Perfect, you're here," she said as soon as I stepped inside. "We've been waiting to tell you something." That should have been my first clue, the way she said it, like I'd been summoned. I set the cake down on the counter and walked into the dining room. "What's up?" I asked. Dad leaned back in his chair, smiling like he was proud of himself. We've decided your sister and her husband are going to move into your apartment next month, just until they save for a down payment. I blinked. I'm sorry, what? Mom jumped in quickly, her tone calm, like she was explaining something perfectly reasonable. It's just until they get on their feet. They need the space more than you do, Chris. You can stay here in your old room. It'll be fun, like old times. I stood there for a second, feeling every muscle in my body tense. You can't just decide that, I said slowly. My brother snorted. Relax, man. It's not a big deal. You don't even use half the space in that apartment. Besides, you'll save money living here. I looked at him, then at my parents, trying to figure out if this was some kind of joke. Their faces told me it wasn't. I just signed a lease, I reminded them. Dad waved a hand like that was a minor inconvenience. Break it. Pay the fee. It's worth it to help family. You can't put a price on that. Something inside me snapped. Not loudly, not dramatically, but like a quiet thread breaking. You didn't even ask me, I said. Mom's expression hardened just slightly, the way it always did when she thought I was being difficult. Chris, don't make this harder than it needs to be. We've already told them they can move in. They're counting on you. You already told them? My voice was sharper than I meant it to be. They were so excited when we told them, Mom said. Don't ruin this for them. I felt the room tilt a little, like I was the unreasonable one here. So you decided what to do with my apartment, promised it to someone else, and now you're telling me I have to go along with it. Because you already said yes? Dad sighed, as if I was embarrassing him. You always make things so complicated. This is a chance to do something good for your family. Don't be selfish. Selfish. That word hit harder than anything else. After everything, all the times I'd cooked, cleaned, driven, canceled plans, picked up slack, I was selfish for not wanting to be kicked out of my own place. I didn't yell. I didn't storm out. I just stood there, nodding slowly, the way you do when you finally see something clearly for the first time. Fine, I said quietly. Mom's face softened, relieved. Good. I knew you'd come around. But in that moment, I wasn't agreeing. I was making a decision, just not the one they thought. I stayed for dinner, though I barely tasted the food. I sat there while they laughed and talked about where my sister would put her furniture in my apartment, how convenient it would be for her commute, how much money she and her husband would save. My brother joked about Chris finally being useful for something. Mom chuckled and told him not to tease. Dad raised his glass and said, Here's to families sticking together. I raised mine too, smiling faintly. But my thoughts were miles away. When dinner was over, I helped clean up, quietly, methodically, the way I always did. But this time, I wasn't just being helpful. I was giving myself time to think, time to breathe. When I finally got in my car, I didn't go home right away. I drove around aimlessly, letting the streetlights blur past, my mind racing. I thought about every time they'd expected me to put them first, every time they'd laughed when I tried to set boundaries, every time they'd acted like my life was less important than theirs. And I thought about that folder on my laptop, the one labeled Project. When I got home, I opened it. I stayed up until nearly 3 in the morning, adding to it, refining it, turning it from a vague idea into something solid. I made lists. I made calls. I drafted emails. And with every step, I felt lighter. The next morning, Mom texted me. Thank you for being reasonable last night. We knew you'd do the right thing. I stared at the message for a long time before replying with just one word. Sure. But inside, I was smiling. Because they still had no idea. And by the time they did, it would be far too late to undo it. After that Sunday dinner, something in me changed, but the world around me didn't. At least not right away. My family kept moving along like nothing had happened, like they hadn't just told me they'd already promised away the place I worked so hard to afford. I started going through the motions, but I wasn't really there. When Mom texted about family dinners, I still showed up. When Dad needed help fixing something around the house, I still came by, but I stopped talking much. Stopped volunteering information about my life. Stopped trying to earn their approval in ways I never should have had to. And yet, even with me quiet, they still found ways to remind me of where they thought I stood. A week later, Mom called me at work in the middle of the day. I never get calls from her unless it's something urgent, so I stepped outside to answer. Hey, what's up? Oh, good. You answered, she said briskly. Listen, your sister and her husband want to start moving some things into your place next weekend. They found a couple of days off work, so it just makes sense to get it done now. I stood there on the sidewalk, heart pounding. You mean the place I still live in? Yes, but it's just a few boxes, Mom said, like she was explaining something to a child. You can stack them in a corner until you move your stuff out. It's not a big deal. Mom, I said, trying to keep my voice even. I haven't agreed to this. I haven't even figured out where I'd go. You can't just move them into my apartment while I'm still there. You're being dramatic, she said sharply. You've had plenty of time to figure this out. You knew this was coming. I had to lean against the wall just to steady myself. No, Mom, I didn't. You decided this without me. Chris, she said, her voice suddenly softer, like she was tired of the conversation. Sometimes you just have to do things for family whether you like it or not. They need this more than you do. You're single, you have no kids, you'll be fine. It's time to grow up and think about someone besides yourself. That last line hit me in a way I didn't expect. Grow up? I'd been supporting myself since I was 21. I'd never asked them for rent money, never moved back in after college, never asked them to bail me out of a bad decision. And here I was being told that because I didn't have a spouse or children, my home was a fair bargaining chip for someone else's future. When the call ended, I just stood there staring at my phone until my lunch break was over. I walked back into the office feeling like someone had taken all the air out of me. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept picturing strangers, even if they were technically my sister and brother-in-law, putting their things in my apartment, in my space, like I was a guest in my own life. I thought about them laughing together, decorating, rearranging my furniture. I thought about coming home from work to find my things moved without my permission. It wasn't just about the apartment anymore. It was about the principle. The way my family always decided things for me and expected me to nod and smile. Over the next few days, the pressure got worse. My sister texted me, "Can we bring over a few things Friday night? It'll be quick." My brother sent me a laughing emoji followed by, "Don't forget to clean the place before they move in. You don't want to be a bad landlord." Even Dad got in on it. "Proud of you for stepping up for your family, son. This is what being a man is about." Each message made me feel smaller, like my own life was slipping out from under me. I stopped going out with friends because I didn't want to explain what was happening. I stopped answering calls after a while, even from friends who noticed I was pulling back, because I didn't have the energy to pretend everything was fine. When Friday came, I went straight home after work, shut off my phone, and sat in silence for a long time. My apartment suddenly felt like it was already gone, like I was sitting in someone else's living room. I didn't open the door when my sister knocked that night. I didn't answer when she called. Later, I saw the text she sent Mom in the family group chat. "Chris is being impossible. He wouldn't even let us in." Mom replied, "We'll talk to him. He's just having a hard time letting go." Letting go, like my entire home, my safe space, was some childhood toy I needed to grow out of. That weekend, I started quietly packing. Not because I was moving out, but because I wanted to know exactly what was mine. I wanted to be ready if I had to fight to keep it. I boxed up my documents, my valuables, my photos. I moved important files to encrypted drives. I changed the passwords to my accounts and set up new security locks on my doors. Every step felt like reclaiming a little piece of control. By Sunday, I had a plan. It wasn't complete, not yet, but it was coming together. The folder on my laptop, the one that had started as just project, was now full of drafts and plans and receipts. I spent hours combing through everything, making sure every step was airtight. When Mom called that night to remind me about dinner, I said I wasn't feeling well and stayed home. It was the first time in months I'd missed a family gathering, and it felt good. Quiet. Peaceful. The next morning, I woke up to a string of passive-aggressive texts. "Mom, hope you're feeling better. We missed you. Sister. Everyone asked where you were. We told them you just needed some space. Guess that's true. Brother. Don't forget next weekend is moving day." I stared at that last message until my hands were shaking. Moving day, like it was already a done deal. Like I was just a footnote in their plan. I didn't reply. Instead, I closed my phone, turned back to my laptop, and started typing faster than I had in weeks. Whatever part of me had been holding back before was gone. I wasn't just planning to keep my apartment anymore. I was planning to make sure they understood, once and for all, that I wasn't the family doormat anymore. And for the first time since this whole thing started, I felt calm. The following week felt different, almost like stepping into a new version of my own life. It was subtle at first, a little more energy when I woke up in the morning, a little more calm as I drank my coffee, but the change was there. Something about deciding to take back control had unlocked a part of me I didn't even know I had. For the first time in months, I stopped feeling like I was reacting to everything my family threw at me and started feeling like I was the one setting the tempo. At work, I noticed the difference too. I'd been phoning it in a bit lately, my mind too distracted with family drama to focus. But that Monday, I walked into the office ready. I knocked out my projects faster than I had in weeks, took initiative on a new client proposal, and even impressed my boss so much he invited me to sit in on a leadership meeting later in the week. It was such a small thing, just being in that room, but it reminded me that outside my family's world, people saw me as capable, as someone worth listening to. That night, I sat in my apartment, and opened up the project folder again. I went through everything line by line, tightening up the plan. I updated financial documents, filed some paperwork I'd been procrastinating on, and even made an appointment with a lawyer I'd been meaning to consult for months about some personal legal matters. Each step felt like stacking bricks, building a wall between me and the chaos my family kept trying to drag me into. Midweek, my sister texted again. "We're coming by Saturday to drop off the first load of boxes. Don't flake this time." I stared at the message for a long moment, then put my phone down and smiled to myself. I didn't respond. Instead, I called my landlord. We'd always had a good relationship, and I explained the situation without too many details, just that I needed to make sure my lease and property rights were absolutely secure, and that no one could move anything into my apartment without my permission. He was understanding and even offered to update the security code on the building and transfer me. By the time I hung up, I felt lighter than I had in weeks. That Friday, I stopped by the bank after work and reorganized my accounts, setting up new ones, consolidating savings, and moving some things around so I'd have easier access if I needed to act quickly. The banker who helped me smiled and said, "You're putting yourself in a strong position here." Exactly. That was the goal. I started taking better care of myself, too. I hit the gym again for the first time in months. Nothing crazy, just a simple routine, but it felt good to put my energy into something physical. I cooked a decent meal for myself instead of just grabbing takeout. I even went out with a couple of friends I hadn't seen in a while, and when they asked how things were going, I didn't unload the whole family drama. I just said, "Busy, but good," and realized I actually meant it. By Saturday morning, I was ready. I woke up early, tidied my apartment, and made sure everything important was locked away and accounted for. Then I turned my phone on and saw the inevitable text. "Sister, we're on our way." I didn't reply. Instead, I left for the day. I went to a coffee shop, brought my laptop, and worked on my plan with a clear head. Hours passed. I half expected a barrage of missed calls, but my phone stayed quiet until late afternoon when I saw a string of messages pop up one after another. "Mom, your sister said you weren't home. Where were you?" "Brother, nice of you to disappear on moving day. Real mature." "Sister, we had to take everything back to storage because of you. Do you have any idea how inconvenient that was?" I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I stayed at the coffee shop until closing time, then took a long, slow walk back to my apartment, breathing in the cool night air. For the first time in months, my home felt like mine again. That night, I sat on the couch with my laptop and finished the last major piece of the plan. I double-checked every step, every contingency. By the time I closed the lid, I felt something I hadn't felt since before my birthday: peace. And then, just to savor the moment, I poured myself a drink, sat back, and imagined the look on my family's faces when they realized what I'd been doing this whole time. Because they still thought they were in control. They thought I was just sulking, dragging my feet, waiting to give in. But what I was really doing was getting ready. And soon, very soon, they were going to find out exactly what that meant. By the time the next week rolled around, I was no longer just reacting to my family's plans. I was quietly steering my own course. The calm I'd been feeling had turned into something sharper, more deliberate. It was like standing at the top of a hill with a snowball in my hands, knowing that once I let go, it was going to roll downhill, gathering speed and power until it became unstoppable. On Monday, I met with the lawyer I'd scheduled the week before. I'd been a little nervous going in, unsure how much of my situation to share without sounding petty, but she listened carefully, asked good questions, and walked me through exactly what my rights were as a tenant. When I explained that my parents had decided to move my sister into my apartment, She raised an eyebrow and said, "They can't do that, and you don't have to let them." That alone was validating, but we didn't stop there. She helped me draw up a formal notice stating that I was the sole leaseholder and that no one was authorized to enter or store belongings in the apartment without my permission. She also recommended I update my renter's insurance and, just to be safe, install a camera inside near the front door. I left her office with a folder full of documents and a plan that was no longer just theoretical. It was real, on paper, and enforceable. The next step was taking care of the practical side. I had the building manager change the access code and issue me a new set of keys, mine and mine alone. He was curious why I wanted to update security when I'd only been living there for a year, but I just smiled and said, "Personal reasons." Then, late that night, I did something I hadn't done in a while. I went back through all the screenshots, group chat logs, and messages I'd been quietly saving over the last few months. Every little comment, every passive-aggressive text, every time they treated my boundaries like a punchline, I organized them into a neat timeline. I wasn't doing it to hurt them for the sake of hurting them. I was doing it because, for once, I wanted the full picture of how we got here. I wanted to see the pattern in black and white and make sure I wasn't crazy for feeling the way I did. Seeing it all laid out was sobering. It wasn't just a few bad days or misunderstandings. This was a consistent pattern of control and dismissiveness that went back years. And it confirmed for me that what I was doing wasn't an overreaction. It was the first real step I'd taken to protect myself. On Wednesday, Mom called again. I almost didn't answer, but some part of me wanted to hear what she'd say next. "Chris," she said brightly, "we're thinking of coming by this weekend with your dad to help you pack. That way, you don't have to do it alone." It took everything in me not to laugh. "I'm not packing," I said calmly. There was a pause, just long enough for me to picture her frown on the other end. "Chris," she said slowly, "we've already told your sister she can move in by the end of the month." "I haven't agreed to that," I said. "Well, you don't really get to just," she started, but I cut her off. "Yes, I do," I said, my voice sharper now. "It's my apartment. My name is on the lease, and no one is moving in unless I say so." There was silence on the other end for a moment, and then she said in that measured tone I'd heard my whole life when she wanted to guilt me into compliance, "You're making this very hard on everyone." "I think I've made things very easy for everyone for a very long time," I replied. "This time, I'm doing what's right for me." I hung up before she could answer. That night, I sat on my couch and felt something I hadn't felt in years, a sense of control over my own life. It was intoxicating. The next day, I took things a step further. I called a friend who worked in media, someone I'd helped out a few times over the years, and asked for a favor. I didn't give her all the details, just enough for her to understand that I was putting together something personal and wanted to make sure it reached the right people when the time came. She agreed to help without hesitation. By the end of the week, everything was lined up. Security tightened, legal protections in place, a plan for communication if things escalated, and a little extra surprise in the form of a digital backup that would make sure my side of the story was heard, even if my family tried to spin it. On Saturday, I stayed home. I wanted to see what they would do when they realized they couldn't just walk in anymore. Sure enough, around noon, I got the first text from my sister. "Hey, we're outside. Can you buzz us in?" I didn't reply. 5 minutes later, "Chris, come on, open the door. We just have a few things." Then another, "You're being ridiculous." Finally, after 20 minutes of silence, a text from Mom. "We're very disappointed in you. We'll talk about this later." I sat back on my couch, phone in hand, and let out a long breath. For the first time since this whole mess started, I wasn't the one scrambling to explain myself. They were, and they had no idea that I wasn't just holding my ground. I was setting the stage. Because what was coming next wasn't just about keeping my apartment. It was about showing them that I was no longer someone they could control, manipulate, or guilt into submission. And when the moment came, I was going to make sure they understood that message loud and clear, in a way they would never forget. Saturday night felt strangely quiet, almost too quiet, like the calm before a storm. I sat on my couch with the lights low, laptop open, double-checking everything one more time. Every file, every screenshot, every document I'd organized over the last few weeks was neatly arranged in a folder with a single name, family. The folder wasn't just a collection of receipts, it was the narrative. The story they'd written for me over the years without even realizing it. Every message, every comment, every casual dismissal of my boundaries was right there, time-stamped and clear. And now I was about to let them see it all at once. The first step was simple but symbolic. I drafted a message for the family group chat, short and polite. Hey everyone, just a reminder, I'm not moving out. Please stop planning to use my apartment. I've taken steps to secure the lease and the property. Nothing you bring here will be accepted or stored. I appreciate you respecting my space going forward. It was the calmest I'd ever been in a text to them. No anger, no explanations, just a statement of fact. I hit send and set the phone down. The replies started rolling in almost immediately. Mom, Chris, this is not the place to have this conversation. Call me. Sister, you can't just do this. We already gave notice on our current place. Brother, wow. Just wow. After everything we've done for you. I didn't reply to any of them. Instead, I opened my email and queued up the second step, the timeline I'd assembled, all those texts and screenshots, turned into a single PDF file with a cover page that read, "For the record, this is how we got here." I sent it to each of them individually, not through the group chat. If they wanted to ignore it, they'd have to do so knowing I'd put the truth right in front of them. Within minutes, my phone started ringing. Mom first, then Dad, then my sister. I let every call go to voicemail, because the third step was already in motion. Earlier that day, I'd set up a private cloud folder with all the same files and scheduled an automatic message to go out to my extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, at midnight. It wasn't vindictive. I didn't add commentary or insults. I just sent them the same folder with a single line. If anyone is wondering why things are tense right now, here's the full story. It wasn't about turning them against my parents or siblings. It was about shining a light where they'd always counted on shadows. And then came the final piece of that night, the one I'd been saving since before my birthday. For months, I'd been working on a side project, a little passion business that I'd kept quiet while I got it off the ground. I'd launched it quietly online, grown it steadily, and last week it had finally taken off. I'd signed my first big client. The payment had hit my account that morning, more than enough to cover my lease for the next year, and then some. I took a picture of the signed contract, blurred out the sensitive info, and posted it in the group chat with one line. Don't worry about me. I'm doing just fine. Then I put my phone face down on the table and went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, my notifications were chaos. Missed calls, frantic messages, even a couple of half-hearted apologies from extended family members who had clearly stayed up late reading through the folder. Mom's messages shifted from scolding to pleading. We just wanted to help your sister. You're taking this too far. My sister's messages were angrier. You made us look horrible. How could you do this to us? Even Dad, usually the loudest one in the room, just wrote, I think we need to talk. Face to face. But here's the thing. For the first time, I wasn't panicking about how to respond. I wasn't rushing to smooth things over or explain myself. I just sat there at my kitchen table, drinking my coffee slowly, reading each message in turn, and smiling. Because they weren't dictating the narrative anymore. I was. And as much as they wanted to drag me back into the old pattern, the guilt trips, the family pressure, I'd already taken it further than they could undo. The information was out there. The lines were drawn. And we hadn't even had the face-to-face confrontation yet. That was coming, and I was ready for it. The fallout came fast. By Monday, my phone had blown up so many times I stopped silencing it and just left it face down on the table, screen lighting up every few minutes. There were group chat messages, separate messages from Mom and Dad, even a couple from cousins who had never once texted me directly in my life. Wow, I had no idea they treated you like that. Honestly, Chris, good for you. Your mom is furious, but she's quiet today. That's new. The shift in tone was palpable. For once, the whispers and judgment weren't about me being the difficult one. They were about my parents, my brother, my sister. By Wednesday, I finally agreed to see them. Dad insisted on a family meeting at the house. Part of me didn't want to go, didn't want to give them the satisfaction of seeing me show up at their table again. But something in me needed to finish this. I needed them to see I wasn't just hiding behind texts or emails. When I walked in that night, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone was seated around the table, faces tight. Mom looked like she hadn't slept. My sister's arms were crossed, jaw set. My brother wouldn't even look at me. Dad cleared his throat first. Chris, he said, his voice serious. This has gotten out of hand. I sat down slowly, calm, and folded my hands on the table. No, Dad. This is the first time it's in hand. Mom jumped in immediately. We didn't deserve to be humiliated like that. You sent that folder to everyone. People are calling us, asking questions. They're asking questions because they finally saw the truth, I said evenly. You made us look like villains, Mom shot back. You didn't need my help with that, I said, my voice low but steady. There was a long silence. My sister finally spoke. You could have just told us you didn't want to give up your apartment. You didn't have to make it a whole production. I turned to her. I told you. I told all of you multiple times. You didn't listen. You laughed. You decided for me. You treated me like I was just a placeholder in my own life. And you expected me to smile and thank you for it. My brother finally looked up then, frowning. You didn't have to drag the whole family into it. I did, I said simply, because you've spent years telling them your version of me. The unreliable one, the selfish one, the one who needs to grow up. I wanted them to see what's actually been happening. No one spoke for a long moment. I could feel the weight of the room pressing down on us, like they were realizing this wasn't going to be one of those conversations where I apologized just to smooth things over. Dad exhaled sharply through his nose. So what now? You just cut us off. I shook my head slowly. No, I'm not cutting anyone off. But I am done being treated like a backup plan. I'm done being volunteered for things I didn't agree to. And I am definitely done having my life decided for me. Mom looked at me, her voice quieter now. We just wanted to help your sister. And I don't begrudge you for that, I said. But helping her doesn't mean sacrificing me. It doesn't mean erasing me. If she needs a place, she can find her own. Like I did. My sister's glare softened just slightly, but she didn't speak. I reached into my bag and pulled out an envelope, sliding it across the table. Inside was a printed copy of the updated lease agreement, the legal notice, and the confirmation from my landlord that the apartment was secured under my name alone. This, I said, tapping the envelope, is final. No one is moving into my apartment. If anyone tries to enter without permission, I will pursue it legally. That's not a threat. It's just the boundary. Mom swallowed hard, and for a moment, she looked smaller than I'd ever seen her. You've changed, she said quietly. No, I said, standing up slowly. I finally stopped letting you write my story for me. I didn't yell. I didn't slam the door. I just picked up my jacket, walked to the front door, and paused with my hand on the handle. You always told me family comes first, I said over my shoulder. Starting now, that includes me too. Then I left. When I got home, my phone buzzed again, but this time, it wasn't another angry message. It was from one of my cousins, the one who had always been just a little distant at family events. Hey, saw everything you sent. Honestly, I'm proud of you. Took guts to stand up like that. Next time we do a game night, you should host, somewhere you actually get to sit down and play. I laughed out loud, the tension finally breaking. For the first time in months, my apartment didn't feel like a battleground. It felt like home again. And as I sat there on my couch, sipping a drink and letting the silence settle around me, I realized something. I hadn't just defended my apartment. I defended myself. And there was no going back. I'm Alex, 28 years old, and I've always been the black sheep of the family. Not in the he's always in trouble kind of way. More like the invisible one. The one who didn't quite fit the mold. While my sister Mia was the golden child, perfect grades, perfect hair, perfect smile, I was the quiet kid in the corner, building things, fixing computers, and keeping to myself. Our parents, especially my mom, treated her like the second coming of royalty. And me? Let's just say if I disappeared one day, the family photo wall would suddenly look more symmetrical, as my mom once joked. Yeah, Mia and I were close once. When we were younger, she used to sneak into my room to watch me play games or help me build Lego sets. But as we grew older, she leaned into her role as the perfect daughter, while I didn't. She joined cheerleading, started dating the quarterback, and began hosting these ridiculous themed birthday parties that felt like reality show auditions. I stuck to myself, got good with tech, and eventually built a small but steady freelancing gig fixing security systems and building networks for local businesses. The divide got bigger after college. I didn't go, couldn't afford it, didn't want to really. Mia went to some fancy out-of-state university and came back even more polished and distant. Family gatherings became a parade of her accomplishments. while I was asked to help with the lights or go park the car. Dad wasn't cruel about it. He was just absent. Worked too much, said too little. Mom, on the other hand, made it clear one child was a success story. The other was a footnote. So when I found out Mia was getting married, I wasn't exactly expecting an invitation. And I didn't get one. The whole thing was announced on Facebook with filtered engagement photos and hashtags like #Mia and Brad Forever. She didn't call. No one did. I found out from our cousin Katie, who sent me a screenshot of the post along with a text that said, "You going?" I didn't respond. What was there to say? For a few months, I forgot about it. Buried myself in work. Installed a system in a high school. Cleaned malware from a law office's servers. But the wedding kept popping up. My mom started posting pictures from the planning phase. Dress fittings. Cake tastings. Her captions were glowing. "My beautiful girl deserves the world." Not once did she mention me. Katie kept me updated, like a friend whispering gossip during a movie. Apparently, Mia's guest list had ballooned to 200. High-end venue. Flower walls. Custom cocktails named after the bride and groom. A live band. A magician. A magician. Who even does that? Then came the part that flipped a switch in me. Katie texted me a picture. It was a wedding favor. A small, elegant envelope with gold script. Inside, a card. Each guest was getting a personalized message from the bride and groom. I was curious. It seemed over the top, but fine. Until Katie told me what mine said. Unwanted guest. At first, I thought it was a joke. Maybe someone made it up. But no. She snapped a second photo. The envelope had my full name printed on it. And inside, in elegant cursive, "To our unwanted guest, enjoy the party while it lasts." No smiley face. No irony. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't understand. I hadn't RSVP'd. I hadn't even been invited. Why go out of their way to include me in a wedding I wasn't attending just to humiliate me? Something inside me snapped. Not in an explosive, throw things around way. It was quieter. Cold. The way you feel when someone slaps you across the face in public and everyone laughs. So I made a decision. I was going to the wedding. And I wasn't going empty-handed. See, what Mia, and frankly most of my family, forgot was that I see things. Not just the ones people post on social media. I know how to look deeper. How to follow threads. How to uncover things you wish stayed buried. I'd been hired more than once to recover deleted files, track data leaks, or, occasionally, help suspicious spouses figure out if their partners were hiding something. I was good at it, quiet about it, and right now, I was motivated. It didn't take long. A few emails, a forgotten cloud backup, a Dropbox account left synced on an old phone, and there it was, a neatly organized folder labeled Personal. Inside, secrets, chats, screenshots, photos. Turns out Mia wasn't as perfect as everyone thought. Not even close. I'm not talking about little things. I mean full-on betrayals. She'd cheated on Brad, twice. Once with his cousin, and once with her ex from college. There were screenshots of her bragging about it to friends. One read, "Brad's nice but boring. I deserve someone who excites me." There were chats mocking his family, his looks, even his proposal. She said yes because of the ring. It made me sick. I stared at that folder for hours. Not because I was conflicted, but because I realized just how much effort she'd put into crafting this fake image, this lie everyone else bought into, and how easily she threw me under the bus for fun, for drama, to get a rise out of the weird brother. That's when the plan started forming. I wouldn't confront her, wouldn't scream, wouldn't beg to be seen. I'd show up, and I'd let her do the rest. The day of the wedding, I dressed the part. Black suit, clean shave, no frills. I walked into the venue like I belonged. No one stopped me. My name was on the list, after all. She made sure of it. The place was gorgeous. Chandeliers. Flowers that probably cost more than my car. A string quartet played something fancy in the background. People mingled, laughed, took selfies by the fountain. I kept my head down, moved through the crowd. Some people recognized me. An aunt waved awkwardly. A cousin smiled, then quickly turned away. No one approached, which was perfect. The reception began, and that's when I saw it. The cards. Each guest had a place setting with their little envelope, their personalized message. Mine was waiting for me at the far end of a table, like a trap. I picked it up. Read it again. "To our unwanted guest, enjoy the party while it lasts." I smiled, reached into my pocket, and pulled out a small, silver USB drive. It had one file. Just one. A short video, 2 minutes long, set to play automatically. A slideshow really. Screenshots. Messages. Photos. Labeled clearly. Mia, the truth. I made my way to the cake. The band was still playing. People were lining up for speeches. I slipped the USB into the projector's laptop behind the main table, one I'd seen earlier when I scoped out the venue. Simple setup. No password. No tech guy watching. Just a click away from a screen takeover. Then I turned. Walked calmly to the cake. Set the USB on the frosting, right beside the bride and groom figurine, and walked out. 30 minutes later, I was halfway home when my phone started buzzing. Then it lit up. Over and over. Calls. Texts. Voicemails. Katie was the first to call. She didn't say hello. She just whispered, "Alex, what did you do?" I didn't answer Katie right away. Just let the phone ring out. I was driving, my hands stiff on the wheel, my heart still pounding from what I'd just done. Not from fear. No, that had passed a long time ago. It was something else. A quiet release. Like after holding your breath underwater for too long and finally breaking the surface. The notifications kept coming. What is this? Dude. She's losing her mind. Mom's hysterical. Dad's just sitting there. Where are you? By the time I pulled into my apartment complex, there were 37 missed calls and 11 voicemails. Most from unknown numbers. One from my dad, which was rare enough to make me pause. I didn't listen. I just slid the phone into a drawer and sat down at my kitchen table, staring at the wall. I should have felt triumphant. But the quiet settled in fast. You spend your whole life wanting to be seen, and then, the second you are, it feels heavy. I didn't sleep much that night. Not out of guilt, just anticipation. I knew this wasn't over. This kind of truth doesn't just land and disappear. It festers, especially in a family like mine, where appearances are more valuable than actual relationships. Mia's whole world was built on a pedestal made of perception, and I had just kicked one of the legs out from under it. The next morning, I checked my phone again. One new voicemail. This one was from Mia. I didn't recognize her voice at first. She sounded different. Shaky. Desperate. But still angry in that way she always got when she couldn't control the narrative. You think you're clever? You think that was funny? You ruined everything. I hope you're happy, Alex. It's over between us. Don't come near me. Don't come near my house. Don't even breathe in my direction. The following days were a blur of chaos that I wasn't directly involved in, but got to witness through the cracks. Katie was my only real window into the fallout. She started sending me updates like she was reporting from the front lines. Brad's gone. Took his stuff. Canceled the honeymoon. His parents are furious. Apparently, they had suspicions already. Mia's locked in her room. Mom's trying to spin this like you hacked her. That last one made me laugh. Of course she was. It didn't take long for Mom to start damage control. I knew her tactics well. She'd use words like malicious, unstable, jealous. Try to paint me as the resentful brother who couldn't handle his sister's success. It worked on some people. A few distant relatives posted vague Facebook statuses about family betrayal and keeping toxic people away from your big day. I didn't respond, but I did log into a burner account and scroll through the comments on Mia's now-locked Instagram profile. One post from the wedding was still up, a black and white photo of her and Brad before the meltdown. Her caption had originally read, "The happiest day of my life." But someone had edited it after the event. Now it just said, "And the comments? Savage." People were asking what happened. Someone claimed to have seen the video. One girl wrote, "You fooled us all, Mia." A week passed, then two, and then came the letter. Handwritten, on thick cream paper. No return address, but I recognized my father's handwriting instantly. I hadn't heard from him directly in years. Not like this. It was short, just a few lines. "Alex, I don't agree with what you did, but I also can't pretend I didn't know. Your sister made her choices. You made yours. Be careful." Dad, that was it. No signature. No apology. Just a neutral, cryptic note that somehow said everything and nothing. I folded it and placed it in the drawer with the USB I'd retrieved later from the venue. Not that it mattered. The video had already done its job. It was out there. A few weeks later, I saw Mia in person. It was at our cousin Ellie's baby shower. I hadn't planned to go, but Katie begged me. Said she didn't want to deal with the tension alone. So I showed up. Quiet. Low profile. Mia was already there, standing near the food table, pretending to listen to some distant aunt's story. Her hair was perfect as always. Her dress probably cost more than my rent. But her face was tired. Hollow. She saw me the moment I walked in. Her jaw clenched. She didn't move. Neither did I. There was a brief silence between us. Just long enough to feel like the room got colder. Then she turned away. Didn't say a word. Didn't have to. The damage was done. But what no one knew, not yet, was that the video I played at the wedding, it wasn't everything. It was just enough. Just a teaser. A carefully crafted glimpse. Because the real story, the one that could shatter more than a marriage, I was still holding that close. Still deciding whether I was ready to drop the rest. And that's when something unexpected happened. An email. From Brad. I stared at the subject line for a good 5 minutes. We need to talk. Short. Vague. Heavy with implications. A phrase that rarely means anything good. I hovered over the email, debating whether to open it. Part of me didn't want to. I wasn't in the mood for another angry message, another person telling me I'd gone too far or wrecked something beautiful. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked. The message was surprisingly short. Hey Alex, I know you probably weren't expecting to hear from me. Honestly, I didn't think I'd ever be sending this. But I need to ask you something. Did you find anything else? I'm not asking because I want to make things worse. I'm asking because something doesn't add up. If you're willing to talk, let me know. I'll meet you wherever. Brad, no threats. No accusations. Just a straight-up question. That surprised me. I thought about ignoring it. I really did. I didn't owe him anything. But then again, this guy almost married me. He deserved to know what he walked away from, why he walked away. So I wrote back. Hey, I did. I'll tell you everything, but not over email. Meet me at Orion Cafe on 9th, tomorrow, 3 p.m. Alex, the next day, I got there early. The Orion Cafe was quiet, tucked between a bookstore and a closed-down vape shop. One of those cozy places with old wood tables and soft indie music playing low in the background. I sat at the far end, by the window, nursing a black coffee and replaying everything in my head. The wedding, the USB, the fallout, and now this. Brad arrived 10 minutes late. He looked worse than I expected. Tired. Eyes sunken. His usual preppy haircut had grown out slightly, and he was wearing a hoodie and jeans completely different from the polished fiancé version of him I remembered. Hey, he said, sliding into the chair across from me. Hey, I replied. No handshakes. No small talk. He took a breath, rubbed the back of his neck. So, you said you found more. I did, I said, pulling a flash drive from my pocket and placing it on the table. He stared at it like it was ticking. Before I show you, I said slowly, you need to know something. I didn't go looking for this out of spite. Your name just kept showing up. His brows knit. In what? I leaned back, measuring him. How much do you know about her past relationships? Brad looked down. I know about the guy from college. I didn't know about his cousin until your little wedding gift. He looked up, eyes narrowing. But there's more, isn't there? I slid the drive across the table. Everything's on here. The backups, the messages, the calls. She didn't delete them properly. It's all dated and timestamped. He didn't touch it. What does it say? He asked. I hesitated. You sure you want to know? He let out a dry laugh. I left her, Alex. My family's mad. Her family's mad. The vendors are still trying to collect final payments, and I'm getting messages from people I barely know asking if I'm okay. I deserve to know. I nodded. She lied to you. Not just about the cheating. About everything. She forged financial documents for a joint loan. Took out a line of credit under your name before the wedding. Bought dresses, spa treatments, even made a down payment on a trip for her and her ex. All while telling you she was saving for the future. Brad's face went pale. No. I checked my accounts. I would have seen that. She used your backup email. The one linked to your college bank account. Still had access to it. She changed the notification settings. I have proof. He looked like someone had gut-punched him. For a second, I thought he might be sick right there in the cafe. Then he pushed the drive off to the side. I don't even care about the money anymore, he muttered. I just wanted to believe someone could actually love me without lying to my face. Silence hung between us. I didn't know what to say. For once, I wasn't the one being dismissed, or ignored, or gaslit. I was the one holding the truth, and someone was actually listening. He leaned forward. Why'd you do it? He asked. You could have just not come. Could have watched the whole thing implode from a distance. Why show up at all? I looked out the window. For years, I've been invisible to my own family. They wrote me off. Made me feel like a burden, like background noise. Mia made it personal. That card she left me? It wasn't just a joke. It was her way of telling me she still had the power, that no matter what, I'd always be beneath her. I turned back to him. So I reminded her that I exist, that I see things, and that sometimes the quiet ones are the ones you should be afraid of. He sat back, processing. After a long pause, he said, I'm pressing charges. I'm not letting her get away with this. I figured, I said. If you need a witness or the files, you have my number. He nodded slowly, picked up the flash drive. Thanks, Alex. We didn't shake hands. We didn't make plans to hang out. He just walked out of the cafe, shoulders a little straighter, head a little higher. I watched him go. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like a footnote. But this wasn't the end. Because I got another message that night. Not from Brad. Not from Katie. Not even from Mia. It was from my mother. We need to talk. Come to the house. Tomorrow. 7 p.m. No excuses. And something in my gut told me. She didn't want to talk. She wanted to fight. I sat in my car outside my childhood home. Engine off. Lights dimmed. The driveway looked the same as always, fresh concrete patches from when Dad tried to improve the property 5 years ago. Mom's garden in perfectly trimmed rows. Wind chimes tapping gently under the porch light. But something about it all felt fake now. Or maybe it always had. I hadn't been back in years. Not for holidays, not for birthdays. Mia got all that. I got a text, if anyone remembered. And now, after everything, after I exposed the golden child and tore open the facade they spent years perfecting, they wanted to chat. I already knew how this was going to go. I didn't bring the flash drive. I didn't need it. I had backups. Several. This wasn't about proving anything anymore. This was about standing my ground. I walked up the steps and rang the bell. A few seconds later, the door opened. Mom stood there, arms crossed, jaw tight. She looked like she'd aged a decade in 2 weeks. Still in her pearls, her perfect little sweater set. Still trying to play queen of a crumbling castle. Come in, she said. No smile. Not even a flicker of warmth. Dad was already seated in the living room. TV off. Fire on. He gave me a nod, neutral, careful. Like he was here under duress. Mia wasn't there. That was the first surprise. Where is she? I asked. She's staying at a friend's, Mom said coldly. Not that it's any of your concern. I didn't sit. Just stood near the entryway, arms folded, waiting. You embarrassed this family, she started, pacing slowly like a disappointed teacher. You humiliated your sister in front of 200 people. Do you know how much damage control I've had to do? I'm not responsible for her lies, I said, keeping my voice calm. She did that to herself. She made a few mistakes, she snapped. We all do. But you brought shame into our home. You showed the world our dirty laundry. There it was. Our dirty laundry. As if I had revealed family secrets instead of Mia's personal deceptions. As if I had betrayed them. I turned to Dad. You agree with this? He didn't answer right away. Just looked at the fire. It wasn't the right time or place, he muttered. I shook my head. There never is there? Not for people like me. You all would have let her marry that guy, lie to his face, and keep up her act, just to keep the illusion going. Mom's voice rose. We did what we had to do to protect her. And I was disposable, right? My voice sharpened now. I was always the problem. The disappointment. You ignored me for years, but the second I speak up, I'm the villain. Silence. Why did you come then? Mom asked, lifting her chin. If you knew this would only bring pain, why show up at all? Because someone needed to tell the truth, I said. And I'm done letting this family pretend that truth is optional. She looked at me like I'd slapped her. But she didn't argue. For the first time in my life, my words stuck. I took a step forward. You don't get to erase me anymore. I'm not here for your approval. I came to tell you this to your face, so you know I'm not afraid of you. Or Mia. Or this twisted version of family you've been trying to maintain. Dad stood up, slowly. That's enough. No, I said firmly. That's enough. I'm done being polite. I'm done being quiet. You can either accept that I'm part of this family, with a voice, or you can keep pretending I don't exist. But I'm not going to play along anymore. I turned to leave. My hand was already on the door when Mom said, You'll regret this. I paused, then looked over my shoulder. No, I said. For the first time, I won't. And I walked out. The air hit me like a reset button. It wasn't some movie ending. There was no hug, no apology, no dramatic realization. But I didn't need any of that. I had done what I came to do. I'd exposed the truth, stood my ground, and finally said everything I'd been swallowing for years. Not for them, but for me. A week later, I got a call from Brad. He pressed charges. Fraud, identity theft, even evidence of embezzlement. Mia was facing a real investigation. There was no hiding anymore. The wedding was officially annulled. The vendors started suing for unpaid balances. The story got out, small at first, whispers among family friends. Then bigger, public. Mom tried to spin it, of course. Said Mia had a nervous breakdown, that it was all a misunderstanding. But people weren't buying it anymore. As for me, I went back to my work. Quietly, steadily. But I wasn't invisible now. Not to myself. Not to the people who mattered. Katie started inviting me to more events, and people actually talked to me. Some apologized. Most didn't. But I wasn't doing it for their closure. The truth is, revenge wasn't the goal. Freedom was. And I finally had it. Mia? She lost the mask she lived behind. Me? I found my voice. And I'll never let them silence it again. I'm Josh. I'm 38 years old. I'm a software engineer, but I run my own company now. Nothing flashy, but it pays well and gives me time to actually live my life. You'd think that'd be something to be proud of, especially for a guy who came from a family that used to joke about how I'd peak at Pizza Hut. But in my family, success just means you owe everyone else a piece of it. I hadn't spoken about this stuff publicly before. Honestly, I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. But something happened last weekend that finally pushed me over the edge, and the fallout is still unfolding. So yeah, buckle up, because I've got some things to get off my chest. Growing up, I was the middle child, older sister, younger brother. Classic setup. But instead of being the peacekeeper or the forgotten one, I somehow ended up being both. My sister, Monica, was the golden child from day one. Straight A's, piano recitals, prom queen, the works. My little brother Ethan was the wild card, always getting into trouble, always being bailed out, but somehow never blamed. And me? I got good grades, stayed out of trouble, and kept my head down. That was my role, the invisible fixer. It wasn't always awful, not when I was little. I have a few good memories: backyard barbecues, camping trips, watching cartoons on Saturday mornings with cereal so sweet it made your teeth hurt. But those got fewer and farther between the older we got. As soon as we hit high school, the favoritism became clearer than ever. Monica got a new car on her 17th birthday. Ethan got a used Mustang that Dad fixed up for him. I took the bus. I still remember asking once, just once, if I could borrow the car to get to a job interview, and my dad said, "You're not entitled to things just because you want them, Josh." Cool. I got a full ride to college. That didn't seem to impress anyone. Monica went to an Ivy, and the family practically threw a parade. Ethan dropped out of community college after one semester, and they acted like he was just figuring things out. I didn't go no contact or anything. I still came to holidays. I still called on birthdays. But every time I came home, I felt like I was stepping back into a role I didn't audition for. The responsible one, the ATM, the guy who doesn't complain. They never really asked what I was working on. They just asked if I was still doing that computer thing. When I started my company in 2017, no one in my family even acknowledged it. Not really. I remember Monica rolling her eyes when I tried to explain what I did. So, like apps or something? She asked, like I just told her I worked at the Genius Bar. Ethan joked that I was probably building spyware. My dad just shrugged and asked if I was still single. But when that company started doing well, and I mean really well, suddenly, the interest shifted. It started small. My mom would call and mention how she and Dad were struggling with the new roof payments. I offered to help. She said no, of course, then called back the next day saying, "Well, if you insist." Then it was a plumbing issue. Then some medical bills. It was always just until we catch up. By 2020, I was quietly covering half their mortgage. They didn't ask, not directly, but I could read between the lines. I set up an auto payment. I never told them. I didn't want the credit. I just wanted to help. That's who I've always been. I figured maybe one day they'd acknowledge it. Maybe even thank me. But that day never came. Instead, they got bolder. Monica asked me to invest in her startup, which was really just a failed MLM she rebranded. I said no gently. She didn't speak to me for 6 months. Ethan borrowed $5,000 to pay off a credit card and ghosted me until the next Christmas. Still, I kept showing up. Maybe it was guilt. Maybe it was hope. Maybe I just didn't want to admit that my own family saw me as a walking wallet. Then came last Sunday. It was a warm, clear day, perfect for one of those casual, low-stakes family brunches where everyone pretends to be nicer than they actually are. We met at my parents' place. The yard looked fine, the flowers were blooming, and their house, the house I'd been paying to keep, stood there looking like something out of a mortgage commercial. I showed up with my son, Leo. He's 12. Smart, a little shy, big into robotics and coding. He's the kind of kid who'll take apart your toaster just to figure out how it works, and then put it back together without missing a screw. I love that about him. We were barely 5 minutes in when it happened. Ethan, sitting across from me with his usual smug grin, took a bite of his eggs and said, "You know, Josh, you should have Leo start mowing mom and dad's lawn. He's getting to that age. Builds character." I blinked. "He's 12. Exactly," Ethan said, like that was the punchline. "Manhood starts early." Monica snorted into her mimosa. "It wouldn't kill him to do something useful. Honestly, it'd be good for him. Might make him a bit less soft." I was already clenching my jaw, trying not to let Leo see it. But then my mom, who'd been quiet until then, leaned over and added, "And let's not forget everything we've done for you, Josh. Some of that should trickle down." I actually laughed. I didn't mean to. It just slipped out. That tight, stunned kind of laugh where you're not sure if you heard someone correctly. "You want my son to do your yard work as payment for everything you've done for me?" They all looked so smug, like they'd just proposed the most reasonable thing in the world. My dad was nodding too, barely looking up from his coffee. No one even glanced at Leo. I looked at my son. He was staring down at his plate, pushing a piece of pancake around like he wanted to disappear. And in that moment, something in me just snapped. Not in a loud way. Not in a screaming, flipping the table kind of way. No, it was quieter than that. Like a switch flicked off. I didn't argue. I didn't make a scene. I just smiled. And that night, when Leo was asleep and I had a moment to myself, I logged into the payment dashboard where I'd been covering their mortgage every month. The auto pay was still running. Reliable. Quiet. Invisible. Like me. I hovered over the cancel button for a long time. Thought about all the holidays. The birthdays. The way they never really saw me unless they needed something. Then I clicked. And I didn't say a word. The first email hit around 11:47 p.m. A notice from the bank. Auto payment failed. Mortgage account now overdue. By midnight, there were 5 more. And by 12:32 a.m., my phone started buzzing. Missed call, Mom. Missed call, Dad. Missed call, Ethan. Text from Monica. Are you awake? I didn't answer. I just sat there, staring at the screen, watching their panic unfold. I wasn't angry anymore. I was calm, clear, and I knew, without a doubt, that this was only the beginning. I didn't sleep much that night. Not because I felt guilty, far from it, but because, for the first time in years, I felt awake. Like something inside me had been grinding for decades and finally snapped loose. I sat on the balcony with a blanket over my shoulders, sipping tea while my phone kept buzzing, pinging, vibrating against the table like a trapped bug. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I already knew the kind of messages that were waiting for me. By the time I came downstairs the next morning, Leo was getting ready for school, bouncing around in his usual quiet, energetic way. He had no idea what had happened the night before, and I wasn't about to dump all of this on a 12-year-old just because his family had no filter. We sat at the table and ate cereal. I asked him about his robotics project. He told me he'd figured out how to make the robot climb stairs. I high-fived him. Then we drove to school like it was any other Monday. But the minute I pulled back into the driveway, the calm shattered. My mom was parked outside my house. Not near my house. Not driving by. She was in the driveway. In my spot. In her beige SUV with her emergency lights on, like she was staging some sort of suburban protest. She was already out of the car by the time I stepped out of mine, arms crossed, sunglasses on, lips pressed together like she'd just swallowed something bitter. "Morning," I said. I wasn't playing dumb, just civil. "You canceled the mortgage payments," she said. No hello. No question mark. Just a sentence fired like a dart. I nodded. Yes. Her nostrils flared. "Why?" "You know why. You've always helped us, Josh." "Exactly," I said. "I've always helped. Quietly. Without asking for anything. Without anyone even acknowledging it. And yesterday, you looked my son in the eye and said he owed you." "That was a joke," she snapped. "No. I said, walking past her toward my front door. It was a habit. She followed me inside without being invited. That used to bother me more. Now it just felt pathetic, like a dog running through an open gate without realizing the world isn't built for it. Inside, she took her usual spot at the kitchen island, like nothing had changed. Like she owned the place. "You're being dramatic," she said, adjusting her cardigan. "Everyone was just teasing. That's how families are." "No, Mom. That's how our family is." That caught her off guard. She blinked, the way she always did when you pushed back. Then she reached into her purse and pulled out a crumpled stack of printouts, payment notices, bank emails. One even had a highlighter mark on it. She slid them across the counter like she was submitting evidence in a trial. "We're going to lose the house." "You were going to lose the house," I corrected. I just stopped hiding it. She stared at me for a long time. "So this is about revenge." I exhaled. "No, this is about boundaries." There was a silence, a heavy one. Then she said something I'll never forget. "We sacrificed everything for you. Your father worked extra shifts. I skipped vacations. We put up with your moods, your silence, your little computer dreams. And now that you've made it, you're just walking away?" And for a second, just a second, that guilt started to rise in me again. That old, familiar fog. That whisper that said maybe you do owe them something. Maybe they were right. But then I remembered the look on Leo's face. And the switch inside me stayed off. "You didn't sacrifice," I said quietly. "You ignored. You ignored me when I succeeded, and you punished me when I didn't fall in line. And now you're upset because I finally realized I don't owe you my silence." She stood there for a moment, speechless. Then she grabbed her papers, stormed out, and slammed the door so hard it shook the frame. I didn't hear from her the rest of the day, but the silence didn't last. By Tuesday morning, Monica had jumped in. She called 3 times, left a voicemail on the 4th. "So you're just going to let them go bankrupt? What kind of son does that? Honestly, Josh, you've changed." No, I hadn't changed. I'd just stopped performing. Ethan, of course, chimed in with a text that simply said, "Real classy, bro." I didn't respond. But that was just the beginning. Thursday, I got an email from my dad. He never emailed me. Always let my mom or Monica do the dirty work. But this one was different. It was short, cold, no subject line. "Josh, we're disappointed in you. This isn't how family works. You're better than this." I stared at those words for a long time. Not because they hurt, but because I realized, for the first time, they were trying to guilt me for not letting them use me. And that made everything crystal clear. They didn't want me. They wanted what I could give them. And when I stopped giving, they turned on me like I was a stranger. That weekend, Leo and I went to a local fair. We ate funnel cake and played rigged carnival games and rode a rusty Ferris wheel that made him scream with joy. I didn't check my phone once. I didn't want to. For the first time in forever, I felt free. But freedom has a price. And I was about to find out just how far my family was willing to go to make me pay it. Monday morning, I opened my inbox and saw an email from Leo's school. Subject, family incident, immediate attention required. I clicked it, and my stomach dropped. Apparently, someone had called the school pretending to be Leo's emergency contact, said they were concerned about neglect, and wanted to know if Leo had been showing up with bruises. They used words like unstable home and sudden behavioral changes. They asked if the school had noticed anything unusual since the boy's father had started isolating him from his family. I couldn't breathe. They'd used his full name, his grade. They knew what time he was picked up. I sat there, frozen. The school had dismissed it, thank God. Said they had no concerns and that Leo was doing just fine. But they were legally required to inform me. I didn't have proof, but I knew. This had my mother's fingerprints all over it. That night, I called her. No small talk. "You try to get child services involved?" Her voice was calm. Too calm. "I don't know what you're talking about." I felt my heart pounding in my chest. "You crossed a line." There was a long pause. Then, in the flattest tone I'd ever heard from her, she said, "You brought this on yourself." I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just hung up. And for the first time in my life, I felt done. But the worst was still to come. 2 days later, a letter arrived at my house. Certified. From a lawyer. It was a formal request, not quite a lawsuit, not yet, but a threat. A list of expenses incurred over the years. A breakdown of parental support rendered and an estimated moral debt. It was laughable, honestly. Tens of thousands of dollars for things like childhood housing, transportation to school, emotional investment. They were trying to invoice me for being their kid. And the kicker? They wanted Leo to testify. They claimed I was isolating him from his roots. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just petty anymore. This was war. I didn't open the envelope for hours. It just sat there on the counter like it was radioactive, this absurdly formal threat wrapped in ivory paper with gold lettering. Gold. As if that made it more legitimate. More honorable. The return address wasn't even a proper law firm. It was some hybrid mediation and legal consulting office I'd never heard of, tucked in a strip mall 3 towns over. But that didn't make it any less disturbing. They really thought they could shake me down like this. No, not they. My family. I finally opened the letter after Leo had gone to bed. I poured a drink first, sat at the table, and stared at the list again. Childhood rent. Age 0 to 18. $72,000. Emotional labor. 1995 to 2008. $25,000. College guidance. $5,000. It was so absurd I actually laughed. But the part that made my blood go cold was the last line. We are seeking moral and financial restitution in recognition of 38 years of one-sided sacrifice. In the interest of avoiding a public dispute, we are offering you the opportunity to settle this privately. I remember whispering to myself, "You've got to be kidding me." But they weren't. The next morning, I found Monica waiting in my driveway. Again. This time, she was dressed like she was headed to a board meeting. Blouse, pencil skirt, heels that didn't belong on concrete. She had a stack of folders in her hands and an expression that said she thought she had the moral high ground. "You got our letter," she said before I could even speak. "You mean the invoice for my childhood?" "It's not an invoice," she replied, already pushing past me. "It's a mediation offer." I didn't invite her in, but she walked straight to my dining room like she still lived in my head, like we were kids again and I had to share everything just to avoid the fight. "I figured I'd give you a chance to respond in person," she said, sitting down and spreading out the folders like we were in some arbitration. "Because honestly, this whole thing, it's beneath you." "You're right," I said. "It is beneath me." She smiled like she'd won, like I'd just agreed to everything. Then she pulled out a manila envelope, a real one this time, and slid it across the table. "What's this?" I asked. "A breakdown," she said, "of what you can offer. Property, vehicles, monthly support. You don't have to pay it all at once. But the longer you delay, the harder it'll be on mom and dad. And frankly, on your son." I stared at her. "You think threatening Leo is going to help you? Don't be dramatic. No one's threatening him. But he's part of the picture now. The longer you isolate him, the more likely it is someone reports it again. We can't control what the school hears." There it was. The veiled threat. The same kind of passive-aggressive poison that had kept me compliant for years. But this time, I didn't flinch. I didn't even raise my voice. Instead, I picked up the envelope, tore it in half, and dropped it in the trash can. "You need to leave," I said. Monica stood slowly, eyes narrowing. "You always were ungrateful." "No," I said, stepping closer. "I just finally stopped pretending I owed you my life." She stared at me for a long beat. Then she smirked and walked out. That night, I sat on the edge of Leo's bed after he fell asleep. I watched him breathe, peaceful and unaware. And I knew I had to do more than just cancel payments. I had to protect him. From all of it. And that meant rebuilding everything from the ground up. Not just our boundaries, but our future. The next few weeks were some of the hardest of my life. I met with an attorney. A real one. Explained everything. The payments, the threats, the attempt to involve child services. He listened, took notes, and then leaned back and said, "This isn't a legal issue. It's emotional warfare." He was right, but we still documented everything. I pulled bank statements going back to 2020, printouts of the mortgage payments, text threads, emails, voicemail recordings, screenshots from school correspondence. We built a digital archive so big it crashed my desktop once. Then I made it my mission to quietly, methodically, cut every financial tie to my family. Utilities in their name? Gone. Old streaming accounts they were using? Canceled. Subscriptions I'd been covering for years without thinking? Terminated. I even stopped paying for their shared cloud storage. It felt petty at first. But then I realized, I'd been taught that boundaries were petty. That saying no was an act of war. And it wasn't just about money. It was about space. About oxygen. I started therapy again. Not the kind where you check boxes and nod. Real therapy. Digging deep, full of silence and sobs kind of therapy. I talked about the guilt. The way my stomach would knot every time my phone buzzed. The voice in my head that kept saying, "But they're your family." My therapist said something that stuck with me. Just because someone raised you doesn't mean they raised you well. I started journaling. Every night. No structure. No goals. Just raw thoughts. Some nights it was a page. Others, 10. Some entries were just a sentence. "I'm tired. But I'm awake." That one showed up a lot. I started spending more time with Leo. Real time. We built robots together. Watched old sci-fi movies. He taught me how to play Minecraft, badly. I taught him how to change a tire. We built a Saturday tradition of breakfast at the local diner, just the two of us. It wasn't extravagant, but it was ours. And slowly, the fog started to lift. I stopped jumping when the phone rang. Stopped feeling like I needed to explain myself to people who never listened. I started sleeping through the night again. Then one morning, about a month after the letter, Leo came down the stairs holding a drawing he'd made. It was us, me and him, standing on a hill with a little house in the background and a sign on it that said, "Home." But in the top corner, he'd scribbled something else in big block letters. Just US. I hung it on the fridge. Not long after that, something unexpected happened. I got a message from my Aunt Caroline. She was my mom's younger sister, and we hadn't talked much since my grandfather's funeral. But she'd always been kind to me when I was a kid. Quiet, observant, never part of the drama. Her message said, "Hey, I heard what's been going on. Just wanted to say I see you. And I'm proud of you for stepping back. If you ever need a place to talk or vent, I'm here." I cried for 10 minutes after reading it. Not because it fixed anything, but because it reminded me that not all family is broken. That some people do see you. That not everyone expects blood to come with a receipt. And that little crack of light. It grew. At Leo's next robotics competition, I met another dad. Single parent. Engineer. We got to talking. He offered me a chance to guest lecture at his son's middle school STEM club. I said yes. And for the first time, I realized I had something to give. Not out of obligation, but because I wanted to. That talk led to another. And another. And eventually, I was invited to join the board of a local mentorship program for teens interested in tech. Me. The moody kid with the computer dreams. Now showing kids how to build drones out of cardboard and salvage parts. There's something healing about teaching. About seeing someone's eyes light up because you gave them a tool they didn't know they had. It reminded me why I started coding in the first place. Not for money. Not for ego. But because it was mine. Because it made me feel capable when nothing else did. I didn't talk about my family in those meetings. But I didn't need to. Every line of code, every wire we soldered, it was a step away from the past and towards something clean, honest, free. And just as things were settling, just as I started to believe that maybe, the worst was behind me, I got a call. Not from my mother. Not from Monica. Not from Ethan. From the bank. They'd received a new payment on the mortgage. From an anonymous donor. But something was wrong. There was a dispute flag on the account. A pending freeze. And a claim filed against me. Not legal, but financial. Apparently, someone had told them I'd been fraudulently paying on behalf of the homeowners. And now they were investigating. That's when I realized. They weren't done. They were just getting started. There's a very specific kind of silence that falls over you when you realize your family doesn't just resent you. They're actively trying to erase the version of you they can't control. I sat at my kitchen table, that same spot where my mother had stood just weeks ago, throwing around words like sacrifice and entitlement, like confetti, and I stared at the email from the bank. The subject line was polite, almost comically so. Request for documentation regarding third-party payments. The body wasn't much better. Cold, clinical, and unsettlingly vague. We have received a formal inquiry regarding the nature of payments made on behalf of homeowners, Gregory and Susan Meyer, from the account registered to Joshua Meyer. Please provide documentation of consent and authorization, or indicate whether you wish to contest this inquiry. Pending resolution, we are required to place a temporary freeze on automatic payments and may be obligated to refer the matter to a third-party mediator. It was absurd. I wasn't even paying it anymore. I had stopped weeks ago. But someone was trying to retroactively frame me for financial overreach. Imply I'd been paying without their consent. That I'd been controlling them. Manipulating them. It was a new kind of audacity. Weaponized victimhood. And I knew exactly who was behind it. But this time, I wasn't going to react. I was going to respond. Because over the last few weeks, something in me had shifted. I wasn't the same man who used to tiptoe around these people. I wasn't afraid anymore. And I wasn't alone. My attorney, Mark, was the first person I called. "I've seen this kind of thing before," he said after reading the email. "It's not about winning a legal battle. It's about destabilizing you, undermining your paper trail." "Can they do that?" I asked. "They can try," he said. "But the fact that you stopped the payments voluntarily weeks ago, that helps. A lot." I sent him everything. Payment records, emails from the bank, even a photo of the old Christmas card my parents sent me in 2020, the year I started helping them, where they casually thanked me for keeping the roof over our heads. That single line would become surprisingly important later. But legal armor wasn't enough. I needed leverage. Not to hurt them, not yet, but to stop them from dragging me back into the fog. So I started digging. At first, it was just a way to feel productive. I searched public records, tax filings, property deeds. I was looking for something, some crack in the perfect suburban image they wrapped themselves in. And it didn't take long. Turns out, my parents weren't just bad with money. They were reckless. The house I'd been paying the mortgage on wasn't even in their name anymore. They'd transferred the deed to Ethan back in 2019. Quietly. Slipped it through during one of his turning over a new leaf phases. Probably figured he'd handle it better than they could. Spoiler, he didn't. He'd taken out a HELOC against it. A big one. Then defaulted. Twice. The bank hadn't foreclosed only because my automatic payments kept covering the minimums. They weren't even aware of the lien issue until after I stopped. The whole thing was a financial Jenga tower, and I'd been the bottom block. And now that I was gone, the whole thing was swaying. I found more. Monica's wellness coaching business wasn't just a flop, it was operating under a revoked license. Her client contracts were hand-scribbled nonsense, and she was facing 2 refund disputes on PayPal from customers who claimed she ghosted them after charging $2,500 for spiritual detoxes. I wasn't even surprised. But the final straw? A voicemail Ethan accidentally left on my work line. He hadn't realized he was still connected. I caught about 40 seconds of background noise, and then this. He thinks he's untouchable, just because he's got money. But if we get the school involved again, or the bank, just make it messy enough, he'll fold. He always does. Mom says if we push just a little harder. Click. I must have replayed that voicemail 10 times. Not because I needed to confirm it was him. I recognized his voice immediately, but because I couldn't believe how calmly he said it. Like this wasn't war. Like it was sport. That's when I knew it was time to stop defending. Time to strategize. I called Mark the next day and laid out everything. The deed transfer, the HELOC, the revoked business license, the voicemail. He whistled low into the phone. "Looks like you've got leverage." "I don't want to blow it all up," I said. "I just want it over. No more threats. No more letters. No more whisper campaigns at Leo's school. I want them out of our lives. Then you need to make it clear that if they keep pushing, you won't hold back." That's when the plan started to take shape. Not a lawsuit. Not a cease and desist. Not yet. Something smarter. Subtler. I started by documenting everything. I compiled a dossier. Yeah, a literal folder on my desktop called Emergency, with copies of the voicemail, the deed transfer, screenshots from Monica's defunct website, timestamps on her fake coaching sessions, and the bank's lien notice on Ethan's property. Then I created 3 versions of a single email, one for each of them. Not threatening. Not angry. Just clear. I didn't send them yet. I wanted to time it right. Instead, I focused on Leo. I met with his school counselor, sat across from a kind-faced woman with tired eyes and explained, as carefully as I could, the situation with our family. I gave her documentation, reassured her there was no legal custody drama, that Leo was happy, safe, supported. She listened, and then she told me something that shook me. Apparently, someone had tried to schedule a meeting with her under my name. An uncle, she said, called and claimed he had joint guardianship. She shut it down immediately, but logged the call anyway. She hadn't mentioned it before because she assumed it was a mix-up. It wasn't. It was a fishing expedition. Another quiet little warhead aimed at my son. That night, I sat on my back porch with a cup of coffee and watched the sky. It was quiet. Still. But my hands were shaking. Not with fear. With focus. Because now I had what I needed. Not just data, but clarity. The next day, I started reaching out. I called Aunt Caroline again. Not for sympathy, but for intel. She knew things. She had always been the quiet observer in our family, but I was starting to think she'd seen more than I realized. And I was right. She told me stories I'd never heard, about how my parents took out a second mortgage in the 90s to cover Monica's private school while insisting I learn discipline by biking to public school every day. About how Ethan was almost arrested for identity theft 5 years ago, but my dad quietly paid off the victim under the table. She even had receipts. Literal ones. She forwarded me an old email chain between her and my mom where my mother bragged about getting me to pay their bills without making it seem like a handout. The subject line was, "How to raise a compliant son." That was the final lock on the door I'd already closed in my heart. I thanked Caroline, asked if she'd be willing to write a statement, not for court, but for me. She agreed without hesitation. I sent my lawyer the updated folder. He whistled again. "You realize," he said, "you could bury them with this." "I don't want to bury them," I said. "I want to warn them." And so I did. On a Monday morning, I sent all 3 emails. Individually. Professionally. Each one began the same way. "You are receiving this message as a final courtesy before I pursue legal remedies for harassment, defamation, and malicious interference in my personal and professional life." The body of each email was tailored. Monica's included the PayPal disputes and a request to cease contact with Leo's school. Ethan's referenced the deed transfer, the HELIC, and the voicemail. My parents' email simply included every record of financial support I provided since 2020, with a spreadsheet summary and tax legal classification of gifts rendered under moral duress. Each email ended with the same closing line. "If I receive one more letter, one more veiled threat, or hear one more whisper of interference in my life or my son's, I will release this information, privately or publicly, as needed. This is your only warning." I gave them 7 days to respond. They responded in 3. Monica emailed back first. Short, panicked, full of backpedaling. I had no idea Ethan said that. I was just trying to help. "I think things got out of hand." Ethan sent a text. No punctuation, all caps. Classic. "You don't scare me, LOL, but I get it, you are." Little sob story worked. "Fine. We're done." My parents didn't reply, but 2 days later, I got a handwritten letter in my mailbox. Not from my mom, from my dad. It was 2 pages long. No apology, no admission, just a cold acknowledgement that they understand my position and will respect my wishes moving forward. It was the closest thing I'd ever get to closure, and it would have been enough. But then something else happened, something that changed everything. One of Monica's old clients found me, and what she told me, let's just say, this wasn't over. Not even close. She found me through LinkedIn, of all places. The message popped into my inbox late one night, a short, cautious note from a woman named Heather Evans. I almost ignored it, figured it was a spam pitch for business coaching or crypto trading. But something about the name stuck with me. So I opened it. "Hi Josh. I hope it's okay I reached out. I know this might sound strange, but I was a client of Monica Myers last year. I saw your name mentioned in her intake materials. She referred to you as a financial guardian, which I thought meant business partner or silent investor. I've recently had some bad experiences with her and was hoping to ask you a few questions." Heather, financial guardian. That was a new one. I messaged her back and offered to hop on a Zoom call. 20 minutes later, I sat in my office, camera on, watching a woman in her mid-30s with a kind face and tired eyes recount her story. And by the end of it, my jaw was clenched so tightly it hurt. Heather had signed up for Monica's Wellness Transformation Program, a 3-month coaching package that promised full emotional detox, financial realignment, and something called energetic debt cleansing. The price? $8,000. Paid in full. Monica had told her she came from a family of high-vibration entrepreneurs, said her brother was a millionaire who backed all her programs to ensure client success. That's where my name came in. Monica had shown her one of my old business profile pages and said, "Josh ensures all my high-tier clients get the experience they deserve. He protects my brand's integrity." What that actually meant, Heather discovered, was that if anything went wrong, Monica blamed me, told clients I restricted her funds, or withdrew support, or cut off the back end. She used me as a scapegoat every time something failed. And things failed a lot. Heather wasn't the only one. She joined a Facebook support group of former clients. People who had spent thousands on spiritual detoxes, personalized coaching, and wealth energy accelerators, only to be ghosted, gaslit, or publicly shamed for blocking their own growth. I don't know if you're involved, Heather said, but your name is still in her pitch materials. I thought you deserved to know. I sat there stunned, disgusted, not even surprised at this point, just tired. And then I thanked her, because what she didn't realize was that she'd just given me the final piece I needed. This wasn't just about money anymore. It was about reputation. And that's a currency Monica, Ethan, and my parents had never learned to protect. I reached out to Mark, my attorney, and explained everything. He listened carefully, asked for screenshots, then said something I'd been waiting weeks to hear. If you want to go nuclear, now's the time. So I did. But not with rage. Not with screaming. Not with lawsuits. Not yet. No, I started with something simpler. Information. I contacted the support group Heather mentioned. Asked if I could speak at one of their virtual meetups. I introduced myself not as Monica's brother, but as one of her victims. I shared screenshots, receipts, emails. Explained the role she'd falsely cast me in. I made it clear I had no part in her scam, and that I was prepared to help anyone who wanted to file claims or complaints. Half a dozen people reached out afterward asking for legal templates. Mark helped me draft a generalized affidavit they could adapt. Then I reported Monica to the Better Business Bureau, then to the State Licensing Board, then to PayPal, then to Stripe, then to the IRS, anonymously, of course, but with very specific details about her undeclared income. It didn't stop there. I remembered Monica had once bragged that her Instagram brand value was helping her land influencer deals. So I compiled a dossier of her scams, real client quotes, audio clips from Heather, even side-by-side screenshots of her advertising claims versus actual delivery. Then I created a private page, a little portfolio of truth. I didn't make it public. I sent it directly to the 5 brands listed in her latest sponsored posts. 3 replied. 2 terminated their partnership. 1 thanked me personally. That alone would have been enough. But fate? Fate has a twisted sense of humor. Because just as Monica's online empire started to quietly crumble, Ethan got arrested. Turns out that helic he took out against the house, the one I'd been unknowingly covering for months, wasn't just misused. It was part of a larger string of fraudulent loan applications. He'd been applying for business grants using fake LLCs, some of which listed me as a silent partner. He used my name, my SSN. The moment I found out, I reported it. Didn't flinch. Didn't call him. Didn't warn him. I filed the report, flagged the banks, froze my credit, and sent the documents to Mark. By the time Ethan realized what was happening, federal investigators were already looking into his accounts. The cherry on top? The deed to my parents' house, the one Ethan technically owned, was now considered collateral in a fraud investigation. The bank froze it, then seized it. It was gone. I got the news in the middle of breakfast with Leo. Just a quiet email from my lawyer that ended with, "The house is now in foreclosure. No further action required on your end." I read it twice, then smiled. Not because I wanted them homeless, but because, for the first time in my life, I wasn't the one keeping the roof over their heads. They were finally living in the world they'd built, without me holding up the ceiling. And my parents? Well, they didn't call, didn't write, didn't even try to guilt me. They vanished into the silence like shadows running out of light. I'd won, but not by fighting, by walking away with receipts. Leo and I moved that summer. Nothing dramatic, just a new house in a better school district. Bigger yard, quieter neighborhood. I built a new office out back, separate from the house, where I consult part-time and tinker with old robotics kits. One day, Leo came in with a printed certificate he made himself, world's best dad and engineer. I hung it next to my degree. We still go to our Saturday breakfasts. Still play Minecraft. Still build silly robots with googly eyes. But now the air feels different. Clean. Free. And as for Monica, Ethan, and my parents, I haven't heard a word from them in nearly a year. But sometimes I imagine them scrolling through social media, seeing Leo and me at science fairs, on road trips, building life one project at a time. And I wonder if they finally understand. The only thing I ever wanted was peace. And when they couldn't give it to me, I built it myself. And this time, no one's getting in without an invitation. I'm Ethan. I'm 32, and I've always had a complicated relationship with my extended family, particularly my mom's side. You know the type, the side that holds grudges like Olympic records, plays favorites like it's a full-time job, and makes you feel like an outsider even when you're standing right in the middle of the room. I stopped expecting anything different years ago, but that doesn't mean it stopped hurting. Growing up, I was the quiet cousin. Not because I didn't have anything to say, but because no one ever really listened. Family gatherings were basically live-action reminders that I didn't quite fit the mold. I wasn't athletic like my cousin Derek, or extroverted like my cousin Haley, or Instagram perfect like my cousin Brooke. But I was reliable. I showed up. I remembered birthdays. And once I got my life together and started making decent money running my own web development company, I even started helping out here and there. Paid for Uncle Frank's roof repair. Helped Aunt Diane's kid with tuition for a semester. Gifted generously at every wedding, birthday, baby shower, even if the invites always came late or came with an unspoken expectation that I wouldn't really show up. I'd been out of touch with most of them for about 2 years, not because of any big falling out, but because life just kept pulling me in other directions. Business had taken off. I'd moved across the country, and truthfully, it was easier not to chase people who never made room for you. So when I got a formal wedding invitation from my cousin Brooke, yes, that Brooke, I was surprised. Genuinely. The last time we spoke was a brief, awkward hug at her graduation party where I was mostly treated like an afterthought while her friends and more fun cousins dominated the spotlight. Still, I RSVP'd. Booked a flight. Reserved a nice hotel. I even called my mom to let her know I'd be attending, and she acted pleasantly surprised in that weird, clipped tone she always uses when she doesn't know how to process something. Oh, wow, that's great, Ethan. That'll be nice. I didn't just plan to attend. I wanted to be generous, supportive, kind. I was doing well, and even though our relationship wasn't close, I remembered Brooke as a girl who once let me hide in her room when our uncle brought his scary dog to a 4th of July party. It was a small thing, but it stuck with me. So I wrote a check for $7,500, more than I'd ever given at a wedding, and tucked it into a discreet envelope with a little note. For the next chapter of your story. Wishing you love and calm, Ethan. I arrived at the venue early, as I usually do. I'm a planner like that. It was a charming vineyard-style setup, outdoor seating, rustic lanterns, the whole Pinterest dream. I checked in at the greeting table where two 20-something girls, probably bridesmaids, were helping guests find their seats. One of them glanced at my name tag and immediately looked confused. Oh, Ethan? Yeah, I said, smiling politely. I don't see you on the seating chart. That caught me off guard. Really? I RSVP'd a while ago. She tilted her head, apologetic, but not really. We had to make a lot of last-minute adjustments. Only close family is seated. I am close family, I said, more surprised than annoyed at this point. She gave me that tight, PR smile people give when they're uncomfortable. You can still attend the ceremony, of course. There's some standing room toward the back. I just stared at her. It wasn't even anger I felt at first. It was more like embarrassment wrapped in disappointment. I looked around. There were rows and rows of white chairs, neatly aligned under a canopy, each one with name cards clipped on. I saw familiar names, people I knew hadn't seen Brooke in years. Plus ones. Distant friends. Even Brooke's old high school volleyball coach was seated, and I was told to stand. I gave a polite nod and walked away. Not toward the back. Not to complain. I just stepped around to the side of the courtyard and stood for a few minutes under the shade of a tree, watching guests settle into their seats and take selfies and fix their hair. I'm not dramatic by nature. I don't cause scenes. But in that moment, something in me shifted. I glanced toward the reception area where the gift table was already set up under a white tent. A mix of pastel-colored envelopes, fancy wrapped boxes, and a big card box decorated in gold glitter. I walked over casually, like I belonged there, because I did. Nobody paid much attention. Everyone was still preoccupied with finding their seats and snapping Instagram stories. I found my envelope, the one with my initials written in black ink, and picked it up. Slipped it into the inside pocket of my jacket. Then, still calm, I turned and began walking toward the parking lot. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. Maybe nothing. Maybe just to leave quietly and never speak to any of them again. But about 5 minutes later, just as I reached my rental car and was fumbling with the keys, I heard someone shouting my name. Ethan. Ethan, wait. It was my Aunt Laura, Brooke's mom, practically jogging in heels across the gravel. Her husband, my Uncle Jerry, followed behind her with a red face and stiff posture, like he was holding back from yelling. What are you doing? Aunt Laura snapped as she caught up to me. You just walked out? Are you serious? I turned, expression neutral. I wasn't seated. I figured that meant I wasn't really welcome. She blinked like I just slapped her. That's ridiculous. There were some last-minute changes, that's all. We didn't have room for everyone. I pulled the envelope halfway out of my jacket pocket and showed her just enough for her to recognize the handwriting. Good thing I caught this before someone else did. Uncle Jerry finally chimed in. You're making this about you, Ethan? Today is about Brooke. I laughed quietly. Yeah, and I wanted to help make it a beautiful start. But you didn't even leave me a seat. Then from behind them, I heard another voice. Ethan? It was Brooke. She wasn't running, but she was walking quickly, bouquet in hand, hair done up, looking every bit the Pinterest bride. The look on her face was somewhere between confusion and dawning horror. I thought you weren't coming, she said breathlessly. I didn't know you were even here. I RSVP'd. I know, but Mom said you probably wouldn't show. I didn't see your name on the seating chart this morning. I figured maybe something came up. Aunt Laura jumped in. Well, he's clearly making a scene now. I finally felt the heat in my chest rise. You humiliated me. Told me there wasn't room at the wedding for your own family, and you want to accuse me of making a scene because I took back a gift you didn't even know you were getting? Brooke looked stunned. What gift? I held up the envelope just slightly. Doesn't matter now. Her eyes widened. She clearly understood then, or at least suspected. Aunt Laura stepped forward like she wanted to snatch it from me, but I stepped back, calm, firm. I've done nothing but give to this family for years, I said. But apparently, generosity only counts if you're loud about it. Or fun. Or fit the mold. Brooke opened her mouth, but whatever she was going to say got swallowed by the sound of her dad muttering, unbelievable, like I was the villain here. I turned, opened my car door, and paused just long enough to see the next wave of guests arriving, people smiling, laughing, clueless about the small storm unraveling at the edge of the parking lot. And then I drove away. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because later that night, I got a text, and it changed everything. The text came just after midnight. I was already in bed at the hotel, not even planning to check my phone until the next morning. But something, maybe instinct, made me reach for it. It was from Brooke. Brooke, Ethan, can we please talk? I stared at the message for a long moment. Not because it surprised me, but because it didn't. I'd expected something like this. The wheels were turning the second I left. And I knew that envelope, that $7,500 gesture of goodwill, suddenly meant a whole lot more once it wasn't theirs anymore. A minute later, she sent another. Brooke, I didn't know what Mom was doing. I swear. Please let me explain. And just like that, I was right back in the emotional tug-of-war I'd been dragged into my entire life. The version of me that wanted peace, that craved belonging, that still held onto those childhood memories of hiding from fireworks in her room, that version wanted to believe her. But another part of me, the part that walked out calmly after being told I wasn't close family, that part was tired. And it had finally found its voice. I didn't reply. Not that night. I set my phone down, stared at the ceiling, and thought about every moment I'd let things slide. Every subtle insult I'd laughed off. Every backhanded compliment from family members who only remembered my name when they needed tech help or a checkbook. The next morning, I woke up to a dozen more messages. 2 from Brooke. 1 from Aunt Laura. That one just said, call me. Now. 5 from my mom. 3 from my Uncle Jerry, voicemails I didn't bother opening, and even 1 from Derek, the golden child cousin who hadn't spoken to me in years. Derek. Hey man. Heard about the wedding. Can you just let it go? Don't ruin Brooke's day over something petty. Petty. That word sat heavy on my chest. It was always the go-to label they used when someone finally pushed back. When someone didn't just smile and nod and absorb the blow. I took a long shower, packed up my suitcase, and checked out of the hotel. I had no intention of going to the post-wedding brunch. Not after that. But curiosity tugged at me. I had to see how far this circus was willing to go. So I drove to the cafe where the brunch was being held. I didn't go inside. Just parked across the street and watched. Through the window, I could see Aunt Laura in full theatrical meltdown mode, waving her hands while talking to a group of relatives. My mom sat nearby, lips pursed, clearly trying to play neutral but definitely not defending me. Brooke was at the far end of the table, looking more tired than happy, scrolling through her phone. 10 minutes later, I watched Uncle Jerry step outside and take a phone call. He paced back and forth, agitated, hands on his hips. Then he turned suddenly and looked across the street, right at me. For a moment, I thought he might come over. But he didn't. Just stared. Then turned and walked back inside. I drove off. I spent the next few days ignoring every message. I didn't feel angry anymore. Just done. There was something freeing about it. For once, they could sit with the silence. Let it echo. By the time the weekend ended, the tone of the messages had changed. Aunt Laura stopped demanding and started pleading. Brooke asked again if I'd meet with her, just once. Even my mom texted, "They didn't mean to hurt you, Ethan. They were just overwhelmed." But then, 3 days later, I got a different kind of message. It was a group text sent from my Uncle Jerry to several family members, including me, though I don't think he meant to include my number. Uncle Jerry. Can't believe Ethan would pull something like this. Disrespectful, selfish, and trying to punish Brooke on her big day. He's not even married. Doesn't know what it's like to plan a wedding. He was always jealous of this family. That was the moment the flicker of hesitation inside me died. Because that's what it always came back to: blame. Projection. Gaslighting. Every slight against me rewritten as an overreaction. Every hurt I felt labeled as bitterness. So I finally replied. Me. Not jealous. Just tired of pretending. Tired of showing up for people who wouldn't walk across the room for me, let alone set a chair aside. Tell Brooke I wish her the best. As for the rest of you, don't worry. You won't hear from me again. I hit send. Blocked half the group. Then I made one more stop. I went to the bank. I'd already deposited the $7,500 check back into my account, but this time, I decided to do something else with it. Something quiet. Personal. Just for me. I opened a new savings account. Labeled it Self-Respect Fund. Transferred every cent into it. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like an outsider. I felt like someone who finally chose himself. But that wasn't the last I heard from them. Because just 1 week later, Brooke showed up, uninvited, at my office. She showed up around lunchtime. I was in the middle of debugging a back-end issue for one of my bigger clients, sipping lukewarm coffee, when I saw her reflection in the glass wall next to my desk. I turned, thinking it might be a delivery or a client dropping by without notice, but there she was. Brooke. My cousin. The bride. Still in her honeymoon makeup, or at least what looked like the same kind of careful contour and lashes. Her hair tied back in a tight ponytail, designer bag slung over one shoulder. She looked like she hadn't slept much, eyes a little red, skin a little too pale. I was so thrown off that I didn't even say anything at first. "Hey," she said, half smiling like we were old friends who just lost touch. I blinked. "Brooke, I was hoping I could talk to you. Just for a minute." She glanced around the office. "Is this okay?" I should have said no. I should have said I was busy, which technically I was. But something about the way she stood there, rigid, holding her breath, made me nod instead. I motioned toward the conference room at the end of the hallway. We sat in silence for a few seconds. She kept fidgeting with the strap of her bag while I sat across from her, arms crossed, waiting. "I'm not here to fight," she started. "Didn't think you were," I said flatly. She bit her lip. I didn't know. About the check. About what Mom did. She didn't tell me until after the ceremony that you showed up and left. She didn't tell you I was uninvited either? She said the seating got messed up. That you didn't confirm until late. That's a lie, I said quietly. Brooke looked down. I figured. I leaned forward slightly. You figured, but still didn't reach out until now? I was overwhelmed. Her voice cracked. Just a little. It was my wedding, Ethan. There were so many moving parts, and I trusted my mom to handle the seating chart. I didn't think. She told me you probably wouldn't come, and That's always the story, isn't it? I interrupted. Someone else said something. Someone else assumed. Someone else made the call. And I'm just supposed to roll with it and smile. Brooke didn't say anything for a moment. I continued. Do you know what it felt like to stand there and be told there was no seat for me? Not even a folding chair in the back? I was treated like a party crasher. And all while I had a $7,500 gift sitting on the table. I didn't know, she said again, softer this time. I looked at her. But do you get it now? She nodded, almost to herself. I do. I really do. We sat in silence for a while after that. The quiet wasn't uncomfortable, not exactly. Just heavy. Eventually, she said, I came here to say I'm sorry. I looked her in the eyes. Are you? Yes. For not questioning what I was told. For not checking the list myself. For letting you walk away without even realizing it. That's on me. I didn't respond immediately. Part of me wanted to forgive her on the spot, just to make it easier for both of us. But another part, the part that had been overlooked and dismissed and treated like an afterthought for years, wasn't ready to let go that easily. She kept going. My mom is furious, by the way. Said you embarrassed the family. Said you humiliated her. I gave a dry laugh. Pretty bold to call it humiliation when I just left quietly. She said you made her look bad. That people started asking why you left. And what did you say? Brooke looked me dead in the eye. I said maybe they should be asking why you weren't given a seat in the first place. That, I'll admit, caught me off guard. She lost it, Brooke added, almost smirking. Said you were always too sensitive and that you never tried to fit in. But that's not true, is it? No, I said. It's not. Another pause. Brooke exhaled slowly. I don't know how to fix this. I can't undo what happened, but I don't want it to stay like this. I looked at her, really looked at her, and for the first time since that disastrous wedding, I saw something different, not guilt, exactly, but understanding. Awareness. You can't fix the past, I said, but you can start by being honest about it. Don't sweep it under the rug like everyone else always does. She nodded. I won't. I already told my mom I wasn't going to pretend everything was fine. And if she tries to play it off at family dinner this weekend, I'm calling her out. I raised an eyebrow. Family dinner? Brooke hesitated. Yeah, it's at our place. First one since the wedding. She's hosting. Everyone's coming. Everyone. She gave me a look. Yeah, that includes you. I leaned back. That's a bold assumption. It's not an assumption, she said. It's an invitation. A real one. You don't have to come. I get it if you don't. But I want you there. I stayed quiet. Brooke stood up, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Think about it. You're not obligated. But I hope you show up. For you, not for anyone else. With that, she left. Quietly, without any fanfare. I sat there long after she was gone, staring at the glass wall. My coffee had gone cold. My code editor sat idle. And my mind raced with thoughts about all the birthdays I'd missed, the awkward holidays, the texts that never came, the chairs that were always just out of space. And now, there was one waiting. But something didn't sit right. Because while Brooke seemed sincere, and her apology sounded genuine, my gut was still telling me that this dinner, it wasn't going to be simple. Aunt Laura wasn't the type to take embarrassment lightly. And if Brooke really planned to call her out in front of the whole family, that dinner wasn't just going to be a reunion. It was going to be war. I decided to go. Not because I wanted some dramatic showdown, or because I needed an apology from Aunt Laura. I didn't expect one. But after everything, after being shoved aside, talked about, labeled sensitive, and practically erased from my own family, I was tired of letting other people write my story. If this dinner was going to be the battlefield, then fine. But I wasn't walking in to fight. I was walking in to finish something. The evening of the dinner, I wore what I always wore when I needed confidence, a crisp navy jacket, white shirt, no tie. I arrived 5 minutes late on purpose. Not enough to seem rude, just enough to avoid the awkward greetings at the door. Brooke opened it with a small smile, gave me a quiet, thanks for coming, and let me inside. Their house was packed. The whole inner circle was there. Uncle Jerry, who avoided eye contact. Derek, the cousin who once shoved me out of a photo so his new girlfriend could stand closer to Grandma. Even Aunt Diane, who hadn't spoken to me since I ruined Thanksgiving 5 years ago by bringing gluten-free stuffing. And then there was Aunt Laura. She stood in the kitchen, stirring something in a pot like she was starring in a cooking show, loud and overanimated. Ethan, she said when she saw me. Well, decided to grace us with your presence. There it was. The opener. A jab dressed as a joke. I smiled politely. Glad to be here. She narrowed her eyes slightly, realizing I wasn't going to bite. Hope there's no gift table this time, she added with a little laugh, and a few others chuckled uncomfortably. I just shrugged. Good thing I brought an appetite instead. Brooke caught my eye from across the room. She saw what just happened. She gave me a small nod, as if to say, brace yourself. We sat down to eat. The table was long and loud, conversations bouncing across it. People avoiding looking directly at me, except for Brooke, who made a point of asking about my work, my place in Seattle, even my dog. She treated me like I mattered, like I existed. It was the first time in years I felt like someone wasn't just pretending for show. Then Aunt Laura clinked her glass. I just want to say, she began, rising slightly, that despite some recent misunderstandings, I'm so grateful we could all be together tonight as a family. There was an awkward pause. I saw Brooke freeze slightly. And then Aunt Laura kept going. We've had some rough patches, of course. Some people have taken things a little too personally. She shot a glance my way, as if to test me. But at the end of the day, What matters is that we stick together, even when some of us don't always make it easy. I took a slow breath. Brooke stood up. No, Mom. The room fell quiet. No, she repeated, firmer. We're not doing that. Not tonight. Aunt Laura blinked. Excuse me. You don't get to spin this like Ethan overreacted. You left him off the seating chart. You lied and said he didn't RSVP. You told me he probably wouldn't show because he never comes to anything. Then when he did show up, when he tried to be generous, you had him stand in the back like a stranger. And when he quietly left, you spent the whole honeymoon trashing him behind his back. Dead silence. Derek put his fork down slowly. Aunt Diane suddenly found the ceiling very interesting. Uncle Jerry cleared his throat like he wanted to say something but realized nothing he could say would help. I don't want an apology, Brooke said, looking directly at me. You already tried to do the right thing. I didn't. I stayed quiet because I was scared of making waves. But I'm not staying quiet anymore. Aunt Laura's voice cracked. So you're taking his side? No, Brooke said calmly. I'm finally taking the truth's side. Laura scoffed, looked around for support, and found none. Even Uncle Jerry just looked down at his plate. She gave a little huff and sat down, muttering something about being disrespected in her own home. But no one backed her up. No one comforted her. And in that moment, I realized something. The spell was breaking. The years of backhanded comments, guilt trips, unspoken rules about who mattered and who didn't, all of it was unraveling. I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. I just sat there, breathing deeply, feeling something shift inside me. Later that night, as people began trickling out and offering awkward goodbyes, Brooke pulled me aside by the door. Thank you for coming, she said, and for not walking out again. I wouldn't have blamed you if you had. I'm glad I stayed, I admitted. She looked relieved. You think you'll come to the next one? Let's take it one dinner at a time, I said with a smirk. She laughed. Fair. I walked out to my car feeling lighter than I had in years. Not because the family was fixed, it wasn't. Not because Aunt Laura would suddenly treat me like a favorite, she wouldn't. But because, for once, I had been seen, heard, defended. I had nothing left to prove. And as I drove off, I didn't feel like the outsider anymore. I felt like someone who had finally, truly, taken his seat at the table on his terms. My name is Nathan. I'm 31 years old, and until a few months ago, I thought I was on the verge of building the life I always wanted. I had a stable job, a small circle of close friends, and what I thought was a loving fiancée who supported me through thick and thin. Her name is Clara. To anyone on the outside, we looked like the picture-perfect couple. Engagement photos plastered on social media, weekend trips together, family dinners where she sat at my parents' table like she belonged there. But behind closed doors, there were little things, cracks that only I seemed to notice at first. A sharp comment here, an eye roll there, subtle digs that she would laugh off as jokes. I brushed them aside because I wanted so badly to believe in us. I wanted to believe that after years of struggling to find someone who saw me for me, I had finally found that person. But the truth started bleeding through in ways I couldn't ignore. It wasn't just her getting annoyed if I stayed late at work or the way she'd mock my hobbies when her friends were around. It was something colder, sharper, like she needed me to play a role I didn't even audition for. The first real sting came at a family gathering. My younger brother had just bought his first home, and everyone was congratulating him, clinking glasses, making speeches. When it came time for me to say something, Clara chimed in before I could open my mouth. She leaned across the table, smirked, and said, "Don't worry, Nathan will get there someday. He's more of a dreamer than a doer." The room chuckled politely, but my mother's eyes darted to mine with a flicker of pity. I felt my throat tighten, but I forced a smile, nodding as if it was just playful banter. Later that night, when I asked Clara why she said that, she shrugged. "I was just kidding. Don't be so sensitive. They know you're trying." She said it with a tone that made trying sound like failing. From that night on, I noticed more of those little jabs, each one sharper than the last. At her office party, she introduced me to her coworkers with a laugh. "This is Nathan. He's still figuring out what he wants to be when he grows up." My jaw clenched, but I shook their hands anyway. On the car ride home, she acted like nothing happened. I started pulling away, but quietly, because I wasn't sure if I was imagining it all, or if maybe I was just overreacting. Then one night, my best friend Aaron showed me something I couldn't ignore. We were sitting on his couch watching a game when he hesitated, glanced at me, and said, "Nate, there's something you should see." He opened his phone, scrolled, and handed it over. It was Clara's private group chat with her friends. I don't know how Erin got access. I didn't ask right away, but there it was, in her own words. Message after message where she called me a pathetic nobody, a man with no future, safe but boring. She wrote things like, "At least he's dependable, but I can't imagine bragging about him to anyone important." My stomach dropped as I read, every line cutting deeper. I wanted to throw the phone across the room, to scream, to storm into our apartment and demand answers. But instead, I sat frozen, my hand trembling as I handed the phone back. "You're sure this is real?" I asked. Aaron nodded, his jaw tight. "I wouldn't show you if it wasn't." That night, lying in bed beside Clara while she scrolled her phone casually, humming under her breath, I felt like I was next to a stranger. She kissed my shoulder, said good night, and I stared at the ceiling wondering how long she had seen me this way. How long had I been the butt of her jokes, the object of her ridicule, while I poured everything I had into us? I didn't sleep, and by morning, I knew I couldn't let it slide. But I also knew charging at her head-on would get me nowhere. She'd twist it, deny it, maybe even convince me I was imagining things. Clara had a way of bending the truth until it snapped in her favor. So I called Aaron, my voice low and steady, and asked him a question I never thought I'd ask. "How do you feel about a little role play?" Aaron was quiet for a moment, then said, "Tell me what you're thinking." And that was the start. The seed of an idea that would grow into something much bigger, something Clara would never see coming. The days after I discovered Clara's messages were some of the hardest I've ever lived through. It's strange how quickly the mind can shift once the illusion is shattered. Every conversation felt loaded, every glance suspicious. I started replaying past events in my head, and suddenly the puzzle pieces I had ignored for years began snapping into place. For instance, Clara had always been oddly close with my sister, Emily. At family dinners, the two of them would sit together, whispering and laughing, occasionally glancing at me in a way that made my stomach tighten. I used to brush it off as paranoia, telling myself it was just girl talk. But now, with the knowledge of what Clara really thought of me, I couldn't shake the suspicion that Emily knew more than she let on. One Saturday afternoon, we were at my parents' house for a barbecue. Everyone was in the backyard, chatting, kids running around, drinks flowing. My dad was showing off his new grill, and naturally, the conversation turned to who would host the next family event. Before I could even offer, Clara chimed in. "Oh, definitely not Nathan. He still hasn't fixed that old couch in the living room. I'd be embarrassed if people sat on it." Everyone laughed, except me. My mother's lips pressed into a thin line, but she stayed silent. I felt heat creeping up my neck. Clara turned to Emily and smirked. "Am I right? He always talks about fixing things, but nothing ever gets done." Emily giggled and clinked her glass against Clara's. It was subtle, but the favoritism was clear. My sister, who had always been critical of me, seemed to delight in having Clara as her ally. They built each other up by tearing me down, and I stood there, holding a paper plate with a half-eaten burger, trying to pretend it didn't sting. Later that night, as we drove home, I asked Clara why she said that. She shrugged, not even looking at me. "It's true, isn't it? Besides, it was funny. Lighten up, Nate." The casual dismissal, the way she acted like my feelings were insignificant, it cut deeper than the words themselves. But that wasn't the only incident. At her workplace, Clara started climbing the ladder, earning recognition for her projects. I was proud of her, genuinely. I wanted to celebrate her wins. But instead of sharing them with me in private, she used them as ammunition in public. At a dinner with her colleagues, she raised her glass and said, "To hard work paying off. Some of us actually make things happen." Her coworkers chuckled politely. I sat there, my face burning, pretending to sip my drink. The worst part was how she manipulated my parents. My mother, despite sensing something was wrong, seemed swayed by Clara's charm. "She's just pushing you to be better," Mom told me once when I confessed how hurtful Clara's comments were. Sometimes love looks like tough love. No, I thought. This wasn't love. This was belittling, plain and simple. But Clara had a way of spinning things. If I confronted her, she'd laugh, kiss me on the cheek, and say, "You're overthinking everything again. It's why I worry about you. You take life too seriously." And then she'd turn it back on me, making me feel like the fragile one, the unreasonable one. By this point, Aaron and I had already discussed the broad strokes of the plan. He would accidentally, bump into Clara at her favorite cafe near her office, strike up a conversation, and see where things went. I hated that it had come to this, but part of me wanted to see if Clara would reveal her true colors when tempted. Would she stay loyal, or would she confirm what I already suspected, that I was nothing more than a placeholder in her eyes? But before Aaron could even step in, Clara gave me another gift-wrapped confirmation. It was at my cousin's engagement party. I was introducing Clara to a few distant relatives, trying to be polite, when she leaned close to one of them and said, loud enough for me to hear, "I keep telling Nathan he needs to be more ambitious. Otherwise, I'll be the only one carrying this relationship." She said it with a laugh, but her eyes flicked toward me with a sharpness I couldn't ignore. That night, lying awake beside her again, I thought about every little slight, every time she had chosen someone else's approval over my dignity. My chest felt heavy, but beneath the weight was something else, something sharper, like steel being forged in fire. I wasn't going to confront her with anger or plead for her respect. No, I was going to let her dig her own grave, one shovel of arrogance at a time. Aaron texted me the next morning. "Ready to start?" I stared at the message for a long time before replying, "Yes. Let's see how far she'll go." And with that, the real tension began to build. Clara had no idea her world was about to tilt, and the best part? She would think she was the one in control the whole time. Aaron's role began on an ordinary Wednesday afternoon. At the cafe Clara visited religiously after work. She always ordered the same thing, a caramel latte with extra drizzle and a blueberry muffin she'd pick apart daintily while scrolling her phone. I knew her routine like clockwork, which made it easy for Aaron to accidentally cross paths with her. He called me afterward, his voice calm but laced with something heavier. She didn't even hesitate, "Nate." I introduced myself, made small talk, and within 5 minutes she was laughing, twirling her hair, leaning in like she'd known me forever. My stomach sank. Part of me had hoped she'd shut him down, that I'd be wrong, that all her cruelty had been some twisted way of coping with stress. But Aaron's words hit like a hammer. "She didn't even mention you," he continued. "Not once. When I asked if she was seeing someone, she smiled and said, 'Not seriously. Not seriously.'" The fiancé I'd spent years building a future with had erased me in an instant, all for the thrill of attention. For the next few weeks, Aaron kept the act going. He'd run into her by chance again and again, at the cafe, near her office, even at the bookstore she liked. Each time, she leaned in closer, asked more questions, and eventually offered him her number. Aaron kept me in the loop, screenshotting their texts, sending me recordings of their conversations when they met in public. I listened in disbelief as Clara complained about me, spinning me into some pitiful caricature. "He's comfortable," she told Aaron once over coffee. "But sometimes I feel like I'm babysitting him. He just doesn't have that spark, you know? You do. You're exciting. You actually listen to me." The words hollowed me out. She didn't just see me as inadequate. She saw me as disposable. The breaking point came one Friday night. Clara had told me she was going to dinner with her coworkers. She even dressed up for it, a sleek black dress with just enough edge to suggest confidence without being over the top. She kissed me on the cheek, said, "Don't wait up," and left. An hour later, Aaron texted me a picture. Clara, sitting across from him at a dimly lit restaurant, wine glass in hand, smiling in a way she hadn't smiled at me in months. The caption read, "This is who she dressed up for." I stared at the photo until my vision blurred. Something inside me snapped, but not in a loud, destructive way. It was quieter than that, like a thread finally tearing after being stretched too thin. When Clara came home later that night, smelling faintly of perfume and red wine, she slipped into bed beside me as if nothing had happened. She even whispered, "Love you," before drifting off. I lay there, staring into the dark, feeling like I was sharing a bed with a stranger. The betrayal wasn't just in her lies. It was in her ease. How effortlessly she could compartmentalize, how naturally she could play both roles, devoted fiancé at home, flirtatious stranger with Aaron. The next morning, Aaron called me again. His tone was more serious than ever. "Nate, she's getting bolder. Last night, she asked me if I'd ever considered taking a spontaneous trip. She said she'd love to get away with me sometime, just the two of us." I didn't even know how to respond. My chest felt tight, my jaw locked. Clara wasn't just disloyal. She was planning an escape, a future where I didn't exist. That weekend, she started acting more dismissive than usual. She criticized the way I folded laundry, mocked me for spending time reading instead of doing something useful. And when we visited my parents for dinner, she leaned toward Emily again, whispering, "Sometimes I think he's just not enough." I caught it this time. I saw Emily's smirk, the shared glance, and the dismissive shrug Clara gave when she realized I'd overheard. My fists clenched under the table, but I didn't speak. Not yet. Because the betrayal was no longer hidden, it was bleeding into every corner of my life. And with every cruel word, every false smile, every secret plan she thought I didn't know about, she was tightening the noose around her own neck. Aaron and I agreed it was time to let her run with it, to see how far she'd go. The trap was already set, and Clara was walking straight into it. But nothing could have prepared me for just how far she'd take it, or the moment when her mask would finally slip in a way that no one in my family, not even Emily, could deny. After Aaron told me about Clara hinting at a trip, I found myself spiraling. The reality of it sank in. She wasn't just playing around for the thrill of attention. She was envisioning a life without me, and she was using someone I trusted as the canvas for that fantasy. It hit me harder than I ever imagined. For days, I moved through life on autopilot. At work, I stared blankly at my computer screen, pretending to be productive while my mind replayed Clara's words over and over. "He's comfortable, but not exciting." Each syllable echoed like a verdict, and I couldn't silence it. Nights were worse. I'd lie beside her, her breathing steady and calm, while I felt like I was suffocating under the weight of betrayal. I'd turn my face toward the wall, clenching my jaw so she wouldn't hear the tremor in my breath. Sometimes, I'd slip out of bed and sit in the living room with the lights off, just staring at the shadows on the floor. That apartment, once filled with warmth and laughter, felt like a prison now. My family didn't make things easier. Emily, emboldened by Clara's confidence, became more openly dismissive of me. At a Sunday brunch, she looked across the table and asked, "So, Nathan, when are you going to get serious about life? Or are you planning to coast forever?" Clara laughed softly beside her, not even bothering to defend me. My mother's silence was almost worse than their words. She shifted uncomfortably, but didn't speak up. I felt small, like the world was closing in and I was powerless to stop it. But somewhere in that darkness, a spark flickered. Sitting alone in the living room one night, I realized I had a choice. I could continue enduring the humiliation, shrinking smaller and smaller until there was nothing left of me. Or I could take control, not through shouting, not through confrontation, but through something far quieter, far more deliberate. Aaron and I started meeting in secret more often, under the pretense of catching up like old times. But these weren't casual hangouts anymore. They were strategy sessions. He showed me the texts Clara sent him late at night, long paragraphs about how underappreciated she felt with me, how she longed for a man who truly got her. I read them in silence, the words burning, but I refused to look away. "Are you sure you want to keep seeing this?" Aaron asked once, his eyes filled with concern. "It's eating you alive." I shook my head. "I need to see it. Every word. Every lie. Because when this ends, I want to know I didn't imagine any of it." That was when the planning really began. Slowly, carefully, I started disentangling myself from Clara. I opened a new bank account in my name only, redirecting part of my paycheck there. I stopped telling her about my day, giving her less ammunition to twist into a weakness. I distanced myself emotionally, so that each cruel remark rolled off me a little easier, because I knew where the road was leading. But it wasn't just about money or emotional detachment. I began documenting everything. Dates, times, screenshots Aaron forwarded me, even the receipts from nights Clara claimed to be with coworkers, but was actually with him. At first, it was just for me, to remind myself I wasn't crazy. But the more I gathered, the more I realized I was building something powerful. A record. Proof. The breaking moment for me came on our anniversary. I had planned a quiet dinner at home, hoping maybe, just maybe, I could find a flicker of the woman I had once loved. But when I surprised her with her favorite meal, she looked at the table, sighed, and said, "I told you I didn't want to do anything small this year. Don't you ever listen?" I sat across from her, the candles flickering between us, and realized I wasn't heartbroken anymore. I was empty, hollow. Whatever love I had left had withered under the weight of her contempt. That night, As she scrolled through her phone while I cleared the plates, I decided, enough. I wasn't going to confront her. I wasn't going to beg her to change. I was going to walk away, but not quietly. Not before she saw, in vivid detail, just how completely she had underestimated me. Erin's voice rang in my head as I fell asleep. When you're ready, we'll end this on your terms. And for the first time in weeks, I slept soundly. The shift didn't happen overnight, but once I made the decision to quietly reclaim my life, everything began to change. At first it was subtle, tiny adjustments that Clara barely noticed, but each one gave me back a piece of myself. I started going to the gym before work. It wasn't about transforming overnight or proving anything to her. It was about routine, about carving out time that was mine and mine alone. At first, I could barely push through 20 minutes, but soon the rhythm of it grounded me. I'd come home in the evenings sore, but steadier. Clara didn't pay much attention. She'd glance up from her phone and say, "Don't overdo it. You know how you get with these little phases." I just nodded, letting her believe it was temporary. At work, too, I began to shift. I stopped volunteering for extra tasks that drained me without recognition. Instead, I poured my energy into projects that actually mattered to my career. A few weeks later, my boss called me into his office, complimenting the progress I'd made and hinting at a promotion opening later in the year. I walked out of that meeting with my head high for the first time in months. Meanwhile, I continued quietly preparing. Every cruel word Clara flung, every night she claimed to be out late with coworkers, I logged it. I wasn't frantic about it anymore. It became methodical, almost mechanical. The more evidence I gathered, the calmer I felt, because I knew the day would come when she wouldn't be able to talk her way out of the truth. Erin, too, was proving invaluable. He kept me updated on her every move, every text, every dinner disguised as work. One night, he called me after she left his company. "She's planning a weekend trip," he said. "She wants to take me out of town." I closed my eyes, gripping the phone tighter. It should have hurt. Months ago, it would have shattered me. But instead, I found myself oddly detached, almost analytical. "Good," I said quietly. "Let her show who she really is." What Clara didn't know was that I had already begun creating distance in ways she couldn't reverse. My finances were split, my emotional energy redirected, and even my family, who had often sided with her subtle manipulations, was beginning to notice the cracks. At another family gathering, Emily made her usual jab about me not being ambitious enough. But this time, I didn't shrink. I looked her dead in the eye and calmly said, "Funny, I just had a conversation with my boss about my future here. But I guess some people prefer tearing others down instead of looking at their own reflection." The silence at the table was palpable. For once, Clara didn't laugh. She shifted uncomfortably, as if realizing the balance of power was no longer firmly in her hands. Slowly, I started reintroducing joy into my life, things I had abandoned because of her criticisms. I picked up my guitar again, filling the apartment with music she once mocked as childish. I reconnected with old friends Clara had subtly distanced me from, grabbing coffee, laughing like myself again. Every step forward reminded me that I wasn't the man she had painted in those cruel group chats. I wasn't a pathetic nobody. But perhaps the biggest change was internal. I stopped craving her approval. When she made her little digs, I didn't bite. When she tried to manipulate conversations, I let her words hang in the air until they lost their edge. The less I gave her, the more restless she became, like a performer losing her audience. Erin noticed it too. "She's getting desperate," he said one evening. "The way she talks about you now, it's almost like she needs me to validate her choices because you won't play the role anymore." I smiled faintly, a strange calm settling over me. "Good. Let her chase shadows. The more she runs, the harder she'll fall." Because while Clara was busy feeding her ego, spending her own money on dinners, gifts, and little tests to impress Erin, I was rebuilding my foundation. Brick by brick, step by step, I was becoming stronger than I'd ever been. And she had no idea. To her, I was still the dependable placeholder, safe, boring, predictable. She couldn't see that the man beside her in bed at night was no longer hers to belittle. He was already walking away, already setting the stage for a reckoning she'd never forget. The rise wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, patient, deliberate. But that was what made it powerful. Because when the time came, Clara wouldn't just lose me. She'd lose the control she thought she'd always have. And that moment was getting closer every day. By the time Clara suggested that weekend getaway with Aaron, the game board was fully set, and all that remained was waiting for her to make the wrong move. But here's the thing. She didn't realize every move she made was the wrong one, because I had already stopped playing by her rules. Aaron and I had become meticulous in our coordination. He wasn't just luring her in with charm. He was recording, documenting, and forwarding every scrap of proof she gave him. From screenshots of her texts to voice memos of their conversations in public, he captured it all. At first, it had felt invasive, even cruel. But the more Clara revealed, the more it became clear that I wasn't setting her up. She was setting herself up. All Aaron and I did was step out of the way and let gravity take hold. The turning point in our setup came when Clara's ambition crossed into recklessness. One evening, she returned from working late with a glossy travel brochure in her purse. She tossed it carelessly on the counter while changing into her pajamas. I picked it up later and saw the words printed in bold, "Romantic Paris Getaway." She had circled the dates with a pen. My heart pounded as I flipped through the pages. She hadn't just been daydreaming. She was planning. Flights, hotel reservations, even excursions. She was ready to sink thousands into impressing Aaron, while telling me she was taking on extra shifts. That brochure was the final piece I needed. For months, I'd been quietly saving in my own account, building my independence brick by brick. Now, with Clara burning through her savings on fantasies, I knew the balance of power had shifted entirely in my favor. The more desperate she became to win Aaron's approval, the more she neglected her mask at home. She snapped at me over small things, how I folded towels, how I loaded the dishwasher. She even rolled her eyes when my mother complimented me on a project at work, quickly changing the subject to her own achievements. But I didn't argue anymore. I didn't fight. Instead, I listened, I observed, and I stored everything away. Because the quieter I became, the more careless she grew. It was Aaron who pointed out the real opportunity. One night, he called me after a dinner with her. "She's talking about you differently now," he said. "Not just to me, but to others. She's painting you as the dead weight in her life. Almost like she's preparing a narrative in case things blow up." At first, that thought made my stomach turn. But then it hit me. Her arrogance could be the very tool I used against her. If she wanted to spread stories about me being a pathetic nobody, then the most powerful revenge would be to dismantle that lie publicly, in a way she couldn't wriggle out of. That's when I started compiling the record in earnest. Not just screenshots and recordings, but a timeline. Every cruel remark, every lie, every business dinner that was really a date with Aaron. I organized it neatly, methodically, like a case file. It wasn't just evidence, it was a story. Her story. And when the time came, I'd be the one turning the final page. Meanwhile, my own life continued to rise. That promotion my boss had hinted at, it came through. Suddenly, I had a higher salary, more authority, and a confidence Clara couldn't quite dismiss. She noticed, of course. One night, she said with a faintly mocking tone, "Look at you, moving up in the world. Guess you're not as hopeless as I thought." But there was an edge in her voice, a flicker of unease, like she realized the script was slipping out of her hands. The most useful thing I learned through all of this wasn't just about Clara, it was about myself. I discovered that silence could be sharper than any confrontation, that patience could dismantle arrogance better than shouting ever could, and that when you stop chasing someone's approval, their power over you evaporates. Clara didn't know it, but her Paris trip wasn't going to be a romantic escape. It was going to be the stage where her entire double life collapsed around her. Aaron and I had already discussed how to bring it all crashing down. The only question left was timing, and I intended to choose it perfectly, when she least expected it, when her confidence was at its highest. That was when the fall would be greatest. And she was already climbing higher, blind to the fact that the ground beneath her had been cut away piece by piece. The weekend Clara had circled in that glossy Paris brochure arrived quicker than I expected. She was electric with anticipation in the days leading up to it, humming while she packed, checking her phone constantly, sneaking in little smiles whenever she thought I wasn't watching. To me, those smiles were confirmation. She believed she was untouchable. She told me she had a work retreat in another city, 3 days long, all expenses paid. I nodded, offered her a kiss on the cheek, and wished her luck. She kissed me back absent-mindedly, already halfway out the door. Of course, I knew where she was really going. Aaron had kept me in the loop. She'd booked 2 tickets to Paris, hers and his. She had insisted on paying, trying to impress him with her independence. She'd been draining her own savings, piling expense on expense, convinced this was the start of her new life. But Paris wasn't going to be the fairy tale she imagined. Aaron played his part perfectly. At the airport, just before boarding, he kept her talking, kept her distracted, until her phone buzzed. She pulled it out, expecting another one of his teasing messages. Instead, she froze. Her face drained of color. It was a picture. A simple one. Me and Aaron, sitting side by side on his couch, both smiling at the camera. My arm draped casually on the backrest. His caption beneath it, "Guess you've been dating us both along." Aaron told me later the way she looked at him was almost comical. Mouth open, eyes wide, a little tremor in her hands. She stammered, What is this?" But Aaron just smiled coolly, pocketed his phone, and said, "You might want to talk to Nathan about that." She never got on that plane. While she scrambled, I was at home, my timeline of her betrayal neatly organized in a folder on my laptop. Screenshots, audio clips, photos of receipts, all of it lined up in order. I didn't plan on sending it to her friends or blasting it online. That wasn't my style. But I wanted her to see, in black and white, just how thoroughly she had destroyed the version of herself she pretended to be. That night, she showed up at our apartment around midnight. I heard the frantic knocking before I saw her through the peephole, mascara streaked, hair frizzed, tears running down her face. She was clutching her phone, her voice breaking as she pleaded, "Nathan, please, open the door. Let me explain. It's not what you think." I didn't open it. Instead, I slid an envelope under the door. Inside were printed screenshots of her messages to Aaron. Her own words calling me a pathetic nobody. Her promises of Paris, her jokes about me being safe but boring. On top of the stack, I had written in my calmest handwriting, "You don't need to explain. You already did." I heard her gasp, then a choked sob. She knocked harder, her voice rising. "Nathan, please. Don't do this. I can fix it." But I didn't answer. I sat on the couch in the dark, listening to her cries fade into the night. The power dynamic had shifted entirely. She was the one on the outside now, desperate, powerless, begging for scraps of forgiveness I had no intention of giving. It was quiet revenge, but it was sharp. She hadn't just been exposed to me. She'd been exposed to herself. And the weight of that realization crushed her more than any shouting match ever could. Aaron texted me later. "She's panicking. She knows it's over. You okay?" I stared at the message for a long time before replying, better than I've been in months. Because revenge wasn't about humiliating her in front of the world. It was about reclaiming myself. And now, finally, I had. But that wasn't the end. Because Clara wasn't the kind of person to accept defeat gracefully. And what came after, the fallout, would be louder, messier, and more revealing than anything I could have orchestrated. The night Clara stood outside my door sobbing was just the beginning of her unraveling. Over the next few weeks, the fallout spread like cracks through glass. She went from fiery indignation to desperate apologies to sudden outbursts of anger, sometimes all within the span of a single phone call. At first, she tried to paint herself as the victim. She showed up at my parents' house uninvited, sitting at the kitchen table with red-rimmed eyes, telling them I had misunderstood everything. She begged my mother to talk to me, swearing it was just harmless flirting and that she had never meant to hurt me. My mother listened quietly, her face unreadable, before finally saying, "Clara, I've seen the proof. You don't get to twist this into Nathan's fault." That was the last time Clara stepped foot in their home. Emily, however, reacted differently. My sister had always been quick to judge me, and for a moment, I half expected her to side with Clara. But when the full scope of Clara's betrayal came out, the texts, the Paris trip, the recordings Aaron had quietly collected, even Emily couldn't spin it. I'll never forget the look on her face, equal parts shock and shame, when she realized the person she'd aligned herself with had been mocking me all along. For once, she had no sharp remark, no smug laughter, just silence. Meanwhile, Clara's professional life began to crumble too. Aaron had been cautious about keeping their interactions public, so there were plenty of witnesses who'd seen her cozying up to him while flashing the engagement ring I had bought. Word trickled back to her office. Whispers spread. Clients raised eyebrows. She tried to maintain her polished image, but colleagues noticed the cracks, the strained smiles, the distracted meetings, the tension she carried like a second skin. Her reputation, the very thing she prized most, began slipping through her fingers. She called me one last time about a month after that night. Her voice was small, hoarse, nothing like the confident woman who used to cut me down with a smirk. "Nathan, please, just meet me once. Let me explain face to face." I considered it for a moment, then simply said, "There's nothing left to explain. You made your choice, Clara. Now you live with it." And I hung up. That was the last time we spoke. Life without her felt lighter. I moved out of the apartment we'd shared, into a place that was wholly mine. No memories of whispered insults, no shadows of her laughter at my expense. I threw myself into my promotion at work, continued with the gym, and kept building on the independence I had started carving out. For the first time in years, I wasn't living under someone else's judgment. Erin and I stayed close, though we never gloated. The revenge hadn't been about humiliating her for sport. It had been about showing me the truth I needed to see. And the truth had set me free. Months later, at another family gathering, my father raised his glass toward me. "To Nathan," he said simply, "for proving that patience is stronger than pride." The room clinked glasses, and for once, no one laughed at my expense. Even Emily lifted her glass silently, her eyes lowered. I smiled, a quiet satisfaction settling in my chest. Not because Clara had lost, but because I had finally stopped letting her win. As I left that night, walking into the cool air, I thought about the last words I had written on that note I slipped under the door. The words that ended everything. "You don't need to explain. You already did." And for the first time in a long time, I felt like those words didn't just belong to Clara, they belonged to me too. Because my life, my choices, my dignity, they no longer needed explaining. They were mine. The door had closed on Clara, and with it, the chapter of being her pathetic nobody. Now, finally, I was somebody on my own. My name's Roman, and I'm 36. I'm not the kind of person who likes to make scenes. I was raised to stay calm, to think twice before reacting, and to never outshine family in public. But sometimes they push you too far. I don't write these kinds of things often, but something happened recently that I need to get off my chest. And maybe, just maybe, someone out there will understand. It started with my younger brother, Julian. He's 33, recently got engaged to a woman named Tara, and the family absolutely worships the ground they walk on. She's fine, I guess. Kind of shallow, loves putting everything on Instagram, and has this thing where she talks about people like they're props in her personal story. But whatever. I stayed out of it. I even smiled through the awkward conversations where she'd call me the quiet one, or say things like, "It's so great that Julian has a brother who's okay being in the background." Real charming stuff. For some context, I own a mid-sized event management firm. Nothing flashy, but we do good work, and we're booked months in advance. Over the years, I've quietly helped with countless family gatherings, cousins' weddings, milestone birthdays, anniversaries. Never charged a cent. Just considered it part of being family. My team even handled the last 3 big events for free, from the catering to the florals. I'd always chalked it up as goodwill. But lately, that goodwill started to feel like a transaction I never agreed to. So when Julian announced his engagement party, this massive pre-wedding experience, as Tara called it, I figured, all right, they'll probably ask for help. And sure enough, 2 days later, I got a message from my mom. "Julian and Tara would love it if you handled the engagement dinner. Venue, food, everything. Of course you'll be listed as a sponsor." Sponsor. Not brother. Not guest. Sponsor. I let it slide. Replied, "Happy to help. Just send me the details you want." That's when the real fun began. Over the next 2 weeks, I got flooded with texts, not from Julian or Tara, but from Tara's wedding planner. A woman named Mel who acted like she was managing a royal coronation. "We'd like a rose wall by the entrance, preferably real petals. Can your team source a private chef for a 4-course Italian fusion menu? Please note that Tara doesn't want any visible staff during dinner. Everyone should blend into the background." Again, I said nothing. I passed the requests to my team, gritted my teeth, and kept the machine running. Then, one morning, I received the seating chart. It was a PDF file titled Confirmed Layout. I opened it, scanned for my name, and found it, right at the bottom, under the Overflow section. Table 12. next to someone named Cousin Aiden's +1. No last name. No seat near the family. Just shoved into a corner like I was an afterthought. That was my first real pause. I called Julian. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my tone even. "Just looked at the chart. Think there's been a mistake." "Yeah," he cut in, sounding distracted. "Tara's dad's friends needed space near the main table. Hope that's cool." I waited. Nothing. No apology. No offer to fix it. "Sure," I said. "Just didn't realize I was overflow." "You're not," he said. "It's just logistics. Don't make it a big thing, Roman. It's not about you." That phrase stuck in my throat like glass. "It's not about you." I didn't reply, just hung up and sat there for a long time, staring at my phone. A few days later, I got a family group text. It was from my mom, and it said, "Julian and Tara asked everyone not to bring gifts, but if you feel the need to contribute, cash toward their honeymoon fund is preferred." That same evening, I was forwarded an email by my assistant, one from the wedding planner. It had been mistakenly CC'd to our company email instead of just to her internal list. In it, she outlined which sponsors were to be acknowledged during the speeches. My name wasn't on it. Not once. Even though I'd fronted the venue booking, paid deposits, and coordinated the entire event. I didn't sleep that night. Just lay there, going over every moment in my head. Every time I'd stepped up. Every time I'd been asked to stay quiet, to not make it about me. Every time I'd watched someone else take the credit while I stood off to the side, nodding like an idiot. The next morning, I got the final straw. It was a message from Tara, sent at 7:42 a.m. Short. Cold. It read, "Hi Roman, can you make sure the wine labels don't have your company's name on them? We're trying to keep the vibe personal, not too corporate. Hope that's okay. No thank you." No emoji. No punctuation beyond that single exclamation mark at the end. I stared at the message. My thumb hovered over the reply button. I typed out "sure," but then deleted it. That was the exact moment something in me flipped. I went to my office, shut the door, and started making calls. I didn't yell. I didn't threaten. I just spoke clearly, firmly. I contacted the venue and canceled the booking, since the reservation was under my name and my card. I called the caterers and told them to release the date. Same with the florist, lighting tech, DJ, and valet team. All canceled. All refunded. Well, refunded to me, since I'd paid for everything up front. Then I contacted the photographer, a good friend of mine who owed me a favor. I told him not to show up unless I said otherwise. He laughed and said, "Honestly, I didn't want to do that job anyway." Tara sent me a list of band angles. By 3 p.m., everything was done. Then I logged into the guest portal they'd set up for the party, another thing I'd helped build, and quietly removed my name from the sponsor list. No announcement. No drama. Just a quiet, surgical exit. At 4 p.m., I got another text from Julian. "You okay? Haven't heard from you. Just need confirmation on final headcount." I didn't reply. At 6:50 p.m., my phone buzzed again. "Julian, guests are arriving. Where's the valet?" "Julian, Roman." "Julian, why is the venue locked?" Then at 7:12 p.m., "What happened to the dinner?" I read the message, sat back, and just stared at it for a while. Then I typed, "Guess there wasn't room for me after all." I hit send. 10 minutes later, my phone rang. It was my mom. I let it go to voicemail. And that was before the photographer texted me a photo. An empty parking lot, a few guests milling around, someone trying to pry the door open. He captioned it, "Vibe check failed." But the night wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Because what none of them knew, yet, was that I hadn't just canceled the vendors. I'd also spoken to someone else. Someone who would show up just a little later, once things had already fallen apart. Someone they really didn't want there. And when he did walk in, everything changed. He showed up at 7:26 p.m., just as the murmurs outside the locked event hall turned into full-blown confusion. His name was Martin Ellery. If you're not in the events business, you probably don't know him, but in my world, he's a heavy hitter. Owns one of the top luxury resort chains on the West Coast. Billionaire, sharp dresser, walks like the ground clears a path for him. And more importantly, he's one of my clients. A loyal one. We've done 8 major events together over the past 4 years. And he happens to have a very long memory when it comes to people wasting his time. I'd called him earlier that week, partly to vent, partly because Tara's team had dropped his name without permission, trying to bluff the venue into throwing in extra perks. I hadn't realized it until someone on site tipped me off. They claimed the event was backed by the Ellery Group to get around a vendor fee. I was furious. Martin? He was delighted to get a heads up. So when he stepped out of his sleek black town car that night, dressed in a tailored gray suit, all eyes turned to him. Even in the fading light, you could feel the shift in energy. He wasn't supposed to be there. And yet, there he was, calm, composed, scanning the confused crowd standing outside a very much locked venue. Julian approached him first, flustered and still trying to act like the host. I watched the whole thing unfold from a quiet distance, parked across the street with my windows down. Martin raised one eyebrow and asked, "Are you Julian?" Julian smiled, clearly trying to play it cool. Yes. Welcome. Sorry for the mix-up. We're just, sorting out a little issue with the entrance." Martin paused, looked around at the guests milling about, the total absence of staff, the locked doors, the missing valet, the silence where music should have been. Then he looked back at Julian and said, "You used my name to book this place?" Julian blinked. "What? No. I mean, our planner might have mentioned it as an example of." Martin didn't wait for him to finish. "I was told this was a private event for friends of Roman's family. I came here to support him." At that point, my mom came rushing over, her heels clicking against the pavement. "Mr. Ellery, so glad you could make it. There's been a slight misunderstanding. Roman was supposed to, well, we assumed." "Roman?" Martin interrupted. "Funny. He's the only reason I considered showing up. Didn't expect to find a bait and switch." Tara appeared next, perfectly curled hair, now frizzing in the evening humidity. "We didn't mean any harm, sir. This whole thing has just been a mess. If you want to come in." "There is no in," Martin said flatly. "This isn't my problem. But using my name without permission? That is." And with that, he turned and walked back to his car. But not before glancing at the small cluster of guests who had started recording, whispering, pointing. It was clear this night was unraveling, fast. I should have felt triumphant. Honestly, a part of me did. But another part, the quieter part, just felt numb. Like I was watching something I'd known was coming for years finally snap. The worst part wasn't the chaos or the embarrassment or the texts piling up on my phone from relatives now realizing I was behind the cancellation. It was the hollow realization that this family, the one I'd bent over backwards for time and time again, had never once seen me for who I was. I was a service, a wallet, a background character in their spotlight. Still, I waited. At 7:51, Julian called. I didn't answer. At 8:03, my mom texted, "Roman, we need to talk. This is unacceptable." At 8:11, Tara sent, "You are dead to me. You ruined everything." At 8:15, the group chat exploded. Aunts, uncles, cousins, some defending me, most demanding answers, a few pretending they had no idea I was even involved in planning. As if I hadn't been coordinating every single detail for weeks. And then, finally, at 8:27, Julian sent a message that made me laugh out loud. "Why would you do this to us?" That one hit different. Because that's what it always came down to, didn't it? To them, this wasn't about disrespecting me, using me, sidelining me. To them, it was about me ruining their night. About me making it about me. So I typed back, "I didn't do anything to you. I just stopped doing everything for you." And I left it at that. But the fallout didn't stop there. Not even close. Because what happened next didn't just affect one night. It shook the entire foundation of our family dynamic. And it started with a knock on Julian's door the next morning. The knock came at 9:12 a.m. Julian was still in his pajamas, face puffy from a sleepless night, when he opened the door to find a courier standing there with a manila envelope. "Sign here," the guy said, not even making eye contact. Julian scribbled something and took the envelope inside, already dreading what might be in it. He tore it open with shaking fingers, pulling out a crisp legal document bearing the logo of Ellery Holdings. I know this because Martin sent me a copy, just for fun. It was a formal cease and desist notice. Not a lawsuit, yet, but a very serious warning. Unauthorized use of a private brand, impersonation by proxy, reputational harm. Legalese filled every corner of the page, but the message was simple. Try that again, and you'll be in court faster than you can say free honeymoon suite. Apparently, Tara had used Martin's name and logo on a few mock-ups for the party's PR deck, which she'd sent to potential influencers and sponsors to build buzz. Martin's legal team didn't appreciate that. Julian called me, of course, 5 times. I didn't pick up. Then he tried my assistant, who politely told him I was in meetings all day and no longer managing any family-related events. That same morning, I got a different kind of call. This one from my cousin Arlen, who'd been at the party and had apparently recorded Martin's entire exchange with Julian. I didn't even know he had it until he messaged me a video link on WhatsApp. "Bro," he wrote, "I uploaded this to TikTok last night. It's blowing up." I clicked. Sure enough, there was a video, grainy, vertical phone footage, but it captured everything. Martin stepping out of the car. Julian trying to charm him. Martin's cutting replies. The guests staring like they were watching a celebrity crash and burn in real time. And the caption? "When your rich brother cancels the entire engagement party and the billionaire shows up mad." By noon, the video had over 80,000 views. I didn't ask Arlen to take it down. In fact, I didn't do much of anything that day. I sat on my balcony, drank my coffee, and read through the steady stream of texts flooding my phone. Mom was now in full damage control mode, texting me things like, "Can we please talk?" and "Family doesn't do this to each other." My aunt chimed in with a classic, "This isn't who you are, Roman." And someone even had the gall to send me a Bible verse about forgiveness. But I didn't respond, because for the first time in a long time, I felt calm, like I wasn't waiting for the next request, the next unspoken expectation, the next guilt trip disguised as a favor. That night, my dad called. Now, let me say this, my dad is a quiet man. Old school. He doesn't get involved in family drama. Most of the time, I'm not even sure if he notices it. But he noticed this. When I picked up, there was a long silence. Then he said, "Heard what happened?" I waited. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Better than I've been in a while." Another pause. Then, "They're all running around trying to figure out how to reschedule. Your mom's having a fit." I didn't reply. Then he said, "Just wish they'd seen it coming. You've been holding this family up for years. They forgot that." And before I could say anything, he added quietly, "I didn't." That meant more than I expected. After we hung up, I thought maybe things would quiet down. Maybe that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. Because the next morning, I woke up to a very different kind of message, this time from someone I hadn't heard from in over a year. It was an email from Tara's uncle, a wealthy businessman, a serious investor. And he had one very simple question. "Is it true what I heard, that you paid for everything?" I stared at the email, reread it twice. And then, very slowly, I typed out a reply. And that's when things really started to shift. I took a deep breath before hitting send on the email to Tara's uncle. His name was Nathan Lowell, a real estate tycoon who never made small talk and rarely reached out to anyone without a purpose. In the past, we'd crossed paths briefly. He'd attended a gala I organized for one of my higher-end clients, and I remember him giving me a small, approving nod after seeing how flawlessly it all ran. That was it. No words exchanged. Just that nod. Still, he remembered me. So I told him the truth. I wrote, yes. I paid for the venue, the catering, the staff, the decorations, the valet, the entertainment, even the digital RSVP system. I handled everything. Then they asked me not to put my company's name on the wine labels. Said they didn't want it to feel too corporate. So I pulled the plug. If they didn't want me there, they weren't going to get my help either. I clicked send. His reply came less than 15 minutes later. "Meet me tomorrow at 9 a.m. Winston's Cafe, downtown." When I arrived, he was already sitting by the window, reading the Wall Street Journal with a coffee in hand. He looked up, motioned for me to sit, and went straight to the point. "I don't like freeloaders," he said. I nodded. "I heard Tara and Julian were telling people I was sponsoring the event." "That true?" "Yes," I said calmly. He clicked his tongue. "Never authorized it. My lawyers are dealing with that. But more importantly, I wanted to meet you." I raised an eyebrow. "Why?" He folded his paper. "Because in a world full of people desperate to fit in, you had the spine to walk away. You knew your worth. Most people in this family don't even know how to spell that word." That caught me off guard. He continued, "Tara's been chasing my endorsement for years. Every time she's in trouble, she finds a new angle to get close to my investments. This whole event, this engagement, felt more like a performance than a celebration. I'm not saying Julian's innocent, but he's been completely swept up in her world. And from what I've seen, you're the only one who stood up to it." I didn't know what to say. I just sat there, nodding slowly. Then he pulled out a small envelope and slid it across the table. "That's not a gift," he said. "It's an offer." Inside was a business card with nothing but a number and the name of one of his subsidiaries, an event space located in the heart of the city. "If you're ever ready to expand," he said, "call that number. I'll back it." That conversation lasted no more than 10 minutes, but it stayed with me for days. I didn't call the number right away. I wanted to be sure I wasn't acting out of pride or revenge. But somewhere deep down, I knew this opportunity came not because I played along, but because I finally stopped. In the days that followed, the family group chat became a war zone. Some blamed Julian. Some blamed me. My mom tried to organize a family meeting at her house to smooth things over, but I declined. I told her I had other plans. I did. I was meeting with my lawyer. You see, there was one thing no one had brought up yet, something everyone seemed to have forgotten. I owned partial rights to a family trust. A small inheritance left by my grandfather meant to support family milestones, weddings, births, home down payments. I had access to it. Julian's wedding fund was scheduled to pull from that trust. So I filed a motion to freeze it. Legally, I had the right. The trust required unanimous sign-off from all 3 stakeholders, and I was one of them. I sent Julian an email explaining that, due to his misuse of funds and misrepresentation of event details, I could no longer support his draw from the trust. He didn't respond. Tara did. She called me at midnight, voice shaking with rage. "How dare you touch the trust? That's not yours to mess with." I replied, "Neither was my name, my money, or my time. But you used those too." Click. 2 days later, my mom showed up at my office unannounced. She looked tired, defeated. "Roman," she said, "this is tearing the family apart." I looked at her quietly. "Wasn't it already?" She didn't answer that. Instead, she sighed and sat across from my desk. "He's your brother." I nodded. "And I've been his crutch." She winced at that. "We just wanted to make it special for them." "At the cost of making me invisible?" I asked. "You all treated me like a silent investor. You never asked me to be there, just to fund it. Even at the engagement party, I wasn't a brother, I was a sponsor." There was a long pause before she said, "I didn't realize we made you feel that way." "You didn't make me feel that way," I said. "You told me. When you said don't make this about you." She looked down at her hands. "He's been crying, Roman. He's ashamed. Humiliated." "So was I said. "For years." She looked up then, and for the first time, I saw something break in her, something old and unspoken. Maybe she realized how long I'd been pushed aside. Maybe she finally saw it. "I'm sorry," she whispered. I didn't answer. I wasn't ready yet. The fallout stretched into weeks. Tara's uncle officially cut ties with her. Her influencer sponsorships dried up. Rumors spread fast. The wedding, once planned for a sprawling vineyard in Napa, was moved to a much smaller venue, and then postponed indefinitely. As for me, I called that number on the card. Within 2 months, I opened a second location for my company. Bigger, more visible, and with a long-term lease backed by Nathan Lowell himself. My client list grew. My staff doubled. I even hired 2 interns from a local college, something I'd always wanted to do. And somewhere along the way, my phone stopped ringing with family requests. They'd learned, finally, that I wasn't their silent support system anymore. That I had boundaries. That I had power. The most ironic part? My story ended up inspiring one of my interns to write an article about knowing your worth in toxic family dynamics. It went semi-viral online. I didn't share it, didn't brag, didn't even tell anyone I was the unnamed subject in it. I just kept working, building, healing. Last week, Julian sent me a letter. Handwritten. It said, "I don't expect forgiveness, but I wanted you to know I'm sorry. I was blind to how much you gave and how little we gave back. I hope someday we can talk again." I haven't responded yet. Maybe I will. Maybe not. But for now, I'm okay just being seen. Not as a wallet. Not as a background name. But as Roman. The one who finally stopped making himself small just to keep the peace. And if that cost me a few broken ties, so be it. Because the peace I found after was finally mine. If I had to pinpoint the exact moment I realized I didn't belong in my own family, it wasn't when my dad forgot to show up to my school play, or when my stepmom rolled her eyes every time I brought home an A- like it was some kind of joke. No, it was much quieter than that. It was in the way people stop expecting anything from you. That cold shrug of disinterest. The polite nods when you try to talk about your goals, followed by a change of subject. I'm Scott, 22 now, but this story begins a little before my graduation dinner, at the tail end of my final year in college, when I should have been celebrating the hardest-earned achievement of my life. Instead, I found myself mentally preparing for the one event I dreaded more than finals week. A dinner with the people who spent the better part of my life reminding me I wasn't enough. I come from a split household, but that word, split, feels too clean, too symmetrical. My parents divorced when I was 8, and it wasn't one of those we grew apart things. It was messy, bitter, and loud. My mom was the kind who tried, in every possible way, to shield me from the worst of it, even when she was barely holding herself together. My dad, on the other hand, saw me as an obligation. He never really wanted kids. I figured that out when I was about 10, after the 5th time he forgot my birthday. He remarried when I was 11 to Rachel, the kind of woman who smiles with her mouth, but not her eyes. She had 2 kids from a previous marriage, and they instantly became the stars of every family gathering. I was the afterthought, the extra chair, the one who should just be grateful he still had a place at the table. Rachel was a master of subtle cruelty. She never outright insulted me, never raised her voice or called me names. Instead, it was always the little digs disguised as jokes. "Scott's more of a dreamer, isn't he?" she'd say during dinner when I talked about wanting to go to college out of state. Or, "You're not really the academic type, but that's okay. The world needs all kinds." She loved to talk like she was complimenting me, but there was always a bar buried in the sugar. My dad would just chuckle along. Sometimes I think he laughed not because it was funny, but because it was easier than defending me. I didn't see them much after I left for college. Part of that was distance, physically and emotionally. I went to a university 6 hours away and only came back for major holidays. The few times I did visit, I stayed with my mom. She didn't have much. She was working 2 jobs and barely managing rent, but she made room for me like I was a piece of her heart coming home. Meanwhile, my dad's side lived in a spacious 4-bedroom house with a pool and a fireplace no one used. When I did drop by, it was like being in someone else's Airbnb. They'd nod, ask vague questions about school, then return to whatever they were doing. I was more furniture than family. Still, despite all of that, I pushed myself. Maybe it was spite, maybe just survival, but I made it. I graduated with honors, double major in English and psychology. I even landed a research assistant position before walking the stage. My mom was there in the front row, crying with pride, holding a handmade sign even though I begged her not to. My dad RSVP'd, yes, then texted me the night before that he had a work thing. Rachel liked the post on Facebook though. That was her version of support. A week after the ceremony, my dad called out of the blue. He said they wanted to do something nice for me, to celebrate my graduation. The tone in his voice made it sound more like a chore than a congratulations. Still, a part of me, I guess the same part that still hoped for his approval, said yes. So we planned a graduation dinner at this upscale restaurant downtown. Not the kind of place I usually go, but Rachel loved anything that gave her an excuse to wear something expensive and post about it. When I showed up that night, I wasn't expecting warmth or fanfare, but I also wasn't prepared for what was waiting. The table was already full when I arrived. Rachel's kids, Jason and Ava, were there, both in their mid-20s now and doing very well for themselves, if you asked Rachel. Jason was some kind of real estate guy who constantly name-dropped the brands he wore, while Ava worked in marketing and called herself an influencer on the side, which basically meant she filmed brunches. My dad greeted me with a half hug, the kind you give your neighbor's dog, and Rachel air-kissed the air next to my cheek like she was greeting a foreign diplomat. "Look who decided to show up," Jason joked as I sat down. Rachel smiled. "You clean up well, Scott. Your hair still does that messy thing, huh?" Yeah," I muttered, trying not to grit my teeth. The waiter came around, and everyone ordered wine. Rachel made a point of saying, "Oh, Scott, do you even like wine? Or is that too sophisticated?" Another joke. Another barb. I laughed it off because that's what I'd trained myself to do. Dinner went about as well as you'd expect. Jason bragged about a condo he just bought. Ava scrolled through her phone showing everyone pictures of her content trip to Portugal. My dad nodded proudly at their accomplishments, chiming in with things like, "That's my girl," or "Jason's killing it these days." When the conversation circled to me, Rachel tilted her head and asked, So what's next for you, Scott? Any plans beyond, reading books and writing papers? I told them about the research assistant role, about the potential grad school opportunity, about how excited I was to work on a project studying adolescent resilience. But halfway through explaining, I noticed my dad was checking his watch. Sounds interesting, Rachel said. Does it pay? It's a stipend, yeah, I said, suddenly aware of how quiet the table had gotten. It's not a ton, but it's great experience. Jason smirked. So basically unpaid. Technically. It's okay, my dad cut in. Not everyone figures it out right away. College is the starting point, right? I nodded slowly. Right. Then came dessert. The waiter brought over a gift bag with tissue paper spilling out of the top. Rachel handed it to me with an exaggerated grin. A little something to celebrate your surprising success, she said. I pulled out the tissue and found a white t-shirt inside. On the front, in bold black letters, it said, "Barely passed." I blinked. My dad let out a chuckle. Come on, it's funny. You always cut it close, remember? I looked around the table. Jason was snickering. Ava had her phone out like she was recording. Rachel sipped her wine, eyes twinkling with satisfaction. And that's when I felt it, that switch inside me. The one that had always kept me quiet. Always told me, be grateful. Always made excuses for their behavior. It flicked off. I stood up slowly. My hands weren't shaking. My voice wasn't cracking. For the first time in years, I felt calm. I raised my glass and looked around the table. To the people who gave up on me before I even started, I said, locking eyes with my dad. Don't worry. I'm done trying to prove anything. Then I set the glass down, turned, and walked out of that restaurant. But before I left, I made sure to leave something on the table. Something I'd been holding onto for months. Something they never expected. And that's when everything changed. I didn't cry when I left the restaurant. Not in the car. Not in the parking lot. Not even when I got home to my tiny apartment with its peeling paint and humming fridge and a single flickering light bulb that I hadn't gotten around to fixing. I sat there on the edge of my bed for a long time, fully dressed, still in the same button-up shirt I'd ironed for what was supposed to be a milestone night. My graduation dinner. My celebration. My chance to finally hear, "I'm proud of you," from the man who helped bring me into this world. But it wasn't until around 2 a.m., long after the adrenaline had worn off and the silence became unbearable, that it hit me. I didn't cry because I was sad. I cried because I was angry. Because I was done. The something I left on the table before walking out was a sealed manila envelope, and inside was a full-color printed copy of a screenshot. It was from Rachel's Instagram stories, posted 4 days before graduation. A boomerang clip of her, my dad, Jason, and Ava sipping champagne in what looked like their backyard, balloons in the background that read, "Congrats, grad," with a little graduation cap banner hanging off the edge of the patio umbrella. The caption read, "So proud of our baby Jason finishing his real estate certification. Onward and upward." That's right. Not even an actual degree. A 6-week course he took online. No mention of me. No celebration post. No banner. No party. Not even a text. I found out about the whole thing because Ava's account wasn't private and she had posted the same clip on her story, just with a different caption. "Champagne showers for the real MVP clinking glasses at Jason kills it every time." I remember staring at it on my phone for a long time, trying to convince myself it was fake. Or maybe just a coincidence. But it wasn't. That was their celebration. For Jason. And when I graduated, all I got was a t-shirt that mocked me and a family dinner where they made me feel like an inconvenience. After I walked out that night, I went radio silent. No calls. No texts. Nothing. I let them sit in their silence, wondering what was in the envelope, and more importantly, why I'd finally snapped. And as much as I wanted to confront them, really let loose, and tell them everything I'd been holding in for years, I knew that kind of confrontation wouldn't change anything. These people didn't see me. They never had. They saw who they wanted me to be. The weird, quiet, artsy kid who probably wouldn't make it out of community college. So I let the silence do the work for me. A week passed before I heard anything. Not from my dad. Not from Rachel. But from Jason. He texted me. "Jason, yo man, not cool. You made dad look like a jerk at dinner. No, how are you? No, congrats." Just that. I stared at the message for a few minutes before replying. Me. Didn't have to do much. He managed that all on his own. "Jason, you've always been so sensitive." It was a joke. Ah yes. The sacred family excuse. It was a joke. The rallying cry of every person who thinks cruelty is just a punchline. Me, you're right. I've been sensitive. Sensitive enough to notice when your graduation party got champagne and balloons and I got a t-shirt that said, barely passed. Sensitive enough to realize Dad never even mentioned my degree to any of you. He didn't reply, but later that day my dad did. It was a short voicemail. He didn't even try calling twice. Scott, listen, I don't know what that envelope was about, but Rachel's really upset. If you had something to say, you should have just said it. No need for dramatics. Call me back. I didn't, because if I had, I probably would have said something I couldn't take back. Instead, I focused on work. The research assistantship was demanding, but it gave me purpose. I was helping build a case study about emotional resilience in young adults with strained parental relationships. Funny how life lined up like that. I dove in, spent hours combing through data, analyzing transcripts, writing observations. It became a kind of therapy for me. I read stories from people who'd gone through similar things, being ignored, mocked, excluded, and for the first time, I didn't feel like I was crazy. But of course, life doesn't let things stay quiet for long. The next Real storm hit 2 months later, just as I was beginning to settle into this new chapter of peace. It started with my mom calling me, voice shaky. Scott, honey, I didn't want to bring this up, but your father came by. That sentence alone nearly made my stomach drop. He came by, I asked. To your house. Yesterday. Said he wanted to talk. I didn't let him in, but he left a letter. I could hear her sifting through papers on the other end of the line. I haven't opened it yet. Thought maybe you should. I asked her to read it to me. She hesitated, then started. Scott, we need to talk. You're blowing things way out of proportion, and frankly, it's not fair to Rachel or the rest of the family. We've supported you more than you give us credit for. Remember who helped you get that used car in sophomore year? That was me. Remember who co-signed your lease? That was me too. Maybe it's time to stop acting like a victim and start acting like part of this family. I didn't even let her finish. Mom, I said quietly, can you send me a photo of that letter? I need it. Of course, sweetheart. Are you okay? I will be, I said. But I wasn't. Not yet. Because that letter? That smug, passive-aggressive attempt to guilt me back into silence? That was the breaking point. Let me be clear. Yes, my dad helped me get a used car. He paid for part of it, and I paid off the rest working 2 jobs. Yes, he co-signed my lease. He also reminded me of it constantly, like I owed him my loyalty in exchange for basic decency. But he didn't show up. He never called unless someone told him to. He forgot birthdays, missed milestones, and worst of all, he let Rachel poison every attempt I ever made to be seen, heard, or loved. And now, he was using my mom as a messenger? I was done. But what happened next? I didn't see it coming. A week after that letter showed up, Rachel reached out to me directly. Through email. Like this was some corporate HR exchange. Subject, let's move forward. Dear Scott, I know things got a little tense at the dinner, and I understand you're feeling hurt. But you're a grown man now, and I think it's time to put the past behind us. Your father and I have always wanted what's best for you, even if it didn't always come across that way. Jason is hosting a Labor Day barbecue at our place, and we'd love to have you join. It would be a great opportunity to reconnect and show everyone you're doing okay. Warmly, Rachel. It took me 3 reads to really absorb the last line. Show everyone you're doing okay. Like I was a project, a repair job, something broken that they wanted to put on display to prove how well their duct-tape parenting had turned out. I didn't respond. Instead, I did something I hadn't done in years. I booked a session with a therapist, not because I was spiraling, but because I needed clarity. I needed someone unbiased to tell me I wasn't crazy for feeling the way I did. And you know what? That one session changed everything. She listened, really listened, and then said the words I think I'd been waiting to hear since I was 12. Scott, it sounds like you've been performing for their approval your whole life. And the moment you stopped, they didn't know what to do with you. I sat there frozen. Because that was it. I had been performing. All those straight A's. All those honor societies. The double major. The scholarships. I wasn't doing it because I loved the applause. I was doing it because I thought maybe this time, someone at that table would look at me and see something worth being proud of. But they never would. Not because I wasn't enough, but because their approval wasn't real to begin with. It was conditional, transactional. And when I stopped playing the part, I became a problem. I didn't go to the barbecue. I didn't email Rachel back. But I did start planning something. Something I'd been slowly building ever since that envelope hit the table and the room went quiet. And if they thought I'd already made my statement by walking out, they had no idea what was coming next. You ever wake up one day and realize that everything you've been chasing, every ounce of validation, every gold star, every forced smile at a dinner table that doesn't feel like yours, was never really for you? That was me, a few weeks after the barbecue I didn't attend, sitting alone in a quiet campus library, flipping through transcripts for the research project I was working on. One of the interviewees had said something that struck me like a slap to the chest. My family didn't neglect me violently. They just faded me out, like I was a blurry extra in their movie. I stopped reading, because that was it. That was the perfect description of my life. I was the extra, background noise, the blurry one. And now that I had stepped out of the frame, they weren't angry that I left. They were angry that I stopped playing my role. That realization should have been freeing, and in a way, it was. But it also left a hollow ache. Because if I wasn't chasing their approval anymore, then what was I chasing? That question haunted me more than the silence that followed. My dad hadn't reached out again. Jason's texts had stopped. Rachel's email was the last I'd heard from her. I thought I'd feel stronger, powerful, like I finally had the upper hand. But all I felt was alone. I didn't have a big friend group. Never really did. I wasn't the guy people invited to weekend getaways or rooftop parties. I had maybe 2 close friends, and both lived in different states, knee-deep in their own post-college lives. My mom tried to be supportive, but I kept my distance. I didn't want to drag her into the mess or make her feel like she had to pick sides. She had enough on her plate. There were days I didn't leave the apartment. Just made instant coffee, read academic journals, and scrolled through job boards. The stipend from my assistantship barely covered rent, and groceries were starting to feel like a luxury. I cut corners, bought off-brand cereal, skipped meals, sold my old gaming console for grocery money. The funny part? I still kept pushing myself to look fine on the outside. I posted clean, casual updates on LinkedIn. I shared photos from nature walks I forced myself to take, just so people wouldn't ask if I was okay. I even wrote a heartfelt caption about new beginnings under a picture of my coffee mug, pretending like I was at peace. But I wasn't. I was exhausted, broke, numb. And then came the worst of it. One night in late September, I got an email from the university's research office. Funding for the project I was assisting on had been cut due to departmental restructuring. Effective immediately. No severance. No transition plan. Just done. I stared at the screen for over an hour, rereading the same paragraph, trying to make sense of the words. I had poured months into that work, hours upon hours of analysis, documentation, behavioral mapping. I had even started drafting a proposal for a publication. It was the one thing keeping me afloat, financially and emotionally. Now it was gone, and with it, the last shred of stability I had. That night, I broke. Not in a dramatic, movie-style way. I didn't punch walls or scream into pillows. I just lay on the floor, in the dark, staring at the ceiling with my hands on my chest like I was waiting for some invisible weight to lift. It didn't. It just pressed harder. I remember thinking, is this what they meant? When Rachel said, "We've always wanted what's best for you." When my dad said, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Did they know I was barely hanging on? Did they care? Or did they think this was just me being too sensitive again? For a while, I entertained the idea of calling them. Not for help, just to talk. Just to feel like someone out there still remembered I existed. But then I remembered the t-shirt. Barely passed. The champagne toast I never got. The party I wasn't invited to. And I knew, deep down, that nothing had changed. Nothing would change. Because they hadn't hit their breaking point. I had. And that was the only difference that mattered. But something shifted after that night. Maybe it was the rock bottom of it all, being broke, unemployed, emotionally drained. But somewhere in that darkness, I made a quiet decision. If no one was going to clap for me, I'd learn to clap for myself. If no one was going to believe in me, I'd build something so strong they couldn't ignore it. So I started small. I updated my resume. Brutally. Cut out the fluff. Added the real stuff. The hard skills, the gritty hours I'd put into fieldwork, the software I'd taught myself just to keep up. I applied for everything. Nonprofits, research labs, startups. I didn't care if the pay was low or if the office had a foosball table. I just needed a foot in the door. Rejection after rejection rolled in. Some were kind. Some weren't. A few didn't even bother responding. But I kept going. Every night, I gave myself 1 hour to wallow, just one. I'd listen to sad music, write in my journal, feel sorry for myself. Then I'd shut it down and do something productive. A spreadsheet, a cover letter, a podcast episode about trauma healing. Something, anything. Then, about 3 weeks into the grind, I got a call. Not from a research lab, not from a startup, but from a former professor of mine, Dr. Camila Reyes. She had been on the committee for my senior thesis and had quietly followed my work ever since. We weren't close, but she had always shown a subtle kindness that stood out. "Scott," she said warmly, "I heard what happened with the assistantship. I'm so sorry." "Thanks," I said, not trusting myself to say more. She paused. "I don't want to overstep, but I might have something for you. It's not glamorous, but it's meaningful. We're launching a pilot program for trauma-informed education, and I remember your thesis. You'd be perfect for the team." I didn't even ask what the pay was. I just said yes. And that's when things started to change. The work was hard. It involved long hours, intense case studies, and a lot of meetings with people who were carrying decades of pain. But I felt alive. I felt useful. And for the first time in months, maybe years, I didn't feel like I was performing. I was just being. Slowly, I started putting my life back together. I found a cheap shared office space and turned it into my productivity zone. I budgeted every penny, cooked most of my meals, and sold a few freelance articles just to pad the gaps. My mom noticed the change too. We started talking more regularly, not just about survival, but about life. She'd tell me stories about her younger years, about how she almost became a journalist, but chose motherhood instead. I saw her not just as a parent, but as a person. And she saw me, really saw me. One afternoon, I told her the full story of the graduation dinner. The t-shirt, the gift bag, the champagne party for Jason. She didn't cry. She just listened, nodded, and said, "You deserved better. You always did." That was all I needed. Validation, not from someone who owed it to me, but from someone who knew me, really knew me. Weeks turned into months. The trauma-informed program gained traction. Our team got featured in a local online paper. I was asked to co-present at a regional conference. I started getting emails from other departments asking if I'd consult on emotional resilience curriculum. Then one day, I got a message from someone I hadn't thought about in a while. "Ava." Subject line, "Hey. Hey Scott, hope you're well. So I saw your name in the article about the education program. Super impressive. Just wanted to say congrats. And maybe we could grab coffee sometime and catch up? I've been thinking about family a lot lately." I didn't reply, not because I was angry, but because I no longer needed to explain myself. Let them wonder. Let them see my name pop up in unexpected places and try to piece together how I went from barely passed to keynote speaker at a regional conference. Let them sit with the silence they built. Because now, I was building something of my own. And the best part? They still had no idea what else was coming. It was somewhere between the standing ovation at the regional conference and the second email I ignored from Ava that I realized something strange had happened. I wasn't trying to get even anymore. I was winning. And not in a petty, "I'll-show-you" kind of way, but in a way that felt solid, grounded, like I had built something real, without needing their permission, applause, or approval. I was being asked to lead panels, write white papers, co-author actual policy proposals for trauma-informed teaching. Every day felt like planting a seed where they'd told me nothing could grow. But even in the thick of this newfound momentum, I couldn't forget the years they spent grinding me down to dust. The t-shirt, the envelope, the gift bag, the sighs when I spoke, the empty chairs at my milestones. Every passive-aggressive jab wrapped in a smile. I wasn't obsessed with revenge. Not the old me kind of revenge, where you dream of yelling in someone's face or storming out of a dinner in tears. I wanted something cleaner, something quieter, something with a long echo. I started to think of it not as revenge, but as a reveal. Not a burning bridge, but a mirror held up so they could finally see the fire they'd set behind me. I didn't want to scream at them anymore. I wanted them to watch what I'd become. I wanted them to feel the weight of everything they threw away. And as luck would have it, life handed me the perfect opportunity. It came wrapped in an innocuous email with the subject line, "Inviting alumni to speak, Fall Gala 2025. It was from the university. The Education and Psychology Department was hosting a fall gala, part awards ceremony, part networking event, part low-key fundraiser. They wanted a few alumni speakers from the last 5 years to talk about their journey after graduation. Apparently, someone on the faculty committee had floated my name. Your story could really inspire current students, the email read. I almost laughed out loud. Inspire? They had no idea. But I replied, of course. Gratefully. Professionally. I said I'd be honored. And then, I began to plan. This wasn't just some small department gathering. This gala was an annual tradition at the university, and this year's was being hosted at a local museum downtown. Cocktail attire. Catered. Publicized. Students, professors, alumni, donors. The works. More importantly, the school had a habit of publishing clips and photos from the event online. That's when the idea took root. What if I didn't just speak? What if I used this night to say everything I'd never had the space to say? Not with bitterness, but with clarity, precision, with truth. So I began writing my speech. Not the one they were expecting. Not the cheerful, sanitized version with 3 jokes and a humble, I owe it all to my mentor's arc. But the real story. I kept it elegant, polished, but sharp. I talked about the psychology of exclusion, about how neglect often doesn't leave bruises, but invisible scars, about how surviving certain family dynamics isn't about screaming matches. It's about learning to live with silence so loud it drowns you. I quoted research I had personally worked on. I backed every emotional beat with academic insight. And I ended with a simple, loaded line. Sometimes, the people who gave up on you before you even started end up clapping for you at the finish line, pretending they were there the whole way. It was subtle enough to slide past the university's review panel, but direct enough that anyone who knew would know. And now I had a stage. All I needed was an audience. That's when I started laying the groundwork. First, I called my mom and asked if she'd like to come as my guest. She hesitated at first. She's never been one for the spotlight, but I told her this night was as much about her as it was about me. You were the only one who showed up, I said. You should be there when it matters. She cried. Then she said yes. Next, I reached out to a local friend, Lana, who worked in event photography. I asked her to come, not just to take photos, but to help document the entire evening. Tasteful shots, quiet videos, nothing invasive, just proof. Then came the key move. I forwarded the university's email invitation to my dad. I used his work address, the one I knew he still used from back when I was trying to invite him to my thesis presentation, and he said he'd check his schedule and never followed up. I didn't include a personal note, just forwarded the invite. Plain, dry, professional. The event was public. Technically, any alumni or family member could attend, even without a personal ticket. I knew Rachel wouldn't be able to resist. Sure enough, a week later, my LinkedIn pinged with a profile view from Rachel D., marketing consultant, family first, proud stepmom. Typical. I didn't hear anything directly from them, but I knew what was coming. They'd show up. They'd act surprised. They'd smile through their teeth and tell everyone how proud they were. They'd drop comments about supporting Scott from the beginning and make sure their presence was visible. And that's exactly what I wanted. I didn't want them to stay home and stew. I wanted them front and center. Because this wasn't just about proving them wrong. It was about making them watch me be right. The weeks leading up to the gala were a blur of preparation. Finalizing my speech, getting the right blazer, helping coordinate the AV tech for my presentation slides, practicing my delivery with Lana, who kept giving me great notes like, more pause here, and let that line breathe. But there was one more piece of the puzzle I needed. Not for the speech, for the table. The dinner tables at the gala were arranged by alumni speaker, with each of us getting a small sign displaying our name and graduation year. We were allowed to invite 1 or 2 guests. Everyone else would be seated randomly. I pulled a favor from someone in admin and requested to personally arrange my table. I had the nameplate printed as Scott A., Class of 2025. Researcher. Speaker. Not your family's favorite, but someone worth betting on. It was small text, almost poetic, but it would make its point. And then, for good measure, I printed place cards. One for my mom, one for myself, and one for the 2 extra chairs I had no intention of filling. Reserved for those who left early. I knew it might be a little much, but it wasn't for shock. It was a statement. A quiet one. A truth they couldn't deny. Finally, the night of the gala arrived. The museum was lit up in soft amber tones, the sound of string music floating through the lobby. Waiters carried trays of sparkling cider and hors d'oeuvres. Professors mingled with donors. Former students snapped selfies in front of the university's banner. I stood near the entrance with Lana and my mom, watching the crowd flow in. Then I saw them. My dad, Rachel, and, of course, Jason and Ava. They were all dressed to the nines, like they'd walked off a magazine cover. Rachel in an off-the-shoulder emerald dress, smiling like she owned the room. Jason in some fitted designer suit, laughing a little too loudly. Ava with her phone out, filming the chandelier for her event aesthetic. My dad spotted me, raised a hand, and said, "There he is." Like we'd just bumped into each other at the grocery store. I nodded politely. Rachel air-kissed the air next to my cheek. "We had to come," she said. "How could we miss our graduate?" She said it loud. Too loud. People turned. I just smiled. "Thanks for coming," I said. "Dinner's soon." Seating's assigned. They found their table, a few rows behind mine. Close enough to see me. Close enough to hear every word. Perfect. As we sat down, I looked across the table at my mom, who gave me a small nod of support. I looked at the empty chairs next to her, the ones with the place cards, and I smiled. Because tonight was the reveal, and it was only just beginning. The lights dimmed. A hush fell over the room as the event coordinator stepped up to the microphone and welcomed everyone to the gala. It was all warm formalities at first, thanking the donors, recognizing faculty, listing accomplishments from the past year. The kind of opening that fills the air with polite claps and occasional yawns. I barely registered most of it. My pulse thudded in my ears, slow and steady, like a countdown. I kept my expression calm, but inside, I could feel every word I had rehearsed turning into wildfire, waiting for release. Finally, they reached the portion of the night that mattered. Our next speaker is a recent graduate of our psychology and education departments, the announcer said. Scott A. is currently leading a trauma-informed education initiative and was recently featured in a national spotlight for his work on emotional resilience in young adults. Please join me in welcoming Scott to the stage. Applause erupted. I stood slowly. My mom squeezed my hand as I rose, her eyes glassy but proud. Behind me, I could sense movement. Rachel fixing her posture. Jason leaning forward. Ava probably turning on her phone to record. My dad. I didn't look. I didn't need to. Because this wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. I stepped up to the podium, adjusted the mic, and looked out at the sea of faces, students, professors, alumni, strangers. And just behind them, at table 14, my family sat like ghosts in rented clothing. I took a breath. Then I began. When I was a kid, I thought resilience meant being tough, stoic, quiet. I thought it meant keeping my head down when people underestimated me and proving them wrong with results instead of words. And so, for a long time, that's what I did. I paused, scanned the room. I earned top marks while being told I wasn't really the academic type. I got into university while hearing jokes about how I'd probably drop out before the second semester. I pushed through every dismissive glance, every undermining comment, every backhanded, "You're not like your siblings." There was a shift in the room. People were paying attention now. Not the kind of attention you get from statistics or credentials, but the kind you earn when truth starts to cut through the air like glass. But the thing about resilience, the real kind, is that it's not just about surviving the pressure. It's about recognizing when the pressure isn't coming from the outside, but from the people closest to you, and deciding, one day, that you're not going to keep carrying their doubt anymore. I let the silence hang. I could feel the tension crackling behind me like static. My dad's posture stiff. Rachel's smile flickering like a light with bad wiring. I didn't look back. I didn't need to see their faces. I could hear the discomfort in the absence of their applause. And I wasn't done. I graduated with honors. I entered a field that demands empathy, patience, and depth. And still, some people only saw what they expected to see. The quiet one. The dreamer. The one who probably got lucky. I stepped away from the podium slightly, letting my voice lift just enough. And to those people, I want to say thank you. Gasps rippled through the audience, soft, confused. Thank you for underestimating me. Because if you hadn't, I might have spent my life trying to meet your definition of success, instead of building my own. I turned back to the microphone, my voice now low and deliberate. Because here's the thing about the people who doubt you. They don't actually want you to fail. Not completely. They want you to almost succeed. To almost get there. Just enough to say, "See? I told you he'd struggle." But not enough to make them uncomfortable. Not enough to make them question why they never clapped for you when it counted. That line landed hard. A murmur swept across the room. At table 14, silence. I closed the speech with a final thought, one I had rewritten a dozen times, carefully worded, aimed with precision. So if you're here tonight and you feel unseen, if you've ever been the extra in someone else's story, let me tell you something. You don't need their spotlight. You are your own stage. You are your own proof. Applause erupted. This time, sustained. Real. I stepped down, heart hammering, not from nerves, but from release. I returned to my table, and my mom stood to hug me. Not a quick embrace, but the kind that says I saw everything you just said, and I've always believed it was in you. Then came the second part of the plan. The part one hadn't told anyone about, not even Lana. As dinner was served and the buzz of conversation filled the hall, I stood again and walked to the event coordinator, quietly explaining that I had a small video presentation to run before dessert, tied to my work with trauma-informed education. She nodded and gave the AV tech the cue. The lights dimmed again. A hush returned, and then the screen lit up. It started simple. A title card, Resilience, What You Don't See. Then came clips, snippets from our interviews with young adults. Their words, their stories. Stories of being told they wouldn't make it, that they weren't the smart one, that their dreams were unrealistic. One said, they threw a party for my cousin passing his driving test, but forgot my college acceptance. Another, they said I was too emotional when I cried after getting my scholarship, so I stopped telling them anything good. The room was silent. Then came the final frame. A photo. Me, in my cap and gown, standing alone outside the graduation hall. Not the university's photo, the one my mom had taken. I had cropped everything else out. Just me. With the words, barely passed. Gasps. Some laughed, confused. Others looked around, trying to understand. But Rachel? Rachel stiffened like someone had poured ice water down her back. Jason stopped chewing. My dad's hand, resting on the tablecloth, clenched slightly. The video faded to black. No voiceover. No follow-up. Just silence. Then applause. Not from my family. Of course not. But from the room. And that was all I needed. After the event, as people mingled and congratulated me, I noticed Rachel approaching. Her smile was brittle. Eyes darting. That was a very emotional presentation, she said, voice tight. I nodded. It was honest. She glanced toward the place cards still sitting on my table, the ones that read, reserved, for those who left early. Was that really necessary? She asked. I mean, it's not like we never supported you. I met her eyes calm. You're right. It wasn't necessary. None of this was. But it was true. She opened her mouth to respond, but I didn't give her the chance. I turned to a faculty member who was waiting to shake my hand and let Rachel fade into the background. For once, she was the extra. Jason didn't approach me. Ava hovered by the edge of the room, clearly filming event highlights, but avoiding eye contact. And my dad? He came up at the very end, as people were starting to leave. He didn't look angry, just off balance. Scott, he said, hands in his pockets. You really went all out tonight. I nodded. Felt like the right time. He gave a slow nod. Look, I know we've had miscommunications, but I've always tried to be there in my own way. I studied him. The suit, the tie, the slightly rehearsed tone. Showing up when it's convenient isn't the same as being there, I said. He exhaled through his nose, like he wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. I guess I didn't realize you felt that way, he muttered. I guess you never asked. That shut him up. We stood there for a moment, two people with nothing left to hide behind. He glanced at my mom, who had come up beside me, still glowing from the night. She wrapped an arm around mine, subtly staking her claim. My dad nodded once, curtly, then stepped back. And that was it. No big blow-up. No apology. Just distance. Later that night, after the gala, I posted two things online. The first was a photo of me and my mom in front of the university's banner, both of us beaming. The caption read, "Success hits different when it's built from silence, doubt, and stubborn belief in yourself. Here's to the people who clapped before anyone else knew your name." The second, a story post, a close-up of the t-shirt they gave me, barely passed, with the words, "And yet, here I am." It got shared more times than I could count. By morning, I had over 42 missed messages. Some congratulatory, some from extended relatives, and one from Rachel. "We saw your post. Very clever. Hope it was worth it." I didn't respond, because it was. And as I closed my laptop, sipped my coffee, and stared out the window at the rising sun, I realized something. This wasn't the end of a grudge. It was the beginning of peace. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't the quiet one. I was the one with the microphone. And I didn't drop it. I set it down, gently, calmly, because I had nothing left to prove. I had already said everything I needed to say. And the silence that followed, that was theirs to sit with. They gave me a shirt that said barely passed. I gave them a front row seat to everything they said I'd never become. My name's Mark, and I just turned 30. You'd think after 3 decades on this earth, you'd be able to read people better. Especially someone you've lived with, someone you've shared a bed with, cooked dinner with, watched bad TV with on rainy nights. But nope, life still has a way of blindsiding you. I met Lila 4 years ago at a mutual friend's art show. She wore this ridiculous lime green coat, like she was daring the room to look away from her. I like that. She had bite too, called me out for pretending to understand abstract art when I was clearly just nodding at colors. That kind of honesty was rare. At least, it felt that way. Over time, I fell in love with her chaos. The unpredictability, the energy, the way she could walk into a dole party and light it up just by laughing too loudly. We moved in together after a year, got a little apartment just outside the city. It wasn't fancy, but it had a balcony, creaky floors, and enough room for her plants and my books. She called it our treehouse because it felt like a world suspended above everyone else's mess. But lately, that treehouse had started to rot. It started slow. First, she got distant. Nothing dramatic, just quieter. The kind of silence you don't notice until one day you realize your conversations have turned into logistics. Can you grab eggs? Your package came. I'll be late. I chalked it up to stress. She had taken a marketing job she didn't love, and I was working long hours at a startup that felt like it might fold any second. Life happens, right? You get tired. You forget to hold hands. You forget to ask how their day really was. But then came the lies. Not obvious ones. The slick kind. The ones you almost believe because you want to. Girls' night, turning into unanswered texts until 2 a.m., going to the gym, but coming back without a drop of sweat or even wearing different clothes. Receipts stuffed into the trash from bars we never went to. When I asked her, she'd flip it, say I was being paranoid, controlling, insecure. She'd laugh it off, call me dad, in that sarcastic way she knew made me bristle. Then she started planting little seeds in my head. You're not bored, are you? She'd ask, too casually. Or, do you ever wonder if this is it? I'd laugh, try to joke it away, but my chest would tighten every time. I was trying so hard to keep things normal. I'd cook her favorite meals, surprise her with little weekend trips, even clean the entire apartment top to bottom one weekend while she was visiting her cousin. She came home and barely noticed. The kicker came a few weeks before my birthday. I asked her if she wanted to do something low-key, maybe just us, a little dinner, or even just takeout and a movie. She smiled, that old spark flickering behind her eyes for the first time in weeks, and said, "Nope. You're not planning anything. This year, it's on me. Trust me, you're gonna get the surprise of your life." I laughed. I wanted to believe her. Wanted to believe she still cared enough to plan something. Maybe things weren't as broken as they felt. Maybe this was her way of making up for the distance. Except, something didn't sit right. The next few days, she was giddy. Like, weirdly so. She'd leave early in the mornings, come home late, always on her phone. She started packing little bags that she said were for a donation drop, but I never saw her actually take them anywhere. I asked about it once and she said I was being nosy. I let it go, because deep down, I already knew. I just didn't want to say it out loud. So I started planning something of my own. See, the lease for our apartment was up for renewal at the end of the month. I handled most of the paperwork, since she always claimed she was allergic to admin. Normally we'd sign together, but this time, I didn't bring it up. Instead, I called the landlord and told him we'd be vacating at the end of the lease. I paid the termination fee out of my own pocket. Quietly, carefully. Then I got a storage unit and started moving my stuff little by little. The books, my PC setup, old photos, even the rug in my office she never noticed I hated. Every time she was out with the girls, I was boxing up another piece of the life she clearly didn't want. The night before my birthday, she was buzzing around like she was about to win a game I didn't know we were playing. She barely looked at me, but when she did, it was with this smug little grin. "You ready for tomorrow?" she asked, running her fingers along my shoulder. "I hope so. It's gonna be big." I wanted to say something. Maybe ask her to stop playing whatever game this was. But instead, I nodded and went to bed early. She stayed up. I could hear her laughing on FaceTime with someone, the voice low and male. I didn't say a word. The next day, I worked from a cafe. Didn't want to be around for whatever her surprise was. Around noon, I got a text, "Be home at 6. Dress nice." No peeking. I almost laughed. I waited until 6:15. Then I walked up the stairs of the apartment building we'd called home for nearly 3 years and opened the door to silence. No streamers. No candles. No Lila. Just air. Emptiness. And on the table, where I thought maybe she'd left a gift or a card, there was just my phone buzzing. One message. "You'll be fine. I'm in Miami with someone better." No joke. No explanation. Not even a name. Just that. I stood there, reading it 3 times like the words might change. Like maybe I'd misread it. But nope. She really did it. And the thing is, I didn't even get angry. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I just smiled. Because while she was tanning on some stranger's yacht, thinking she'd just pulled the ultimate move, she had no idea the lease was gone. The apartment was empty. The utilities were cut off as of the next morning. I opened my email, found the draft I'd pre-written a week ago, and hit send. Subject line, "Lease termination, effective immediately." Attached, a confirmation notice from the landlord, the move-out inspection schedule, and a note that said, "Tenant has vacated the premises." I left the apartment, locking the door behind me, just as a neighbor walked past with a curious glance. I smiled, nodded, and took one last look at the treehouse that had rotted from the inside out. She still doesn't know it yet, but soon she will. I didn't go straight to my new place that night. I took a long walk instead, no destination in mind, just the rhythm of my steps and the hum of the city to keep me grounded. My phone buzzed a few more times. I didn't check it. I already knew it wouldn't be from her. Lila had made her choice, and for once, I wasn't going to chase after someone who ran at the first sign of effort. She wanted the thrill, the drama, the spotlight. I wanted peace. And after years of feeling like I was constantly auditioning just to be loved by her, I was finally done performing. Around 9 p.m., I walked into a little diner I used to go to back when I first moved to the city. Ordered a slice of pie and a coffee. It was nothing fancy, just a plate, a fork, and a moment to breathe. And it hit me right then. This was the best birthday I'd had in years. No forced laughter. No fake smiles. No guessing what version of Lila I'd come home to. Just me, alone but free, with the quiet kind of satisfaction that only comes when you know you took your power back. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of chaos, voicemails, missed calls, a few texts. All from Lila. At first, it was the usual smugness. "Lila at 9 a.m. So, I'm guessing you're feeling stupid now. I didn't expect you to be so chill about it. Kinda cold to be honest. Don't worry, I'll get my stuff when I'm back. Shouldn't take more than an hour." But by noon, the tone had shifted. Lila voicemails at 12 p.m. Why is the Wi-Fi off? Did you forget to pay the rent? Mark, the power's out. Why won't the door key work? I could almost picture her in real time, coming back from her weekend stunt, rolling her luggage down the hallway in her Instagram perfect outfit, heels clicking on the linoleum floor, only to find the place dark, the locks changed, and her world suddenly off script. Then came the call. I let it go to voicemail. "Mark, what is going on? I just got here and the landlord says the lease is terminated." "Are you insane? You can't just do that without telling me. Where's my stuff? Did you touch my stuff? This better be a joke. Call me back right now or I swear." Click. I didn't call her back. Instead, I sent one text. "Your things are in storage. Unit 48B. Paid through the end of the month. After that, they're your responsibility." 10 minutes later, she called again. Then again. Then her mom called me. I ignored them all. By 2 p.m., she had escalated to full nuclear. I listened to her voicemail. "You had no right. You can't just erase me from our home like that. What kind of man does that without even having the decency to talk to me? You're so petty. No wonder you could never keep up with me." No wonder, huh? That phrase stuck with me. Because in her mind, I was always just barely good enough. Just barely interesting enough. Smart enough. Successful enough. Meanwhile, she spent 4 years dancing on the edge of commitment, always holding her options like playing cards she could drop at any moment. The rest of the week passed in waves. She showed up at my office once, made a scene in the lobby before security asked her to leave. She sent me an email with a long, passive-aggressive reflection on how I had emotionally abandoned her long before she booked a ticket to Miami. I didn't respond to that either. Because here's the thing. For a long time, I thought love was about endurance. About sticking through the mess, waiting for people to change, carrying the weight of someone else's chaos and calling it being there for them. But it's not. Love, real love, isn't supposed to feel like you're being tested every day to see if you'll still be picked. I was done waiting to be picked. A week later, I got a text from her best friend, Nadia. We'd always gotten along well enough, and she never really hid the fact that she thought Lila was reckless. She texted, "Hey, just wanted to say, that was savage, but deserved. She's been a nightmare since she got back. Told everyone you were obsessed and would never leave." Haha. I didn't reply, but I did smile. Then came the kicker. 2 weeks after the lease termination, Lila posted a story, her at some rooftop bar with that same smug smile, holding a cocktail with the caption, "Sometimes you gotta lose the good ones to realize you were the problem." No tag. No apology. Just that. But the comments? They weren't buying it. Wait, isn't this the girl who ditched her boyfriend on his birthday for a trip? She did what? Yikes. Girl, that's not the flex you think it is. That's when I knew the story was spreading. People were connecting dots. Friends of friends started reaching out, saying they'd heard what happened. One guy I hadn't spoken to since college texted me, "Bro, is that real? Tell me that's real." Oh, it was real. And I wasn't done yet. Because there was one more thing she didn't know, something I hadn't told anyone yet. Something that would hit her in the one place she still thought she had power. I waited exactly 1 month before dropping the final domino. The timing mattered, not out of spite, but out of strategy. Lila needed to believe she still had the last word. That she'd ditched me, jetted off to Miami with someone better, and come home to find me sulking in some sad corner of the city, licking my wounds. She needed that version of reality to make herself feel like the winner. And I let her have it for 30 days. In that time, I didn't post a single thing. No updates. No cryptic quotes. No stories of gym progress or new beginnings. Total radio silence. Let her imagination do the heavy lifting. Meanwhile, I was quietly building my next move. You see, one thing Lila never cared to ask me about was the side project I'd been pouring my late nights into, an app one co-founded with a friend from college. Back when we started dating, I mentioned it once, and she'd shrugged. "Tech stuff is so boring," she said. "Let me know when you invent something fun, like a teleportation app." She never asked about it again. Not even when I stayed up until 3 a.m. for beta testing. Not when I took unpaid weekends to fly to networking events. She assumed it was a hobby, another one of my mark things, as she liked to call them. But what she didn't know was that 6 days before my birthday, we finalized a seed round with a major VC firm. A deal worth $1.2 million. My co-founder and I signed the papers at a tiny ramen shop in Brooklyn. I took a photo of the moment. I almost sent it to her, but I waited. Now, a month later, the press release was ready. My name, front and center. Not just as a co-founder, but as the face of the product. Tech sites picked it up, local news ran a segment, and my inbox exploded overnight. I timed it to go live on the exact date our old lease officially ended. Symbolic, maybe, but it felt right. The next morning, I woke up to 37 new messages. Lila wasn't one of them, but her friends were. Nadia texted first. "Holy, this is you. She is losing it right now. I mean screaming. She just found out." Apparently, someone had tagged her in a congratulatory post about me. She clicked the link and saw the article. My photo, my name. The words, innovative, visionary, and multi-million-dollar deal floating just beneath a headshot she once made fun of because she said I looked too serious. I could only imagine the look on her face. At 10 a.m., I finally got the text I'd been waiting for. Lila texted, "Wow, so this is what you were really doing while pretending to be busy all the time. I guess congratulations are in order." I stared at the screen for a minute. No anger, no panic, just that familiar tone she always used when she realized she no longer held the upper hand. I typed a response. I replied, "Thanks. And yeah, I was busy building a life. One you clearly didn't want to be part of." She replied in under 30 seconds. "Don't act like I didn't support you. I just didn't know it was serious. I was stressed too, you know. I needed space. I didn't mean to hurt you." There it was. The slow backpedal. The revisionist history. She wanted to rewrite what happened. She wanted to paint herself as impulsive, not cruel. Lost, not manipulative. And maybe a year ago, I would have bought it. Maybe I'd have taken the bait, met for coffee, given her the chance to explain. But I wasn't that guy anymore. I didn't respond. Instead, I posted the ramen shop photo on my Instagram. No caption, just a simple smiling emoji. Within 10 minutes, she viewed my story. 15 minutes later, she blocked me. That night, Nadia sent me one more message. Just so you know, she told her friends you were emotionally unavailable and that she had to leave to find herself. But now she's trying to spin it like you blindsided her by going silent. I almost laughed. Classic. But then Nadia added one more thing. Also, her Miami guy? He bailed 2 days after she got there. Said she was too intense and left her with the hotel bill. She maxed out 2 cards getting back. I only know because she tried to get me to Venmo her just a little something to float until payday. I leaned back in my chair and looked out over the city. Somewhere out there, Lila was spinning stories, trying to control the narrative, still playing the same old game. But I wasn't in it anymore. My life wasn't a game she could win or lose. It was mine. And the best part? I didn't need revenge. Not really. Because the silence, the success, the fact that I never raised my voice or begged her to stay, that's what would haunt her. That's what would echo in every room she walked into, in every conversation where someone said, "Wait, wasn't he your ex?" I didn't burn the bridge. I just walked away from it while it crumbled behind me. It's funny how people always assume revenge has to be loud, that it needs to be some dramatic scene, glass breaking, voices raised, doors slammed. But in my experience, the most effective revenge is quiet. No fire, no fury, just calm, calculated closure. You don't yell. You don't argue. You just remove yourself and let the silence do all the talking. After that final text from Lila, the one where she tried to paint herself as the victim, talking about how she needed space, I didn't respond. I didn't block her either. I wanted her to see the life she walked out on continue to unfold without her. I wanted her to scroll through her feed, see the smiles, the wins, the small joys, and realize she wasn't part of the picture anymore. Not because I pushed her out, but because she handed over her place with both hands, chasing whatever she thought would feel better than stability, love, and loyalty. In the weeks that followed, things moved fast. Our app launched. The VC money gave us a solid runway to hire a full-time dev team and expand the product in a way we never could before. My name started popping up in niche tech articles, newsletters, even a couple podcasts. My LinkedIn blew up. Every morning, I'd sip my coffee while reading connection requests from people who used to roll their eyes when I talked about my little startup idea. It wasn't just external validation, it was internal. For years, I had doubted myself. Wondered if I was too safe, too boring, too careful. Those were words Lila liked to use when she was frustrated. She wanted adventure, risk, the thrill of newness. I wanted peace. Turns out, peace is a lot more valuable when you're the one who has to rebuild everything from scratch. Nadia and I kept in touch. It started with casual messages. She'd forward me a meme, or I'd send her a song I heard on Spotify that reminded me of the weird jazz bar we all used to go to. One night, we got drinks. No pressure, no weirdness. Just 2 people laughing about how messy the past had been and how absurd it was that we had ended up on the same side of it. At one point that night, she leaned in and said, "You know she never thought you'd make it, right? She used to say you were too scared to bet on yourself. That you'd just keep floating in the safe lane forever." I smiled. Then it's a good thing I stopped listening. The thing is, I wasn't bitter. Not anymore. I didn't hate Lila. I didn't wish her pain or failure. I just didn't care anymore, and that was the real win. Because when you truly move on, they don't get to live rent-free in your head. You don't daydream about confrontations or comebacks. You just live. But that doesn't mean the universe doesn't have a wicked sense of timing. About 2 months after the birthday fiasco, I was invited to a private networking dinner hosted by one of our angel investors. It was in this sleek downtown loft with floor-to-ceiling windows, champagne flowing, string quartet in the corner, all that startup meets old money type of vibe. I felt out of place for about 5 minutes until one of the investors pulled me into a conversation and introduced me as one of the most promising founders in our portfolio. I was mid-sentence, explaining our product roadmap to a guy from some VC fund, when I caught a glimpse of someone across the room. My heart didn't drop. My stomach didn't clench. I didn't freeze. I just blinked. It was Lila. She looked different. Still beautiful in that effortless, chaotic way, but there was a tension in her smile I hadn't seen before. like she was holding her breath behind her lipstick. Her eyes scanned the room, laughing too quickly at jokes, adjusting her dress every few seconds like she wasn't sure it fit her anymore. We didn't make eye contact. Not at first. But eventually, she saw me. There was this flicker of recognition. Her posture stiffened. She looked at the guy she was talking to, then back at me. I gave her a small nod. Nothing more. Then I turned back to my conversation like she was just another face in a very expensive room. 10 minutes later, she walked over. "Mark," she said, her voice soft, unsure. I turned. "Lila." She hesitated. "I didn't know you'd be here." "I was invited," I said casually. "Our firm just closed another round." "Right," she said, looking around. "I read about it." "Congrats." "Thanks." There was a pause. She looked down at her wine glass, then back up at me. "You look good," she said, like she was surprised. "So do you," I said. It wasn't a lie, but I didn't say it like it mattered. She waited, like maybe I'd ask how she'd been, like I'd offer her some opening to explain, or reminisce, or pretend we still had something in common. But I didn't. Instead, I asked, "How's Miami?" She flinched just slightly. "Didn't work out." I nodded. "Figured." Another long pause. Then she said, "You know, I didn't think you'd actually move out. I thought you'd beg me to come back." I laughed, quiet, but real. "Yeah, I figured you did. Why didn't you?" she asked. It wasn't accusatory. It was confused, like someone asking why the sun didn't rise that morning. I shrugged. "Because I finally realized I didn't have to prove anything. You left." That was the answer. She looked at me for a long time, like she was trying to find some crack in my calm, some sign that I was still hurt, still waiting for closure. But there was nothing, because I had already given it to myself. "Well," she said, adjusting her bag, "I hope you're happy." "I am." And I meant it. She opened her mouth like she wanted to say more, but thought better of it. She gave me a half-hearted smile and turned away. As she walked off, I felt nothing but relief. No anger, no pride, just clarity. Later that night, as the dinner wound down, I found myself on the balcony with a glass of whiskey, the city lights blinking below me. Nadia joined me, leaned on the railing beside me. "I saw her talking to you," she said. "Yeah," I said, sipping my drink. She said she hopes I'm happy. "Are you?" I turned to look at her. "Yeah, I really am." She smiled. "Good. Because you deserve to be." We stood there in silence for a while, the hum of the party behind us, the night stretching ahead. And in that moment, I knew something I hadn't been sure of in years. I didn't just survive what she did to me. I grew because of it. And sometimes, that's the best revenge of all, not making them regret losing you, but becoming someone who never needed them in the first place. My name is Noah. I'm 28. And if you had asked me 6 months ago where my life was headed, I probably would have laughed and said, hopefully somewhere warmer. I was working 2 jobs, one as a part-time graphic designer and another doing inventory at a supply warehouse, barely scraping by. Life wasn't terrible, just bland, predictable. And then my aunt, Evelyn, passed away, and everything changed. Aunt Evelyn was the kind of woman you only meet once in a lifetime, sharp-witted, brutally honest, and somehow always 2 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. She never married, never had kids of her own, but she built a thriving interior design business from scratch. "A woman with taste," she used to say, "should never have to ask permission." Growing up, she was the only person in my family who treated me like I mattered. My parents? Passive, always tiptoeing around my cousin, Trevor, who could do no wrong. Trevor was the golden boy, the star athlete, the charming charlatan, the next big thing in the family, even though he never actually did anything. Every time he tanked a job or crashed a car, there was always someone to bail him out, usually with Aunt Evelyn's money. When Evelyn passed, the entire family descended like vultures. Everyone wanted something: jewelry, paintings, furniture, the business, especially the business. And Trevor? He walked into the wake in a tailored suit, shaking hands like a politician and telling anyone who'd listen that Evelyn had already promised him the company years ago. I kept my mouth shut. Not because I didn't care, believe me, I did, but because I knew Evelyn. She didn't make promises lightly, and she didn't write people into her will unless she meant it. The reading of the will was uncomfortable. My aunt's lawyer, Mr. Jenkins, was this thin, stooped man with watery eyes and a voice like dry paper. Everyone sat in tense silence as he read through the list of assets. Jewelry went to my mom. The summer home went to an old friend from Evelyn's college days. A couple of paintings were donated to a museum. And then, nothing. Nothing was said about the business. Not a word. Trevor's smug grin spread across his face like spilled wine. He turned to me and gave this little nod, like, tough luck, loser. My mom patted my shoulder, whispering something about how Evelyn must have forgotten, and that it wasn't fair, but maybe Trevor would let me help out at the company. I just smiled, shrugged, said, it's fine. I'm happy for him, and let them think I got nothing. What they didn't know, what no one in that room knew, was that Evelyn had left me something separate, a private envelope delivered to my apartment 2 days after the will reading. Inside was a handwritten letter and a second legal document, signed and notarized, transferring full ownership of the business to me. Not a share, not a roll, everything. The letter said, Noah, you have vision. Trevor has teeth. I know which one builds something lasting. I want you to have what I built, but you'll have to be smart about it. Let the rats think the cheese is theirs. I stared at that sentence for a long time. Let the rats think the cheese is theirs. So I played dumb. Let Trevor strut around. Let the rest of the family buzz about how he was going to take the company global and honor Evelyn's legacy. He started redecorating her office, even though he hadn't technically been inside the building since high school. He held meetings, mostly with friends who had zero qualifications, and told everyone that he'd be officially taking over the business on Monday. Last week, we ran into each other in a parking lot near Evelyn's old office. He was leaning against a car he definitely couldn't afford, wearing sunglasses even though it was cloudy. You should start packing, he said casually. This office is mine now. Gotta clear out the dead weight. I kept my expression blank. Sure, I said. Just be there Monday. He laughed, like I was some clueless intern. Don't worry. I'll throw in a good word for you with HR. I didn't respond, just nodded and walked off. Inside, I was buzzing. Jenkins and I had already sorted out the transition with the board. The company's core staff, most of whom had been loyal to Evelyn for over a decade, had signed off on it. The rebranding had already begun. I had meetings lined up, a new website launching, a full vision for the next 6 months. But I said nothing, because rats don't stop chewing just because the lights are off. They only run when they see the trap. Monday morning arrived like a storm front. I got to the office early, dressed in the nicest suit I owned, hair done, calm but electric. I sat behind Evelyn's old desk, the one she used to perch on during brainstorming sessions, and waited. Jenkins was already in the adjacent room. 2 security guards, quiet, firm, stood near the entrance in case things got messy. I wasn't expecting a scene, but Trevor had a way of turning molehills into volcanoes. At exactly 9 a.m., the front door slammed open. Trevor walked in like he was being filmed, chin up, arms swinging, and dragging behind him a smug-looking guy in a blazer who had "family lawyer" written all over him. He barely looked at the receptionist. Let's go, he barked, heading straight for the office. I heard the footsteps echo through the hallway, saw the shadow pause outside the frosted glass. Then the door opened. He walked in mid-sentence. I'll have them start clearing out that tacky vase collection by today, and then stopped. His face lost all color. His mouth opened, then closed. His lawyer took a step forward, confused, until he looked past Trevor and saw me, sitting comfortably behind the desk, papers spread neatly before me, Evelyn's framed portrait hanging just above my shoulder. I folded my hands. Morning, I said. You're early. Trevor blinked like he'd just been hit with a splash of cold water. His eyes flicked from me to the desk, to the chair he thought would be his, and then to the file folders labeled with projects he probably couldn't pronounce. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, jaw tightening like he was chewing gravel. The lawyer at his side leaned in and muttered something under his breath, probably asking who I was or why Trevor looked like he'd just swallowed his own tie. I didn't move. I let the silence hang. Why are you? Trevor finally managed, gesturing vaguely at the desk like it had betrayed him. You're not supposed to be here. I own the company, I said plainly. Calmly. Have a seat, Trevor. He laughed, but it came out shaky. You're joking. This is a joke. That will said nothing about the business. I was promised. There was a separate document, I said, lifting a folder and sliding it across the desk with 2 fingers. Aunt Evelyn left this company to me. Not to the family. Not to a board. To me. Trevor's lawyer snatched the folder and began scanning it, eyes narrowing behind his thick glasses. Trevor stared at me, chest rising and falling faster now. His whole persona, the cool, composed heir apparent, was cracking at the edges. "No," he said, voice rising a notch. "This is supposed to be mine. She told me, she promised." "She didn't." I cut in, still quiet. "She told you what you needed to hear to keep you off her back. She never intended for you to run this place. You know that, deep down." "I'm her nephew." I tilted my head. "So am I." His lawyer cleared his throat. "This document appears to be legitimate. Fully notarized. Filed before her death. If what it says is true." He looked at Trevor and softened his voice. "Your aunt left the company entirely to Mr. Richards." Trevor's face twisted like he'd bitten into something rotten. "This is theft," he spat. "You manipulated her. She wasn't thinking clearly. She was sharper than you ever were," I said, letting some heat creep into my voice. "And don't insult her by pretending she didn't know exactly what she was doing. She gave me this business because I respected it. Because I respected her. You never even asked her how the company ran. You just assumed one day you'd be in charge. I deserve this." "No," I said, standing now. "You expected it. That's not the same thing." His lawyer leaned in again, probably telling him not to say another word, but Trevor wasn't hearing it. His face was flushed now, trembling with something that was part rage, part humiliation. He stormed forward like he was going to say something else, maybe shout, maybe throw a tantrum like he used to at family dinners when he didn't get his way, but stopped short when one of the security guards stepped into view behind him. That's when he realized. This wasn't a bluff. He wasn't in control. He wasn't even relevant anymore. He turned back to me, his voice cracking, more stunned than angry now. You kept this a secret. You let me think." I nodded. "I wanted you to show everyone who you really are without Aunt Evelyn to protect you. You didn't disappoint." For a long second, he just stood there, deflated. The fire in him fizzled out like a wet match. His lawyer gently tapped him on the shoulder, murmuring something again, and this time Trevor listened. They both turned to leave, but just before he stepped out the door, he paused. "Look back at me." "Is this it?" he asked. "Are you just going to toss me aside?" I shrugged. "You did it to yourself." And then he was gone. I sat back down slowly, heart pounding now that the moment had passed. The office was quiet again, save for the distant hum of the phones and the ticking of the vintage wall clock Evelyn had insisted on keeping even after everyone else begged her to go digital. I looked around, taking it all in, the photos, the sketchbooks, the carefully curated chaos of her legacy. For the first time since she passed, I felt like she was still here. Not gone. Just watching. Let the rats think the cheese is theirs. I glanced at her portrait again and smiled. "Thanks, Evelyn." But that wasn't the end. Because later that afternoon, my phone buzzed with a message from my cousin. One I didn't expect. And it wasn't an apology. It was a warning. He wasn't done. And what he had planned next was personal. The message was short. Just 7 words. "You think this is over?" "It's not." I stared at it for a full minute, rereading it like maybe, just maybe, it would change the 3rd or 4th time through. But it didn't. Trevor had always been petty, impulsive, jealous, but I'd never seen him as truly dangerous. Just pathetic. Annoying in that mosquito whining at your ear kind of way. But there was something different in this message. No emojis. No fake bravado. Just bitterness. Cold and stripped down, like he wasn't trying to provoke me. He was promising something. I didn't reply. Instead, I locked my phone and stood by the window in my aunt's office, my office now, and watched as the clouds rolled in over the city skyline. The building sat on a corner lot, glass panes from floor to ceiling on the upper level. Evelyn loved the view. Said she got her best ideas watching the traffic crawl and the people hustle. "You learn a lot by looking down," she used to joke, "especially when everyone thinks you're on their level." The staff was already adjusting to the transition. I'd had one-on-one meetings all week, kept Evelyn's old assistant on full-time, Laura, absolute lifesaver, and even brought in a small tech team to modernize the workflow. The designers respected me, maybe because I wasn't trying to be Evelyn. I wasn't rebranding for clout. I was just trying to grow the legacy she built, carefully, deliberately. But now I had a problem. Trevor. And I knew better than to underestimate him. He was spoiled, sure. Entitled, definitely. But he wasn't stupid. Underneath all the posturing, there was something slippery. He knew how to twist things just enough to make you look like the bad guy, even when you were just cleaning up his mess. That night, I called Mr. Jenkins and told him about the message. He sighed heavily. He's lashing out, Jenkins said. Losing that company was a blow to his ego. I doubt he'll go through the courts. He doesn't have a leg to stand on. But be careful. People like your cousin don't always play by the same rules. I asked him to document the message, just in case. He agreed. By Friday, small things started happening. First, an anonymous complaint was filed to the Better Business Bureau, claiming our design firm was scamming clients. Nothing specific, just vague language and a throwaway email address. Then an interior design review blog posted a hit piece on Evelyn's firm, citing fabricated stories about overbilling and unethical sourcing. It was clear someone was trying to tarnish the name. I had a strong suspicion who. I kept my cool. I replied with a professional statement, submitted a correction to the blog, which was clearly run by someone with no real audience, and reassured our top clients through a private newsletter. But it wasn't about the damage. It was about the intent. Trevor wasn't trying to ruin the company. He was trying to ruin me. On Monday morning, Laura came into my office holding a manila envelope. No return address. This came in the mailroom. It's weird, she said, dropping it on my desk like it smelled funny. Inside was a thick stack of printed out emails. Screenshots. Social media DMs. Some were mine, out-of-context fragments from conversations I'd had years ago when I worked freelance. Others were just made up. Fabricated threads that made it look like I'd stolen ideas from past clients, mocked their taste, even joked about overcharging. And on top, a sticky note. This is just the beginning. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling slowly. This wasn't petty anymore. It was tactical, calculated. Trevor had either hired someone or spent the last week digging through old digital garbage just to smear me. I wasn't sure which was worse. Either way, he was trying to get me to snap, to go public, to create drama that he could point to and say, "See, told you he wasn't fit to run this place." But I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. Instead, I reached out to an old friend of Evelyn's, Sandra Cho, a crisis management consultant. I'd met her a couple of times when I was younger, always dressed in sharp blazers and even sharper words. She'd helped Evelyn clean up a few messes in the past, usually involving greedy vendors or former employees with big mouths. Sandra answered on the second ring. "Been waiting for your call," she said. "Trevor's name's been popping up on forums. Nasty stuff." I froze. "Wait, what kind of forums?" "The kind people use when they want to spread poison without fingerprints." She agreed to take the case. Said she'd track the source of the envelope and the blog post and do a sweep of the company's online presence. "We'll clean it up. But Noah," she added, "he's playing dirty. You may need to get ahead of him in a way he won't expect." That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about Evelyn, about how she always warned me that family could be the most dangerous kind of enemy because they know where it hurts. She'd seen this coming, I realized. That's why she kept everything so quiet. That's why she warned me to be careful with the transfer. Because she knew Trevor would burn the house down just to say he owned the ashes. But if he wanted a fire, I was ready. I showed up to the office Tuesday morning with a new plan. A quiet one. No announcements. No social media jabs. Just a shift. I began making changes to the company's legal structure, converting it to a trust-controlled entity under my sole direction. Sandra helped me lock down everything, from client data to brand assets to internal communications. And then I started looking into Trevor. Not out of revenge. Not yet. But something told me he wasn't just bitter. He was hiding something. And when I found it, it would be my turn to show up at his door. I spent the next 2 weeks digging. Sandra had access to databases I didn't even know existed. Legal archives, company registries, private investigator networks. Between her and a couple of freelance cybersecurity consultants she'd worked with before, it didn't take long before the cracks in Trevor's facade started to show. It started with a trail of suspicious invoices. Apparently, Trevor had attempted to start his own interior design consultancy about 2 years before Evelyn passed. It failed badly. He funneled tens of thousands of dollars into marketing, flashy office decor, and paying friends to act as clients to leave glowing reviews online. But he didn't actually know how to design anything. Every portfolio piece on his website was either lifted from Pinterest or modified versions of Evelyn's firm's past work. Eventually, a client caught on. Then another. He got hit with a small claims suit. The company folded within 6 months. He never told the family. Instead, he repackaged himself as a strategic consultant, Reed, unemployed with a LinkedIn account, and waited for Evelyn to die so he could slide in and wear the crown he thought was already his. But it got worse. Sandra traced payments from one of Trevor's accounts to a shady PR fixer in another state. The same one responsible for the smear blog and likely the forged emails in that envelope. Trevor had paid them to generate negative buzz around me, with the plan to swoop in later and rescue the company as the responsible alternative. That was the final straw. I wasn't just going to clean this up anymore. I was going to end it. But I wasn't going to do it loud. I remembered Evelyn's motto, "Class is quiet." And I decided that the best revenge wasn't just cutting Trevor out. It was making sure everyone saw why he didn't belong in the room to begin with. A week later, I held a private stakeholders brunch. Not flashy, just an intimate rooftop event with our top clients, legacy staff, a few press contacts, and Evelyn's oldest friends in the industry. I called it the Vision Forward Gathering, a soft reintroduction of the company under my leadership. No streamers, no hype, just good food, fresh ideas, and one very important presentation. I waited until the end of the morning to show it. "Before we go," I said, stepping up to the small platform near the ivy-covered wall, "I want to honor Evelyn's legacy by being transparent with all of you who trusted her for years. You deserve to know how this company has transitioned and why it's in good hands now." I clicked the remote. The projector lit up the white brick behind me. Slide after slide detailed the changes we had implemented: staff promotions, ethical sourcing partnerships, community design workshops, even new sustainability initiatives Evelyn had sketched out but never had time to launch. Applause came gently, respectfully. Then came the last slide. And this one was for Trevor. It was titled, "What We Stand Against." The screen filled with screenshots, heavily redacted, anonymized, but damning. The smear blog, the forged emails, the payments traced to the shadow PR firm. And then, finally, the fraudulent design company Trevor had run under a pseudonym, which had been sued twice and blacklisted by multiple design platforms. There was a hush. I looked around the crowd. Some gasped. Some nodded knowingly. A few exchanged sharp glances. But none of them were surprised. That was the most telling part. And then I said, "You'll probably hear some noise in the coming weeks. Rumors. Accusations. I've chosen not to respond to most of them. Not because I'm afraid of what's being said, but because they don't deserve the dignity of a public argument. We are here to build. And what we're building next won't include the people who tried to tear it down." There was no applause. Not yet. Just a long, respectful silence. And then Evelyn's friend Sandra, who had been seated quietly near the back, stood and raised her glass. "To Noah," she said, "for doing it right." The applause that followed was real and loud. That night, I returned to the office after hours. Just me, the soft hum of the AC, and the quiet creak of Evelyn's old chair as I sat back and looked at the city lights. It felt surreal. A year ago, I was scraping together money for rent. Now, I was running a legacy company and fending off my own cousin's attempts at sabotage. I thought about letting it end there. I'd won. The company was safe. Trevor was publicly humiliated without ever being named. He was finished, right? But that wasn't enough. Because Trevor wasn't just wrong, he was dangerous. And I needed to make sure he never got close to anyone I cared about again. So I made one more call to Jenkins. "I want to take legal action," I told him. "Defamation, harassment, false claims. Use everything we've gathered." He hesitated for a moment. "Are you sure?" "He's already lost everything." "He's not going to stop," I said. "Not until someone forces him to." So we filed. The case was airtight. With Sandra's documentation, email traces, and the fraudulent payments, it wasn't even close. Within weeks, Trevor was served. He tried to deny everything, blamed his lawyer, claimed he was misled, said it was a misunderstanding. The judge didn't buy it. He was ordered to pay damages, issue a formal retraction through the blog, and barred from contacting anyone at the company, directly or indirectly. And just like that, the man who once strutted around like he owned the world was left with nothing but a second-hand Audi and a shattered reputation. The cherry on top? The building Evelyn left me, our headquarters, had a small, unused office on the first floor, which Trevor had once claimed as his future workspace. After the lawsuit ended, I turned it into a free mentorship lounge for young designers from underprivileged backgrounds. I named it the Evelyn Room. Every week, students came in with notebooks and wide eyes, flipping through fabric swatches and layout blueprints like they were handling treasure. And every time someone asked me why we did it, I just smiled and said, because not everyone gets a fair start, but everyone deserves a real chance. Trevor never showed up again. Though once, about a month later, Laura told me he stopped by the building. He just stood outside the front doors, staring up at the sign, Evelyn Richards Design Group, before walking away without a word. I didn't feel sorry for him. He had everything handed to him, again and again. He burned it all trying to prove he was better than everyone else. And I just did the work. Stayed quiet. Waited. Let the storm pass. Because Evelyn was right. Class is quiet. But revenge? That's just good business. The text came in while I was halfway through a sandwich at my desk, the kind of Tuesday lunch you barely notice. Turkey, store-brand mustard, too much bread. I was answering emails, watching the little cursor blink on a spreadsheet I didn't want to finish when my phone buzzed. We all voted. Thanksgiving's at your cabin this year. My cousin Emily had texted. Make sure there's enough beds for 26 people. I stared at the message for a good 10 seconds, rereading it like maybe it would change if I blinked hard enough. My thumb hovered over the keyboard, but I didn't reply right away. Instead, I just leaned back, staring at my phone like it had personally offended me. Let me back up. I'm Nathan, 34 years old, living in Oregon. I work in finance. Not exciting, I know, but I like the stability. After years of renting in the city, I saved up and bought a cabin 2 years ago. It's nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom tucked into the pines near MT Hood, with a wraparound porch and the kind of silence you can't get anywhere near I-5. It's my peace, my retreat. I go there to disconnect, hike, write, sometimes just to drink a cup of coffee in absolute silence without anyone asking me when I'm going to settle down. My extended family. Let's just say they operate like a pack of wolves. There's a weird hierarchy, lots of entitlement, and somehow the loudest voices always win. I'm not especially close with most of them. I have one older brother, Jason, who's fine in small doses, and my parents, who retired and now bounce between Arizona and Florida, depending on which one has better golf weather. But the rest, cousins, uncles, aunts, they're a chaotic mix of freeloaders, passive-aggressives, and self-declared family leaders who never ask, they announce. Emily, the cousin who sent that text, is the unofficial queen bee. She's 39, married to a guy who sells luxury wellness supplements. He's been under FTC investigation twice and has 3 kids who treat other people's homes like indoor playgrounds. Emily has this way of making everything seem like a group decision, when really, it's just her deciding and looping you in too late to say no. This wasn't the first time she tried something like this, but it was definitely the boldest. I typed back, absolutely not. She responded in under a minute. Too late. We're already driving up. That emoji. The audacity. I felt my jaw tighten as I set my phone down. I was shaking, just slightly, the way you do when you're so stunned by someone's entitlement that you don't even know how to process it. Driving up? To my property? Without asking? A dozen thoughts raced through my head. I hadn't been told about any vote. No one had reached out. I scrolled through the family group chat, one I usually muted, and saw a few vague messages from earlier that week. Emily had floated the idea of a woodsy, cozy Thanksgiving, tagged a few people with "What do you guys think?" and then a flurry of "Love this" from the usual suspects, our Aunt Marilyn, her adult kids, and Jason, who probably just wanted to avoid hosting at his place. No one had even asked me directly. And now she was on her way? With 25 other people? I called her. Straight to voicemail. Of course. I texted again, "Do not come to my cabin." I didn't agree to this. She didn't reply. But a few minutes later, I got a ping in the group chat. "Emily, yay. So excited for this weekend. Nathan's cabin is going to be perfect." That was it. Not a word to me. Just a public announcement. And everyone started responding. "Can't wait. We'll bring extra blankets. Shotgun the guest room. We'll be there Friday morning, Nathan." My stomach sank. It was like I'd been volunteered for something without being in the room. And now everyone was piling on. I typed, "I never agreed to host Thanksgiving. Please do not come to my cabin. It is private property." No one responded. Not one person acknowledged it. I stared at the screen in disbelief. Then I saw Emily typing, "LOL, don't be dramatic, it's just a few days, and it'll be so fun. Family first. Family first." That was her favorite line. Usually deployed right after she'd taken advantage of someone, dropped her kids off without warning, or forgotten to pay her share of the vacation rental. I felt my heart racing. It wasn't even about Thanksgiving at that point. It was about the blatant disrespect. The way no one thought they even needed my permission. I opened my calendar. It was Tuesday. Thanksgiving was in 2 days. I texted Jason. Me? Did you know about this? Jason. Yeah, they mentioned it. Figured you were cool with it. Me? I never agreed. Jason. Well, it's kinda too late now, isn't it? Too late. I stood up and paced the living room. My laptop buzzed with another meeting invite, but I ignored it. I couldn't focus. All I could think about was the image of 26 people pulling up my gravel driveway, hauling coolers and air mattresses and loud toddlers, treating my quiet cabin like a free Airbnb. And somehow, I was the bad guy for not being okay with it. It wasn't just disrespect. It felt like they didn't see me as a person with boundaries. I was just Nathan with the cabin. A resource. A tool to be used. I thought about the last time I saw Emily, at my parents' anniversary party. She complained nonstop about how tiring it was to always be the one hosting holidays, how no one ever offered. I remembered her cornering me near the drinks table, joking, "You should really open up that cabin of yours sometime. It's selfish to keep it all to yourself." I'd laughed it off, but now, it felt less like a joke and more like a warning shot. And the worst part? They were really going to do it. Show up. Just barge in, expecting it all to be ready. Because they always got away with it. Because no one had ever told them no. I looked at the time. 2:14 p.m. If I left now, I could get to the cabin by sunset. My hand hovered over the car keys. They wanted drama. They were about to get it. And not the kind they could guilt trip their way out of. I grabbed my coat, locked up the apartment, and started driving. I had just enough time to make one phone call before I lost signal up in the mountains. And that call would change everything. By the time I pulled off the main road and onto the gravel path leading up to the cabin, the sun was already melting behind the pines. The temperature dropped sharply, and the silence up there was the kind you could feel in your bones. Clean, cold, untouched. It was the kind of quiet that had first drawn me to this place, the kind that felt like a reset button for the soul. But tonight, there was a tight knot in my stomach that wouldn't loosen. I parked, killed the engine, and just sat for a second, breathing through the steering wheel. My phone had lost signal 20 minutes ago, and I hadn't heard back from anyone. Not that I expected them to reply, but that just made it worse. It wasn't just the assumption that they could take over my cabin. It was the total indifference to my voice in the matter. I wasn't a host. I was a placeholder. I stepped out, boots crunching against the gravel, and stared up at my place. 2 bedrooms, a fire pit, a small loft I'd turned into a reading nook. I'd spent over a year fixing it up, spending weekends and vacation days patching the roof, staining the deck, replacing the plumbing. It was mine, not a family timeshare, not a vacation rental. Mine. I opened the door, flicked on the lights, and felt that familiar warmth hit me, the kind that made everything slow down. Normally, this place was where I came to not think, to sit by the fire, sip bourbon, and let time pass without consequence. But tonight, that calm was tainted, invaded by the knowledge that I had 48 hours before a parade of chaos arrived to tear it apart. I checked the pantry. A few cans of soup, some boxed pasta, coffee, whiskey. Definitely not stocked for 26 people. I hadn't planned on coming up here at all this week. I was supposed to be with a friend in Portland for a quiet dinner, maybe board games. Nothing big. Certainly not this. My thoughts were interrupted by the low crunch of tires on gravel. My heart dropped. I looked out the front window and saw headlights. It was Jason. He stepped out in a hoodie and jeans, looking completely unbothered, holding a paper coffee cup like he was just casually dropping by. He waved as if this was normal. "Figured you'd come up," he said, walking up the steps. "Knew you wouldn't take that text well." I didn't answer, just opened the door and let him in. "You seriously didn't know?" I asked. He shrugged. "Emily mentioned it in the chat. Said she had a plan. I figured you'd be cool with it." She never asked me. No one did. He looked around like he was inspecting a hotel room. "Come on, man. You never use this place for holidays. And it's not like you've got plans." She figured it'd be easier to just make the decision. Easier for who? He didn't answer. I watched him walk into the kitchen, open a cabinet, grab a glass like it was his own house. "I'm not hosting Thanksgiving," I said firmly. He gave me that look, half amused, half dismissive. "Well, technically you are. Like, it's already happening." People are on their way. Emily's rented a van. Aunt Marilyn's bringing folding tables. I think Eric's picking up 2 turkeys. Did anyone bring permission? Jason sighed and leaned against the counter. Look, you're making this way bigger than it needs to be. It's family. It's a few days. Just let it happen. It's not worth the drama. I stared at him. That sentence. That attitude. Just let it happen. Like I was supposed to roll over for the sake of peace. Like boundaries were optional if it made things easier. He stayed for an hour, tried to talk me down, told me I was too rigid, that I always overthink things, that this was an opportunity to connect with everyone. I didn't argue. I just nodded and said I'd think about it. He left assuming he'd won. But I wasn't thinking about caving. I was thinking about escalation. The next morning, I drove into the nearest town, about 40 minutes down the mountain, and spoke to a locksmith. Explained that I wanted all the exterior locks changed and gave him the address. He raised an eyebrow but didn't ask questions. By noon, everything had been swapped out. Then I called the tow company. Hypothetically, I asked, if someone parked on private property without permission, like, say, blocking a driveway, how fast could you be up here to move them? The dispatcher didn't hesitate. We've got 2 drivers covering that route. We'd be there within the hour. Perfect. I picked up 2 thick chains from the hardware store and a heavy-duty padlock. By the time I got back to the cabin, the place felt different. Not just physically, emotionally. Like I'd drawn a line. Like the house knew I was finally defending it. I didn't tell anyone what I'd done. I just waited. That night, I sat on the porch with a blanket, watching the trees bend slightly in the wind. A hawk screeched somewhere overhead. The air was so clean it hurt to breathe. I thought about what I'd say when they showed up. Whether I'd even bother explaining. And then, at around 10 p.m., I got a call. The signal was weak, but it went through. Emily. I didn't answer. I let it go to voicemail. Then another. Then a text. Hey, just wanted to confirm we're coming tomorrow morning. Around 11-ish. Hope you're excited. No question mark. No can we still come? Just blind confidence. A few minutes later, she sent another. We'll need space for 3 cars plus the rental van. Oh, and if you could make sure there's enough coffee and milk for breakfast, that'd be amazing. See you soon. I didn't reply. I just stared at the screen, the cold creeping into my fingers despite the blanket. My jaw clenched. There it was again. That relentless entitlement. The next morning, the messages picked up. 8:14 a.m. On our way. 8:27 a.m. ETA 10:48. 9:03 a.m. What's the gate code again? There was no gate code. Not anymore. At 9:30 a.m., I left the cabin and looped the thick chain around the bottom of the long driveway entrance, right where the gravel met the main road. I locked it tight and posted a small wooden sign. Private property. No trespassing. Vehicles will be towed. And then I waited. I made coffee. I turned on the fireplace. I sat by the window with a book I didn't read. At exactly 10:48 a.m., I saw the first car. A silver SUV, crawling slowly up the road. Then a white minivan. Then the van. All of them rolled to a confused stop at the chained entrance. I could see them pointing, gesturing. A few car doors opened. I recognized Aunt Marilyn's bright red coat. Someone tried honking. Then my phone rang. It was Emily. This time, I answered. Hey, I said flatly. What the hell is this? She snapped. No emojis now. There's a chain across your driveway. We can't get in. I know. She paused. Well, take it down. We're here. No, you're not. Nathan, this isn't funny. We've got food. Kids. We've been driving for hours. You weren't invited. You said absolutely not like a joke. Come on. No, Emily. I meant it. You didn't ask. You just decided. She scoffed. It's Thanksgiving. You're really going to turn away your whole family over this. You turned yourselves away. I hung up. A minute later, she called again. I didn't answer. Then Jason called. Then Aunt Marilyn. I turned my phone on Do Not Disturb. At 11:20 a.m., a black tow truck rounded the corner, its yellow lights flashing through the trees. And as it slowed to a stop behind the van, that's when everything really started to unravel. The sound of the tow truck's rumbling engine cut through the stillness like an alarm clock in a dream. I stood on the porch, hands tucked into the pockets of my jacket, watching from a distance as the driver stepped out, glanced at the chain across the entrance, then looked toward the knot of angry relatives clustered around the 3 parked vehicles just beyond it. I saw Jason walking toward the driver with his arms raised like he was trying to wave him off. Emily was on her phone, probably frantically calling me again. I didn't check. The driver ignored Jason and turned toward me instead. I gave a single nod. He nodded back and got to work. The next few minutes unfolded like something out of a movie, one of those slow, inevitable scenes where you know everything's about to blow up and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. The driver worked efficiently, like he'd done this 100 times before. He hooked the first car, Jason's, while the others shouted at him from the road. I watched it all unfold with a strange mix of detachment and satisfaction. But that satisfaction was short-lived, because the fallout didn't wait. I was still standing on the porch when my phone buzzed, again and again. I finally turned off Do Not Disturb and let the messages flood in. Jason, what the hell is wrong with you? Emily, I hope you're proud of yourself. The kids are crying. We drove 4 hours. Nathan, you're dead to this family. Aunt Marilyn, your parents will hear about this. And they did. By the time the last car was towed and the dust from the gravel had settled, my mom was calling. My dad followed. Then my uncle. One after the other, a parade of disappointed sighs, scolding tones, and guilt-laced lectures. My mom's voice trembled when she said, "We raised you better than this." I didn't argue. I didn't try to explain. I just said, "You didn't raise me to be a doormat either." That didn't go over well. For the rest of Thanksgiving weekend, I stayed at the cabin. Alone. I chopped wood. I walked the trails behind the property. I sat on the deck and watched the wind move through the trees. The silence that had once comforted me now felt a little heavier. Like something had changed, not just in how my family saw me, but in how I saw them. The next week, I returned home to the city and found my inbox full of snide messages and group chat threads I'd been tagged in. Memes about ungrateful cousins, passive-aggressive photos of our family dinner without certain people, and one truly over-the-top post from Emily showing a half-eaten pie with the caption, "Missing a few ingredients, like basic human decency." I wanted to be unaffected. I really did. But it hit me harder than I expected. There was something uniquely painful about being the villain in your own family's story. No matter how justified I felt, it didn't erase the weight of being excluded, misunderstood, talked about behind my back by people who shared my blood. I'd always known I was on the outskirts of the family dynamic. Never the favorite, never the center of attention, but this was different. This was exile. I stopped checking the group chat, stopped replying to calls. Even Jason, who tried to smooth things over a week later with a week, "You kinda overreacted, but I get it," got radio silence from me. In December, I skipped the family Christmas gathering. I didn't send gifts. I didn't respond to the texts asking if I was coming. I stayed at the cabin, lit a fire, and spent the evening reading and listening to music while snow piled up outside. It was peaceful, but it was also lonely. Not the kind of loneliness that comes from being alone, but the kind that comes from realizing the people who are supposed to care the most about you don't actually see you at all. That winter, something shifted inside me. I started going to the cabin more often, not to escape, but to rebuild. I fixed the wobbly railing on the back deck, repaired the broken window in the loft, added insulation to the basement walls. The work was slow, physical, and satisfying. There was something deeply healing about using my hands, about creating something tangible that didn't depend on anyone's opinion or approval. In January, I found an old notebook in one of the drawers, something I'd bought years ago and never used. I started writing in it. At first, it was just scribbles, frustrations, venting. But over time, it became something more. Observations, reflections, memories, ideas. One night, I wrote a list titled "Things I Never Said," and it turned into 10 pages of everything I'd swallowed over the years just to keep the peace. By February, I was journaling daily. It didn't fix everything, but it helped me understand myself better. Helped me see how long I'd let people push my boundaries because I thought that's what being a good son or good cousin meant. It helped me realize that kindness doesn't mean self-erasure. Around that same time, I started therapy. It was something I'd been meaning to do for years, but never got around to. Now I had a reason, and the space to unpack decades of quiet resentment I didn't even know I'd been carrying. The first few sessions were hard. I found myself defending my family even as I described their behavior. My therapist, Lena, gently challenged me on that. "Why is it your job to absorb the dysfunction?" she asked one day. I didn't have an answer, but I carried the question home with me. Sat with it. Let it echo. Work was steady during all this, but something had changed in how I showed up. I was more focused, more decisive. I wasn't dragging my feet anymore. I stopped people-pleasing my way through meetings. My manager noticed. I got invited to take on a lead role in a new project. Then came a quiet promotion. No party, no big announcement. Just a raise and a new title. I didn't tell my family. I didn't tell anyone. It felt like mine. In the spring, I bought a set of handmade kitchen knives I'd been eyeing for years. I learned to cook properly, not just bachelor meals, but real, thoughtful food. I hosted one quiet dinner for a friend from work, then another for a couple from my hiking group. They were small, intimate evenings, nothing like the forced chaos of my childhood Thanksgivings. I started seeing the difference between chosen community and inherited obligation. The more I leaned into that life, the less I missed the old one. But the thing about family is they never really stay gone. In late April, I got a certified letter at my city apartment. The envelope was thick, stiff. It came from a law office I recognized, one that had handled my grandfather's estate years ago. I opened it cautiously, heart thudding like something was about to fall apart all over again. Inside was a notice. Apparently, my great-uncle Alan, an eccentric recluse from the coast, had passed away quietly and left behind a surprisingly complex estate. A piece of land, a small trust, a list of personal requests. And somehow, I was named one of the primary beneficiaries. Me. Not Jason. Not Emily. Me. There was a meeting scheduled in 2 weeks, and the letter encouraged me to attend in person. I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. But I felt something stir in me then. Not just curiosity, but a faint glimmer of possibility. Of leverage. Because here's the thing. Uncle Alan may have been a recluse, but he wasn't blind. He'd shown up to fewer family events than I had. But when he did come, he watched, listened, took mental notes. He once told me, in his usual dry tone, "People tell you who they are, Nathan. You just have to stop interrupting." And now, in death, he might be telling me something. Something the rest of the family wasn't going to like. I folded the letter carefully, slid it back into the envelope, and placed it on the table next to my journal. Whatever was coming next, I knew one thing for sure. The days of staying quiet, they were over. The law office was quiet when I arrived, the kind of quiet that makes you second guess if you're even supposed to be there. A receptionist greeted me with a flat smile, asked for my name, and led me down a narrow hallway lined with faded paintings of lighthouses and dusty maritime maps. I don't know what I expected. Maybe something a little more formal? Flashier? But instead, everything about it felt like my great-uncle Alan himself. Understated, deliberate, and utterly unimpressed with modern nonsense. The estate attorney, a man in his early 60s named Walter Kemp, wore a gray three-piece suit and gold wireframe glasses. He looked like someone who'd never once raised his voice and never needed to. When he motioned for me to sit, I noticed there was only one chair across from his desk. Just one. No other family members here? I asked. Walter adjusted a thick manila folder. Per Mr. Reynolds' instructions, today's meeting is with you alone. That sent a jolt through me. I hadn't realized until that moment how much I'd braced myself for a confrontation. Emily sniping at me from the side of the room. Jason trying to smooth things over. Marilyn sighing dramatically in the corner. But it was just me. Walter cleared his throat, opened the folder, and began reading portions of the will. Most of it was legal boilerplate, asset lists, property designations, the kind of dry language that makes your brain fog. But then he paused, turned a page, and glanced at me over his glasses. This section, he said, was handwritten. It overrides the standard inheritance structure, and it's legally binding. Would you like me to read it aloud? I nodded. He began. To my great-nephew Nathan, I leave the seaside house and the trust attached to it, for no reason other than this. You were the only one who ever visited without needing something. You never asked for money, never treated me like a stepping stone. I watched how you carried yourself when the others didn't think I was paying attention. You have more integrity in your silence than they have in their endless noise. Use this property however you see fit. Sell it. Keep it. Burn it down if you must. But know this. I gave it to you because you earned it, not because you were loud enough to demand it. I sat frozen. The words didn't feel real. Walter gave me a moment. Then he continued. The property includes 13.4 acres, the house, and a liquid trust worth $2.3 million. It is all in your name effective immediately. There are no contingencies. It hit me in waves. First the shock, then the realization, and finally the one that caught in my throat. This wasn't just an inheritance. It was validation. A piece of my life had just changed permanently. But the real shift? That was still coming. Because as soon as the rest of the family found out, they were going to implode. And this time, I wasn't going to shield them from the consequences. For the next week, I didn't say a word. I signed the paperwork. I met with a real estate attorney. I toured the property, a weathered, ivy-covered house that overlooked the Pacific, perched on a quiet bluff just outside Cannon Beach. It needed work, but it had good bones, and it radiated that same peaceful energy as the cabin. I moved quietly, methodically. I transferred the trust into a separate LLC under my name. I hired a contractor to begin evaluations. I updated the title records. I followed every paper trail Alan had left and turned them into armor. And then I waited, because I knew what was coming. It started when Jason texted me out of the blue. Jason, hey, random question. Did you get something from Uncle Alan's estate? I stared at the message. Not, hope you're doing okay, or did you go to the memorial? Just straight to the point. Classic. I replied, yes. 2 minutes later. Jason, what did you get? Me. That's between me and the attorney. The silence that followed was louder than any text could be. 2 days later, Emily emailed me. Not texted, emailed, which told me she was in full professional mode. The same tone she used when she tried to negotiate discounts from Airbnbs she'd already trashed. Hi Nathan. I heard from a few family members that Uncle Alan may have left some things behind. I wanted to kindly ask if you'd be open to sharing any information about the estate. I know he didn't have kids, and it would be really meaningful to the rest of us to have a piece of his legacy. I didn't respond. The next morning, I got another email. Hi again. I just wanted to follow up because a few people are making plans around summer, and we were wondering if Uncle Alan's place might be usable for a family getaway. Maybe something like a memorial celebration? Just brainstorming. Let me know. That emoji. Always the emoji. I forwarded the email to my attorney. Then I drove to the cabin, because I had a plan to finish. You see, owning the seaside house was a gift, but it was also an opportunity. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't just want to cut myself off from the family. I wanted to redefine my role. I wanted to take everything they used to hold over me, the guilt, the obligations, the manipulation, and flip the board completely. But not loudly, not publicly, quietly, deliberately, just like Alan would have. The first step was paperwork. I created a separate trust fund, not for the family, but for future maintenance of both properties, the cabin and the seaside house. I named it the Reynolds Legacy Fund. The catch? It could only be accessed by me or a named successor I appointed in writing. No more open doors. No more shared resources. Second, I rewrote my will. I named 2 of my closest friends as executors. I left nothing to my extended family. Then I went one step further. I scheduled a public listing of the seaside house, not on Airbnb, but as a long-term luxury rental, marketed toward out-of-state executives and filmmakers looking for retreat space. I partnered with a private agency that handled VIP clients. Discreet, high-paying, minimal visibility. Emily wouldn't be able to find the address even if she tried. And just to put a bow on it, I purchased the adjoining lot to the cabin, a piece of forest land that had gone up for sale after a nearby development failed. I had no intention of building on it. I just wanted the buffer. It cost me a chunk of the trust, but it was worth it. Now no one could even build near me without my permission. It was the beginning of my own quiet empire, not built from revenge alone, but from self-respect. From drawing boundaries in concrete and property lines. From turning the chaos they dumped on me into fuel. But I wasn't done. Because the next family holiday was around the corner. And I had one final play to make. One that would burn just hot enough to leave a mark, without ever lighting a match. Memorial Day weekend. That's when it happened. The weather was crisp and blue-skied. That perfect coastal spring air that made you want to stand barefoot in the grass with a coffee in hand. I was already at the seaside house that morning, finishing some light landscaping work before the new long-term tenants arrived. A film producer from Seattle had signed a 6-month rental agreement, sight unseen, for nearly $14,000 a month. It covered all the taxes, the renovations, and then some. I was wearing an old flannel, dirt on my hands, music playing low from my truck parked by the garage. It was peaceful, The kind of morning you memorize just in case you need to pull it up later when life gets chaotic again. Then I saw them. 2 cars pulled up along the gravel side road outside the gated drive. One I'd had installed 6 weeks prior. Motion-triggered cameras, stone pillars, automated gate keypad. The whole setup. It was Emily in the lead car, of course. Her husband, Mitch, in tow. Their kids in the back, faces pressed to the window. Jason's SUV rolled in behind them. I recognized it instantly. They didn't see me right away. I stayed by the hedge, behind the small trellis Alan had built decades ago. They got out, stretched, and looked around like tourists stepping into a brochure. Emily pulled out her phone, probably looking for the keypad, while Mitch popped the trunk like he was ready to unload. It hit me then just how confidently they moved, like this was owed to them. Like their presence was enough to justify everything. Emily turned toward the gate and called out, "Nathan." I didn't move. She shouted again, "Nathan, come on. The gate's not opening." Jason walked over to the keypad and started poking buttons. After about a minute, I stepped out of the trellis walkway and crossed the grass toward them. Emily lit up. "There you are? You didn't say this place had been updated. It's gorgeous." Jason gave a sheepish wave. "We figured since you hadn't said anything, maybe a family weekend wouldn't be too much to ask." "You figured wrong," I said flatly. They blinked. Emily laughed. "Oh, come on. Don't be dramatic. The kids need to stretch. We brought food. It'll just be the weekend. We'll be gone Monday." "You're not staying here," I said calmly. "You're not even coming in." Jason frowned. "Is this about Thanksgiving again? You're still holding on to that." "This isn't about Thanksgiving," I replied. "It's about everything. And it ends today." Emily folded her arms. "Nathan, it's a family house. Uncle Alan wouldn't have wanted you to just hoard it." I held up my hand. "Uncle Alan left me this house. Specifically, in writing. You all received copies of the will. If you're still confused, I'm happy to forward it again." Emily's lips tightened. "We just assumed you'd do the right thing." I shrugged. "I did. I legally locked this property down and listed it with a private agency. It's currently under lease to a high-profile tenant. You're trespassing, and you're being recorded." Mitch finally spoke. "Are you serious?" Jason stepped forward. "Nate, come on. Just let us in. You can be mad later." That's when the gate keypad made a click, and the intercom buzzed. A voice crackled through. "Hey, is this the Reynolds property? This is Charlie from Vanguard Security. We've got a ping from the perimeter camera, and the owner said to call in." I pressed the button. "This is Nathan. It's my family. They were just leaving." A pause. "Copy that. Want us to come up just in case?" I looked at Emily. She had gone pale. "No need," I replied. "They're already on their way out." I turned back to the group. "You don't belong here. And before you ask, no, you're not getting access to the cabin either. I bought the adjoining land. I fenced the trails. I registered the easements. Everything is locked down. There is no more dropping by. There is no more family getaway." Emily's voice cracked. "You can't just cut everyone off." "You already did that," I said. "When you turned my boundaries into jokes. When you taught your kids that my home was a playground. When you used guilt like a debit card with no limit." Jason tried again. "So what? You're just out." "I'm free," I said. He stared at me, and for the first time, I saw it. Realization. Not just that I meant it, but that there was nothing they could do. No argument. No manipulation. No twisting of the family narrative. It was done. I nodded toward the road. "Goodbye, Emily." Her eyes flashed. Anger, confusion, maybe even a flicker of guilt, but she said nothing. She turned, barked at Mitch to grab the kids, and slammed her car door so hard it echoed. Jason lingered a second longer. "This doesn't feel right." I looked him in the eye. "It's not supposed to. That's how growth feels when you've never done it." He opened his mouth, but said nothing. Just turned and walked to his car. The engine started. Gravel crunched. And within 2 minutes, they were gone. No fireworks. No screaming. No threats of lawsuits or social media tantrums. Just gone. I stood there for a long time, watching the dust settle on the road, breathing in the ocean wind and the smell of pine. My phone buzzed once, an alert from the security system noting that the vehicles had exited the perimeter. I smiled. Later that evening, I opened my laptop and wrote one final email to the extended family group chat. It was short. "Dear family, effective immediately, I'm stepping back from all family gatherings, group decisions, and inherited expectations. My properties are no longer available for use. I won't be replying to messages requesting otherwise. If you reach out, please know that silence is not an invitation, it's a boundary. Wishing you all peace, Nathan. I clicked send, closed the laptop, and poured myself a drink. There were no angry replies, no protests, just silence. And that was how I knew it worked. They didn't just lose access to a house. They lost access to me. And I had finally reclaimed myself from a lifetime of being the easy one, the quiet one, the one who never made waves. Not anymore. Now, the waves were mine. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid to make them. I'll never forget the sound of my daughter's voice that day. It was soft, emotional, even a little shaky, but every word hit me like a freight train. Thank you for stepping up when my real dad couldn't. And the way she hugged him, right there at the altar, like I hadn't just drained my savings to give her the wedding of her dreams, like I hadn't been the one who stayed. That was the moment I stopped being the doting father. That was the moment I decided I wasn't going to take it anymore. But to explain how it got to that point, I need to go back a bit. Back before the $40,000 venue, before the seating chart drama, before she stopped calling me dad. My name's Ryan. I'm 52 years old, and for most of my adult life, I thought I was doing everything right. I'm not perfect. No one is. But I've always prided myself on being there for my daughter, Emily. Her mother, Karen, yes, that's actually her name, and I divorced when Emily was just 7. It wasn't a messy split, at least not at first. Karen and I had drifted apart over the years, and we agreed to split custody right down the middle. I took every other week, always picked Emily up on time, packed her lunches, helped with homework, even sat through those awkward middle school band recitals with a smile on my face. I did what dads are supposed to do. I showed up. Things started to shift around the time Karen started dating her now husband, Greg. He came into the picture when Emily was around 12. At first, he seemed all right, clean-cut, charming, always polite. But there was something about him that rubbed me the wrong way. It wasn't anything specific, just a kind of smugness, like he was always sizing me up. The way he talked about parenting, casually throwing out phrases like providing structure and offering guidance, like I wasn't already doing that. Like I was just the weekend babysitter. Still, I didn't want to cause any trouble for Emily's sake. If he made Karen happy and treated Emily well, then fine. I bit my tongue. I even shook the man's hand at Emily's high school graduation. That's the kind of dad I am. Emily and I were always close when she was younger. She used to write me Father's Day cards with little stick figure drawings of the two of us. She called me her superhero once, said I was stronger than Iron Man and smarter than Batman. I kept that card in my wallet for years until it finally started falling apart. Somewhere between her teenage years and college, though, something shifted. I know that's normal. Kids grow up and pull away, but with Emily, it felt different. Like she wasn't just growing up, she was growing away from me. The real wedge, I think, was money. Greg is well off. He owns a few car dealerships and drives around in a Mercedes SUV like he's allergic to economy sedans. Karen and Greg moved into a much bigger house when Emily was in high school, complete with a pool and a home theater. And suddenly, my modest 3-bedroom rental with the beat-up grill in the backyard wasn't good enough. Emily never said it outright, but the way she talked about their place, like it was some kind of palace, stung a bit. I tried not to let it show. By the time she got to college, she was spending less and less time with me. Holidays were always complicated, and when she did visit, she was distracted, glued to her phone, making plans with her mom's side of the family. I was still footing part of her tuition, about $12,000 a year, plus books and groceries, and yet somehow, I was becoming the background character in my own daughter's life. Still, I held on to the hope that things would even out. That maybe after graduation, she'd come around. That we'd get back to the way things were. When she called me to tell me she was engaged, I was over the moon. I told her how proud I was of her, how much I couldn't wait to meet her fiancé, how I'd do anything I could to help with the wedding. She hesitated a moment and then asked, "Do you think you could contribute to the budget?" Mom and Greg already offered. Of course I said yes. I offered $40,000 right then and there. It wasn't money I had lying around, not exactly. I'd been saving for a few home improvements, maybe even an early retirement, but I figured, this is my daughter's wedding. A once-in-a-lifetime thing. She deserves the best. What I didn't realize at the time was that helping with the wedding was code for pay for everything while having zero say. I wasn't invited to the venue tours, I wasn't consulted about the guest list. I didn't get a +1, even though I'd been dating a lovely woman named Claire for almost 2 years. Every suggestion I made was brushed off. When I asked if we could include a father-daughter dance, she laughed and said, "Let's see if there's time for that." At first, I thought maybe it was just stress. Weddings bring out the worst in people, right? Maybe she was overwhelmed. Maybe she was trying to keep things even between her two families. But as the months passed, it became increasingly clear I was just the wallet. Meanwhile, Greg was being treated like the actual father of the bride. He was included in the dress-fitting photos. He gave a speech at the rehearsal dinner. He even walked her down the aisle halfway. Emily's idea of being modern, she said. I was supposed to meet her fiancé, Tyler, for coffee months before the wedding. We set the date twice. He no-showed both times. The third time, he texted me 20 minutes before to say, something came up. That something turned out to be a golf trip with Greg. When I asked Emily about it, she said, Tyler just really connects with Greg. He sees him as a mentor. She didn't seem to realize how much that stung. There was a moment about 2 weeks before the wedding when I finally tried to address it. I sat Emily down and told her I felt pushed out, like I wasn't part of the process. I told her I didn't expect to be the center of attention, but I at least wanted to feel like I mattered. She didn't even look up from her phone. "Dad," she said, "you're overthinking it. This is my day. Not everything has to be about you." I stared at her for a moment, searching for the little girl who once made me macaroni necklaces and begged to ride on my shoulders at the zoo. But she was gone, replaced by this cold, dismissive stranger who acted like I was an inconvenience. I went home that night and stared at the check I'd written for the venue deposit. I thought about canceling it. I really did. But then I thought, no, maybe the wedding itself would be different. Maybe in the moment, when she saw me standing there in the front row, something would shift. Maybe she'd remember who I was, what I'd done for her, what we'd been through. I clung to that hope like a fool. And then came the wedding day. That morning, no one told me where to go. I had to track down a coordinator just to find out where to sit. I wasn't part of any photos. When I finally saw Emily before the ceremony, she gave me a quick side hug and said, "Glad you made it," like I was some distant uncle. Then, during the ceremony, as the music started and she walked down the aisle, she paused halfway and turned to Greg. She hugged him tightly. Everyone clapped. And then, with a mic clipped to her dress, she said the words that still echo in my head. "Thank you for stepping up when my real dad couldn't." The crowd laughed. Some people clapped. Karen wiped a tear. And I just sat there, frozen. Then something inside me snapped. I stood up. And that's where everything changed. I didn't storm out. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just stood there for a moment, staring at my daughter, my own flesh and blood, while the sound of her voice replayed over and over in my head like some cruel loop I couldn't shut off. When my real dad couldn't. It felt like the oxygen got sucked out of the room. Not a single person turned to look at me, not even Karen. They were all too busy smiling at Greg, who looked like he'd just been handed the keys to the kingdom. Chest puffed out. That smug little half nod he gave the audience, like he was the star of the show. I sat back down slowly, my knees stiff, my mind moving 1,000 miles an hour. Everything after that was a blur. I heard the officiant mumbling something about vows and love and unity, but I wasn't really there. I was in every memory, every scraped knee I cleaned, every math test I stayed up late to help her study for, every birthday party I planned, every rainy night I drove across town because she forgot her textbook at her mom's. I was in every school auditorium and parent-teacher meeting and doctor's appointment. I was there when she got her first period and didn't want to tell her mom. I was the one who ran out to the pharmacy at midnight and gave her the most awkward, loving, dad-level pep talk of my life. But none of that mattered. Not anymore. After the ceremony, there was a cocktail hour. Everyone was mingling, laughing, taking photos by the flower arch. I stood off to the side, watching. Claire, my girlfriend, had offered to come, but I told her not to. "It's Emily's big day," I said. "I don't want to make anything uncomfortable." Now I wished more than anything that she had come. I needed someone in my corner. Someone who saw what I saw. I caught Emily near the bar, posing for a photo with Greg and her bridesmaids. She looked radiant, I'll admit that. Beautiful in her gown, glowing with that just-married energy. But when she looked in Greg's direction, it wasn't just admiration, it was worship. Like he could do no wrong. When the photographer turned away, I walked up to her. Quietly. Calmly. Emily, I said, can we talk? She didn't look thrilled. Dad, now? We're about to cut the cake. It'll just take a second. She sighed and followed me a few steps away, behind one of the tent pillars. Still in view, but out of earshot. I took a deep breath. That line during the ceremony. About your real dad. Was that really necessary? Her expression flattened. Oh my God, are you seriously making this about you right now? I blinked. I'm not making it about me. I'm trying to understand why you would say that. After everything I've done, after paying for this entire wedding, you publicly thanked Greg and said I couldn't step up? She rolled her eyes. It was a moment, Dad. Greg has been there for me in ways you never could. What does that even mean? I asked, my voice lower now. I've been there your entire life. She crossed her arms. You've been present, sure. But Greg helped me get into grad school. He introduced me to Tyler's company. He mentors me. You're good for birthday cards and checks, Dad. That's all. I took a half step back like I'd been slapped. My jaw clenched, but I didn't say anything. Not yet. She kept going. And honestly, I didn't want to say this today, but since you're bringing it up, if paying for the wedding was your way of buying relevance, that's not how it works. You offered. No one asked you to. I stood there stunned. My tongue felt heavy in my mouth. I wanted to say so many things, to scream that she was wrong, to remind her of all the ways I'd gone above and beyond, but the words didn't come. And part of me knew she wouldn't hear them anyway. Finally, I managed to ask, do you even see me as your father anymore? She looked at me, really looked at me, for a half second. Then, flatly, I see you as someone who helped raise me. But Greg is the one I look up to now. And just like that, something cracked inside me. Not in an explosive way. It was more like a quiet snap, the kind you barely notice until you realize something doesn't fit the same way anymore. I nodded once and turned to leave. Wait, she called out, almost as an afterthought. We're doing family speeches after the cake. I wrote one for you to read. It's short, 2 minutes, tops. I didn't respond. I just walked away. When I got to the parking lot, I sat in my car for 10 minutes straight, staring at the steering wheel. My hands were shaking. Not with rage, just disbelief. Sadness. The kind that sits low in your gut and makes your ribs feel hollow. I scrolled through my phone, through old photos of Emily. Age 4 at the beach, covered in sand and chocolate ice cream. Age 9, holding up her science fair trophy. Age 16, standing next to me at her junior prom, grinning in that navy blue dress we'd picked out together. She used to look at me like I hung the moon. When did that change? When did I become disposable? I almost drove home right then. Almost. But something held me back. Call it pride. Call it spite. Call it whatever you want. I walked back in through the side gate, nodded to a few people, and stood in the shadows near the catering table as they wheeled out the 5-tier cake. I watched her and Tyler feed each other messy slices, laughing as frosting got on her nose. I saw Karen dabbing her eyes and Greg with his arm around her waist like he'd been there from day one. And then it was time for the speeches. The MC got on the mic. We have a few special people lined up to say a few words to the happy couple. Karen went first. She kept it brief, something about watching Emily grow into a strong, independent woman. Then Greg spoke. His speech was longer. He called Emily his shining light and told a story about teaching her to parallel park. The crowd laughed. He ended with, "It's been the honor of my life to be your dad in all the ways that matter." More clapping. Some sniffles. Then the MC said, "And now, Emily's father, Ryan, has a few words." I didn't move. The crowd turned. Some people started whispering. Emily looked confused, then annoyed. She stepped toward the mic herself. "He had a speech," she said, laughing awkwardly. "Maybe he's in the bathroom." That's when I stepped forward, but not toward the mic. I walked right past the dance floor, right past the stage, right up to Emily. "I won't be giving a speech," I said quietly. "But thanks for letting me know where we stand." She blinked, thrown off. "What are you talking about?" I handed her a small envelope. "That's the final payment I was supposed to send the venue next week. You might want to take care of that yourself." Her eyes widened. "Wait, Dad, what?" I didn't answer. I turned and walked straight out the door. I didn't look back. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering how I'd become an afterthought in my own daughter's story. I thought about all the signs I'd ignored, all the little slights, the missed thank yous, the favoring of Greg, the slow erasure of my role in her life. I'd chalked it all up to wedding stress, to growing up, to modern family dynamics. But the truth was much simpler. She didn't respect me anymore. Maybe she hadn't in a long time. The next morning, I woke up to 12 missed calls and a few text messages from Emily. Emily, Dad, we need to talk. Please don't do anything dramatic. Emily, that envelope was empty. What's going on? Emily, I don't understand. Why are you being like this? No apology. No regret. Just confusion that the human ATM had suddenly stopped dispensing. Then came a text from Karen. Karen, Ryan, what the hell are you trying to prove? You're embarrassing yourself. And one from Greg. Greg, let's be adults here. You're better than this. I stared at that last one for a long time. Adults. Like he was the authority now. Like I was the bitter ex clinging to the spotlight. I didn't respond to any of them. Not yet. Instead, I called my financial advisor. Hi, Scott, I said. Quick question. What would it take to pull back the rest of that $40,000 gift before it finalizes on the contract? Scott paused. Well, depending on the vendor timelines. Why? What happened? I took a breath. Just tell me what's possible. Because suddenly, I had an idea. One that wasn't dramatic. One that wasn't petty. It was precise. And I knew exactly where to start. It's funny how fast people show you who they are when you stop giving them what they want. The moment I pulled that final payment and left the wedding early, I went from beloved father to unstable troublemaker in record time. The narrative flipped overnight, and I didn't even get a heads up. Suddenly, I was the one ruining her special day. The villain. The ungrateful parent who couldn't handle not being the center of attention. That's what Emily told people anyway. She didn't call me again. Not once. At first, it hurt like hell. The first week after the wedding was the worst. I kept checking my phone like a fool, half hoping she'd call just to scream at me. Anything to show she still cared. I was angry, but more than that, I was grieving. Not just the moment at the altar. Not just the line she said in front of everyone. I was mourning the entire relationship. The bond one thought we had. The years I spent building something I assumed was unbreakable. Turns out, I was the only one holding on. I didn't tell Claire everything at first. I just said, the wedding didn't go well. But she knew me too well to leave it at that. She came over the next night with takeout and a bottle of wine, and I finally broke down. Really broke down. I told her everything. About the speech, the snub, the cold conversations, the real dad comment. I even read her the texts Emily sent me afterward, trying to guilt me into sending the rest of the money. Claire didn't say much. She just sat with me, her hand on my back, quiet while I let it all out. Finally, she said, you did everything you could, Ryan. You were a good father. You still are. That made me cry harder. I needed that reminder. I really did. Because for a while, I started questioning everything. Was I too passive? Too accommodating? Did I make it too easy for Karen and Greg to step in and rewrite my role? I started digging through old emails, old receipts. Not out of bitterness. Well, maybe a little, but more out of this need to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined it. That I had shown up. That I had paid for summer camps, school trips, braces, therapy when she was 13 and spiraling. I even found the paperwork from when I took out a loan to help cover the down payment on her first apartment after college. Greg hadn't been around for any of that. I didn't send any of it to her, of course. What would have been the point? She wasn't listening. Not anymore. So I stopped trying. I deleted the wedding photos off my phone. I muted Emily's social media accounts. I archived every folder with her name in my email inbox. I even boxed up the scrapbooks I made of her childhood, pictures, drawings, birthday cards, all of it, and stored them in the attic. I wasn't throwing them out. I just couldn't look at them for a while. It felt like I'd been walking around with this open wound, and everyone around me was pretending not to notice. Even some of my friends, well-meaning guys from work, mostly, kept saying things like, she'll come around, or daughters go through phases. But it didn't feel like a phase. It felt like a severance. And the worst part? No one really asks how fathers feel when this kind of thing happens. If a mom got publicly humiliated at her daughter's wedding, people would rally around her. But a dad? You're expected to suck it up. Be stoic. Move on. Write another check. But I couldn't move on. Not yet. I took some time off work. Just a few days. I told my assistant I had family matters to deal with, and she didn't ask questions. I work in real estate. I run a mid-sized brokerage in town, and thankfully, I've got a solid team under me. I'd spent years building it up from nothing. Back when Emily was little, I'd work insane hours just to keep us afloat, sometimes sleeping in my car between showings because I couldn't afford gas to drive home and back. But I made it work. And eventually, the business took off. Funny thing is, I never stopped working for her. Every milestone, hiring my first employee, opening a second office, hitting 7 figures, I'd immediately think, now I can finally afford to send Emily to that private school, or this means I can cover her master's program without loans. She was always my benchmark for success. Every move I made with her in mind. But now, for the first time in years, I had to ask myself, what does success look like if she's not part of the picture? I didn't have an answer. Not yet. Claire was patient. She didn't rush me, didn't press me to get over it. She just existed beside me. That's what I needed. Someone who didn't try to fix it, just let me feel what I needed to feel. One night, about 3 weeks after the wedding, we were sitting on my porch, sipping coffee. The air was cool, and the sun was just setting behind the hills. I hadn't said much that evening, but out of nowhere, Claire asked, if you weren't Emily's dad, if you were just Ryan, the man, what would you want your life to look like? The question hit me like a punch to the chest. I'd never really thought about that. Just Ryan. Not dad. Not Karen's ex. Not the one who funds everyone's lifestyle. Just me. I don't know, I admitted. I've been a dad so long, I kind of forgot what else there is. Claire smiled softly. Then maybe it's time to remember. That night, after she left, I sat at my desk and opened a fresh journal. Just a blank notebook I hadn't used in years. And I wrote, in big block letters across the first page, what do I want? It felt stupid at first, like a teenager writing in a diary. But then I started writing. And writing. No filters. No shame. Just thoughts. Goals. Regrets. Dreams I'd buried. Things I missed doing. Places I wanted to go. People I'd lost touch with. Things I wanted to build that had nothing to do with parenting. Over the next few weeks, that journal became my anchor. I started running again. Just a mile or 2 each morning, nothing crazy. But it cleared my head. I dusted off my old guitar, the one I hadn't touched since Emily was in middle school. I even took a woodworking class at the community center, something I'd always wanted to try but never had time for. And I reconnected with my brother, James. We hadn't spoken much since Mom died, but he reached out after hearing about what happened at the wedding. Heard through the grapevine, he said. Thought you might want to talk. I drove up to his place that weekend, and we sat in his garage with beers, talking until 2 a.m. He said something that stuck with me. You gave her a runway, Ryan. But the flight plan she filed? That's on her. Not you. That was the first time I felt something shift. Just a little. Like maybe I didn't have to carry the whole weight forever. Meanwhile, things at the brokerage started picking up again. One of our agents closed a record deal on a lakefront property, and I decided to reward the whole team with a weekend retreat. Rented out a cozy resort up north, all expenses paid. The younger agents were shocked. One of them said, "Dang, Mr. Reynolds, you're on a whole new vibe lately." And maybe I was. I started mentoring a few of the new hires myself, something I hadn't done in years. And for the first time, I realized how much I enjoyed it. Watching people grow, guiding them, not out of obligation, but because it felt meaningful. Claire noticed the change, too. You're standing straighter, she told me one night. Smiling more. I hadn't even realized it. Around that same time, I got a call from an old friend, Tom, a guy I used to play poker with every month before life got too busy. He was organizing a charity auction for a local shelter and asked if I'd be willing to donate a weekend stay at one of my rental properties. I agreed without hesitation and even offered to match the winning bid. That auction ended up raising more than $50,000, and the local paper did a little write-up about it. They quoted me as saying, "Sometimes life gives you a second chance to do something that matters. Take it." When I read that quote back, I realized I meant it. And still, through all of this rebuilding, the grief lingered. It wasn't always loud, but it was there, like a shadow that followed me in quiet moments. Sometimes I'd see a dad and daughter laughing in the park, and it would hit me all over again. Sometimes I'd hear a song she used to love and feel that ache in my chest. But I didn't shove it down anymore. I let myself feel it. Then I let it pass. That's when the email came. Not from Emily. From Tyler, her husband. The subject line read, "I hope this reaches you." And the message? Well, that's when everything started to turn again. Tyler's name in my inbox hit me like a jolt of static. It had been nearly 2 months since the wedding. Too long, sobering months of silence from Emily and the rest of her camp. And yet, here he was. I stared at the subject line for a while, half expecting it to disappear if I looked away. But it stayed. I hope this reaches you. That alone told me everything I needed to know. Tyler was reaching out behind Emily's back. I clicked it open. Hi, Ryan. I know this message is probably the last thing you want right now. I can only imagine how you felt after what happened at the wedding, and I just want to say I'm sorry. I know that doesn't fix anything. I've been thinking about sending this for weeks, but honestly, I didn't know if I should. I didn't know if I was allowed. Emily has been adamant that you made your choice and that you don't want anything to do with the family anymore. But I'm starting to think maybe she's not telling the whole story. Look, this might be out of line, but I need to ask, can we talk? Just you and me. No strings, no tricks. I think there's a lot going on here that you don't know. And you deserve to. Tyler, my first instinct was suspicion. Was this a trap? Some ploy to guilt me into an apology? But the tone, it didn't feel like Emily's voice. It felt hesitant, careful, almost guilty. I didn't reply right away. I let it sit. Instead, I forwarded the email to myself, printed a copy, and tucked it into my journal. Then I slept on it. And the next morning, I brewed my strongest coffee, sat on the porch, and replied. Tyler, I'm listening. He responded within the hour, asking to meet in person. A neutral spot. His idea. We settled on a little coffee shop in a quiet part of town, the kind of place with no Wi-Fi and too many plants. He showed up 5 minutes early, already waiting when I got there. No flashy clothes, no smug grin. Just a nervous young man with dark circles under his eyes and a wedding band he kept twisting around his finger. We made awkward small talk for the first few minutes. Then I leaned forward and said, Tyler, just say whatever it is you came to say. He looked around, lowered his voice, and said the one sentence that cracked everything open. Emily never told you about the trust fund, did she? I blinked. What trust fund? Tyler exhaled like he'd just pulled the pin on a grenade. The one you set up when she was 13. The one with the clause that she couldn't touch it until she got married. Or until she turned 30. I sat back. Hard. That trust fund had slipped my mind. I'd opened it years ago, right after selling a large commercial property downtown. At the time, I'd wanted to do something special, something lasting, for Emily. Something that wasn't just groceries or college tuition. I put away $250,000 and let it sit in a high-growth portfolio. By now, with interest and market growth, it had to be worth over $500,000. And she'd never once mentioned it. Neither had Karen. You're telling me, I said slowly, that Emily knew about the fund before the wedding? He nodded. Karen told her. Apparently, Greg's friend is a financial advisor, and they found the paperwork. Emily didn't want to tell you she knew because she thought it would make her look greedy. But once she knew it would unlock after the wedding. He trailed off. I didn't need him to finish the sentence. That's why the wedding happened so fast. That's why she'd been so obsessed with making it perfect. And that's why she went through the motions of pretending to care about my involvement, just enough to make sure I didn't rock the boat. So let me guess, I said. She and Greg have plans for the money? Tyler hesitated, then nodded. They're opening a marketing firm. Greg's idea. Emily was going to be the face of it. Greg handles the operations. Karen gets a seat on the board. I was told to stay out of it. You're not on that level yet, Greg said. I thought he was joking at first. I stared at him, the weight of everything settling around me like fog. So I was a funding mechanism, I said bitterly. Nothing more. Tyler didn't deny it. That silence said enough. I wasn't supposed to say anything, he added. But after the wedding, something shifted. The way they talk about you. It's cold. Like you're an obstacle, not family. He looked up at me, eyes hardening. I wanted to marry Emily because I loved her. I still do. But I didn't sign up for this. For lies, for manipulation, for being told to pick sides. And I think you need to know what they're planning. That meeting turned into 2 hours. Tyler told me everything. Every conversation he overheard. Every strategy meeting they held behind closed doors. The way Karen and Greg framed me as emotionally unstable and financially insecure, trying to justify cutting me out of the new business plan entirely. They were already drawing up paperwork to name Greg as Emily's financial guardian for asset protection purposes. They were spinning a narrative that I was no longer trustworthy with large sums of money, that I was impulsive, vindictive. That's when I knew. This wasn't just about a ruined wedding anymore. It was a coup. And they were trying to erase me from my daughter's legacy while using the money I'd built to do it. So I thanked Tyler, told him to stay close, to play along, and to keep his ears open, because I was going to burn the entire plan to the ground. But I wasn't going to do it with emotion. That's what they were expecting. An outburst, a tantrum, something they could point to as proof of my instability. No, I was going to do it with paperwork, precision, and patience. The first thing I did was call my attorney. I'd known Linda for over a decade, sharp as a blade and twice as deadly in court. I walked her through everything, what Tyler had told me, what I suspected, what the original trust clause had stated. She pulled up the documents immediately. "You're still the trustee," she confirmed. "Technically, Emily has access, but you control the disbursement process." "Can I freeze it?" I asked. She paused. "Not without cause, but if there's evidence of manipulation, coercion, or bad faith." I smiled. "Good, because we're about to get all three." Over the next 2 weeks, I worked in secret. Claire helped. So did Tyler. We gathered screenshots, voice memos, even a video clip Tyler secretly recorded of Greg bragging about how he played Ryan like a violin to fund the wedding and unlock the trust. Karen could be heard in the background saying, "It's poetic justice. He never knew how to be a real father anyway." That one hurt, but it also sealed their fate. Linda drafted a motion to place the trust under temporary protective review, citing potential fraud and undue influence. Meanwhile, I contacted the bank and initiated a pause on all disbursements, pending a financial ethics inquiry. I also set up a private forensic audit to trace any early attempts to siphon or redirect funds. And then, I made one final call. To my old college roommate, David. He's a senior editor at a well-known regional business journal. The kind of guy who loves a good scoop, especially one involving real estate moguls, shady money grabs, and betrayal among upstanding families. We met for lunch. I told him everything. He took notes, and then he smiled. "This," he said, "is going to hit like a nuke." But I wasn't done yet. While the paperwork churned through the legal system and the article quietly went into draft mode, I made one final move. I rewrote my will. I left a letter to Emily. Not angry, not cruel, just honest. And then I rerouted the trust. Still for her, but conditional now. Based on ethical behavior, regular check-ins, and, most importantly, sole access. No Karen, no Greg, no shared ventures. If she chose to walk away from them, the money was hers. Every last cent. But if she stayed in their orbit, she got nothing, not a dime. And as Linda notarized the final page, I felt something I hadn't felt in months. Not rage, not sadness, clarity. Because now I wasn't just reacting. I was ready. The article dropped on a Monday morning. Not a word of warning, not a whisper beforehand, just a full front-page spread in the business section, headlined, "Real Estate Mogul's Family Feud Exposes Bitter Power Struggle Over $500,000 Trust." I sat in my office, coffee in hand, watching the digital version spread like wildfire on social media. The journalist, my old college buddy David, had done his homework. The piece was sharp, factual, and devastatingly thorough. It outlined my background, the creation of the trust, the intent behind it, and the events leading up to the wedding. Then it pivoted, highlighting the sudden acceleration of the ceremony, the suspicious rebranding of Greg's new business, and the whispers of financial coercion. David never named Tyler directly, but there were enough anonymous quotes, sources close to the couple, to make the message clear. This wasn't just a story about a father cut out of a wedding. It was about a man being erased from his own legacy. By noon, my phone was lighting up with texts. Agents from my brokerage, colleagues, even former clients. "Is this about you? That can't be true, right? Dude, if that's real, you're a legend." But the most satisfying text came from an unlisted number, a screenshot of Greg's face, red, furious, taken from a leaked Zoom meeting. Tyler had sent it with no caption. He didn't need one. Greg was losing control. Over the next 48 hours, everything unraveled. The forensic audit I'd commissioned had finished just in time. Linda, my attorney, sent the findings straight to Emily's bank, accompanied by a formal injunction. According to the audit, Greg had already begun setting up a funnel account under the shell of Sunvale Consulting LLC, intended to receive an early loan from Emily's trust, money he'd falsely labeled as a down payment on their future firm's operating expenses. The bank froze all related accounts immediately. Legal red flags everywhere. Emily, now legally married, was the beneficiary, but she couldn't move a cent without trustee approval. And that trustee was still me. So I picked up the phone, called her. She didn't answer, so I left a voicemail. Emily, I saw the paperwork. I know about the fund. I know what Greg tried to do. This isn't a threat, it's a wake-up call. You still have a choice. Walk away from them, and we can talk. But if you let this continue, you'll lose more than just the money. You'll lose me. For good. No reply. For a few days, silence. Then, on a Thursday night, I received a single text. Emily, can we talk? We met at a public park. Neutral ground. I arrived early and sat on a bench near the duck pond. She showed up 10 minutes late, sunglasses on, tension radiating off her in waves. She didn't say hi. She just sat. I didn't know, she said finally. Not everything. I didn't know about the shell company, or what Greg was planning behind my back. I didn't speak. I let her keep going. I knew about the trust, she admitted. And yeah, I let Mom and Greg influence how I saw you. I let them convince me you were small, safe to ignore. I was angry at you for not fighting harder when I pulled away. I thought it meant you didn't care. I swallowed hard. Emily, I've spent my whole life fighting for you. Sometimes quietly, but always fiercely. She nodded, eyes glossy. I see that now. Another pause. They're furious, she whispered. Greg said you sabotaged everything. Mom called you a narcissist. They're pressuring me to sue you for breach of fiduciary duty. I turned to face her. Calm. Steady. Let them try. She blinked. What? I leaned forward. Greg used deception to try to access money that wasn't his. Karen supported it. You let it happen. I warned you. I gave you a choice. You picked them. She started to speak, but I held up a hand. I'm not angry anymore, Emily. I'm done feeling betrayed. But I am clear. The trust is conditional now. You'll get it. All of it. Every penny. But only if you file legal separation from Greg, remove Karen from all financial authority, and enter individual financial counseling for 6 months. That's the deal. No discussions. No second chances. Her face contorted between disbelief, guilt, and something bordering on panic. That's manipulative. No, I said. It's protective. Of my legacy. Of you. And frankly, of my sanity. Her lips trembled. I don't know if I can do that. I nodded. Then we're done here. I stood and left her sitting on the bench, shaking. Over the next few weeks, the fallout deepened. Karen tried to blast me on social media, posting a long, faux inspirational rant about toxic exes and emotional abuse masked as generosity. The comments were brutal. Too many people had read the article. Too many receipts were floating around. One of her old friends even replied, Girl, didn't he pay for her entire college and the wedding? Sit down. Greg, meanwhile, went silent. His dealerships faced sudden audits, thanks to an anonymous tip, not mine, but I had my suspicions. A few sketchy financing schemes came to light. One of his branches had its license temporarily suspended. Investors pulled out of Sunvale Consulting before it even launched. Poetic. As for Tyler, he quietly moved into one of my vacant rental units a few miles out of town. He filed for annulment a month later. Said he wanted out before the lies turned into habits. We kept in touch. He thanked me for not lumping him in with the rest. Emily didn't call again. Not for a long time. But 6 months later, I got a letter. Handwritten. Folded neatly. No return address. Dad. I filed the paperwork. I left Greg. I cut Mom off. I started therapy. I got a part-time job. I'm rebuilding. I don't expect forgiveness. But I hope for it. I understand now. I really do. I'm ready to earn back the trust. Yours, and the one you built for me. If the offer still stands. I'd like to talk. Emily. I read it 3 times. Then I sat back and smiled. Not because I'd won. Because I'd stopped needing to. And because for the first time in years, I felt like I finally had peace. She could rebuild, just like I had. Or she could walk away. Either way, I wasn't waiting anymore. Because I'd already rebuilt my life on something far more solid than validation. I built it on self-respect. And this time, no one was taking it from me. They tried to bury me, but they didn't realize I was the soil, not the seed. My name is Ethan. I'm 26 years old, and last month, I graduated from medical school. It should have been the proudest, happiest moment of my life, the moment everything I sacrificed for finally paid off. But instead of a weekend filled with family hugs, flowers, and maybe a clumsy speech or two about how proud they were, I spent the day alone, clutching a rolled-up piece of paper that felt a lot heavier than it should have. It all started 6 months before graduation. I was deep into my rotations, surviving on caffeine and stubbornness, when I got the official notice. The ceremony would be held downtown, capped at 6 tickets per graduate. A limited guest list, but manageable. I didn't even hesitate. I booked 6 flights: my mom, dad, brother, sister-in-law, aunt, and uncle. Round-trip tickets. Not cheap either, especially on a student budget, but it felt like the right thing to do. I even reserved a block of hotel rooms nearby and put a deposit down on a celebratory dinner at a nice restaurant they all loved. After everything we'd been through, every missed birthday, every holiday I'd spent holed up in a library or pulling night shifts, I thought this was the least I could do. A thank you to them for sticking by me. A way to make all the missed moments worth it. At first, everyone acted excited. My mom posted about it in the family group chat, our doctor. So proud, complete with way too many emojis. My dad joked about having to dust off the old suit. Even my uncle, who usually didn't have much to say, sent a thumbs up emoji. It felt good. It felt like maybe, just maybe, they finally saw me. I should have known better. The first red flag came about a month later. My aunt texted me out of the blue. "Hey, Ethan, quick cue. What's the refund policy on those flights?" I stared at the message for a long moment, my heart sinking in that familiar way it always did when dealing with my family. I replied carefully, trying not to sound paranoid. Non-refundable. But why? She left me on read. A week after that, my brother mentioned, almost casually, that they were thinking about a family cruise. "Just tossing ideas around," he said. "No big deal." When I asked when this cruise was supposed to happen, he said they hadn't picked dates yet. "Maybe mid-May," he added, like it was no big deal. I reminded him mid-May was my graduation. He just laughed. Yeah, we'll figure it out." I tried to brush it off. Told myself they wouldn't miss something this important. They wouldn't. 2 weeks before the ceremony, the truth came out. I was pulling another late night at the hospital when my phone buzzed. A text from my mom, short and cold. "We decided to go on the cruise instead. We're proud of you, but sitting through your fake success sounds miserable. Love you." Fake success. I sat there, my scrub still sticky with the day's grime, reading those words over and over. Fake success. Like the years of grinding through undergrad, the endless nights in med school, the hours upon hours spent treating patients for free, none of it counted. None of it was real because it didn't fit into whatever story they wanted to tell themselves about who I was. I didn't respond. I couldn't. Every time I tried to type something, my hands just shook too much. An hour later, another text came in. This time from my uncle. "We'll celebrate something real instead." I don't know why, but that one hit even harder. Maybe because he'd always been the one I thought understood me best. When I was a kid, he'd bring me science kits and tell me I was too smart for this town. He was the first person I called when I got into med school. The first person I thought would show up for me now. And he chose a cruise over me. That night, after pacing around my tiny apartment for hours, I made a decision. A cold, clear decision that settled into my bones like ice. They didn't deserve my kindness anymore. The next morning, I called the airline and canceled all their return flights. It cost me a couple $100 extra in fees, but I didn't care. It was worth every penny. I also sent out a mass email to the hotel, canceling the rooms I'd reserved. And the restaurant? Canceled, with a polite note explaining unforeseen family circumstances. Then, just to drive the knife a little deeper, I mailed them each a copy of my degree, a real one, printed on thick, expensive paper, along with a simple note tucked inside. "Thank you for teaching me that some things are better done alone." Graduation day arrived cold and overcast, the kind of gray sky that looks like it's holding back tears. I dressed in my gown and cap by myself. Took the bus downtown by myself. Walked into the convention center by myself. I watched as my classmates posed for photos with parents who had shown up 2 hours early, siblings who cheered way too loudly, friends who held signs and wore matching shirts. I watched it all with a hollow sort of detachment, like I was behind glass. My phone buzzed nonstop in my pocket, texts, calls, voicemails, but I didn't check any of it. I already knew what they would say. Angry, confused, demanding. Maybe a few fake apologies thrown in once they realized they had no easy way home. But it didn't matter anymore. When it was finally my turn, I walked across the stage alone. No cheers. No flashes of cameras. Just the low, steady thud of my shoes against the polished floor. I shook the dean's hand, accepted my degree, and smiled for the official photo like nothing was wrong. Inside, though, everything had changed. When the ceremony ended, I stepped outside into the misty afternoon. I pulled out my phone, saw the 37 missed calls from Mom and Dad and Aunt Kathy flashing angrily across the screen, and without a second thought, I powered it off. Then I just stood there for a moment, breathing in the damp air, feeling more weightless than I had in years. No plans, no obligations, no fake family expectations dragging me down. For the first time in my life, I wasn't chasing their approval. I turned and started walking, no real destination in mind, letting the city swallow me up. And that was just the beginning. The city buzzed around me as I wandered aimlessly, diploma clutched under one arm like a lifeline. Horns blared, pedestrians brushed past, snippets of conversations floated in the air, all of it somehow distant, like background noise in someone else's life. I kept walking, past the restaurants where families were piling in, laughing and celebrating, past the hotels where flowers and balloons crowded the lobbies, past it all, until the streets got quieter, the buildings a little older, the sidewalks cracked and uneven. I found myself in front of a little coffee shop I used to study at back when I couldn't afford anything but black drip and stale muffins. It looked exactly the same. For a moment, I just stood there, staring through the fogged-up windows, remembering all the nights I spent at that rickety corner table with my nose buried in textbooks while the world went on without me. No one cheering, no one even noticing. Nothing had really changed, had it? The thought made me laugh, a sharp, humorless sound that startled a couple walking past. I didn't care. I pushed open the door, ordered the cheapest coffee on the menu, and sank into that same wobbly table by the window. It was there, with the bitter steam rising in front of me, that my phone finally turned itself back on. The battery was low, but it had enough life to light up the screen, and that's when I saw just how deep the damage ran. 63 missed calls, 18 voicemails, dozens of texts, all from the people who had decided I wasn't worth rearranging their vacation for. Most of the early messages were furious. Mom texted, "What did you do? Where are our tickets?" Dad texted, "This isn't funny, Ethan. Fix this now." Aunt Kathy texted, "You're being childish. Grow up and call us back." Uncle Dave, short and blunt, "You're pathetic." But as the hours dragged on and they realized I wasn't answering, the tone shifted. The fury gave way to panic. Mom again, "We can't afford new flights, Ethan. Please, we're stuck here." Dad texted, "We don't even know where we are. The cruise is leaving soon. We need your help." Even Aunt Kathy, usually the loudest and most dismissive, had sent a string of frantic texts. "I'm sorry, okay? Just please, answer. We're stranded." I stared at the screen, coffee cooling in my hands, and felt nothing. No satisfaction, no rage, no sadness. Just a hollow, tired sort of relief. They were finally feeling what I had felt my entire life, abandoned, forgotten, left to fend for myself while everyone else moved on without a second thought. A petty voice inside me whispered, "Good. Let them sit in it for once." But even as that thought flickered, another notification popped up, a voicemail from my mom, left just 20 minutes earlier. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the play button. Against my better judgment, I tapped it. At first, all I could hear was her breathing, shallow and shaky. Then her voice, raw and frantic. "Ethan, please, we're so sorry. We didn't think. We thought you'd understand. We didn't know you'd take it this far. Please call me back. Please. We don't have the money for flights. We don't know what to do. You're scaring me. You're scaring all of us." She broke down into sobs before the recording cut off. I leaned back in my chair, staring up at the stained ceiling tiles, feeling the weight of it all pressing down on me. For so long, I had begged for their love, their approval, their pride. I had twisted myself into not trying to be the son they could boast about at barbecues and family reunions. I had paid for their flights, planned their hotels, booked their dinners, all because a part of me still hoped that if I just did enough, if I just achieved enough, they'd finally see me. And they had, just long enough to decide I wasn't worth staying for. I pulled out my wallet and looked at the crumpled photo I kept tucked behind my ID, a picture of me at 8 years old, missing a front tooth, standing proudly with a homemade future doctor badge stuck to my chest. My mom had taken that photo. I remember her laughing, saying, "Dream big, Ethan." I guess she just hadn't thought I'd actually do it. The coffee had gone cold, the rain had started to fall in steady sheets against the window, but I didn't move. I just sat there, listening to the quiet hum of the city outside and the distant buzz of more incoming calls I had no intention of answering. Somewhere out there, my family was stranded at a second-rate motel near the cruise port, waiting for a rescue that wasn't coming. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel guilty. I felt free. Still, a small, sharp pain twisted in my chest. Not because I missed them, but because I finally accepted that they were never really mine to miss. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a text from my cousin, Lily, one of the few family members who had actually supported me quietly over the years. Lily texted, "I heard what happened. If you want, come stay with me for a few days. No pressure. Proud of you, Doc." I stared at her message for a long time before replying, 2 simple words, "On my way." I grabbed my diploma, tossed the half-drunk coffee into the trash, and stepped back out into the rain. Behind me, the phone lit up again, another call from Mom. Another voicemail waiting to be heard. But I didn't look back. The rain had picked up by the time I made it to the bus stop, fat droplets soaking into my gown, my shoes, even my skin, but I barely noticed. I felt lighter with every step, like I was peeling off layers of old, heavy expectations I hadn't even realized I was still carrying. The city blurred around me, neon signs bleeding into puddles, cars hissing by in the wet streets. Somewhere in the chaos, I realized I was smiling. Not a bitter smile. Not a fake one. A real one. I hopped onto a half-empty bus heading toward Lily's apartment, tucking my diploma close to my chest like it might disappear if I wasn't careful. The ride was quiet, save for the hum of the engine and the occasional cough from the back. It gave me time to think, really think, about what came next. Because there was no going back after this. No patching it up with apologies. No pretending this hadn't happened. And for once, I didn't want to fix it. I didn't want to be the one who smoothed things over, who carried all the hurt quietly because it was easier for everyone else. They had made their choice. They had picked a cruise over my future. They had mocked my dreams and expected me to smile through it. They were the ones who taught me how to survive alone. I was just finally listening. Lily met me outside her apartment with a big, crooked umbrella and an even bigger grin. She didn't say anything at first, just pulled me into a fierce hug that somehow squeezed all the breath out of me and made the burning behind my eyes even worse. She smelled like cinnamon and coffee, and for a second, I thought maybe, just maybe, I hadn't lost everything after all. "You did it," she whispered against my soaked gown. "They don't get to take that away from you." I nodded, swallowing hard, unable to trust my voice. Inside, she tossed me a towel and a dry hoodie and let me crash on her couch without asking a million questions. No judgment. No fake sympathy. Just quiet understanding, the kind that doesn't need to be spoken to be felt. We ordered cheap pizza, pulled up a stupid comedy on Netflix, and for the first time in weeks, I felt normal. Safe. It wasn't until around midnight, when the rain had finally tapered off into a gentle drizzle, that I dared to check my phone again. The screen exploded with new messages. At first, it was more of the same, furious demands, desperate pleas, guilt-tripping attempts at reconciliation. My dad's messages shifted from angry, "You're embarrassing yourself," "Grow up," to desperate, "We're running out of money. Ethan, you're ruining this family." My mom, always the emotional one, sent a long text that read more like a list of excuses than an apology. "We didn't realize how much this meant to you. We thought you'd understand. You've always been so serious. We didn't think you'd mind. We just needed a break. You're still our son. Please answer." Still their son. Like biology outweighed everything else. Then came the group messages. My brother chimed in, acting like he was the victim. "You didn't have to cancel the flights. You didn't have to leave us stranded. You're acting selfish. It's not a good look, man." Aunt Kathy threw in her 2 cents. "Family forgives. That's what real family does. You're blowing this out of proportion." Even Uncle Dave, who had been the first to mock my fake success, now sent a text that simply said, "Enough. Fix this." I sat there on Lily's couch, hoodie wrapped tight around me, reading every word without flinching, because now I could finally see it clearly. To them, I had never really been a person. I was a resource. Someone to brag about when it suited them. Someone to foot the bill when they didn't want to. Someone to quietly forgive when they hurt me, because that's what good sons did. It was never about me. It was about what I could do for them. Lily, curled up in the armchair across from me, must have sensed the shift in me because she muted the TV and asked, "What are you thinking?" I looked at her, the cousin who had always remembered my birthday even when no one else did, who had sent care packages during finals week, who had driven 4 hours once just to bring me soup when I had the flu. "I'm thinking," I said slowly, that sometimes walking away is the real graduation. She smiled a sad, proud sort of smile and nodded. You deserve better, she said simply. And for the first time in my life, I believed her. The next morning, as the sun rose over the city and bathed the cracked sidewalks in soft gold light, I sat down and composed a single, final message. I didn't rage. I didn't curse. I didn't beg. I just wrote, I needed you there. You chose not to be. I am no longer available to fix the consequences of your choices. Please respect my decision. I wish you all the best. Then I blocked their numbers. One by one. Mom, Dad, brother, aunt, uncle. The silence that followed was deafening and healing. It wasn't just my phone that went quiet. It was my mind, my heart. It was the noise of years of guilt and obligation finally fading into peace. Lily and I spent the rest of the weekend doing the small, silly things I had missed out on for so long, grabbing bagels from the corner shop, wandering through the park, arguing over the best pizza topping combinations. She insisted on taking a Dr. Ethan selfie with me under a giant oak tree, my diploma held high like a trophy. It was the first picture in years where my smile actually reached my eyes. Meanwhile, I knew, somewhere back at that cheap motel, my family was scrambling. They would call friends, try to scrape together money, figure out some way to get home without me. They would survive, just like I had, but they would do it without me, and for the first time, that thought didn't feel cruel. It felt fair. They had taught me that family was conditional. Now they were learning what that condition really meant. As I sat on that sun-warmed bench, sipping a too-sweet coffee and watching Lily sketch bad caricatures of passing dogs, I realized something else, too. I hadn't lost my family. I had just finally recognized who they really were. And sometimes, recognizing the truth, no matter how painful, is the only real way forward. 2 weeks passed. 2 weeks of blessed, aching silence. 2 weeks where I started to relearn how to breathe without waiting for the next blow to fall. I found a tiny studio apartment a few blocks from Lily's place, cheap, cramped, and still a palace compared to the weight I'd lived under all those years. I signed the lease without second-guessing myself, without running it past anyone for approval. I bought a second-hand couch, a mattress, a couple of mismatched kitchen chairs. Every piece I dragged up the narrow stairs felt like reclaiming something they had tried to take. Freedom. Independence. Myself. I thought it was over. I thought I was free. But families like mine, they don't let go easily when they lose their favorite punching bag. It started small. An email from my mother's personal account. The subject line just said, please. No message inside. Then a voicemail from my dad, eerily calm. Son, enough is enough. You made your point. It's time to come home and talk this out like adults. I deleted them both without responding. I thought that would be the end of it. That if I ignored them long enough, they'd give up. But narcissists don't fade quietly. They escalate. A week later, a certified letter arrived at my new apartment. No return address, but I knew that careful, tight handwriting instantly. My mom's. Inside was a typed letter, 3 pages long, stuffed with apologies so hollow they practically echoed. We realize now how much we hurt you, it said. We didn't mean to minimize your success. We just didn't think you would be so sensitive. Sensitive. As if wanting your family to attend the biggest moment of your life was a character flaw. As if their betrayal was a minor inconvenience I should have shrugged off. The letter went on and on about forgiveness and family obligations, culminating in a single demand, wrapped in a thinly veiled plea. We've arranged a family dinner this Sunday at your favorite restaurant. Everyone will be there. We expect you to come so we can move past this nonsense. We expect you to come. Not we hope. Not we'd love to see you. We expect. That was all I needed to see. I crumpled the letter into a tight ball and tossed it into the trash. But deep down, I knew they weren't done. The following Sunday, while Lily and I were assembling a wobbly IKEA bookshelf, there was a knock at the door. Not a polite knock either, hard, insistent pounding that shook the cheap frame. I froze. Lily shot me a look, mouthed, "Are you expecting anyone?" I shook my head. No one even knew my new address, except Lily and family. The pounding continued, louder now. I hesitated, heart thudding painfully against my ribs, but Lily was already crossing the room, peeking through the peephole. She swore under her breath and turned to me, eyes wide. "It's them," she hissed. "All of them. Mom, Dad, brother, Aunt Kathy, Uncle Dave." Crammed into the tiny hallway like some grotesque parade float of guilt and entitlement. For a moment, I just stood there, paralyzed. Then I took a deep breath, and walked calmly to the door. I didn't open it. I didn't invite them in. I simply spoke, loud and clear so they could hear me through the thin wood. You have no right to be here. There was a beat of stunned silence. Then my mother's voice, fake bright, Ethan, sweetheart, we just want to talk. Face to face. Family shouldn't fight like this. I laughed, actually laughed, a raw, humorless bark that echoed down the hall. Family, I repeated, the word tasting like ash. Family doesn't ditch you for a vacation. Family doesn't call your dreams fake. Family doesn't come back only when they need something. Dad's voice now, gruff and impatient. You're being dramatic. Come on, son. Open the door. Let's be reasonable. Reasonable. Like it was reasonable to expect me to forget everything because it was inconvenient for them to be held accountable. No, I said simply. No. Aunt Kathy repeated, scandalized. Like she couldn't fathom a world where I, the quiet one, the dependable one, would refuse them. No, I said again, slower this time. You made your choice. You picked your cruise. You picked your pride. You don't get to pick me. A heavy thud against the door, someone, probably my brother, trying to shove it open. You're being selfish, he shouted. You're tearing this family apart. I stepped back from the door, feeling an odd, surreal calm settle over me. No, I said, voice steady. I'm just refusing to be the glue that holds together people who never cared if I shattered. There was another barrage of pounding, angry voices rising and overlapping, but I didn't stay to listen. I turned, walked back to the living room, and sat down next to Lily. We turned the TV back on. A stupid sitcom. Fake laughter piped through the speakers as the real shouting continued outside. Eventually, they gave up. Eventually, the hallway fell silent. Eventually, they left. I didn't bother checking if they left another note. I didn't bother listening to whatever new voicemails they probably spammed my inbox with afterward. I blocked their emails, their new numbers, everything. I made it impossible for them to reach me unless I chose to let them, and I didn't. The next morning, Lily made us pancakes. We ate on the floor, surrounded by half-built bookshelves and cardboard boxes, laughing about nothing and everything. And for the first time, truly the first time, I felt full. Whole. Enough. My graduation wasn't about their approval anymore. It wasn't about the applause or the Instagram posts or the bragging rights. It was about me. The kid who used to dream in the dark. The kid who stitched himself back together every time they ripped him apart. The kid who, against all odds, became exactly what they said he never could. A doctor. A survivor. A man who finally chose himself. In the years that followed, I built a life I was proud of. I opened a small family practice with a few friends from med school. I volunteered at free clinics. I mentored kids who were like me, hungry, stubborn, overlooked. I sent Lily a bouquet of flowers every year on the anniversary of my graduation, the real anniversary, not the empty date on the calendar, the day I chose myself. As for my family, I heard through the grapevine that the cruise they chose over me turned out to be a disaster. Storms. Lost luggage. Food poisoning. Poetic. Really. They tried a few more times over the years to wedge their way back into my life, birthday cards with guilt-ridden messages, accidental run-ins at events they knew I would attend. But I never responded. Not once. Because some bridges aren't meant to be burned. Some bridges are meant to collapse under the weight of the people who never deserved to cross them in the first place. And when they fall, when the ashes settle, you don't rebuild. You walk away. You keep walking. You build new roads, better roads, roads that lead somewhere beautiful. And you never, ever look back. It started with a phone call I'd been waiting my whole life to make. I'm James, 28, and I just got promoted to vice president at the tech firm I've been grinding at for the past 6 years. It wasn't some lucky break or a family connection. I built my way up from an entry-level data analyst position, staying late, taking extra projects, earning certifications on the weekends, and flying cross-country for pitches that didn't guarantee a dime. So when the promotion came, I felt like I'd finally broken through. I didn't just want to celebrate. I wanted to share it with the people who'd watched me push through all-nighters in college and pay off student loans with grocery store sushi and instant ramen. That's why I called my parents. I still remember how nervous I was dialing my dad's number, like I was 10 years old again, waiting to show him my A+ science project. He picked up on the third ring, and I didn't waste any time. I told him I'd been promoted, vice president. At 28, there was this pause. Not silence, just air. As if he didn't know what to say. Then he chuckled. That's great, James. Really? But, listen. Could you maybe not mention it at Thanksgiving? I thought I misheard him. What? He sighed. then lowered his voice like he was saying something noble. It's just, your brother's in a rough patch right now. His freelance stuff hasn't taken off, and he's feeling pretty down on himself. Your success, it just makes things harder. I stood there with the phone pressed against my ear, still in the parking lot outside work, holding a Vinnie Starbucks I'd bought to celebrate. My promotion email was still open on my phone. I hadn't even processed it all yet, and now my own father was asking me to downplay it so my older brother wouldn't feel bad. For context, my brother, Adam, is 31. He dropped out of college in his second year to follow his passion, which has taken the form of everything from dog photography to custom-made tarot decks. My parents have always supported him, financially, emotionally, and in every other way. Even when he crashed their car, skipped rent, or got fired for personality clashes, they'd rally behind him with endless patience and excuses. He's just creative, they'd say. The world isn't made for people like him. Meanwhile, I've been the safe bet. The one who gets good grades, lands safe jobs, shows up on time, and never rocks the boat. And somehow, being the stable one always meant I was supposed to ask for less. Still, I nodded along on the phone. Yeah, okay, I won't bring it up. But something shifted after that call. It wasn't just disappointment. It was this cold, hollow space that settled into my chest, like a door had quietly shut, and I hadn't even realized I was standing in the threshold. I still showed up for Thanksgiving, of course. My mom made her usual dry turkey. Adam brought his new girlfriend, who spent most of the night talking about how corporate jobs were soul-crushing. My parents beamed as Adam shared his plans to launch a mobile coffee art gallery, whatever that means, and when I offered to help him draft a basic business plan, my mom gave me that look, the one that says, don't smother him. So I kept my promotion to myself. I didn't mention the VP title, the raise, or the fact that I'd been offered equity in a fast-scaling company. Over time, the pattern continued. I stopped bringing things up entirely. When I paid off my car, didn't say a word. When my article got published in a major industry journal, didn't share the link. When I bought my first house, a beautiful 2-bedroom condo just outside the city, something I'd been saving for since I was 22, I signed the papers, moved in quietly, and didn't mention it to anyone but close friends. And you know what? For a while, it actually felt peaceful. There were no backhanded compliments, no uncomfortable silences when I talked about work, no forced comparisons. I existed in my own world, and they existed in theirs. But of course, that couldn't last. The turning point came a few weeks after I moved into my new place. I was at a friend's birthday party, sipping a drink on the rooftop deck when I got a text from my mom. It was just a photo, Adam holding up a painting with the caption, "Your brother's first art sale? We're so proud of him." I gave a polite congrats and put my phone away. I didn't mention the fact that I'd just installed custom bookshelves in my home office, or that I was working on a mentorship program for young analysts. But a few days later, my mom called out of the blue. "You never told us you moved," she said, her voice stiff. "Your aunt saw something on Facebook. One of your friends posted about your housewarming. Did you really buy a house?" There was no warmth in her tone, no excitement, just quiet accusation. "Yeah," I said, keeping my voice even. "I closed on it last month." Silence. "Why wouldn't you tell us?" I hesitated. Then I said the only thing that felt true, because it never feels like you want to hear about the good things in my life. The words hung between us like frost. Her response wasn't denial. It wasn't anger. It was something worse, disappointment laced with guilt tripping. "That's not fair, James. We love you. You've just changed. You've become so secretive. Cold. Like you don't want us involved anymore." And that's when I realized something I hadn't been ready to admit until that moment. They didn't want to be involved in my life. They wanted to be involved in his. My accomplishments weren't celebrations. They were threats. Any success I had reminded them of how much Adam was struggling, and rather than push him to grow, they decided to dim my light so he wouldn't feel bad in the shadow. From that moment on, I started pulling away even more. Not out of spite, out of self-preservation. I didn't pick fights. I didn't announce anything. I just stopped offering pieces of myself to people who only took them apart. But as the months passed, their questions started getting more pointed. Their tone more hurt. "Why didn't you tell us about the trip to Italy? Why didn't you mention that award you got? Why weren't you in the family group chat last weekend?" And eventually, it all boiled over. At a family dinner I hadn't even planned to attend, but showed up for out of politeness. That night, Adam brought up his newest setback. and my dad turned to me with a look that still makes my stomach turn. You've always had it easy, James. Some of us don't get lucky breaks. I blinked. You think this was luck? He shrugged. You were always the golden boy. Things just seemed to fall into place for you. I could feel the anger rise in my throat, but I swallowed it. Until my mom chimed in. You don't have to rub it in with your silence, you know. That was the moment something inside me snapped, not in an explosive way, but like a rope stretched too tightly for too long. I stood up, put my napkin on the table, and said something I hadn't planned to say, but couldn't hold back any longer. My napkin hit the table with a quiet finality, but inside me, something was screaming. That moment had been building for years, 1,000 tiny paper cuts of being sidelined, silenced, guilt-tripped, and minimized. And now here we were, at a dinner table where the people who raised me were looking at me like I was the problem. Like I was too proud, too cold, too silent. As if I hadn't spent a lifetime trying to make them proud without making anyone else feel small. I'm not rubbing anything in, I said, voice calm but tight. I've just learned that my success only gets celebrated if it doesn't make Adam uncomfortable. My dad opened his mouth like he was about to jump in, but I kept going. You asked me not to talk about my promotion, so I didn't. You told me Adam was struggling and that I needed to tone things down, so I did. You didn't want me to make him feel bad for not having a stable job, or an apartment, I cut myself off before I said driver's license. And I respected that. But now you're sitting here, accusing me of being cold because I didn't tell you about my house. After you made it very clear you didn't want to hear about the good things in my life. My mom blinked like I'd slapped her. That's not what we meant. No, I asked, locking eyes with her. Then what did you mean? Adam, of course, sat there quietly, watching the entire thing unfold with that blank, unreadable expression he'd perfected over the years. The one he always wore when he wanted to pretend he wasn't part of the problem. James, no one's saying you can't be successful, my dad said, his tone careful, measured. We're just saying it's hard for your brother right now. He's been in a tough place. And I haven't, I said, almost laughing. You think getting to where I am wasn't hard? You think I didn't spend nights in a moldy apartment with 2 roommates and a mattress on the floor, eating instant noodles, and calculating how many days I could stretch a $20 bill? You think I didn't want someone, anyone, to be proud of me back then? My voice broke slightly at the end, and I hated that it did. That was the first night I didn't stay until dessert. I walked out into the cold, into my car, and just sat there gripping the wheel. That should have been the breaking point, but it wasn't. Not yet. That moment was like a glass cracking down the middle. The real shatter would come later. After that night, things were weird. Not tense, just awkward. My mom sent a few messages, mostly short texts like, "Hope you're doing okay," or "Adam's opening a pop-up this weekend. We'll be there if you want to join." I never answered. My silence wasn't out of spite. It was just me conserving energy. I didn't have anything left to prove to them, and I'd finally realized that chasing their approval was a treadmill set to infinite. But life didn't pause. If anything, mine picked up momentum. The company sent me to Singapore for a tech conference, where I ended up being a last-minute speaker after someone dropped out. That keynote landed on YouTube and got a decent amount of buzz. A few weeks later, I got asked to consult on a major AI integration project. Then came the interview with Forbes. Not a full feature or anything, just a young leaders in tech spotlight. Still, it was surreal. And I didn't tell my parents any of it. Not because I was hiding, but because I knew what would follow. The guilt, the deflection, the quiet reminders that Adam was still finding his path. Every win would be treated like an indictment. But what I didn't expect, what I couldn't have predicted, was that they'd eventually use that silence against me. The betrayal came quietly. It was spring when I got the call. I was in the middle of prepping a big client report when my cousin Danielle rang. She never calls during work hours, so I picked up, worried. "Hey, is everything okay?" There was a pause, then a low, cautious voice. Did you really say you're not helping with the family trust anymore?" I blinked. "What? I didn't want to bring it up, but your mom told Aunt Carla that you backed out of the trust. That you said you're too good for the family now. She said you didn't want to be included in the will discussions because it was all beneath you." I stood there frozen, mouse still hovering over a spreadsheet cell. "What are you talking about?" I asked slowly. "I don't know, man. That's just what she said. She made it sound like you cut everyone off and said you were done with the family. Like, permanently." My stomach twisted. I hadn't said anything remotely like that. I hadn't even been part of the trust discussions. I wasn't even aware there were any going on. I hadn't gotten a single message or email. But apparently, my parents had filled in the blanks for me. "Thanks for telling me," I said, heart pounding. After I hung up, I sat in silence for a long time. There's something uniquely painful about realizing your own parents are reshaping your character behind your back to make themselves look better. They were spinning a narrative, one where I was the cold, ungrateful son who'd abandoned the family, too proud to care about anyone but himself. And the worst part? People were believing them. Over the next few weeks, I started getting subtle messages from extended family. My Uncle Paul messaged me, "You know money isn't everything, kiddo." My Aunt Jean sent me a link to a YouTube video called The Importance of Staying Humble. Even my grandma asked if I was doing okay and if work had gotten to my head. That's when I knew. My parents had created a version of me, a distorted, arrogant caricature, to justify why I'd pulled away. And in doing so, they destroyed what little trust one had left in them. I didn't confront them right away. I wanted to be sure. So I started quietly asking questions. I reached out to my cousin again and asked what exactly my mom had said. I called Aunt Carla. I even messaged a childhood family friend who worked in the same accounting office where my parents had reportedly updated the trust. Everything pointed to the same pattern. My parents had told everyone I'd opted out, that I'd rejected the family, that I didn't want to be involved in future planning because I was too successful now and didn't want to be weighed down. They'd taken my silence and weaponized it. That was the breaking point. Not the phone call after my promotion, not the cold Thanksgiving, not the family dinner where they told me I'd had it easy. It was this, the realization that they had twisted my absence into a betrayal, not only refusing to take accountability, but actively turning others against me. That finally severed whatever fragile hope I'd been holding on to. Because I could forgive misunderstanding. I could even forgive emotional neglect. But this was betrayal. And now I was done playing nice. I started planning, not out of pettiness, but out of necessity. I was going to confront this, but not with yelling, not with arguments. I'd spent years being quiet. Now it was time to speak. And when I did, I was going to make sure they finally heard every single word. The days after that realization felt strangely quiet. Not peaceful, quiet. Like standing in the aftermath of a storm where everything had been upended, but nothing had been cleaned up yet. I didn't sleep much. Didn't eat right either. I went through the motions of work, answering emails, sitting in meetings, leading calls like nothing had changed. But inside, I felt gutted. I'd always known the love in my family was conditional. I just hadn't realized how easily I could be rewritten in their story as the villain. And it wasn't just the lies. It was the way no one, not a single person, called to ask me my side of things. They all just accepted the version my parents had offered. That I was arrogant. That I'd opted out. That I thought I was better than them. It made me question everything. Every memory. Every moment where I thought I was being supported. Was that just politeness? Was I just the plan B while Adam floundered? I thought about texting my mom. I even drafted a message that night. "I heard what you told Aunt Carla. I never said any of that. Why are you telling people I abandoned the family?" But I didn't send it. Not yet. Because I knew what would happen. She'd twist it into a guilt trip, or worse, she'd deny it completely. That's how it always went. The moment you called out the behavior, the script flipped, and suddenly you were overreacting, imagining things, or being dramatic. So instead, I let the silence hang. And for the first time, I leaned into it, not as avoidance, but as space. Space to think. Space to feel. Space to figure out who I was when I wasn't constantly walking on eggshells or dimming my light to protect someone else's ego. That week, I closed my laptop one evening and sat on the floor of my condo, just staring at the high windows overlooking the city skyline. I'd worked my whole life for this view, for this freedom, and now it felt hollow. But slowly, so slowly, I started rebuilding. Not my career. That was fine. But me. It started with therapy. I'd always brushed off the idea. Too busy. Too expensive. I'm doing fine. But I booked a session with a therapist a friend recommended, a soft-spoken woman named Denise who wore cardigans and had this way of making silence feel safe, not awkward. Our first few sessions were mostly me talking about work, about stress, about trying to balance leadership with being the youngest VP in the company. But she saw through that fast. "So," she said in the third session, When did you first feel like your accomplishments weren't safe to share? It felt like a punch to the gut. That was the start. I began journaling again. Every night before bed, just a few paragraphs, memories, feelings, questions I didn't have answers to. I wrote about the time Adam borrowed my laptop for his photography class and returned it with half the keys missing. I wrote about the science fair where I placed first and the way my dad said, "That's nice, but Adam's painting was really creative." I wrote about the year I paid my own way through summer school while Adam got a $5,000 loan from my parents to start a clothing line that turned out to be 5 t-shirts and an Instagram page. Putting it on paper helped me see the pattern, helped me realize that my pain wasn't selfish, that I hadn't imagined it, that minimizing your child to protect another one isn't kindness. It's cruelty wrapped in politeness. From there, I started doing something else I hadn't done in years. I reached out to people who actually made me feel good. Old friends, former coworkers, my college roommate, Devin, who now lived 2 states away and still remembered every inside joke we ever had. We started catching up on weekends over video calls, talking about everything and nothing. It reminded me of who I was before I spent so much energy editing myself for my family. I also started mentoring. There was a young analyst at my company named Priya, bright, curious, and constantly doubting herself. I saw so much of my younger self in her. One afternoon, after a particularly rough team meeting where she got talked over repeatedly, I pulled her aside and said, "Don't wait for permission to speak up. You already have a seat at the table. Use it." She looked at me like no one had ever told her that before. That's when it hit me. I couldn't get the years back. I couldn't force my parents to see me differently. But I could build something better, right here, right now. I could be the kind of person I needed growing up. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was building something real. The more I leaned into that life, the one I was choosing, the more the noise from my family faded. Not completely, but enough. Until one day, it roared back in a way I didn't expect. It was a Sunday. I'd spent the morning repainting my spare bedroom to turn it into a home gym. I was sweaty, sore, and halfway through a protein bar when I got a text from my dad. Just 3 words. "Call your mother." I ignored it at first, but an hour later, it came again. "Call your mother. Urgent." So I did. She picked up after one ring, breathless and clearly crying. "Oh, thank God. James." My heart immediately clenched. "What's wrong?" "It's Adam. He needs help. A lot of help." I stood still. "What happened?" He took out a loan. A big one. For this new business idea. Some crypto art nonsense. And now he's defaulted. He didn't realize the interest was variable. And now James, it's bad." My throat went dry. "How bad?" "Over $90,000, she said, voice cracking. Silence. Then, "We need your help." There it was. The inevitable ask. The moment I'd been quietly dreading for years. Not because I didn't want to help, but because I knew it would come. Not with accountability, not with apology, but with expectation. I didn't say anything. Just listened. "We're not asking you to cover all of it," she said quickly. "Just enough to get the collectors off his back. You've always been so good with money, James. Maybe you could work out a payment plan for him. Or talk to someone. You're smart. You're successful." My chest tightened. It wasn't that I couldn't afford to help. I could. I had savings. I had investments. I could write a check and solve this overnight. But for once, the question wasn't can I help? It was should I? Should I once again patch the hole they'd made by enabling him? Should I rescue someone who'd sat silent while our parents dragged my name through the mud to protect his ego? Should I once again put out a fire I didn't start? One they kept lighting over and over again? "I'll think about it," I said. And I meant it. I wasn't going to make a decision based on guilt anymore. Not based on obligation. If I was going to step in, it would be because I chose to, on my terms. But something was brewing inside me. Not just a decision, but a realization. This wasn't just a crisis. It was a pattern. And patterns don't break on their own. Sometimes, you have to break them. I didn't know it yet, but that call would be the start of a very different conversation. A confrontation years in the making. A chance to finally put everything on the table. But not the way they expected. Because if they thought I was still the quiet one, they were about to learn just how loud I could be when I finally chose to speak. I didn't sleep that night, not because I was anxious, but because something inside me was finally clicking into place. For the first time in my life, I wasn't reacting to my family's chaos. I was watching it, from a distance, and I was finally in a position to decide what came next. They needed me. That fact alone wasn't unusual. My family always needed something, from time, to patience, to silence. But this time, it wasn't emotional support or the quiet role of the stable son. This time, it was $90,000 in real-world consequences. It was the result of enabling, denial, and the relentless shielding of Adam from any discomfort. And now that discomfort had ballooned into debt, and they thought I would fix it. But I wasn't 17 anymore, trying to prove my worth by being helpful. I was 28, a vice president, a homeowner, financially secure, and emotionally done being the family's backup plan. So I made coffee, opened my laptop, and started pulling threads. I began with Adam's loan. My mother had said it was some crypto art thing, which was vague enough to be concerning. A few well-placed LinkedIn searches and a dive into local business registries later, I found what I was looking for. A defunct LLC registered 6 months ago under Adam's name called MetaVista Studios. The description? Digital metaverse design and NFT marketplace. I nearly laughed. Adam had zero background in tech. I doubted he even knew how to spell blockchain. From there, I checked public records and court filings. Sure enough, a collections agency had filed suit 3 weeks prior. The documents showed that Adam had defaulted on a private loan from a fintech startup that offered high-risk funding to entrepreneurs with no collateral. The interest rate? 22.7%. Variable. The total amount owed, including penalties? $93,482.47. It was worse than I thought. And it wasn't just bad financial judgment. It was reckless, impulsive, and incredibly naive. He had no business plan, no track record, and no idea what he was doing. But because he was used to being shielded, I'm sure he assumed someone, me, would eventually catch him. He was right, but not in the way he expected. I took a walk to clear my head. It was early morning, the city still quiet except for a few joggers and the occasional dog walker. I passed a bakery, the smell of fresh bread wafting out into the street, and that's when it hit me. This wasn't just about money. It was about the story. My family had been telling a story for years, that I was successful because I had it easy, that Adam was struggling because the world was unfair, and that my role was to stay quiet and supportive while they poured every ounce of sympathy into his latest mess. But what if I told my version? What if I flipped the narrative? What if, instead of bailing Adam out silently, I laid everything bare and made them look at what they'd done? That afternoon, I called my financial advisor. I asked about the legalities of buying debt, specifically, whether a private party could purchase a defaulted loan from a collections agency. As it turns out, in most states, they can. It took me 2 weeks of quiet work. During the day, I played the role of calm, competent VP. At night, I dug through court filings, debt acquisition processes, and private investor agreements. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing, not even my closest friends. This wasn't petty. This was surgical. By week 3, I had what I needed. I contacted the collections firm listed in the lawsuit. I introduced myself as a private party interested in acquiring the debt. At first, they brushed me off. But I persisted, offered a clean, lump sum payment just under the full amount. To them, it was a win. They didn't care who got stuck with the debt, just that they were paid. And so, for $81,000, I became the legal owner of Adam's defaulted loan. Let that sink in. While my parents were calling me cold and secretive, I was signing papers that made me the sole creditor of the very mess they'd tried to dump on my lap. And now? Now I had control. Not to humiliate him, not to destroy him, but to finally force accountability. To make them all see, really see, what happens when you spend a lifetime protecting someone from consequences. The opportunity came 2 weeks later. My mother called again. She sounded more desperate this time, the guilt sharper. "James," she said, "we're scared. Adam's been avoiding the calls. He won't talk to the agency. We don't know what to do. They said court proceedings are starting soon, and he might lose what little he has. He could be sued. His credit. Can we meet?" I asked. She hesitated. "Of course. Just you and us." "No," I said. "Adam too. Everyone. One dinner. Neutral place. I'll cover it." She agreed immediately, probably thinking I was softening, that I'd finally come around and would write a check to patch it all up. But that wasn't the plan. I made a reservation at a quiet Italian restaurant downtown, one with private booths and soft lighting. Not fancy, but not cheap either. Enough to set a tone. I wore a dark suit. not to intimidate, just to be unmistakably composed. I wanted to walk in and remove every last trace of the emotional, dramatic younger son they kept trying to paint me as. They arrived 10 minutes late, as always. Adam looked tired, his hair messy, wearing an old hoodie and sneakers. My dad looked stern. My mom looked hopeful. Too hopeful. "Thanks for meeting," she said as they sat down. "We appreciate you making time." I nodded. I wanted to talk in person. Too much has been twisted already. She blinked. Twisted? I ignored it and turned to Adam. "You know what this is about?" He shrugged. "Yeah. Look, man, I screwed up. I just thought." "No," I interrupted. "This isn't a conversation about feelings. It's a conversation about facts." I pulled out a small envelope and placed it on the table. "This," I said, "is the debt transfer agreement. As of last week, I'm the legal owner of your loan." The silence that followed was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It wasn't just shock, it was implosion. My dad's mouth opened, then closed. My mom's face paled. Adam looked like I'd just handed him a death sentence. "You what?" he whispered. "I bought it," I said. "Every cent. Your contract, your default, your future collection activity. It's all under my control now." My mom's voice shook. "James, why would you do that?" "To protect the family," I said smoothly. "Just like you asked." No one spoke. I leaned forward slightly, keeping my voice calm. But I didn't do it to erase it. I did it so we could all finally be honest. "Honest?" Adam spat. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the fact that every time you mess up, someone else pays the price. That you've been allowed to make reckless decisions with zero accountability, while I've been expected to be quiet, generous, and invisible. I bought your debt so I could decide how it ends. Not a court. Not a collector. Me." He scoffed. "So what? You're gonna sue me?" "No," I said. "Not unless you lie again." I slid a second paper across the table. It was a simple, 3-page agreement. "I'm offering to forgive the loan. Fully, under one condition. You write a statement, witnessed and signed, acknowledging the loan, the default, the impact on our family, and the fact that our parents covered for you." "What?" my mom said, her voice rising. "James, that's not fair." "No," I said firmly. "What's not fair is watching a family rewrite history to protect a lie. I want the truth. That's it. In writing. Not for public use. Not for blackmail. Just for closure. My closure." Adam stared at the paper. "You can't be serious." "I am." And I was. Because forgiveness without truth is just more enabling. And I'd done enough of that for a lifetime. I didn't care if he signed it. I didn't care if they stormed out. This wasn't about them anymore. It was about me. Adam didn't say anything for a full minute. He just sat there staring at the paper in front of him like it was something radioactive. His face shifted between disbelief, anger, confusion, then something I hadn't seen in years. Shame. Real, raw shame. Not the performative kind he used when our parents scolded him for wrecking the family car or dropping out of yet another career path. This was something deeper. Like he finally realized that the safety net had been yanked out from under him, and that the only person still willing to catch him was demanding he own what he'd broken. "You want me to admit I'm a screw-up," he said quietly, barely above a whisper. "No," I replied, calm and level. "I want you to admit the truth. That you made a choice. That our parents protected you from the fallout. That I was brought in to clean up your mess not because I volunteered, but because I was expected to." He didn't look up. My mom leaned forward, her voice trembling. "James, sweetheart, please don't do this. This isn't who you are." I turned to her slowly. "Isn't it? Because for the past 10 years, who I've had to be is the one who stays quiet, who hides his success so Adam doesn't feel bad, who's expected to be the adult while everyone else plays pretend. So if finally asking for honesty makes me someone you don't recognize, that says more about you than it does about me." Her mouth opened, but I held up my hand. I wasn't finished. "You didn't raise 2 sons. You raised one mirror and one masterpiece. And every time I showed you a version of myself you didn't like, too confident, too successful, too different, you turned the mirror to the wall." The table went still. I could tell they hadn't expected this version of me. This wasn't the stable James who made polite excuses and sent holiday cards even when he was hurt. This was the James who'd finally stepped into his own power and wasn't asking for permission to use it. Adam slid the paper toward him. His hands trembled slightly as he picked up the pen. "What happens if I sign?" "You walk away free," I said. "The debt's cleared." I'll send confirmation to the credit bureau, and the case gets closed. And if I don't, then we go to court, I said flatly. And when the judge asks why the debt was transferred, I'll hand over the entire paper trail. And I'll answer every question. Under oath. He exhaled, and for a moment I thought he might argue, or tear the document, or storm out. But instead, he signed. In silence. He signed the statement, acknowledging the debt, the loan, and the fact that our parents had misled the extended family about my supposed abandonment. He didn't apologize. Not directly, but I didn't need him to. The truth was enough. I took the papers, placed them neatly back into the envelope, and stood. Thank you, I said. My dad finally spoke. This feels extreme, James. I turned to him. Extreme is rewriting someone's character to protect someone else's pride. Extreme is letting lies stack up for years because the truth is uncomfortable. I didn't create this situation. I just stopped pretending it didn't exist. My mother looked like she might cry, but I didn't flinch. Not this time. I'm not doing this to hurt you, I added. I'm doing this to heal me. Then I left. No dramatic walkout. No slamming doors. Just quiet resolve. A sense of closure I hadn't felt in years. I walked out of the restaurant and into the cool night air, my breath visible against the city lights. I didn't look back. The fallout came quietly. Within a week, I sent Adam the formal debt release letter. I attached the cleared balance statement and marked the loan account as settled with zero owed. He responded with a single-word email, received. I never heard from him again. Not out of anger, I suspect, but because there was nothing left to say. For the first time in his life, he'd had to face the consequences of his choices, without a parachute. And though I'd ultimately let him walk free, he'd done so by confronting what he'd spent years avoiding. My parents tried to patch things up a few times. A text here, a voicemail there, a generic thinking of you card that arrived in the mail 3 weeks later with a handwritten note. We miss you. Family should stick together. No apology, no acknowledgement, just a vague wish for reconciliation, as if that would erase everything. I didn't respond, not out of cruelty, but because I was done playing the game where silence equaled forgiveness. Instead, I focused on building something new. I kept mentoring. Priya, the young analyst at work, got promoted 3 months later. She told me in private, eyes shining, "You believed in me before I did." I started hosting small dinners with close friends, people who saw me as James, not as the role I played in a family dynamic. I renovated my condo's guest room into a studio. Not a gym, not an office, a space for me. I started painting again. Badly at first, but it felt good to make something just for the joy of it. And one Sunday, I sat on my balcony with a glass of wine, watching the sun set behind the skyline, and realized something. I didn't need to prove my worth to anyone anymore. Not through silence. Not through rescue missions. Not through being the good son. I just had to be. A few months later, my cousin Danielle called. "You know," she said, "your parents are still telling people you overreacted." I chuckled. "Let them. But doesn't it bother you?" I thought about it. Then I smiled. "No," I said, "because I have the truth, and I don't need anyone's permission to live in it." That night, I took the signed statement from Adam, sealed it in a folder, and locked it in my filing cabinet. Not out of pettiness, not to hold it over him, but as a reminder that silence is not peace. That family should not require self-erasure. That telling your story is not betrayal. And that sometimes the most powerful revenge isn't destruction, it's clarity. The kind that sets you free. I didn't burn the bridge. I just finally saw it for what it was and chose to build a better road. It started with a casserole dish and a $20 bill. My name's Jackson. I'm 28 now, and every year I tell myself I'm done with this whole family holiday charade. And yet somehow, there I was again. Christmas Eve, standing in my mom's kitchen, reheating a tray of roasted vegetables I'd prepped at home, while my sister tried to pretend she didn't see me. My jacket still smelled like cold wind, and my fingers were numb from hauling in groceries I wasn't even asked to bring. This year, my name was mysteriously added to the grocery group chat by my mom with a cheery little "Jax can grab the produce" message. No discussion. No thanks. Just the quiet assumption that I'd pick up the slack. Again, I've always been the dependable one in the family. The middle child with the flexible job and the paid-off car. The one who doesn't mind helping. My older brother Ryan, 32, is the golden boy, He shows up once a year with some flashy new tech or a girlfriend he'll break up with by spring, and my mom treats him like he's cured cancer. My younger sister, Brooke, 24, is the delicate one. The artist. The dreamer. Code 4. She couch surfs, posts Etsy listings, and has mental health days that seem to land suspiciously around family cleanup time. I work in IT and have for the last 5 years. Solid pay, remote flexibility, and health insurance. I bought a condo 2 years ago. My mom tells her friends I do something with computers. She tells me I'm lucky I don't have real stress. The thing about my family is they don't yell. We aren't that kind of dramatic. It's all polite tones, passive-aggressive favors, and guilt-tripping disguised as gratitude. It's a smile when they hand you a task they don't want to do. It's an, of course you'll help. You're so good at this stuff, while your brother nurses a beer and your sister giggles over TikToks. This Christmas was supposed to be different. I had drawn a boundary, told myself I'd contribute one dish, bring one bottle of wine, and that was it. No errands. No extra grocery runs. No last-minute calls to pick up wrapping paper. But it's like they could smell the resolve on me. A week before the dinner, Mom called asking if I could just help with the ham, because Dad doesn't know how to cut it right. Then Brooke texted me asking if I could pick up some candles for the table setting. Ryan? He didn't even respond to the group chat until the day before with a, "What time are we eating?" And somehow no one seemed to notice or care. So I showed up, arms full of stuff I never agreed to bring, and a knot of quiet irritation in my stomach. I was greeted by my mom with a distracted, "Oh good, you're here. Can you help Brooke move the table?" No hug. No thanks. No Merry Christmas. I moved the table. I set the candles. I arranged chairs. I even fixed the damn Wi-Fi when Ryan complained it was laggy. I kept my mouth shut, told myself I was being dramatic, that it was just family, and this is what being part of one means. You do things without expecting a parade for it, right? But then dinner started. We sat around the table, Mom at the head, Dad next to her, Ryan and his new girlfriend, Stephanie. This one was Brooke beside them, and me at the end. The kids' seat. Even though I'm the one who brought the wine, we were drinking and paid for half the meal. And still I smiled. I made small talk. I passed dishes and took photos and pretended I wasn't slowly grinding my molars into dust. Because that's what I've always done. Until she pulled me aside. It was after dinner. Most of the table had cleared out to the living room where Home Alone was playing too loud on the TV. I was still at the sink, rinsing plates because I knew no one else would. My mom came in, drying her hands on a towel, eyes darting toward the hallway like she didn't want anyone to hear. I thought she was going to thank me, or maybe ask me to drive Brooke home again. But she put her hand on my shoulder, squeezed it with fake warmth, and said, soft and serious, "You're old enough to stand on your own now, Jackson. We don't owe you anything." I blinked. What? She sighed like she was doing me a favor. "I just think it's time you stopped acting like we have to include you in everything. You've always been independent. You don't need all this." I stood there, soaking wet plates in the sink, arms cold, heart pounding. My mom looked me in the eye and told me, on Christmas, in the house I'd stocked with food and candles and wine, that I didn't need to be included, that I wasn't owed even the illusion of being part of it. I didn't say a word, just nodded, quietly dried my hands, walked back to the table, finished the last bite of sweet potato casserole off my plate, took a slow sip of wine. Then I went upstairs, to the guest room, closed the door, pulled out my phone, made one phone call. That night, I didn't sleep. And by morning, every single bill I'd been covering, Brooke's phone plan, Mom's Netflix account, Dad's Amazon Prime, Ryan's Spotify family subscription, the shared HelloFresh discount they all used, was gone. Canceled. Unlinked. Revoked. Breakfast was silent. But it wasn't the kind of silence you get after a family argument. No, it was worse. It was the kind of silence where everyone knows something happened, something big, but no one wants to admit they don't understand it yet. They were still figuring it out, one by one, as their apps failed to load, as their phones told them payment was overdue, as the digital scaffolding I'd quietly been holding up for years began to vanish beneath them. And I just sat there, calm, eating eggs, wondering who would break the silence first. I expected my phone to blow up that morning. Angry texts, missed calls, maybe a dramatic knock on the guest room door. But nothing came. Just silence. Thick, brittle silence. I woke up at 7 a.m. and crept downstairs, half expecting my mom to be bustling in the kitchen like she always did the morning after a big dinner. Coffee brewing, dishes clattering, some old Christmas jazz humming from her phone. Instead, I found her standing in the middle of the kitchen like she'd just walked into someone else's house, holding her phone, staring at it, her mouth set in a tight, confused line. She looked up when she noticed me. "Jackson," she said, voice too smooth, like she was auditioning for calm. "Did you change the Wi-Fi password again?" I poured myself a cup of coffee. "Nope." She held up her phone. "It's just not connecting." I shrugged. "Maybe Ryan can fix it. He's good at everything, right?" That hit. Her eyebrows twitched, just for a second. But she recovered quickly. No need to be snippy. Snippy. That was her word when she didn't want to acknowledge the root of something. When you pointed out an unfairness, or questioned a decision, or simply didn't play along. You were being snippy. I sipped my coffee and walked past her without another word. In the living room, the others were starting to stir. Brooke was curled up under a blanket on the couch, scrolling on her phone, her face scrunched in confusion. "Jax," she called out. "Is Spotify down?" "No," I said, not looking up from my mug. "It says the family account doesn't exist anymore," she whined. I sat in the armchair across from her and nodded like I was genuinely interested. "Huh. Weird. Did Mom cancel it?" she asked. I didn't answer. Ryan stumbled in next, shirtless, yawning like he'd just hiked Everest. "Yo, anyone else's Prime not working?" I was gonna show Steph that dumb elf movie. Steph followed behind him, brushing her hair back. "The one with the candy cane sword?" "Yeah," he said, grabbing the remote. "But it logged me out." "No way," Brooke said, sitting up straighter. "That happened to me too." That's when it began. The slow unraveling. The invisible web of convenience I'd been quietly funding started to tangle. Brooke's phone buzzed with a notification. Her data plan had been suspended. She blinked at the screen, then looked at me like I'd kicked her puppy. "Jackson," she said, voice high-pitched and suspicious. "Did something happen to the phone bill?" I leaned back. "I don't know, Brooke. Did something happen to you appreciating any of it?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "Figure it out." Mom re-entered the room just in time to hear Brooke squawk. "He canceled my phone." "Jackson," Mom said sharply, the comm now cracking. "Did you actually?" "Not just hers," I said. "Yours too. And Dad's Prime. And the Netflix account. And the HelloFresh box that shows up at your door every Tuesday, even though you've never paid for it. I even canceled the shared HBO that none of you knew I was footing." The silence was suffocating. No one said anything. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't angry. Just done. Ryan made a face like he'd smelled something bad. "That's a bit dramatic, don't you think?" That broke something in me. "Dramatic?" I laughed, short and bitter. "Ryan, you haven't paid for a single streaming platform in 5 years. You show up once a year with a new girlfriend and act like a king. Brooke texts me rent money requests like it's a part-time job. Mom drops casual errands into my day like I'm a personal assistant. And Dad, he doesn't even look at me during dinner. And after all that, I get pulled aside and told I don't need to be included anymore." Mom blinked, flustered. "That's not what I meant." "It's exactly what you meant. And I heard you loud and clear." Steph cleared her throat awkwardly. I think I'm gonna go call an Uber." Ryan looked annoyed. "Babe, it's fine. It's just a family thing." "No," I said, eyes on him. "It's not. It's a habit. A long, toxic, entitled habit. And I just broke it." They didn't know what to say, because deep down, they knew it was true. But here's the thing. When you take away someone's unearned comfort, they don't thank you. They panic. And then they get mean. It started subtly. That afternoon, while I was packing my things, Brooke stormed into the guest room. "I don't get why you're making such a big deal," she snapped. "We're family." "No, Brooke. We're a system. One that only works when I keep giving. I never asked you to. You asked every month when you couldn't make rent. You asked every time you forgot to Venmo for dinner. You asked every time you used my Netflix, my Spotify, my Apple Music, my Uber Eats promo codes." She folded her arms. "Fine. I'll delete the apps." "You don't get it," I said, standing tall. "It's not about the apps. It's about respect. And I'm done being invisible until something needs fixing." I expected her to yell. Instead, she looked at me with something worse, pity. Like I was overreacting. Like I was being emotional. "Whatever," she said, walking out. "Guess you're just not who I thought you were." That line stuck with me. Because for years, I'd been trying to be exactly who they needed. Helpful, reliable, quiet. And the moment I stopped, I became difficult, ungrateful, a problem. Dinner that night was tense. No one said much. The table, so loud the night before, was now filled with awkward chewing and clinking forks. Dad asked if anyone saw the game. No one answered. Mom passed the peas with robotic efficiency. Ryan kept glancing at his phone like he was waiting for a better offer. And then she said it. "Jackson," Mom started, not looking at me. "I think we should talk. Alone." I followed her into the kitchen. She turned, arms crossed, lips pressed tight. "I don't know what point you're trying to make, but you've really upset your sister. She's a grown woman, Mom. She's sensitive. She's manipulative." Her eyes widened. "Don't you dare say that. She guilt trips you into paying for things. She fake cries to get out of responsibility. And you let her. She's going through a hard time. So am I." I snapped. "But you don't see me weaponizing it. You just dump more on me because I don't complain. I thought you didn't mind." "Well, I do now." And then she hit me with the phrase that lit the match. "You've always been strong, Jackson. We just thought you didn't need as much." "As much what? As much care? As much love? As much acknowledgement?" I stared at her, all the childhood moments clicking into place like puzzle pieces. All the birthdays quietly skipped, the school plays attended for Ryan, but not me. The whispered, "He can handle it," moments that left me carrying everything. "Maybe I'm strong," I said, voice shaking, "because I had no choice." She said nothing. I walked out, past Brooke, sulking on the couch, past Ryan, pretending not to listen, past Dad, who looked at me for the first time that day and said, "You leaving?" "I am." He nodded, said nothing else. I opened the front door and paused. It was snowing. Lightly, quietly. The kind of snow that muffles sound and makes the world feel too still. I stood there, one hand on the doorknob, wondering if this would be the last time I did this. Played along. Showed up. Carried the weight in silence. And then I heard it. "Good luck out there, Jax." Ryan. It wasn't kind. It wasn't supportive. It was smug. A little amused. A little mocking. I turned. Looked at him. "What's that supposed to mean?" He smirked. "Just saying, man. You made your choice. Hope it's worth it." I smiled back. For the first time all day, it felt real. "Oh," I said, stepping outside into the snow. "It will be." I drove away that night without a word. No texts. No calls. Just a quiet, simmering rage underneath it all. But even that wasn't the breaking point. That came 3 days later. 3 days later, I got a call from my mom's number. I didn't answer. She left a voicemail I didn't bother to check. Then another the next morning. Then one from Brooke. Then Ryan texted me, a rare moment of direct communication. "Yo, can you fix the Spotify thing? Can't add Steph to the plan again." I turned my phone over and stared at the ceiling. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. No buzzing notifications about bills. No frantic texts about one more thing someone forgot. No guilt-tripped emojis. Just silence. And yet, it wasn't peace. Not yet. Because underneath all of that silence was a hollow kind of ache. Not the kind you get from heartbreak or losing a friend, but something deeper. Lonelier. Like I had amputated a part of myself that had gone rotten, but now had to relearn how to walk without it. The apartment was quiet that week. Almost too quiet. I worked from home as usual, but even Slack felt emptier than normal. I'd canceled Christmas plans with my friends, told them I needed time to myself, which was true. But what I didn't tell them was that I didn't know how to talk about what had happened, because it didn't feel big enough to explain. There was no screaming match, no betrayal in the traditional sense, no dramatic disowning. It was just years of slow, quiet erosion, and I finally stopped allowing it. But God, did it leave a scar. For the first few days after I left, I second-guessed everything. Not just the phone call, or canceling the accounts, or walking out. I second-guessed my role in the family. Who was I if I wasn't the fixer? The helper? The unthanked lifeboat they all clung to? Would they talk behind my back now? Call me selfish? Or worse, would they pretend I was never that important to begin with? That part scared me the most. Because deep down, I wasn't angry about the money. I could make more. I wasn't even mad about the groceries or the subscriptions. It was what those things meant. The way I had tried, over and over again, to earn my place at that table, not with words, not with conflict, but by being useful, by being convenient. And the moment I wasn't needed. That realization hit me hardest on New Year's Eve. I had no plans. I turned down invites to parties. Didn't bother checking Instagram. I stayed in, made pasta, watched fireworks on my balcony, and at midnight, I poured myself a drink and whispered, "Never again." It wasn't a resolution. It was a promise. I started therapy that month. It wasn't something I'd ever seriously considered before. Not because I didn't believe in it. I just thought I didn't deserve it. Like my problems weren't real enough. I had a job, a roof over my head, health. What right did I have to complain? But when I sat down across from a woman named Melissa and told her about the Christmas dinner and the phone call and the silence that followed, she didn't look at me like I was being dramatic. She nodded, asked, "And how long have you been carrying the weight for them?" That was the first time I cried. The sessions helped. Slowly. Not in any grand, movie montage kind of way, but like steady rain softening hard earth. I started noticing patterns. The way I over-explained myself. The way I apologized when I asked for something. The way I kept track of every favor I did, not because I wanted praise, but because I was scared that if I didn't keep proving myself, I'd be discarded. That was the root of it. I wasn't trying to be loved. I was trying not to be forgotten. Meanwhile, the silence from my family continued. A full 2 weeks passed before Mom reached out again. This time with a text. "I've been thinking about what you said. Can we talk?" I stared at it for a long time. Typed a few replies. Deleted them all. Eventually, I responded with, "Not yet." She didn't push. Around that time, I started saying no more often. Not just to them, to everyone. No to extra hours at work I didn't want. No to guilt-trippy friends who only called when they needed help moving or fixing their routers. No to invitations that came with strings attached. And you know what? The world didn't end. In fact, something strange happened. The space I created by saying no slowly filled with better things. Clearer air. People who respected boundaries. Hobbies I'd forgotten I liked. Woodworking, hiking, chess. I spent a weekend refinishing an old table I'd kept meaning to fix for 2 years. Turned out beautifully. Solid. Stable. Like something that would outlast me. I started calling my friend Eli more often. He was the only one who asked me, really asked me, how Christmas had gone. When I told him the whole story, he didn't interrupt. Just let me talk. Then he said, "Jax, that's heavy, man. But I'm proud of you. Most people just take it and never stop." We started playing chess over video call once a week. It became something to look forward to. A little routine that didn't ask anything of me beyond showing up. By February, something in me had shifted. I was sleeping better, eating better. I stopped flinching when I got notifications on my phone. Even work felt less exhausting. I'd been promoted to lead a small team, and for once, I didn't immediately volunteer to stay late or pick up slack. I delegated, trusted my team, took real breaks, and I started journaling. At first, just scraps, thoughts that felt too tangled to say out loud. But slowly, they became entries, stories, pieces of clarity. One of them started like this. I spent years trying to be their glue. Turns out, I was just their duct tape. That one hit hard. Then, around mid-February, I got a call from an unknown number. I let it ring, like I usually did. But something nudged me to check the voicemail. It was Dad. He never called me directly. Always let Mom do the communicating. But here he was, voice low and gravelly. "Hey, Jackson. It's Dad. I wanted to say I've been reading some of the old bills that stopped coming. I didn't realize how much of it was you. And I know I should have. I should have asked. I should have noticed. Your mom's been trying, but I know we screwed up. Anyway, I know you probably don't want to hear from me. But I'm here. That's all." I sat there, phone against my chest, for a long time. Not crying. Not angry. Just still. That night, I played chess with Eli. I told him about the voicemail, and he raised an eyebrow. "You gonna call him back?" I shrugged. "Eventually. Maybe. Sounds like he's trying." "Yeah, but I'm not rushing." He nodded. "Good. That's the thing about rebuilding. It doesn't happen all at once. There's no dramatic breakthrough. It's just slow, consistent effort. Relearning who you are when you stop being the thing everyone else needs. It's hard, but it's worth it. I haven't been back to that house since Christmas. Not yet, but I know I will be. Eventually. And when I do, things will be different. Because I'll be different. And so will the power I carry when I finally, calmly, stand up from that table again. Not with resentment, not with anger, but with a quiet strength that says, "I'm not here because you need me. I'm here because I choose to be." It was the third week of March when the real opportunity showed up. wrapped in a bland email subject line like it wasn't going to change everything. Subject: Jackson, we'd love to feature you in our employee spotlight. I nearly deleted it. Thought it was another newsletter. But then I recognized the sender, Patricia from HR. She was organizing a segment for the company website, highlighting team leads who'd made significant impacts over the last year. I'd been promoted recently, sure, but I hadn't expected anyone to notice. Not really. I was just doing my job. Quietly. Efficiently. But apparently, someone had noticed. The interview was casual. A few questions over Zoom. Some headshots. A brief chat about leadership values and how I managed my team through the last quarter's crunch without a single late delivery. I didn't think much of it until Patricia mentioned the view count. You're at over 10,000 views on the post already, she said. One of the highest we've ever had. I blinked. Seriously? Oh yeah. And we've had a few clients reach out to request you specifically for future systems projects. I hope that's okay. I nodded, slow and stunned. Yeah, that's more than okay. And just like that, something clicked. Something quiet. Something powerful. I wasn't just rebuilding. I was rising. See, for years, my family had treated me like a background character. The helper. The fixer. The one who'd figure it out. But outside their house, outside that suffocating little orbit, they had no idea who I'd become, how far I'd come, and how much leverage I'd been quietly building. It started with that spotlight. But the real setup? That came from the one thing they did still rely on me for, even after Christmas. Property. See, back in 2021, when my parents were going through a rough patch financially, something they downplayed to everyone else, they called me, asking if I could co-sign the refinance on their house. Just for the paperwork. Just temporarily. Your credit's better than ours, my mom had said, with that brittle laugh she used when she needed something. I agreed. Stupidly. But I made sure of one thing. My name was added to the title. It wasn't something they paid much attention to. Probably assumed it was just legalese. But I knew what it meant. And I didn't think much of it at the time. I trusted them. Fast forward to now, March 2025, and that little piece of paperwork was still sitting quietly in the county property database. Untouched, unmentioned, but very real. And suddenly, I had leverage. Not because I wanted to take anything from them, but because I wanted them to see what they'd done. What they'd taken for granted. What they so casually dismissed with a "we don't owe you anything." I didn't want revenge that looked like yelling or lawsuits or court drama. I wanted clarity. I wanted them to feel the weight I'd carried and the silence I'd sat in and recognize how fragile their comfort had always been. I started by making a few calls. Quiet ones. First to a real estate lawyer I knew from a client project. We'd chatted once over lunch about estate law and property rights, and I remembered something he'd said that stuck with me. People don't understand how much power comes with your name on a deed until it's too late. I asked him what I could legally do as a co-owner. He chuckled. Well, unless there's a written agreement saying otherwise, you've got a 50% stake, my friend. You can sell your share. You can force a petition. You can even block any refinance or sale until they buy you out. And if I just sit on it? I asked. Then they can't do anything major without your signature. Not even take out a line of credit. I thanked him and hung up. Then I logged into the account I hadn't touched in over a year, the shared mortgage portal. Still active. Still showing my name. Still listing me as a primary contact. I didn't make a move. Not yet. I wasn't looking to pull the rug out from under anyone. I was preparing the stage. Because I knew my family. They weren't going to come to me with humility. They were going to come to me when they needed something. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, my phone buzzed. It was Brooke. Hey, do you know anything about refinancing the house? Mom said the bank said something's wrong with the title. I let it sit for an hour before responding. Yeah, I know. She replied almost instantly. Wait, what does that mean? It means they can't do it without me. But why? Because I'm on the deed, Brooke. But you're not really on it, right? Like not for real. No, I'm very much on it. I have a copy of the title. Her typing bubble flickered for a full minute. Then disappeared. Then came back. Are you going to take the house? I smiled, almost sadly. I don't want the house. I just want them to understand how easy it would be. She didn't reply. That night, I got a call from Mom. No voicemail this time. Just a missed call. Then another. Then one from Dad. Then Ryan. I didn't answer any of them. I wasn't ready yet. Instead, I got to work on phase 2. See, the house was just one part of the equation. The financial control I'd slowly pulled back after Christmas had started to rattle them, but I knew they'd find workarounds. Ryan would borrow from a friend. Brooke would cry to her roommates. Mom and Dad would blame the economy. The real message wouldn't hit until it came from someone they respected. So I called Aunt Mel, my mom's older sister, the only member of the family who had ever treated me like a full adult. She was the black sheep, never married, ran a small business, traveled a lot. She lived 3 states away, but always sent cards on my birthday. Real ones, with actual handwriting. She picked up on the third ring. "Jackson," she said, surprised. "Everything okay?" I hadn't spoken to her in over a year. But when I explained the Christmas dinner and the years leading up to it, and what I'd been quietly doing since, she didn't interrupt once. When I finished, she said, "I always wondered why you seemed tired when we talked." I exhaled. I didn't even notice it myself. Then she asked the question that sealed it. "What do you need from me?" And I told her. Not money, not favors, just truth. A few days later, she called my mom. I don't know what she said, but I know my mom cried. Because Brooke texted me that night. "Mom's really upset." "Why would you tell Aunt Mel?" "Because she listens." That weekend, my dad sent me a long email, full of rationalizations. "We didn't know you felt this way. We never meant to make you feel excluded. It's not about owing anyone. It's about family doing what they can." I didn't reply, but I printed it out, highlighted the parts that mattered. Because there was one final piece I was waiting for. One thing that would complete the setup. And it came, like clockwork, in early April. A wedding invitation. From Brooke. She was getting married that summer. Outdoor venue. Rustic theme. Pinterest perfect. And the RSVP card had a little handwritten note. "Hope you can help with the tech stuff again. You're the best." No apology. No acknowledgement. No mention of Christmas. Or the house. Or the silence. Just another request. Another assumption. Another quiet expectation that I'd show up, smile, and serve. I placed the invitation gently in the trash and started planning the final act. By the time Brooke's wedding rolled around in late June, the storm had been brewing for 6 months. From the outside, everything looked perfect. Their backyard had been transformed into a boho chic wonderland. Wooden arch draped in eucalyptus, mason jar lanterns hanging from trees, live acoustic music floating in the air like everything had been handpicked from a wedding influencer's feed. Everyone wore light tones and soft smiles. Except me. I didn't wear a smile. And I didn't wear light tones. I wore charcoal gray. Clean, tailored, quiet. I stood out just enough to make them uncomfortable, but not enough to say anything. It was a hot day, but I wasn't sweating. Not anymore. Because I wasn't here to help. I was here to watch it fall. Now, before you think I'm a monster for showing up to my sister's wedding with revenge in my back pocket, understand this. She invited me. Expected me. Sent me a separate list of tech stuff 2 weeks before the wedding. Asked if I could bring my own gear, just like I had for Cousin Aaron's wedding and Dad's retirement party. What she didn't ask was whether I wanted to. She never asked how I was doing. Never once said sorry. Not after Christmas. Not after the phone plan was canceled. Not after the property deed blew up in her face. Not after Aunt Mel chewed out Mom for sweeping me under the rug like a worn-out welcome mat. They didn't call. They didn't visit. They just assumed I'd show up and play my part. But this time, I had a different script. Let me take you back 1 month before the wedding. The florist called me. Confused? Yeah, so was I. Apparently, my mother had listed me as the backup billing contact for several wedding vendors, florist, photographer, and the damn porta-potty rental company. Just in case any last-minute charges popped up. You know, because I'm so responsible. At first, I considered calling them and setting the record straight. But then I realized this was the perfect setup. All I had to do was wait. Fast forward to 3 days before the wedding. I called each vendor, calmly and politely, and told them the backup billing card was being removed. They were surprised but professional. The account has to be covered before services are delivered. I reminded each of them. They confirmed. I said thank you. Then I hung up. Then I turned off my phone. No more warnings. Let the pieces fall. June 24th, wedding day. I showed up early, as requested, but didn't lift a finger. When Brooke saw me, she waved with one hand and pointed to the speaker setup with the other. You brought your cables, right? I totally forgot to text you. I smiled. Nope. She blinked. Wait, what? I didn't bring anything. I'm just here to enjoy the wedding. But who's setting up the playlist? I looked around the yard. I assume someone you paid. She stammered. I thought you were. Didn't ask me to. Didn't confirm anything. Not my job. Her eyes narrowed. Seriously? Dead serious. She stormed off without another word. Half an hour later, the photographer arrived. Or tried to. The parking volunteer came over, whispering something to my mom. Her face felt like a puppet with its strings cut. I already knew what it was. Photographer hadn't received final payment. Credit card declined. And the backup contact, me, was no longer on file. 15 minutes later, the florist called. No card on file. Bouquets? Still in the van. My mom started to panic. She pulled me aside near the lemonade station and hissed. What the hell is going on? I tilted my head. What do you mean? Vendors are saying they don't have payment. Your card was supposed to be on file. Not anymore. I removed myself a while ago. But you said. No, I interrupted. You assumed. Big difference. She looked like she wanted to slap me. Or cry. Maybe both. I don't understand why you're doing this. I sipped my drink. I'm not doing anything. Just letting the consequences catch up. She stared at me, mouth open, but before she could say more, Ryan walked over. I just got a text, he said. The porta potties are on hold. My mom closed her eyes. I thought Jackson, Ryan started. Jackson didn't, I said calmly. And I walked away. The ceremony was delayed an hour. Guests milled around, confused and sweating. Chairs were being moved. The florist eventually agreed to release the flowers after Brooks scrambled to Venmo her in real time. The photographer left. They tried to replace her with someone's cousin and a rented Canon. The worst part? The music, or lack thereof. Brooke walked down the aisle in silence. No acoustic playlist. No soft piano. Just the distant sound of a neighbor's dog barking. When she reached the altar, she shot me a look that could peel paint off a wall. I smiled and nodded. After the ceremony, I watched as Mom and Ryan huddled in a corner, whispering furiously. Dad stood by the open bar, nursing a whiskey and pretending nothing was wrong. Brooke was smiling for selfies, but her eyes were glassy. Tight. It wasn't a disaster. But it wasn't the wedding she'd imagined. And that was enough. After the cake was cut and the fake photographer started packing up, Brooke finally cornered me. Her makeup had started to melt in the heat, and the smile was long gone. You ruined my wedding, she said, quiet and deadly. I sipped my drink. No. You did that when you decided I was a utility and not a person. She blinked. You're being so cruel. I raised an eyebrow. Cruel? You told Mom to cut me out of family photos 2 years ago because it would mess with the symmetry. You faked a panic attack to avoid helping me move. You told your fiancé I was emotionally manipulative because I asked to be paid back for rent 1 month. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. I stepped closer, kept my voice low. You've spent years treating me like a spare part, a background actor in the Brooke show, and every time I gave you more money, more support, more patience, you thanked me by pretending I didn't exist unless you needed something. I paused. So I gave you nothing today? Nothing but exactly what you gave me for most of my adult life. She looked away. I walked off before she could answer. As I passed Ryan, he muttered, You didn't have to go that far. I didn't stop walking. No, Ryan. I didn't have to go that far. I chose to. For once. That night, I drove home with the windows down. No music. Just the wind. No calls. No messages. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel angry. Or empty. I felt free. The next day, I got a call from Aunt Mel. She didn't say much, just laughed down the line and said, Jackson, I hope you took a slice of cake. I did, I said. And a flower from the table. Thought I earned it. Damn right you did. She hung up. That Monday, I logged into the mortgage portal, removed myself from the property, formally signed the release. It was never about the house. I just wanted them to know they never owned me. A week later, I got one final text from Mom. We've been talking. We'd like to invite you to dinner. Just you. No expectations. No favors. Just us. I read it twice. Then I deleted it. No response. Not because I wanted to punish them, but because I finally understood something I'd been blind to for too long. Forgiveness doesn't mean reopening the door. Sometimes, it just means walking away without burning the house down. And never looking back. That's exactly what I did. I'm Nate, 31, and I've always been the background character in my own family. Not bitter, just honest. I was the reliable one, the fixer, the one who quietly paid for things without making a scene. I never competed with my siblings for attention, never made holidays about myself, and never expected anyone to notice when I picked up the check or took time off work to help someone move or recover from surgery. I just did it. It's how I was raised. Don't ask for praise, just do the right thing. My sister, Camilla, 2 years younger, was the star of the show. She always had this magnetic pull, the kind of energy that made people bend toward her like sunflowers. She wasn't cruel, exactly, but she knew how to use people, especially me. She had that smile that could make a lie sound like a compliment, and for most of our lives, I let her get away with it. Camilla's wedding had been a year in the making. A Pinterest fever dream come to life. Pastel florals, handwritten name cards, a string quartet, the whole 9 yards. And who do you think helped foot the bill when her fiancé's family backed out of contributing last minute? Yours truly. She called me the investor like it was a joke. But I didn't laugh when I wired $8,000 to secure the photographer she'd been obsessing over since high school. I didn't say a word when I offered to cover the honeymoon flights because Mom said they were strapped this month, and Camilla looked at me like it was just expected. I kept the receipts, not because I wanted to hold it over them, but because, deep down, a part of me still believed that if I did enough, gave enough, maybe, just maybe, they'd see me as something other than a spare part. The shift started a week before the wedding. I'd been coordinating with the photographer, finalizing the payment for the honeymoon, even drafting the speech Camilla had begged me to give at the rehearsal dinner. But then, little comments started slipping through. "Oh, Nate, maybe don't wear that navy suit," Camilla said casually on the phone. "It's a bit gloomy." Then, Mom chimed in, "Just try not to draw attention. Camilla deserves the spotlight, sweetie." I laughed it off. Old habits. But something about the tone stuck with me. It wasn't teasing. It was surgical. 2 days before the ceremony, the message came. No greeting. No warning. Just a clean little bubble of text on my phone that read, "Don't bother showing up. You'll ruin the photos." I stared at it for a full minute. Thought maybe I read it wrong. But no, that was it. My sister, the girl whose prom I drove her to in a hailstorm because her date bailed, the woman I helped move 3 times in 2 years, the bride I'd spent thousands helping, was telling me I wasn't welcome. Not even because of something I'd done. Just because. I might ruin the aesthetic. What twisted the knife wasn't even the text, it was the notification underneath it. Mom liked a message. I clicked it. She liked it. My mother had liked the message where I was told not to come to the wedding. That little thumbs up icon might as well have been a slap in the face. I didn't respond. Not immediately. I didn't call. I didn't yell. I just sat there, in my apartment, staring at the wall. I thought about all the times I'd put myself second, all the birthday dinners I paid for, all the emergencies I'd helped navigate. And for what? To be told I'd ruined the photos? I took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to my desk. Opened my laptop. First, I emailed the photographer. "Hi, this is Nathan. I'll no longer be requiring your services on Saturday. The payment was from my account, and I'd like to proceed with a cancellation. Please confirm receipt." They responded in less than 20 minutes. "Sorry to hear that. We'll process the refund minus the deposit." I didn't care about the deposit. Then I logged into my travel app and canceled the flights I'd booked for Camilla and her fiancé to Santorini. I'd paid for them on my own credit card, under my name. Refunds processed. Still silent. Still calm. But something deeper had snapped. Not in a vengeful way yet. More in a realization, they saw me as a wallet. A prop. Not a brother. Not a son. And certainly not someone whose absence would matter. I started thinking back to things I'd brushed off for years. How Camilla used to mock me in front of her friends and call it just teasing. How Mom once told me, after a rough breakup, "Well, you were kind of hard to love." I'd swallowed it all, convinced myself it was just family being blunt. But that night, I saw it for what it really was, contempt dressed up as familiarity. I didn't text back. Didn't say a word. I wanted them to feel the silence. I wanted them to walk into that venue and realize something was off. Not right away. Slowly. Like a fog creeping in. The speech? Gone. The photographer? Vanished. The honeymoon? Canceled. But I wasn't done yet. Not even close. The next morning, I drove to Dad's old house, now rented out to one of my childhood friends. He still kept a storage shed in the back, and inside was a dusty plastic bin with old family keepsakes. Photos, videos, even some of Camilla's childhood paintings. I borrowed a few of the more unflattering ones. You know, like her in the infamous dolphin costume at age 10, or her Braces-era headshots. Then I went to a local print shop and had a few blown up into tasteful little posters. just to spice up the photo area they'd set up for guests. By noon, I dropped them off anonymously at the venue coordinator's office, labeled Camilla's Memory Lane. No return address. Just a sticky note. Surprise from a loving relative. Still no response from Camilla or Mom. No apology. No call. It was like I'd ceased to exist. But that was the thing. They'd assumed silence meant surrender. They didn't realize I was just watching, waiting, letting the cracks form. Because when everything you've built rests on someone else's money and effort, it only takes one person stepping back for the whole house of cards to tumble. And it was only a matter of time before it all came down. The day before the wedding, I went into the office like it was any other Friday. I didn't take time off. Didn't clear my schedule. I answered emails, signed contracts, smiled at coworkers. But inside, I was tracking every move they made like a general watching enemy formations shift before a siege. Around lunchtime, I got a ping on my phone. A group message I had apparently not been removed from oversight on Camilla's part, I'm sure. Camilla, quick update for everyone. The photographer had to cancel last minute, emergency or something. We're scrambling, but if anyone knows someone good, please reach out. Need someone by tomorrow. There it was. The first tremor. I read it 3 times, sipping my coffee like it was wine. Then, 30 minutes later, another message. Camilla, also, anyone know what happened to the honeymoon flights? Site says the reservation no longer exists. If this is a glitch, I'm going to lose it. The knot in my chest started to unwind, just a little. It wasn't satisfaction yet. Not quite. But it was clarity. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't confused. I wasn't wondering what I did wrong or how I could fix things. I was watching people who had used and dismissed me slowly realize I wasn't going to let them anymore. I didn't reply. Didn't offer help. The group chat started blowing up with speculation. Her fiancé, Brandon, chimed in once, asking if the photographer was paid in full. Camilla ignored the question. I figured he didn't know I had paid for most of this. They'd probably told him I was just helping a little. That's the thing about people like them. They lie as naturally as breathing, even to the people they supposedly love. By 5 p.m., Mom called. I stared at the screen ringing. Her name. That generic smiling photo she'd taken back in 2014. My thumb hovered, and then I declined the call. I waited for the voicemail. She didn't leave one. Then, 2 minutes later, a text. Nate, please call me. There's a mix-up with the travel stuff and Camilla is getting anxious. We need to talk. Anxious. Not sorry. Not confused. Just anxious. Like I was an IT guy and they were reporting a bug in the system I needed to fix. That night, I cooked myself dinner. Steak. Asparagus. Real mashed potatoes. Poured a glass of wine. Lit a candle. Put my phone on silent. I played an old album I hadn't listened to in years and sat in my little apartment. Finally, feeling like I had some control over my own story. The next morning was the wedding. I didn't go. Instead, I put on a comfortable hoodie, grabbed a coffee from the bakery down the street, and walked to the park. The air was crisp. The world quiet. And I felt detached. Not angry. Not bitter. Just done. Then, at 10:11 a.m., my phone buzzed again. My cousin Liam. Bro, did you cancel the photographer and honeymoon? What is happening? I replied simply, I did. Ask Camilla why. He responded, she's sobbing. Your mom's yelling at the planner. Brandon looks like he wants to walk into traffic. I didn't type anything else. Just locked my phone and watched a dog run after a pigeon. A few hours later, I checked Instagram. Camilla had posted one of those black text on white background story updates. Not everything goes according to plan. Thank you to everyone who showed up and helped us through a very unexpected day. Love you all. The comments were a mix of generic support and subtle confusion. You still look beautiful. Hope you still had a magical day. Can't wait to hear the story someday, LOL. But what really got me was the caption on the only photo she posted. Her and Brandon in the church doorway, clearly taken by a guest's iPhone. Grainy. Off-center. Cropped weird. Against all odds, #justmarried. Against all odds? You mean against the odds of disrespecting the one person funding half your fantasy wedding? The moment felt surreal. A year ago, I would have killed to be part of that day. I would have stood beside her, grinning for the cameras, giving the speech of a lifetime, helping her live her dream. And now, I didn't feel like I'd missed anything. I felt like I'd finally woken up from something. But it wasn't over. Because at 8:07 p.m., my doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anyone. I looked through the peephole. It was Brandon. Hair messy. tie crooked, expression unreadable. He knocked once, then stepped back. He looked tired, not furious, not confused. I opened the door slowly. He blinked at me. Hey, can we talk? My stomach tightened, but I kept my face still. You guys aren't on your honeymoon? His jaw tensed. Yeah, about that. I let him in. And that's when everything started to unravel, faster than I could have imagined. Brandon stepped into my apartment like a man walking into enemy territory, not with aggression, but with the wary energy of someone realizing too late that he might have backed the wrong team. He glanced around, taking in the minimalist setup, books stacked on the end table, one lonely plant wilting in the corner, the untouched wine glass still on the kitchen counter from the night before. I gestured toward the couch. He sat down, slowly, hands clasped between his knees, silent for a few seconds, long enough for me to wonder if he was rehearsing what to say or figuring out how to say it without implicating himself. Then, finally, he spoke. I didn't know, he said, voice low. I swear to you, Nate, I didn't know you were paying for any of it. I raised an eyebrow. None of it. He shook his head. Camilla said your gift was just covering the photographer's deposit. That's it. She told me her uncle was paying for the flights, that the honeymoon was his gift to us. I leaned back in my chair. Did you ever ask? He sighed. I did. A couple of times. She'd changed the subject. I figured. I don't know. She was stressed. Weddings are a mess. I didn't respond right away. There was a part of me, small, but loud, that wanted to unload every petty detail. Every receipt. Every phone call. Every subtle jab I'd swallowed. But I could see in his face that he was already unraveling. The way his fingers tapped nervously against his knee. The redness creeping into his eyes. He wasn't just tired. He was shaken. He cleared his throat. Look, I know we don't really know each other that well, but I wanted to come here myself. She's in full meltdown mode. She thinks you ruined the wedding out of spite. I gave a small, humorless laugh. Out of spite. Or because I was told I'd ruined the photos. Brandon winced. I saw the text. Her phone was open while she was crying on the bathroom floor. I read it. I didn't even know your mom liked it until you mentioned it just now. She didn't think I'd actually step back, I said. None of them did. That's the problem. He nodded slowly, letting the words hang there. Then he leaned forward, elbows on knees. She said something this morning, he said. After we realized the photographer was a no-show and the flight confirmation was gone. She was screaming. And in the middle of it, she blurted out. He was never supposed to matter this much. That one hit different. It shouldn't have surprised me. But hearing it said aloud, from her fiancé, made it real in a way it hadn't been before. She said that. I asked. He nodded, eyes full of something that looked like regret. Or shame. Or both. She didn't even mean it maliciously. More like she genuinely didn't understand how things could fall apart without you. I let out a long breath through my nose. And your mom, he added carefully. She's been egging it all on. Camilla didn't want to cut you out entirely. She was just upset. The photos thing was supposed to be, like, petty. Temporary. Your mom told her it would blow over if she just stayed firm. I felt something cold settle in my chest. It wasn't anger. Not anymore. It was something quieter. Resignation, maybe. A confirmation of everything I'd suspected for years, but never dared confront. That mom had always favored Camilla. That she saw my usefulness as something to be harvested, not appreciated. That she assumed I'd always come back. Always pay. Always forgive. She told Camilla to hold the line, Brandon said. Said if she gave in to you now, she'd be setting a dangerous precedent. Her words. I laughed. Not out of amusement, just disbelief. Like I'm a toddler trying to get a cookie before dinner. Brandon nodded, lips pressed into a thin line. She also said, if you really cared, you would have still shown up. Of course. They were rewriting the narrative in real time. I could hear it already. Nate was selfish. Nate sabotaged the day. Nate made it about him. Never mind the money. Never mind the silence. Never mind the years of being treated like an afterthought until my bank account was needed. Brandon stood. Look, I don't know what happens next. Camilla's not speaking to me right now. She's crying in the bathtub and your mom is blaming the wedding planner for everything. But I didn't want to leave it like this. I needed you to know, this wasn't how I wanted to start our marriage. I tilted my head. You still think it's starting? That one caught him off guard. He blinked. Hesitated. I don't know. His honesty surprised me. But it was the kind that came from someone whose illusions had just been shattered. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small envelope. I found this in her planner. Thought you should have it. He handed it to me. Inside was the speech I'd written. The one I'd drafted weeks ago, that Camilla had asked for and never acknowledged again. It was printed and highlighted. Notes scribbled in the margins. Make this part funnier. Cut this, too sappy. Add more about her. I smiled without warmth. Nice to know I was being edited. Brandon gave me a sheepish look. I'm sorry, man. For all of it. I didn't reply. After he left, I sat on the couch and stared at that speech for a long time. The words felt like they belonged to someone else. Someone still clinging to hope that a few kind lines could mend years of damage. But I wasn't that person anymore. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting my apartment in orange light, my phone buzzed again. Camilla. First call. Then another. Then a voicemail. Then a text. I hope you're happy. Everyone's asking where the photographer is. Why the photos look like garbage. Brandon won't talk to me. I know what you did. And you'll regret it. I put the phone down without replying. I didn't regret it. Not even a little. 3 days passed. I didn't answer a single call, didn't reply to a single message. Camilla texted again the next morning, something about how I'd ruined the most important day of her life. Then again later that night, a paragraph about betrayal, family, forgiveness, followed by a line that sounded suspiciously like Mom wrote it. You've made your point. Now stop acting like a child. Brandon didn't follow up, but I wasn't expecting him to. He'd done his part. He came clean. I don't know what conversations happened behind closed doors between them, but if the silence from his number meant anything, I suspected it wasn't going well. He wasn't defending her anymore. He wasn't defending them. But on the 4th day, the knock came. Not the doorbell, just a knock. Loud. Short. I opened it to find my mother standing there, arms crossed, expression tight. I didn't invite her in. Just leaned against the frame, blocking the entrance. She didn't wait for me to speak. You made your sister cry so hard she threw up. I gave her a dry look. And she's humiliated. We had to explain to everyone why the wedding had no professional photos, why the honeymoon was postponed, why you weren't there. Why wasn't I there, Mom? I interrupted, arms crossed. She blinked, clearly not expecting pushback. Because you got offended over a text message. You sabotaged your own sister's wedding because your feelings were hurt. No, I said, steady. I didn't go because I was uninvited. Don't twist this. Camilla told me not to come. You liked the message. She looked away for a second, just a flick of the eyes, then squared her shoulders again. It was obviously an overreaction. She was stressed. You knew she didn't mean it. Didn't mean it? I laughed once, sharp. Mom, you liked the message where she told me I'd ruin the photos. That's not stress. That's cruelty with a thumbs up. She shifted on her feet. You always do this. You dramatize everything. No, I used to internalize everything, I snapped. I let it slide when you ignored my birthdays. I let it slide when Camilla mocked me in front of her friends. I let it slide when you said I was a hard to love. I let it all slide. But this time, you pushed too far. And the only reason you're here is because your golden child's perfect little wedding fell apart. Her jaw tightened. You know what your problem is? You want to be the victim in everything. You couldn't just support your sister. You had to make it about you. I stared at her. You know what? I used to believe that. That if I just stayed quiet, worked hard, paid the bills, maybe one day I'd finally be enough for this family. But I've finally figured it out. You never saw me as a son, just as a resource. And now that I've shut off the tap, suddenly I'm selfish. Her face reddened, whether from anger or embarrassment, I didn't care anymore. You're overreacting, she said again, quieter now. No, I said, voice calm, but final. I'm done reacting. I'm done being the afterthought who pays for everyone else's mistakes. I canceled the honeymoon because it was mine to cancel. I canceled the photographer because I paid every cent. And I didn't show up because I was told not to. That's not sabotage. That's compliance. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. I stepped back. You should go. Nate. Go. She hesitated, then walked off without another word. That night, I went to my filing cabinet and pulled out a manila folder. Inside were all the receipts, the wire transfers, the hotel bookings, the plane tickets, the contract with the photographer, every financial contribution I made to that wedding. I scanned them, printed copies, and wrote a short letter. To whom it may concern, attached are the receipts and bank statements for all services and expenses paid toward Camilla's wedding and honeymoon. As you can see, I am the sole financial contributor for the following: $8,000 to the photography company, $4,200 for the honeymoon flights and resort booking, $1,600 in additional expenses related to decor, catering supplements, and transportation. In total, $13,800 of my personal funds were used at the request of the bride and family. All expenses were paid in good faith under the assumption that I would be part of the event. I was subsequently told via text message not to attend, with no apology or clarification since. I have decided not to pursue legal recourse, but I am formally requesting that my name no longer be mentioned in any narrative surrounding the alleged ruining of the event. I did not ruin the wedding. I simply withdrew. Best of luck, Nathan. I mailed a copy to my mother, another to Camilla and Brandon, and a third, just for good measure, to my aunt, the one who always hosted holiday dinners and had a habit of accidentally bringing up family gossip in front of 30 people. It was surgical, clean, no drama, just facts. 2 weeks passed. No response. And then, without fanfare, Camilla posted a photo on Instagram. Her and Brandon, sitting on a bench near a lake. No hashtags. No hearts. Just a caption that said, "Starting fresh." I didn't know what that meant. Whether they were still together. Whether she was trying to spin a news story. I didn't care. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't trying to get back in. I wasn't waiting for an apology or some half-hearted reconciliation over holiday wine and fake smiles. I was done. And with that closure, I made the last decision I needed to make. I called my bank and had the final auto payments shut off. My parents' cell phone plan, which I'd been quietly covering for years, the Amazon Prime account under my card that they all shared, and the streaming service I'd never used but kept active because Camilla couldn't live without it. They could live without me just fine, apparently. And now they would. The next morning, my phone buzzed with the final ripple. A group text titled Family Chat. "Camilla, Nate, can you fix the phone plan? It's saying inactive. Mom, we're all having issues with the internet. Did you change something?" I looked at the screen. The silence from me spoke louder than any answer ever could. I left the group. That was the last message I ever received. And strangely, it felt less like cutting them off and more like setting myself free. Not from them. From the version of me who kept trying to prove his worth to people who had already decided he was only as good as his credit limit. They didn't lose a brother. They lost their personal ATM. And I finally found peace in not being invited back. My name's Nate, and I'm 26 years old. This happened last summer, but I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. It was supposed to be one of the happiest days of my life, my college graduation. I was the first in my immediate family to get a degree, and not just any degree. I graduated with honors in finance, after working full-time through school and supporting myself completely. No handouts, no safety net, just long hours, side gigs, and caffeine-fueled nights. I thought the hard part was over. What made it worse was that I had planned the entire celebration myself. I rented the backyard venue, paid for the catering, arranged for the tables, the flowers, the soft lighting, even booked a small acoustic band, because my mom once told me how much she loved that kind of music. I thought, stupidly, that maybe this would be a chance to bridge the gap between me and my family, especially my mom. Our relationship had always been complicated. She favored my younger brother, Adam. She didn't try to hide it. He was always the charmer, the golden boy. Even though he never held down a steady job for more than a few months and dropped out of community college after one semester. But he had a smile that made people forgive him, and I guess that was enough for her. Still, I thought this day would be different. I paid off the last few installments on the house last month and quietly transferred the deed into her and my stepdad's name. They'd been struggling with mortgage payments for years, and I wanted to give them some peace. It felt good, like I was finally in a place to help. Like maybe, finally, I'd be seen as more than just the responsible one. I didn't tell them right away. I figured I'd surprise them at the party. But I didn't realize I was walking into a setup. The evening started off nicely enough. Guests arrived, most of them family friends or distant relatives. People laughed, clinked glasses, and complimented the decorations. My mom even smiled when she saw the cake I'd ordered. It had my name on it, which felt like a novelty in our house. I mingled, made small talk, and waited for that perfect moment to pull her aside, hand her the paperwork, and see her face light up. I wanted to believe she'd be proud. Instead, just as the cake was being cut, my mom clinked her glass. I was halfway across the yard, chatting with my aunt when the sound cut through the noise. Everyone quieted down. She stood in the center, a champagne flute raised in one hand, her other arm looped through Adam's. "I'd like to make a toast," she said, smiling that tight smile she always used when she was about to say something passive-aggressive. "To the child who actually made us proud. To Adam, who's always had a big heart and never forgot where he came from." I blinked. For a second, I thought I misheard. A few people clapped politely. Some looked confused. My aunt shot me a glance and whispered, "Isn't this your graduation?" I didn't respond. I just stood there, frozen. Adam grinned and held up his glass, like he was basking in the spotlight. I didn't even think he'd done anything recently worth toasting. He hadn't worked in 6 months and was currently living in my parents' basement, playing poker online and calling it entrepreneurship. But there he was, being celebrated at my party, in front of my guests, for simply existing. I felt a heat rise in my chest. Not anger, not yet. Just disappointment. That familiar, quiet kind of disappointment that sinks into your stomach like a cold rock. I didn't make a scene. I didn't argue. I just nodded slowly, smiled like it didn't sting, and excused myself. I slipped back into the house and headed straight for the guest room where I'd stashed my bag. Inside was my laptop, and more importantly, the folder with the house deed transfer forms. I sat down at the desk, opened the file, and stared at the papers for a long time. I'd already signed them. All that was left was to finalize it at the registry the next morning. I pulled up the online portal and clicked cancel. It took 2 minutes. That's all. 2 minutes to take back the house. 2 minutes to reverse the one gift I'd planned for months. When I walked back outside, the party was still in full swing. The band was playing something light and breezy. People were dancing under the string lights. My mom was laughing with Adam, holding her glass like nothing had happened. She didn't even notice I'd been gone. No one did. And that was when something inside me shifted. Not just hurt, not just frustration, but something colder. Something calculating. Because the house, that was just the beginning. They wanted to ignore me, pretend I didn't matter, erase everything I'd done. Fine. But they weren't going to enjoy what came next. I stayed until the end of the party, helping people into their cars, shaking hands, thanking guests. Smiling. Silent. Adam came over at one point, tipsy and smug, and said, "Don't take it personally, man. She just likes to mess around. You know how she is." Yeah, I knew. What he didn't know was that I'd spent the last 6 years being the boring one, the one who filed taxes early and saved receipts and learned about power of attorney and real estate loopholes. I wasn't going to throw a tantrum. I was going to play their game better than they ever could. And they had no idea what was already in motion. That week, I made a few quiet moves. Subtle things. Legal things. Things that wouldn't raise alarms, at least not yet. But this time, I wasn't trying to win them over. This time, I was just getting started. The next morning, I woke up early. Not out of habit, but because I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard my mom's voice again. "To the child who actually made us proud." That sentence had replayed in my head all night like a broken record. I kept wondering how many times I'd overlooked similar jabs, brushed them off, told myself it wasn't worth the fight. I'd paid their bills, covered emergencies, helped fix their car, paid off their credit cards in secret, so they wouldn't be embarrassed. I even helped Adam get out of a legal mess once. He never even thanked me. I thought, maybe if I just kept helping, eventually they'd see me. Really see me. But I get it now. They saw me the whole time. They just didn't care. So I stopped playing the role they assigned me. That morning, I called the attorney who'd helped with the house paperwork and asked him to revert the deed transfer. He was surprised, said it was unusual, but legal, since the final title hadn't been filed yet. It cost me a few $100 in admin fees, but it was worth every cent. The house was back in my name by lunch. I stared at the confirmation email longer than I should have. I didn't feel joy. Not exactly. More like clarity. Control. I didn't stop there. A few days later, I called the electric and water company and removed their names from the accounts. Transferred the online bills to a private dashboard. Just a little housekeeping, nothing suspicious. Then I logged into my old password manager, because yes, Adam once asked me to help set up his email and found that he still hadn't changed his credentials. Classic. It didn't take long to see that he was in deep again. Gambling. Online poker sites. Late-night crypto pump and dumps. I didn't touch anything illegal. I'm not that kind of guy, but I did quietly download the logs and forwarded them to myself. Receipts. Backup. Protection. And the best part? He had recently listed my parents' house address as Business HQ for one of his half-baked startups. I chuckled when I saw it. Perfect. Now I had leverage. Not for blackmail, no, but for something far cleaner. I waited a week. Let the silence stretch. No calls. No texts. Just distance. I figured, let them notice. Let them feel the stillness and wonder what was missing. And right on cue, the first ping came in. My mom texted, "Hey, can you come by sometime? We want to talk." I ignored it. The next day, a call from my stepdad. I let it ring. Then came the email. Subject line, strange charges? Apparently, they were finally checking the bank statement for the utilities and saw nothing going out. Because the bills were coming straight to me now. Unpaid. That weekend, Adam showed up at my apartment. I saw him through the peephole, shades, hoodie, trying to look casual. I didn't open the door. He knocked again, then texted me. "Hey man, I think there's been a mix-up with the house paperwork. Mom said you might have copies. Can we talk?" Nope. By the following Thursday, my mom sent a voice message. Her tone was different this time. No fake smiles, no sing-song guilt trips. Just clipped and tight. She said, "Nate, this has gone far enough. We know you did something with the house. This is serious. Call me back." That was the moment I realized something. They weren't just confused. They were scared. They never expected me to push back. For years, I was the good son, the one who kept quiet, who carried burdens without complaint, who fixed things without asking for credit. But I wasn't that kid anymore. I'd graduated, not just from college, but from playing dumb. I started making copies of everything. House deed, email logs, screenshots of Adam's sketchy transactions. I even backed up texts from my mom that, if needed, would show a pattern of financial manipulation. Just in case. I wasn't planning anything illegal. I just wanted to be prepared. Because if they pushed, I'd push back harder. Still, a part of me hoped they'd get the message. Take the hint. Apologize. Maybe even try to make things right. But then came the kicker. I got a call from my aunt, the same one who'd whispered to me at the party. "Nate," she said, her voice low, "I don't know if you've heard, but your mom's been telling people you stole the house. That you used some kind of legal trick to take it from them behind their backs." I stood there, holding the phone in silence. "She's been saying you forged signatures," my aunt added, "and that you've been acting unstable since graduation. She even mentioned getting a lawyer." There it was. The smear campaign. They couldn't guilt me into giving back the house, so now they were going to paint me as the villain. My jaw clenched. I thanked my aunt, hung up, and just sat there for a long time. I wasn't even angry. I was past that. I was focused. They wanted a war. Fine. But they had no idea what I'd already done, what cards I still had. And by the time they realized, it would be far too late. The next 2 weeks felt like walking a tightrope across a pit of snakes. Tense, slow, but not without a strange sense of power. Every day, I received new little messages. Passive-aggressive quotes about family posted to my mom's Facebook. Comments on old Instagram photos of Adam and me. Sad how people change, or can't believe what some are capable of when money's involved. Subtle, whispered, designed to cast doubt without ever saying anything outright. But I didn't bite. I didn't comment, didn't reply, didn't try to clear my name with the extended family. I just waited. Because that's what you do when people lie about you. You let them dig the hole deeper, make it public, build their version of the story loud enough that it can be torn down all at once. And I was patient, painfully patient. I focused on tightening things behind the scenes. First, I scheduled a meeting with a real estate attorney. I told him everything, every transaction, every document, every petty family blow-up that had led to this. He was professional, even impressed with how clean the paperwork was. "They have no legal grounds," he said. "You didn't steal anything. In fact, your original gift was never finalized. You just changed your mind. Can they sue?" I asked. He shrugged. "Sure, but it'll get thrown out." That was all I needed to hear. I left his office with a neat folder of notarized copies and formal statements that could shut down any legal nonsense before it started, just in case. Then I made a few phone calls to utility providers, insurance companies, even the HOA. I made it clear that any future communications or claims regarding the house needed to go through me directly. One company rep hesitated and said, "But your mom doesn't live in a property she owns." I interrupted. "All decisions go through me now." Understood. It was cold, sure, but necessary. The The first true blow came one Monday evening when I got a frantic voicemail from my mom. No passive aggression this time, just panic. She said, "Nate, they shut off the water." "The water, Nate. There are notices taped to the front door. I don't know what you're doing, but this isn't funny. You need to fix this right now. Call me back. Please." I didn't. The next day, she called again. And again. And again. By Wednesday, Adam sent a long text. I could tell he spent time drafting it, trying to balance his usual smugness with a fake olive branch. He texted, "Look, I don't know what this is really about, but we're family. Mom's a mess, Dad's stressed, and this whole thing is it's going too far. Maybe we all made mistakes, yeah? Let's just fix it. We'll say we're sorry. You can even keep the house if it means that much. Keep the house." As if I'd taken something from them. As if I hadn't offered it out of love, and they hadn't spat in my face at the very celebration I funded. That night, I drove by the house. I didn't go in. I didn't want a scene, but I wanted to see it. The porch lights were off. A red slip was taped to the mailbox. One of Adam's old business partners was pacing on the sidewalk, clearly trying to figure out why no one was answering the door. I watched from a distance. It didn't feel good. It didn't feel triumphant. It felt hollow, but sometimes justice is. Still, I wasn't finished. They hadn't learned anything yet. They were panicking, not reflecting. Their goal was to get back to the comfortable lie, not to own up to what they'd done. So I planned the next step. I called in a favor from an old college friend, Melanie, who worked in PR. Not big-time media, just corporate reputation stuff. But she owed me one. I explained everything, and she whistled low. "Damn, Nate," she said. "That's some Succession-type drama. Can you help?" I asked. "I'll send you a guide," she said. "Not public scandal, nothing dirty, just positioning. Messaging. In case this thing blows up." And it was about to blow up. Because what they didn't know, what I had held back until now, was that Adam had applied for a small business grant last year using the house as his mailing address and listed himself as a tenant under owner permission. I only found out because he used one of my old tax IDs from when we filed jointly during the year I helped him run a failed landscaping side gig. Yeah, he roped me into that mess too. Back then, I didn't care. Now, I had documentation. I sat with that email in my drafts for days. Not sent. Just waiting. It was addressed to the grant office that issued the funds. Subject line, fraudulent application review request. Inside was everything, screenshots, statements, copies of my revoked permission form, and proof the house was not under his legal control at the time of application. I didn't press send. Not yet. I wanted one more crack at closure before turning up the heat. A final chance for them to see what they'd done, to apologize, not because they were cornered, but because they finally understood. So I drafted a message. Short, controlled. "If you want to talk, meet me at the cafe on 5th tomorrow. Noon. No drama. Just answers." I didn't know if they'd show, but I knew one thing for sure. Whether or not they came, everything would change after that meeting. And they had no idea what was sitting in my outbox, ready to detonate. I sat at the corner table at the cafe on 5th, the one by the window that caught just enough sunlight to feel warm but not blinding. I wasn't early. I wasn't late. I was exactly on time. I had a coffee in front of me, untouched, going lukewarm while I scrolled through the email I'd saved in drafts one more time. Subject line, fraudulent application review request. My finger hovered over the send button like it was connected to a detonator. Because it was. Not for a building. Not for their house. For their reputation. For the version of events they'd been spinning to everyone who would listen. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. And then I saw them. Adam came in first, wearing his signature too expensive for someone with no job leather jacket. Sunglasses still on like he was hiding from the paparazzi that only existed in his head. My mom followed, her face tight, jaw clenched, wearing the same jewelry I'd bought her 3 Christmases ago, when I still thought earning her affection was a matter of effort. They spotted me and walked over in silence. "Nate," my mom said as they sat down. No hug, no smile, just one word, like it took effort to acknowledge me. Adam pulled off his glasses and leaned forward with a fake smile. "All right, man. Let's just clear the air. This whole thing's been nuts, yeah?" I said nothing. My mom tapped the table. "You've made your point. The water was off for a week. We had to shower at a neighbor's. Embarrassing. So now you've punished us. You feel better." I looked at her, eyes flat. "You think this is about water?" "Well, it's not about the house," she scoffed. You gave it to us, Nate. We didn't ask for it. You chose to do that. No, I said quietly. I planned to give it to you. But I didn't. I changed my mind. You changed your mind after we told people, Adam muttered. You made us look like fools. You know that, right? Like we're liars. You are liars, I said. My voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. You stood in front of everyone at my graduation party, at the event I paid for, at the celebration for my achievement, and toasted him. I pointed at Adam, called him the child you were proud of. Looked me in the eye while you said it. My mom looked annoyed, not ashamed. Oh, for God's sake, Nate. It was just a toast. Why do you always make everything about you? I let out a laugh. Not a funny one. Dry, short, the kind that comes when you realize you're sitting across from people who genuinely don't get it. I paid off your house, I said slowly. That was me. I put in the hours, the loans, the stress. I sacrificed. You didn't even say thank you. You acted like it was owed to you, like I was just fulfilling some cosmic debt. My mom folded her arms. Because family takes care of each other. No, I said, leaning forward now. I took care of you. You just took. Adam raised a hand. Okay. Can we just stop the drama? What do you even want from us, man? I pulled a piece of paper from my bag. Folded. Neat. I slid it across the table. What's this? My mom asked, not touching it. A detailed list of every financial contribution I've made to this family in the last 7 years. Rent, loans, bailouts, credit card debt, mortgage payments, repairs, gifts, tuition help, groceries. I kept receipts. Adam glanced at the bottom. This says you spent over $100,000. $123,492.16. I corrected. My mom's mouth fell open. Why would you keep track of that? Because I had a feeling this day would come. There was a long pause. The kind that feels like its own kind of noise. So what? She said finally. You want us to pay it back? We don't have that kind of money. I know, I said. That's why I'm not asking for it. Adam sat back. Then what is this? I picked up my phone and turned the screen toward them. The email was still open. I tapped the screen once. Remember that grant you got? I asked Adam. The one for your entrepreneurial startup. His face twitched. What about it? You committed fraud, I said simply. You used the house address without permission. Claimed you were a tenant. Used my tax ID. That's federal money, Adam. His jaw tightened. You wouldn't. I smiled cold. I haven't. Not yet. But if either of you keep pushing this "he stole our house" narrative, or try to guilt me into giving anything else, I will. My mom's eyes widened. You're threatening your own family? No, I said, standing up. I'm protecting myself from mine. I picked up my bag, tossed a 20 on the table for the coffee, and turned to leave. Wait, my mom called after me. I paused. Why are you doing this? She asked, quieter now. Less angry. Almost afraid. I looked back at her. Because I'm done begging for your respect, I said. You lost a son the day you made a toast to someone else at his celebration. I held up my phone again. This is just me making sure I never forget why. And I left. A month passed. The calls stopped. The Facebook posts disappeared. The gossip from extended family dried up when I sent them all a polite group message explaining the full situation with documentation. I attached the receipts, the graduation party invoice, and a brief statement. This is what happened. I'm not asking for sides. I just want the truth to be known. No venom. No name calling. Just facts. I didn't hear back from most of them, but a few replied. Quietly. With apology. One uncle even offered to take me out for dinner. I politely declined. 3 months after that, my mom emailed me. Subject: I miss you. Body: I know we've made mistakes. I didn't realize how much we hurt you. I wish we could go back and do things differently. I hope one day you'll come home. I didn't reply. Because I am home. My name is still on the house. Adam moved out after his grant was revoked. Turns out, someone did eventually forward the documents to the grant office after all. Could have been anyone, really. My parents now rent a small place on the other side of town. It's not much, but it's theirs. And me? I got promoted. Moved into a quiet apartment downtown. Found peace, finally, in the space where I'm not someone's afterthought or utility. Just a person. Just Nate. And I haven't looked back. Not because I hate them, but because I finally realized. You don't owe loyalty to people who only love you when you're useful.